The Sang Group, which my husband and I jointly manage, is on the verge of going public. With great anticipation, I prepare to ring the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. However, when Sang Yuchuan took the stage hand in hand with He Jiao, my heart sank dramatically. The love and dedication I had invested over 7 years had now become the subject of mockery for others. I desperately reminded myself to be strong, yet feelings of disappointment and loneliness surged over me like a relentless tide. 7 years ago, the Sang family faced near ruin due to a scandal, compelling the freshly graduated Sang Yuchuan to shoulder an immense burden. Born into privilege, he found himself overwhelmed by the demands of a seemingly trivial partnership. My heart ached for his disappointments, and I resolutely stormed into the office of our business partner, striving to secure an opportunity for him. I consumed all the liquor on the table, ultimately succumbing to a gastric perforation, leading to a 3-day stay in the hospital. That was the first and only time I witnessed him weep. As I reached out to wipe away his tears, he grasped my hand and lightly kissed it near his lips, saying, "Everyone around me has departed. I'm grateful for your presence, for it alleviates my sorrow. Therefore, I beseech you, I implore you, do not engage in any further acts that jeopardize your well-being. Xiao, should the Sang family rise from the ashes, I wish for you to witness it alongside me." These 3 statements compelled me to withdraw from the gaming industry, which I cherished at the pinnacle of my career, willingly accompanying Sang Yuchuan for 7 years. Sang Yuchuan did not breach his contract. He allowed me to witness the grandeur of the Sang dynasty, albeit from the sidelines, never permitting me to stand by his side. From Beijing to Hong Kong to New York, I had endured much, and I suddenly found myself weary. Thus, I declined to attend the banquet following the bell-ringing ceremony. As I observed Sang Yuchuan approach with He Jiao, I inhaled deeply and softly said, "I shall return to the hotel. You need not see me off." Her gaze fell upon the elegantly made-up woman, tinged with a hint of disdain. "You and Jiao have not seen each other in 7 years. Surely there is much to discuss." Sang Yuchuan furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar look my way, as if to say, "Do you truly believe I would abandon my wife on the streets abroad?" A jolt of surprise coursed through me, as if I were meeting him for the first time. Yet, had he not cast me aside before? 3 months pregnant. The torment of morning sickness nearly drove me to the brink of despair. Leaning against the wall, I reluctantly entered Sang Yuchuan's study. "Could you hold me for just a moment before I leave?" He glanced at his phone, noting the driver waiting downstairs. In a surge of urgency, I blocked his path, pleading, "Just 1 minute." My eyes, still swollen from the aftermath of nausea, bore traces of tears, my tone laced with desperation. Sang Yuchuan halted, assessing me. "I am not a doctor. My embrace cannot rectify your unstable hormones during pregnancy." He then stepped around me and departed, his cruel words reverberating in my heart. "I am busy. I cannot spare even a minute." In my most vulnerable moment, he turned away without a second thought, unwilling to grant me even a fleeting instant. At that moment, how could he possibly consider dedicating half an hour to escort me back to the hotel? Perhaps it was merely to avoid the stigma of being labeled a husband who forsakes his wife. I could not help but let out a light chuckle. It would be unwise to leave Jiao alone at the banquet. I can have the driver take me home. No sooner had I spoken than He Jiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need, Yuchuan. You two should head back. I must return to my classes." I lowered my head, a wave of disappointment washing over me. Indeed, Jiao was still pursuing her studies, completing her master's before embarking on a doctoral journey. 6 years ago, she had chosen to part ways with Sang Yuchuan for the sake of her academic pursuits. She sacrificed love for education. While I naively believed that relinquishing my career would lead to love, only to realize it was merely a self-indulgent illusion. He Jiao gracefully followed the driver, leaving me without an excuse to escape, compelling me to take a seat in the passenger side of Sang Yuchuan's car. The sleek black convertible sped down Broadway, the sea breeze brushing against my face, yet could not disperse the dazzling allure of the social scene. Sang Yuchuan was in high spirits, while I found myself at a loss for words, opting instead to distract myself with my phone. The image of the recently rung bell had already been uploaded by the New York Stock Exchange, trending online, and the long, quiet high school gossip group was suddenly abuzz. Have you seen the photo uploaded by the NYSE? The image depicted Sang Yuchuan holding He Jiao's hand as they rang the bell, surrounded by an explosion of golden confetti, as if they were the most perfect couple in the limelight. I strained to find my own silhouette in the corner of the photo. The comment section erupted instantaneously. Is that really He Jiao ringing the bell with the campus heartthrob? Isn't his wife Jiang Zhishao? A wife cannot compete with a white moonlight. What then does Jiang Zhishao amount to? A mere clown. She and the campus heartthrob were never meant to walk the same path. If it weren't for the teacher grouping them together for tutoring, she wouldn't even have made it to college. I was well aware that Jiang Zhishao was nothing of significance. Her mother had passed away early, and her father had a history of domestic violence, dabbling in vices of every sort. If these sordid details were to come to light, the Sang family's newly public company would be doomed. Yet, I found myself perplexed. Despite such shortcomings, how had she managed to capture Sang Yuchuan's attention? Surely, it must be her audacity. The fervor with which she pursued him was legendary, known throughout the entire school. To speak fairly, I, too, remained baffled by the situation. Even my friends were equally puzzled. But let's not forget, during our senior year, Jiang Zhishao had written "I like you" on Sang Yuchuan's math exam, only for him to toss the paper into the trash as soon as class ended. Sang Yuchuan's acceptance of her was purely a result of being moved. Once He Jiao returned to the country, there would be no place for Jiang Zhishao in the Sang family. At that moment, I noticed Jiang Zhishao staring blankly at her chat screen. The complexity of emotions rendered her speechless. Just then, Sang Yuchuan addressed her. Once you return home, tidy up and hand over your responsibilities to HR. I observed her momentary shock, her phone gripped tightly in her hand. Glancing down, I saw a flurry of messages from our high school classmates. When He Jiao returns, there will be no room for Jiang Zhishao in the Sang family. My heart tightened at her silence, and Sang Yuchuan continued, do not overthink it. I promise to provide you with a good life. As the Sang family rises, late nights and business trips will be inevitable. You can rest at home. I will take care of you. Hearing his words, Jiang Zhi smiled involuntarily. Is he genuinely hoping for me to rest at home, or is he subtly suggesting I make room for others? Sang Yuchuan's expression was somewhat perplexed. Why not speak plainly instead of beating around the bush? I observed her continuing to speak. Just now, when you walked over with He Jiao, I heard her mention her intention to return to her home country and that she was currently applying for jobs. Upon hearing this, Sang Yuchuan fell silent. After passing several traffic lights, Jiang Zhishao suddenly stretched lazily and softly declared, all right, I agree. A tremor coursed through my heart as she added, however, I demand severance compensation, double the amount. Sang Yuchuan raised an eyebrow. I will grant you tenfold. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. So generous? Subsequently, Jiang Zhishao abruptly asked with utmost seriousness, Sang Yuchuan, have you ever truly loved me? He remained silent for what felt like an eternity, while Jiang Zhishao's gaze remained fixed on his profile, that face she adored now bearing a hint of indifference. For a moment, the stillness in the car was suffocating, until it came to a halt at the hotel entrance, when Sang Yuchuan finally spoke. You already know the answer. Why bother asking? I saw Jiang Zhishao momentarily taken aback before she managed to force a smile. I understand. I shall head upstairs now. She opened the car door and stepped out, and after the door closed, Sang Yuchuan lit a cigarette, nearly choking on the smoke. In that fleeting moment, he had almost uttered the word love. Upon returning to the room, while bathing halfway through, I heard the sound of the door opening. Sang Yuchuan had evidently drunk too much. He pushed open the bathroom door and lifted me up. In that instant, I could only hastily wrap myself in a towel. Utterly bewildered. What do you intend to do? I hurriedly restrained his restless hands. Jiang Zhishao, I desire you. His powerful declaration made my heart race. Chapter 2. Death Before Him. Sang Yuchuan pressed his icy forehead against Jiang Zhishao, his nose brushing against her delicate face, while he held her tightly, wishing to meld her into his very being. The grievances he had borne throughout the night came to a head, and at that moment, Jiang Zhishao could no longer contain herself. Tears welled in her eyes as she contemplated calling him a scoundrel, But Sang Yuchuan swiftly silenced her with fervent urgency. His actions were impassioned, almost aggressive, as if he were unleashing pin-up emotions. After 6 or 7 years of marriage, during which he had not once reached out to her following the birth of their daughter, today he was unusually ardent and proactive. Jiang Zhihao couldn't help but ponder the influence of his first love in this sudden change. They grappled from the living room to the bedroom, where he tore away her bath towel, his breath hot against her chest, while his stubble scratched her tender skin, igniting a mix of sensations both pleasurable and painful. Yet, unexpectedly, tears streamed down her cheeks. Sang Yuchuan's body went rigid. Indeed, she had been coerced into marrying him. Even after bearing a child, her heart never belonged to him. Clenching his fists, he prepared to withdraw when, fortuitously, his phone rang. It was the distinctive ringtone belonging to He Jiao Jiao. Jiang Zhihao glanced up just as Sang Yuchuan answered the call. He Jiao Jiao's voice was muffled but clearly distressed. As he dressed, he instructed, "Stay right there. I'll be there shortly." Jiang Zhihao remained on the bed for quite some time, until the sound of an engine echoed from below, prompting her to rush to the window, only to witness Sang Yuchuan's car disappearing into the distance. For a fleeting moment, she had believed he might have once loved her. Alas, she was mistaken. So be it. Upon returning to the country, she would seek a divorce and resign from her job. She intended to claim her rightful share and take their daughter away, leaving behind everything else, including Sang Yuchuan. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhihao began to redress herself, leaving her belongings untouched as she booked the earliest flight back to Beijing. The 13-hour direct flight allowed her to regain her composure, and upon landing, she checked her phone, only to find that Sang Yuchuan had not messaged her. He had not returned to the hotel all night and remained oblivious to her departure from New York. It was of little consequence. It no longer mattered. She had already researched the divorce process, and upon arriving home, she began rummaging through her belongings. The first item she unearthed was a stack of college entrance examination papers printed a decade earlier, causing her to pause momentarily before continuing her search. Just as she located their marriage certificate, their daughter, Sang Zhao, burst into the room, exclaiming, "Mom, Mama said you're back. I missed you so much." The little one stumbled into Jiang Zhihao's embrace, her chubby face nuzzling against her mother. Then, looking up, the child noticed the 2 marriage certificates resting on the bed and innocently asked, "Mom, what are these?" Jiang Zhihao replied candidly, "They are marriage certificates." "What use are marriage certificates?" The child question caught her off guard. In truth, marriage certificates served no purpose. They could not tether a husband's heart, and their only utility, it seemed, was during a divorce. However, discussing the matter of divorce with her daughter proved to be a delicate challenge, prompting her to concoct a vague explanation. It serves to validate the legality of their union. The daughter picked up the marriage certificate, scrutinizing it closely, and with a pout remarked, "But, Mama, what good is legality? It cannot demonstrate whether 2 people are truly compatible." At that moment, Jiang Zhihao's heart was struck with a profound realization. She had never pondered the question of compatibility before. At the age of 15, during her first year of high school, she had fallen irrevocably in love with Sang Yuchuan, embarking on a one-sided infatuation that would last for 13 long years. Her feelings were ardent and fervent, and in her quest to draw closer to Sang Yuchuan, she employed every means at her disposal. The most outrageous instance occurred the day after the college entrance examination, when she printed the exam papers from the internet and persistently begged Sang Yuchuan to explain the questions to her. Sang Yuchuan found it absurd. "The exams are over. What is there left to discuss? Do you think you can retake them?" With a bold face, Jiang Zhihao replied, "I don't know if I will be at the same university as you, and no one will explain the questions to me in the future. Could you please help me just this once?" Despite the evident exasperation in his eyes, he patiently agreed to assist her one more time. Those exam papers, filled with Sang Yuchuan's notes, became treasures that Jiang Zhihao cherished, contemplating his patience and perhaps his hidden affections for her. She contemplated confessing her feelings once more, but the fear of public humiliation after a failed declaration loomed large, especially since her first confession had ended with Sang Yuchuan callously discarding her heartfelt letter into the trash. Perhaps he had wished to avoid distractions from studies back then? As Jiang Zhihao mulled over these memories, she resolved to try again, especially when she could recite the exam content by heart. With newfound determination, she excitedly rushed to the bar where Sang Yuchuan often frequented, only to discover a meticulously arranged proposal ceremony for He Jiao Jiao. Silently, she turned and left, her heart heavy. Over the course of 13 years, she had witnessed his relationship with He Jiao Jiao blossom and then dramatically dissolve. Finally, during a low point in his life, he truly turned his gaze toward her. Jiang Zhihao threw herself into the relationship, fully aware that she was merely a source of emotional refuge for Sang Yuchuan, battered by heartbreak and other challenges. Yet, driven by blind courage, she stubbornly believed that possessing him would equate to ultimate victory. It took her 13 years to comprehend the bitter truth. He had never loved her, marking the greatest mismatch of all. As her thoughts returned to the present, she took her daughter to kindergarten. The little one chattered incessantly, while Jiang Zhihao responded listlessly, until her daughter suddenly exclaimed, "Mama, the lady ringing the bell with Daddy is so mean." Taken aback, Jiang Zhihao inquired why. "I told my kindergarten friends that you and Daddy would be on television together, but they all thought that lady was my mommy. How annoying." Faced with her daughter's vibrant spirit, Jiang Zhihao found herself at a loss for words. The weariness of her body and spirit had long since eclipsed any sense of grievance. Everything felt utterly meaningless, and she yearned for a swift conclusion. She had already contemplated the terms of her divorce settlement. After 6 years of marriage, she would demand $10 million per year, along with the spacious flat at Guomao. At that time, the Sang family had encountered a crisis, leading to the freezing of all their properties. She relied on the savings from her first game project to rent a spacious apartment in Guomao, providing a home for Sang Yuchuan. It was their first abode, where they exchanged vows and welcomed their daughter, Zhao Zhao. That year marked the pinnacle of happiness in Jiang Zhixiao's 6-year marriage. As the car merged into the traffic and turned onto Guomao Street, her daughter suddenly pressed against the window, murmuring softly, "Daddy, is that Daddy?" Then, with excitement, she flung open the window and shouted, "Daddy, Mommy, look, Daddy's back." Jiang Zhixiao was certain her daughter was mistaken. After all, Sang Yuchuan had been summoned by He Jiao Jiao the previous night. Moreover, the journey from New York to Beijing and Hong Kong spanned 13 hours, and the flight she had taken was the last of the day. Even if Sang Yuchuan wished to return, it would not be so swift. Oh, the irony! Sang Yuchuan had indeed returned. He Jiaoji was back too. At the entrance of the Guomao apartment building, a man pushed a suitcase, with He Jiaojiao walking alongside him. Both engaged in light-hearted conversation as they approached the entrance. Jiang Zhixiao's heart skipped a beat, despite having given up on Sang Yuchuan. Seeing the two of them at the Guomao apartment nearly drove her to the brink of madness. How could Sang Yuchuan bring He Jiaojiao to this place? Did he not comprehend the significance of that apartment to her? Countless arduous days had been endured with the memories of that year. Yet now He Jiaojiao had moved in. How dare Sang Yuchuan? Even if he no longer loved her, he should not desecrate her most cherished sanctuary. "Mom, step on the brakes. I want to see Daddy." The little one shouted towards the street, "Daddy, Daddy, it's me, Zhao Zhao. Turn around. Come back." Hearing the commotion, the man indeed turned his head. However, Jiang Zhixiao only wished to whisk her daughter away. She accelerated her speed, but in the next moment, an oncoming truck compelled her to instinctively slam on the brakes. It was then she realized with horror that the speed was not decreasing at all. Were the brakes malfunctioning? How did the brakes fail? This was her brand new car. Jiang Zhixiao was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and accompanied by her daughter's piercing screams, the vehicle shot forward like a cannonball. In that fleeting instant, horns blared deafeningly. Just before she closed her eyes, in the rearview mirror, she saw Sang Yuchuan divert his gaze, leading He Jiaojiao into the Guomao apartment building. Was she destined to perish? Yet, she hadn't even had the chance to utter the word divorce. Chapter 3 Rebirth. Jiang Zhixiao's final consciousness lingered in the hospital's emergency room. The beeping of machines filled the air, and through her blurred vision, she observed medical personnel swiftly moving about. Had adrenaline been administered? Yes. She's awakening. The director exclaimed. She's awake. Quickly, Summon her family. She cannot hold on much longer. As Sang Yuchuan burst into the room, Jiang Zhizhao's vision gradually began to return. The man grasped her hand tightly. His grip was strong, yet his skin felt colder than ice. Xiao Xiao, how are you? Please say something, he implored. You promised me you would always be by my side. Why were you so careless? Why? Jiang Zhizhao struggled to open her eyes. Her gaze fixating on the surgical table beside her, a white cloth covering a bulge that bore the shape of a small child. She raised her hand to point. Her lips moved in a silent attempt to speak. Sang Yuchuan positioned himself to shield her view. We will have many children. Let us be reborn, shall we? Though she had an answer in her heart, the pain was unexpected. She could only wish in despair that this was merely a dream. Rebirth? Jiang Zhizhao weakly responded, her lips curling into a grim semblance of a smile. Sang Yuchuan, we no longer have a future. She reached out, tracing the contours of his brow and eyes, as if to etch his final visage into her memory. Yet, over the 13 years, every detail of Sang Yuchuan's appearance, his features, even the shape of his birthmark, was etched in her mind, except for her own visage. Thus, it was time to end this. Zhao Zhao has died. I do not wish for you any longer. Let us conclude this here. Sang Yuchuan shook his head, a solitary tear cascading down his cheek. Jiang Zhizhao lacked the strength to ponder the sincerity of that tear. She inhaled deeply, summoning her last vestige of strength to tell him, the two greatest regrets of my life are loving you and marrying you. Her hand slipped from his cheek. The heartbeat monitor flattened into a lifeless line, and her breathing abruptly ceased. In that moment of her soul's departure, the attending physician traversed her body and announced her death. She witnessed Sang Yuchuan tightly clutching her lifeless form, seemingly in grief. Only in death does he comprehend sorrow. Alas, it is too late, Jiang Zhizhao thought with a touch of irony, only to be taken aback as the doors of the operating room swung open without warning. A throng of media rushed in, capturing images of Sang Yuchuan in a flurry. Jiang Zhizhao was taken aback. How could so many media personnel infiltrate the operating room of such a critical hospital? Mr. Sang, may I inquire who this is that brings you such profound sorrow? Sang Yuchuan turned to face the cameras, cradling the emaciated figure of Jiang Zhizhao in his arms, her pallid face still marked by traces of unshed tears. She is the love of my life, my wife. As Jiang Zhizhao's spirit hovered above, she pondered what the media sought to capture. Now she understood. With the company recently listed, Sang Yuchuan indeed needed to cultivate the image of a devoted husband to influence the stock prices. He must ensure her death was dignified. How utterly ironic. She had often fantasized that if Sang Yuchuan could openly acknowledge his identity before the media, it would render her 13 years of love for him worthwhile. Yet, she could never have anticipated that it would unfold in such a manner. How cruel he was, leaving her unable to find peace in death. Jiang Zhihao, with a bittersweet smile, cast him one last glance before turning away. The operating room's door was bathed in golden light, and beneath that beam stood a little girl. Dressed in a pink princess gown, her head adorned with two playful braids, styled just that morning by Jiang Zhihao herself. Jiang Zhihao hurried over, and the little one instinctively took her hand. Mommy, I've been waiting for you for so long. We must go to the Naiha Bridge. We can't be late like when you drop me off at school. The tulips bloomed abundantly in the fields as Jiang Zhihao and her daughter crossed a river hand in hand, then ascended the Naiha Bridge. There were many in line, prompting Jiang Zhihao to quicken her pace, but Sang Zhao slipped her hand away. Jiang Zhihao knelt down, pinching her daughter's chubby little face, soothingly saying, "We must hurry, or we won't make it in time." The daughter looked up, her adorable face puffed, "But Mommy, the place I want to go is not in the same direction as you." Jiang Zhihao did not perceive anything amiss in her daughter's words. Both of them were destined for reincarnation, and the likelihood of being born from the same womb again was slim. Thus, she planned to plead with the king of hell. In this life, they were mother and daughter. In the next, they would be sisters. After all, they were bound to each other in any lifetime. I was just there and thought the place you would be reborn into wasn't very good. So I asked the king of hell for another chance at life for you. He refused at first, and I even hurt my head begging. I had to offer all my lollipops and hairpins before he reluctantly agreed. But the cost is that we can never meet again. But that's all right. I've been very happy in this life. Every moment has been spent with you, Mommy. So, I must share a secret with you. I have a stash beneath my pillow, filled with spicy strips and unfinished cookies, just as a gift for you. Oh dear, why are you crying again? Mommy, you must be strong. I know you're often unhappy, even if no one notices. But every night, I hug you and beg you to tell me stories. But now I can't be with you. Sang Yuchuan stood tall, tilting her head and blinking her eyes. Jiang Zhihao was overcome with emotion, her sobs rendering her speechless as the little one tugged at her, standing on tiptoe to wipe her tears. No, please don't leave me. What will I do without you? My dear, you are my entire world. Fearful of parting from her daughter, her voice faltered, ultimately drowned by her sobs. Yet, the little one seemed oblivious to her pain, shaking her head resolutely. Mommy, your life is not just about me or Daddy. Now you have another chance to live for yourself. With that, Sang Yuchuan resolutely turned and sprinted towards the end of the Naiha Bridge. The little one's legs moved with the relentless energy of a perpetual motion machine, her two braids dancing wildly in the wind. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, turned, and shouted towards Jiang Zhihao, Mom, I'm off. Let us go. Without a second glance, she dashed away. Realizing the situation, Jiang Zhihao sprinted after her. Yet a sharp pain pierced her temples. In an instant, she was engulfed in dizziness, the cacophony of overlapping voices rendering her disoriented. I told you, don't get too caught up in the sound. Go find the keywords. Memorize the model essays and famous quotes. You must concoct an 800-word piece, even if it's fabricated. If you fall short, half your score will be deducted. 1 point per playground, and there'll be no place to weep afterward. Finally, for the last pressing question, if you can't solve it, just write solution and leave it blank for the inspection of the previous questions. Don't sit there contemplating. Snatch the points from earlier first. Amidst her confusion, a beam of golden light struck Jiang Zhihao. With a start, she opened her eyes to find herself gazing at the balding math teacher, brandishing an enormous protractor, forcefully striking the blackboard. The murmurs from the people beside her reached her ears, their voices deep and melodious. One of them snapped their fingers in front of her, and the refreshing scent of laundry detergent enveloped her breath. Bewildered, she turned her head. A youth clad in a blue and white uniform stood before her, his dark tousled hair slightly obscuring his forehead. Backlit by the sun, his finely chiseled features and the subtle curve of his lips were vaguely visible. Jiang Zhihao struggled to adjust to the intensity of the sunlight, her vision gradually clearing, revealing the strikingly handsome visage of a youth. It was a shock. Sang Yuchuan? The same Sang Yuchuan in a school uniform. Jiang Zhihao was momentarily taken aback. So, her daughter truly helped her secure a chance at rebirth? But damned Yama, what timeline had he thrust her into? Tentatively, Jiang Zhihao inquired, what time is it now? Sang Yuchuan looked at her oddly, glanced at the blackboard, and replied softly, 100 days until the college entrance examination. Oh, 10 years ago. She was 18, still a high school student in Jinsheng. No, to be precise, not yet 18. So, can I have my exam paper back? The youth's voice was melodious as he lazily leaned against the back of his chair. His gentle smile was imbued with a sense of strategic foresight, as if he already knew what Jiang Zhihao had inscribed on his paper. Jiang Zhihao intended to return the exam paper, but felt something was amiss, her mind clouded with confusion. The final question on a math paper was filled with Sang Yuchuan's elegant handwriting. Above the intricate characters of his solution, a line of flowing English script, not belonging to him, read, You are the only one in my heart. Chapter 4. It feels like a sickness. Jiang Zhihao pressed her palm firmly against the string of English words. She could hardly believe that she had been reborn on the very day she had confessed her feelings to Sang Yuchuan. It seemed that fate was playing an extravagant joke on her. Why must it be this particular day? If only it had been a little earlier. She would have preferred to return to the opening day of her first year in high school, to extinguish the notion of love at first sight upon seeing Sang Yuchuan for the first time. Yet, at this moment, she had already developed feelings for him, and not only had she experienced unrequited love, but she also faced the humiliation of being publicly rejected during her first confession. In this new life, she could not allow such an incident to transpire, nor could she become the subject of ridicule among her classmates a decade later. Frantically, she searched for correction fluid, while Sang Yuchuan remained silent, his lips pressed together, his back straightening away from the chair as he reached for a corner of the test paper. In a panic, Jiang Zhishao pressed down hard on the test paper and turned her head to meet the boy's gaze, lowering her voice. "Give it to me." Sang Yuchuan's intensely attractive features bore down on her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Jiang Zhishao thought to herself, "Do you really believe that if I apply correction fluid, I can hide it from you?" Her scalp tingled with anxiety as she desperately clung to the test paper, unwilling to let go. In the ensuing struggle, a piece of chalk flew past, skimming the desk before landing at Sang Yuchuan's feet. "What are you two doing? This is class." Jiang Zhishao was startled as someone yanked the test paper from her grasp. The teacher, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, approached angrily, wielding a triangular ruler. Under the scrutiny of her classmates, Jiang Zhishao stood abruptly, her movements clumsy, causing her chair to crash to the floor. "Teacher, Sang Yuchuan wrote me a love letter on my test paper. But rest assured, my focus is entirely on the college entrance examination. I will do nothing but study," she declared with righteous indignation, causing a stir in the classroom. The teacher nearly stumbled as he snatched the test paper, his squinting eyes concealed behind oval glasses. Upon reviewing the contents of the paper, he finally located the love confession and read aloud in a rather unrefined manner. "You are the only one in my heart." The eloquence was indeed commendable. No wonder he was a top student. The classroom erupted in laughter. However, the teacher swiftly changed his tone, adjusting his glasses. "Jiang Zhishao, are you mistaken? If he wrote you a love letter, why would he write it on his own test paper?" Jiang Zhishao found herself at a loss for words, gazing at the bewildered yet gossip-hungry faces around her, unsure of how to respond. Isn't it obvious? Who would write a love letter on their own test paper? Clearly, Jiang Zhishao was rejected and is holding a grudge. Someone chimed in. "Indeed, who in our class doesn't know that Jiang Zhishao is Sang Yuchuan's little shadow, trailing behind him all day long? No need for me to elaborate on her motives." Another voice added, "Last semester, I heard Jiang Zhishao approach the homeroom teacher, begging to sit next to Sang Yuchuan, saying he could help her study. She pleaded for quite some time. I absolutely refuse to believe that Sang Yuchuan confessed to Jiang Zhishao. With so many admirers, how could he possibly like someone who trails behind him?" The classroom buzzed with chatter, voices intertwining in a cacophony. Mediterranean, with a booming voice, struck the desk with a triangular ruler, silencing the crowd. He scrutinized the string of English words, pondering the innocence of writing a love letter at such a tender age. Yet, the impending college entrance examination loomed large in his mind. He could not afford to overlook it. He slammed the test paper onto the table and inquired, "Who wrote this?" Jiang Zhishao hung her head, remaining silent. Sang Yuchuan leaned back in his chair, his sleeves rolled up, exposing his sun-kissed skin, and chose not to speak either. A suggestion arose. "Teacher, we can compare handwriting. Let Jiang Zhishao and Sang Yuchuan transcribe it, and we'll know who the author is." Jiang Zhishao appeared flustered, though her eyes betrayed a swirl of emotions. During her unrequited affection, all her thoughts had been consumed by Sang Yuchuan, who relished reading English classics and possessed a remarkable flair for cursive writing. Thus, she practiced in secret, ultimately mastering a handwriting style indistinguishable from his. She had reveled in this commonality for quite some time. In hindsight, she realized how foolish she had been, spending most of her high school years obsessively perfecting her script. Yet, a decade later, she could no longer replicate her previous handwriting. The rewritten English was even somewhat crooked, but each stroke was executed with utmost diligence. Curious classmates leaned in closer, particularly Shun Ting Lan, Sang Yuchuan's close friend, who scrutinized Jiang Zhishao as handwriting. No way. It truly isn't written by her. If it wasn't her, then it could only be. He cast a probing glance at Sang Yuchuan, who raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. His silence thickened the air with intrigue. As speculations swirled among them, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Mediterranean felt he had reached a conclusion. He contemplated reprimanding Sang Yuchuan, but the scholar's reputation in the teacher's eyes held a certain weight. Instead, he subtly reminded him to avoid such missteps in the future before departing the classroom with his triangular ruler in hand. Jiang Zhixiao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her heart lightened as she righted her overturned chair. Sang Yuchuan lowered his gaze, his eyes unabashedly fixed upon her, his expression candid, as if contemplating the motive behind Jiang Zhixiao's recent antics. She, however, chose to ignore him, instead moving the desk to sit beside He Jiao. "Would you like to switch seats with me?" He Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Shun Tinglan, astonished, turned to Sang Yuchuan for clarity. "What is going on between you two?" Sang Yuchuan remained silent for a lengthy pause, then let out a cold chuckle as he crumpled the test paper into a ball and effortlessly tossed it into the trash can. The motion was fluid, devoid of any sentiment. This spectacle caught He Jiao's attention, and a subtle smile crossed her lips as she nodded at Jiang Zhixiao, indicating her approval. She then tapped the desk of Zhang Yu, her tone as gentle as a spring breeze. "Class monitor, could you help me move my desk?" Zhang Yu stood up and lifted He Jiao's desk, approaching Sang Yuchuan. Amidst the bewildered gazes of their classmates, Jiang Zhixiao and her new desk mate, Huang Shuxiao, aligned their desks together. At that moment, Huang Shuxiao was feeling a twinge of jealousy as she witnessed Zhang Yu moving the desk for He Jiao. However, when she cast a glance at Jiang Zhixiao, her jealousy paled in comparison to the fervent curiosity ignited within her. She exclaimed, "Xiao, you are truly remarkable. You turned down the illustrious Sang Xiao just like that?" Jiang Zhixiao felt a sense of insecurity. After all, it was indeed she who penned the love letter, albeit attributing it to Sang Yuchuan. Yet, she harbored no regrets. Sang Yuchuan had filled her life with turmoil, and even her demise had become a pawn in his quest to shape his persona. This was her retaliation, her severance. She would never tread the same path again. Huang Shuxiao interpreted Jiang Zhixiao's silence as tacit agreement. Why, though? Jiang Zhixiao busied herself tidying the desk, retrieving the textbooks needed for the next class. Her thoughts racing. Sang Yuchuan must be out of his mind. Huang Shuxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her. "Sister, he is Sang Yuchuan. In the entire Jin city, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone more intelligent than him. How can you say he is out of his mind?" Jiang Zhixiao merely smiled, remaining silent. To treat his white moonlight as a treasure while disregarding a wife who had stood by him for 13 years as mere grass. Wasn't that the epitome of folly? No, to claim he was merely out of his mind would be an understatement. He was not only foolish but also utterly lacking in insight. It was almost as if he were afflicted with some ailment. Chapter 5. The Arena of Conflict After 7 Days of High School Life. Jiang Zhixiao found it rather challenging to adapt to the rhythm of her senior year. Her foundation was weak. Despite the tutoring she received from Sang Yuchuan years ago, a decade had passed, and everything that could be forgotten had long since slipped from her memory. The only thing she clung to was the exam papers from the college entrance examination, which she could recite from memory. In countless arduous days, she relied on those memories to soothe her wounds, frequently revisiting the papers filled with Sang Yuchuan's annotations. Jiang Zhixiao found it quite ironic that a gesture born from her unrequited affection would serve as her guiding light in this new life. Consequently, she no longer forced herself to comprehend the lessons taught by her teachers. In her spare time, she mostly reminisced about the examination papers, transcribing them from memory, facing the approaching college entrance examination 3 months later with a sense of ease. In stark contrast to Jiang Zhixiao, her deskmate Huang Shuxiao was exceptionally clever, yet her mind was far from focused on her studies. She spent her days either idolizing celebrities or chasing after Zhang Yu. Jiang Zhixiao recalled that in her previous life, Huang Shuxiao had been utterly devastated after a breakup with Zhang Yu, even kneeling beneath his apartment one night, pleading for reconciliation. Consequently, despite her intelligence, she became the only student in their class not to gain admission to university. Rumors suggested she had repeated her senior year, but thereafter, she vanished from sight and was never seen again at class reunions. While Jiang Zhixiao's relationship with Huang Xu Xiao was not particularly close. She appreciated her naivety and shared experiences of humble emotions. Thus, in this lifetime, Jiang Xiao extended her kindness towards her, often allowing Huang Xu Xiao to tackle a few of the college entrance examination questions she had transcribed. On this particular day, as Jiang Xiao was sharing some exam questions with Huang Xu Xiao, a series of 3 knocks echoed on their table. She looked up to meet Zhang Yu's gaze. Huang Xu Xiao sprang to her feet, unable to contain her excitement. "Let us step outside to talk." Zhang Yu's eyes remained fixed on Jiang Xiao as he instructed. "Jiang Xiao, come to the stairwell. I have something to discuss with you." He departed first, and Huang Xu Xiao, perceiving nothing amiss, thought it perfectly reasonable for Zhang Yu, the class representative, to seek out Jiang Xiao. Grasping Jiang Xiao's hand, she implored, Xiao, please help me out and say a few good words for me." This scene did not escape the notice of the trio seated in the last 2 rows. He Jiao was convinced. Jiang Xiao was about to embark on a romantic journey. Shun Tinglan, perched on her chair, withdrew her gaze from Jiang Xiao. "No way. One must not betray a friend's wife or support a friend husband. Jiang Xiao and Huang Xu Xiao are best friends. How could she possibly pursue Zhang Yu?" He Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Dare to place a bet?" Shun Tinglan pondered for a moment, but refrained from responding. Her gaze now fixed on Sang Yuchuan's face, suddenly intrigued. "Brother Chuan, do you think I should take the gamble?" Sang Yuchuan, engrossed in an English novel, did not lift his head. Shun Tinglan, undeterred, pressed on, "What if we sneak over and eavesdrop on their conversation?" Sang Yuchuan paused momentarily, his eyes flicking to Jiang Xiao as she passed through the back door, evidently heading towards the stairwell. He raised his gaze and coldly uttered a single word to Shun Tinglan. "Leave." Stairwell. Zhang Yu thrust a square velvet gift box into Jiang Xiao's hands. "This is for you." The exquisite box featured a hollowed top, revealing a dazzling bulgari shell necklace within. Its mere packaging hinted at a value beyond compare. Yet, Zhang Yu was merely relying on the school's financial aid, leaving Jiang Xiao incredulous as to how he could afford such an extravagant piece of jewelry. Not just one, but 2. A flicker of coldness crossed Jiang Xiao's eyes. "I see that Xiao is wearing an identical necklace, which you also gifted her." Zhang Yu's breath hitched, caught off guard by Jiang Xiao's perceptive remark. "Hers is a fake." Jiang Xiao nodded, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "You give me the genuine article while gifting her a counterfeit. What does that imply?" Zhang Yu's throat felt dry, and she nervously glanced towards the staircase, as if fearing someone might emerge at any moment. Gathering her courage, she quickly declared, "Jiang Xiao, I like you." Her tone was urgent, yet Jiang Xiao remained expressionless, seemingly too apathetic to offer even a dismissive reply. It would be better to simply walk away. However, upon turning, she found the iron triangle standing at the door, observing the entire exchange with an air of indifference. Sang Yuchuan had one hand in his pocket, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Jiang Xiao's face. He Jiao gestured towards Shun Tinglan. "What did I say? Pay up." Reluctantly, Shun Tinglan pulled out 500 in cash, only to hesitate and withdraw it again. "We haven't reached a conclusion yet. What is the rush?" She then stubbornly stared at Jiang Xiao. "So, Jiang Xiao, after rejecting our young master Sang, have you already found a new suitor? Zhang Yu is your best friend's boyfriend. Why are you so keen on poaching? And with such an expensive necklace, one dares to buy, the other dares to accept. Are you both willing to forfeit the school's financial aid?" The gift box in Jiang Xiao's palm grew increasingly warm. Zhang Yu anxiously interjected, "I have no relationship with Huang Xu Xiao anymore. Moreover, the money for the necklace is my savings. What rule states that impoverished students cannot purchase necklaces?" With a frustrated glance at Jiang Xiao, he demanded, "Will you agree?" Jiang Xiao remained silent, feeling that the course of events in this second life was exceedingly peculiar. In her previous life, Zhang Yu had never confessed to her, nor had he ever harbored even the faintest hint of affection. What had gone awry this time? In her moment of bewilderment, Sang Yuchuan stepped forward, moving directly between Jiang Xiao and Zhang Yu. The fleeting scent of laundry detergent caught Jiang Xiao off guard. Shun Tinglan stood there, stunned, muttering to herself. This damned love triangle. Are you leaving or not? Sang Yuchuan halted, turning back. Standing at the bottom of the staircase with his hand still in his pocket. His demeanor was indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet the surrounding atmosphere felt suddenly oppressive. Going to play basketball, are you? Then go. Shun Tinglan snapped back to reality, hastily descending the stairs. Just as she reached Sang Yuchuan's side, he remained unmoved, pausing slightly before lifting his chin to glance at Jiang Zhishao's position. Are you delivering water today? Jiang Zhishao hesitated, thinking he was speaking to her, until he Jiao passed by, heading straight downstairs. Delivering. Only you're truly aware of my preferences. The three of them finally walked away side by side. Jiang Zhihao averted her gaze, her eyes stinging. She felt a sense of worthlessness for her former self. For years, she had painstakingly studied Sang Yuchuan's likes. Yet he remained utterly oblivious. It mattered not. After all, if given a second chance, her gaze would no longer linger on Sang Yuchuan. Returning the necklace, Jiang Zhihao turned to leave. Zhang Yu immediately obstructed her path. Frustrated by the sudden interruption, he exclaimed, "You haven't revealed the outcome yet. Is my stance not clear enough?" Jiang Zhihao smiled faintly. I thought the class monitor was an astute individual. Many things need not be explicitly stated. She attempted to walk past him, but Zhang Yu's voice echoed in her ears. Huang Shuxiao mentioned your situation to me. I also know that the English on the exam paper was penned by you. Jiang Zhihao turned back. Do you believe I was rejected by him? Jiang Zhihao, give it up. People like Sang Yuchuan are not the kind we can aspire to. Jiang Zhihao tilted her head. What kind of people are they? Those who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouths. From birth, their paths are predetermined. From the minutiae of daily life to the grand milestones of marriage and parenthood, their unions are arranged with someone like He Jiao. He took a step closer to her. The faded canvas shoes gently brushing against her toes, the affluent value social standing. Jiang Zhihao's gaze fell upon his canvas shoes, prompting him to instinctively withdraw his foot. She lifted her eyes and nodded earnestly. Mistaking her nod as agreement, Zhang Yu locked eyes with her. In the glimmer of his gaze, it seemed as though they were kindred spirits. Thus, he added one final remark. The same applies to the poor. However, Jiang Zhihao laughed, class monitor. Who told you that if someone like Sang Yuchuan rejected me, I would end up with you? Chapter 6. Harassment in the midst of Zhang Yu's unexpected disappointment. Jiang Zhixiao returned to the classroom. During the self-study session of the next class, she was about to check the problems Huang Shuxiao had completed, only to discover that not a single one had been attempted. Xiao, I beg you, please tell me, what did Zhang Yu say to you? Zhang Yu was seated directly behind Jiang Zhixiao. Upon hearing the person settle down, she realized he had returned and lowered her voice. Nothing much, just about the financial aid. Did you speak well of me? I did. What did he say? Jiang Zhixiao gazed at Huang Shuxiao, who was clinging to her arm with tearful eyes, reminiscent of the way she had once humbly pleaded with Sang Yuchuan. Taking a deep breath, she knew she could not disclose the events that had transpired in the stairwell. Otherwise, they would no longer be friends. Instead, she circled around the topic and advised her, focus on your studies, the exams are approaching. Don't dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Huang Shuxiao's expression fell as she turned away, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Yu, convinced she had been rejected once more. She then turned back to Jiang Zhixiao and whispered, is he really that heartless? Jiang Zhixiao chose not to respond. Huang Shuxiao continued, Xiao, how did you talk to him? Did you tell him that I love him dearly, that my world revolves around him? Unable to withstand Huang Shuxiao's persistence, she patiently soothed her as one would child. Of course I did. Moreover, I told him that our Shuxiao is the most beautiful and adorable girl in the world. If he lets her slip away, he will never find another like her. Really? Huang Shuxiao's eyes sparkled. In your eyes, am I truly both adorable and beautiful? Jiang Zhixiao was taken aback by Huang Shuxiao's childlike enthusiasm and playfully tapped her nose. Absolutely. Now, hurry and finish your problems. Don't you want to ace the college entrance exam? Instantly, Huang Shuxiao's frustration dissipated, and she cheerfully turned back to her studies. From the back of the class, Zhang Yu observed this exchange and stealthily poked Jiang Zhixiao's spine, attempting to slip her a note. Jiang Zhixiao straightened her back, shifted her chair forward, and did not glance back. It was unclear what caused this reaction. Perhaps it was the sting of rejection or the weight of Jiang Zhixiao's words. But Zhang Yu felt a profound sense of humiliation. He fixed his gaze on her back, rolled up his pant leg, and began to gently rub his calf against her ankle. Jiang Zhixiao turned around, shooting him a warning glare. Zhang Yu lazily withdrew his leg, unabashedly meeting her gaze, as if to convey that he was indeed being deliberate in his pursuit of her. Jiang Zhixiao dismissed his childish antics as mere bravado, turning away once more. But Zhang Yu's hand reached out again, this time grazing the outline of her undergarment through the fabric of her uniform. The classroom was silent. No one was aware of what the usually serious class monitor was currently engaged in. Meanwhile, Sang Yuchuan and Shun Tinglan returned from the basketball court, finding the self-study session already halfway through. Shun Tinglan had draped his school jacket over one arm while dribbling the ball with the other as they ascended the stairs. Where has Jiao gone? She disappeared after buying water. Surely she wouldn't skip self-study? That doesn't seem like her style. The white shirt within Sang Yuchuan's school uniform was unbuttoned at 2 points, revealing his distinct collarbones in a subtle manner. He replied with an air of indifference. If you miss her, go find her yourself. Goodness, truly, he is my good friend, willing to share even women? He then leaned closer to Sang Yuchuan, a smirk playing on his lips, but I fancy Jiang Zhixiao. I'll tell her when we return to class. With that, he picked up a basketball and entered the classroom, while Sang Yuchuan glared at him and hastily followed. As Shun Tinglan entered through the back door, he raised a hand and, with a constricted throat, exclaimed, "Damn it." Raising his gaze, he saw Zhang Yu's hand gliding over Jiang Zhixiao's back, his thumb and index fingers seemingly poised to unfasten her bra clasp. Are you going to intervene? If you don't, I might just take matters into my own hands. Upon uttering this, Sang Yuchuan snatched the basketball from Shun Tinglan's grasp, preparing to hurl it at the instigator. However, Jiang Zhixiao suddenly turned around and struck Zhang Yu's face with her mathematics book. The sound of the slap shattered the tranquility of the self-study session, drawing the attention of everyone present. Yet Jiang Zhixiao was far from finished. She relentlessly swung her book against Zhang Yu's arm, declaring, "If you dare touch her again, I will break your hand." You brat. Caught off guard, Zhang Yu's face flushed crimson, utterly unprepared for such a counterattack from Jiang Zhixiao. What did I touch? He feigned innocence, calculating that with Huang Shuxiao's connections, she would never reveal the truth. Thus, beneath his innocent facade, his demeanor grew increasingly contemptuous. Speak up. What is wrong with me? Did I touch you? What did I touch you? Jiang Zhixiao straightened her spine, clenching her fists, as she caught a glimpse of Huang Shuxiao's bewildered and puzzled expression, hesitating on whether to speak up. That scoundrel! Shun Tinglan muttered angrily from the back door, rolling up his sleeves as he advanced. Sang Yuchuan tightened his grip on his elbow, shooting him a cold glance. Do you take such pleasure in meddling? In my life, I have the utmost disdain for those with dirty tactics. You saw what he just did. Sang Yuchuan's grip intensified, leading Shun Tinglan to believe he was prepared to take action himself. He shrugged off Sang Yuchuan's restraint, gesturing, "Fine, you handle it. Please." Yet Sang Yuchuan neither advanced nor retreated, remaining motionless for a long while, watching Jiang Zhixiao sink deeper into turmoil. I say, if you refuse to study, must you disturb others? Previously the school's heartthrob, and now a class committee member, Jiang Zhixiao, why do you struggle to get along with everyone? Indeed, the class committee is so upright. Who would believe he bullied you? What exactly did he do to you? Attracting attention from others should be done with discretion. Refrain from always acting like a clown. Jiang Zhixiao felt an indescribable irritation, not because she regarded the misunderstanding as a grave matter. After living for 28 years, she had long ceased to engage in such juvenile disputes. It was simply bothersome. One after another, they quacked like a flock of ducks. Speak up, why the silence? Weren't you just saying you rejected the school heartthrob's confession? Now what will you say about the class committee? Are you not one to argue, even when it seems unreasonable? Speak up. Let us discern right from wrong, and we shall assist in adjudicating. Jiang Zhixiao does not refrain from speaking out. Rather, she is incapable of doing so. Should Huang Shuxiao become aware of this matter, She would fear that the girl might not withstand the pressure. What is all this commotion about? Among the entire grade, our class is the most raucous. You are the most underperforming cohort I have ever taught. If you continue this uproar, you shall attend class during self-study sessions henceforth. Before one could see her, her voice was already heard, and the students hurried back to their seats as the homeroom teacher soon appeared at the classroom door. She did not delve into the recent events, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. A glance at Sang Yuchuan, and her gaze finally settled upon Jiang Zhixiao's face. Sang Yuchuan, Jiang Zhixiao, accompany me to the office. The students turned their attention to the two, and after they departed, the classroom erupted once more. Shen Tinglan sensed that the situation was amiss and hastened to follow them out. Why were the two of them summoned? Hadn't they just had a falling out? It must be the love letter on the exam paper causing this. The one with the Mediterranean hairstyle is always keen to report. Class monitor, do you know why they were called out? Did the homeroom teacher not inform you? Zhang Yu, while scribbling in his workbook, spoke with a light, airy tone that perfectly masked his delight in revenge. Jiang Zhixiao is simply deserving of her fate. After provoking young Master Sang, she now seeks to trouble me. I may be easy to bully, but young Master Sang is not. The gossip among the students intensified. Their curiosity piqued. What does this mean? Zhang Yu casually remarked. The financial aid for the new semester has arrived, but someone reported that Jiang Zhixiao possesses a necklace worth several tens of thousands, and young Master Sang is a witness. So the homeroom teacher has summoned him to identify her. He then muttered under his breath, now that they have fallen out. How could Sang Yuchuan possibly speak on behalf of Jiang Zhixiao? Chapter 7. Wrongfully Accused. As the office was devoid of other teachers, Jiang Zhixiao entered and promptly closed the door behind her. Upon reaching the homeroom teacher's desk, the teacher extended her hand towards Jiang. Jiang Zhixiao produced the necklace. Jiang Zhixiao, bewildered, replied, "What necklace?" The homeroom teacher wasted no time and reached into her uniform pocket, producing the necklace with a swift motion, slapping it onto the desk. Still pretending? The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the Bulgari shell necklace, which glimmered with a silvery sheen. Confusion enveloped Jiang Zhixiao. She had clearly returned the necklace, so how could it possibly be found in her uniform? She recalled Zhang Yu's subtle maneuver during self-study class, suspecting that the necklace had been stealthily slipped into her possession at that moment. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Zhixiao met the teacher's gaze. Did the class committee report me? What does the class committee have to do with this? If it were not for Zhang Yu, why would he have clandestinely placed the necklace in her uniform? The timing seemed too fortuitous. It was as if there was a conspiracy at play. Who could be the mastermind behind Zhang Yu? As Jiang Zhixiao pondered these thoughts, the homeroom teacher scrutinized her and inquired, "Jiang Zhixiao, enlighten me. What are the conditions for receiving poverty assistance?" Jiang Zhixiao remained silent. A decade had passed, and she had nearly forgotten the knowledge points, let alone the criteria, for poverty assistance. The teacher, visibly disappointed, turned her attention to Sang Yuchuan. "You tell her." Sang Yuchuan hesitated, remaining positioned behind Jiang Zhixiao, his gaze drawn to the radiant necklace on the desk. After a fleeting glance, he averted his eyes. "Forget it." The teacher struggled to articulate her thoughts, feeling somewhat humiliated. Clearing her throat, she self-answered. Total family income must not exceed 50,000 a year. Per capita living area below 10 square meters. Good character and no disciplinary actions. After stating this, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Zhixiao, questioning. "This necklace is worth your family's entire annual income. Where did you acquire the funds to purchase it?" In the basket lay a stack of plump envelopes, and the teacher extracted a handful, slapping them onto the tabletop. "Just as the money has arrived, you create such a scene. How am I supposed to hand the money over to you now?" Jiang Zhixiao stood her ground, igniting a rebellious spirit within her. The teacher's words pierced her heart like a thorn, laden with implications. She raised her gaze, unflinching under the scrutiny, and countered. "Do you believe the necklace was stolen by me?" The teacher dropped the envelopes onto the table, neither explaining nor denying. She was well aware of Jiang Zhixiao's circumstances, setting aside the wounds of her tumultuous family background, with her mediocre academic performance. She had no solid foundation for entering a prestigious university. Even after 10 years of hard work in society, she would still be unable to afford a 50,000 yuan necklace. It could only have been stolen or obtained through improper means. Regardless of the circumstance, neither aligned with the condition of possessing good character for poverty assistance. Yet, Jiang Zhixiao displayed no remorse, maintaining steady eye contact throughout, exuding an air of maturity rather than that of a mere child. What if I were to assert that the necklace was neither purchased nor stolen, but rather a gift from the class committee? The homeroom teacher was both amused and exasperated, holding the school's poverty assistance funds while questioning how she could afford such an extravagant necklace. At this juncture, in front of the homeroom teacher, she felt no need to conceal the truth any longer and was about to reveal it. However, the teacher raised a hand to interrupt, saying, "You need not explain to me. Speak to Sang Yuchuan instead. If you can persuade him, I shall continue to provide you with this assistance." Jiang Zhihao felt her palms go clammy, her back stiff as she remained frozen in place, not daring to turn her head. The teacher's actions stemmed from the undeniable connection between Jiang Zhihao receiving the poverty assistance and Sang Yuchuan's influence. Her infatuation upon first seeing him led to a fervent pursuit, where she would seek out every possible topic to engage him in conversation, yet he remained aloof. Consequently, she resorted to playing the victim, sharing the harrowing tales of her upbringing, her late mother, her abusive father, her alcoholic stepmother, and the plight of her own existence. This was her deepest scar. That night, she spoke with tears streaming down her face, but Sang Yuchuan remained silent for what felt like an eternity. With a boldness that belied her vulnerability, Jiang Zhihao pressed. "Say something. I have revealed such intimate matters to you, and you cannot offer me a word of comfort? Honestly, I have nothing to say. Then perhaps I should gift you this poverty assistance," he replied coldly, as those two chilling sentences echoed in her mind. Coupled with the sounds of her father's abuse from outside, she clutched her phone and burst into tears. A straight man impervious to emotional nuance, who needed his assistance. What she yearned for was comfort, emotional support from Sang Yuchuan, whether through pity or empathy. She had hoped he would treat her differently upon seeing her. Yet, it must be said, the assistance over the past 3 years had indeed alleviated many of her burdens. She remained oblivious to how Sang Yuchuan had convinced the homeroom teacher, considering her poor academic performance and the fact that few paid her any mind. During the home visits before the school year commenced, the teacher had not even provided her with the application form for impoverished students. She only knew that each time the assistance was distributed, it was Sang Yuchuan who accompanied her to collect it. Because of this, she stubbornly believed that Sang Yuchuan did not dislike her. He simply struggled to articulate his feelings. However, 13 years of companionship and 6 years of marriage had illuminated the truth for her. Thus, she declared to the homeroom teacher, "Teacher, I no longer wish to receive this poverty assistance." She did not want to explain to Sang Yuchuan, nor disclose what had transpired with Zhang Yu, or why this necklace had come into her possession. Most importantly, she was unwilling to relinquish the power of the assistance to Sang Yuchuan. She had resolved to part ways with him. Regardless of any misunderstandings, she felt no need to seek his belief or forgiveness. The teacher was taken aback. "You do not wish to continue?" "Indeed, I do not." The teacher did not find this particularly concerning, as the assistance could be claimed by anyone, but instinctively glanced at Sang Yuchuan's expression. "Yuchuan, what are your thoughts?" The Sang family was a prestigious lineage prior to Sang Yuchuan's enrollment. His father had donated a building to the school. Moreover, the school's Sioux family gardens and golf course were funded by the Sang family. Otherwise, Jiang Zhihao's name would not have been added to the poverty assistance list immediately upon Sang Yuchuan's suggestion. At present, Jiang Zhixiao's sudden withdrawal is clearly done without consulting Sang Yuchuan. Sang Yuchuan appears unfazed, standing there with a callous indifference. "Zhang's decision is of no concern to me." Jiang Zhixiao nervously digs at her fingertips, recalling the familiar image of herself, always embodying this nonchalant demeanor. Then he added, "However, Jiang, you should be aware that without the financial aid, should you encounter hardships in the future, do not seek assistance from the school." It was as if he was offering Jiang Zhixiao an exit, yet his words dripped with an unsettling warning. Jiang Xiao, unyielding and increasingly agitated, retorted, "Yes. Indeed, at present, I am indeed destitute, with perhaps nothing to my name but a handful of coins. But temporary hardship does not signify perpetual struggle. Having returned from 2025 to a decade ago, I am well aware of countless lucrative opportunities. I refuse to believe that my life cannot thrive without Sang Yuchuan." Chapter 8. Expelled from the dormitory. The envelope containing the financial aid for the impoverished, which the homeroom teacher had just produced, was returned to the basket. Jiang Xiao feigned ignorance, her gaze lightly resting upon the exquisite necklace. "You may handle this as you wish. If you believe I have stolen it, please present your evidence." With that, she turned and departed. Sang Yuchuan watched her retreating figure, his posture erect, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. His feelings for her were tinged with pity, and his daily pursuits only served to irritate him. Yet, everything she did now seemed to push him away, leaving an emptiness in his heart. He watched as Jiang Xiao reached the door, when suddenly she paused, recalling something, and turned back. "Ah, teacher, as you mentioned, Zhang Yu, who receives the school's financial aid, cannot afford such an expensive necklace. How could I possibly acquire it? So, where did this necklace truly come from?" After speaking, she opened the door, causing the group huddled in the corner to tumble in like zombies. Shun Tinglan stumbled and fell to the ground, exclaiming in pain, hastily raising 3 fingers in a vow. "I had no intention of eavesdropping. I was merely pushed in." Jiang Xiao circumvented him and exited the scene. The homeroom teacher, irate, attempted to usher everyone out, but the high school student's penchant for gossip proved insatiable. Although the subject at hand was the financial aid, the narrative grew increasingly fantastical with the influx of outsiders. Rumor had it that Jiang Xiao was caught in a romantic entanglement with Sang Yuchuan. Surely not. You don't know. Last week, Sang, the school heartthrob, wrote a love confession on his exam paper after being rejected by Jiang Xiao. He angrily tossed the paper into the trash. Someone retrieved it, photographed it, and it spread like wildfire on social media. I can't believe it's the other way around. How could the school heartthrob confess to someone else? I'd wager he doesn't even know what Jiang Xiao looks like. They're classmates. How could he not know? The class representative chases after you for assignments every day. Haven't you noticed what her t-shirt looks like under her uniform? Not really. Whenever I see the class representative, I just want to escape. Exactly. But Jiang Xiao is different. Being pursued by her should be rather pleasant. No? What's pleasant about it? She is beautiful. Scoundrel. Well, regardless of who is pursuing whom, it's clear that Sang Yuchuan and Jiang Xiao have had a falling out. With Jiang Xiao's poor grades, without the guidance of the school heartthrob, she certainly won't be able to get into college. Zhang Yu emerged from the classroom, packing his bag in preparation to return to the dormitory. The discussions surrounding Jiang Xiao provided ample satisfaction to his twisted heart. Yet mere discussion was not enough. He sought to plunge Jiang Xiao into a deeper inferno. He took out his phone and dialed a number. As he exited the library, darkness enveloped the sky. Huang Shuxiao held Jiang Xiao's hand, swinging it nonchalantly, seemingly intent on avoiding a particular topic, instead seizing the opportunity to chat about celebrity fandoms. Jiang Xiao found it unreasonable to pretend that nothing had happened, yet she could not dispel the lingering question in her heart. "Do you have nothing to ask me?" During self-study class, she had nearly quarreled with Zhang Yu and had distinctly noted Huang Shuxiao's astonished gaze. Surely, she must have her own thoughts on the matter. If left unresolved, it would become a knot in her heart. After all, friendship, like love, cannot remain intact once it has suffered crack. However, Jiang Xiao remained uncertain about how to address Zhang Yu's confession. Huang Shuxiao, naturally aware of what Jiang Xiao was alluding to, pondered seriously. "I wanted to ask before, but it seemed unnecessary." "Why?" Jiang Xiao pressed. "What conflict could there possibly be between you and Zhang Yu?" "It must be because of me." "Huh? He must have spoken ill of me. You were angry and stood up for me, which is why you argued with him during self-study." Jiang Xiao scratched her brow, stifling a laugh. It then dawned on her that all her concerns seemed rather unwarranted when it came to someone as innocent-minded as Huang Shuxiao. She nodded, suppressing her amusement. In that case, could you possibly refrain from liking him? Zhang Yu is not worth it. He does not deserve you to waste the most beautiful moments of your youth on him. Upon hearing this, Huang Shuxiao's expression gradually fell. That's not possible. Why not? What's so great about him? Jiang Zhixiao inquired. Huang Shuxiao puffed her cheeks, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky. I don't know if he is my moonlight, but there was indeed a moment when the moonlight shone upon me. Her tone was soft, tinged with the unique melancholy of youth. Jiang Zhixiao suddenly wondered if this seemingly carefree girl had once experienced something difficult to articulate. She chose not to ask, and Huang Shuxiao shook her head, continuing to link arms with Jiang Zhixiao as they walked toward the dormitory building. In any case, Zhang Yu is Zhang Yu, and you are you. No matter what conflicts arise between the two of you, it will not affect our friendship. Jiang Zhixiao nodded, ultimately unable to articulate the reason behind the discord with Zhang Yu. She let Huang Shuxiao's exuberance lead her as they skipped into the dormitory. Huang Shuxiao chatted animatedly about wanting to watch the trailer for the second season of Flowers and Youth that evening, where her white moonlight would appear. Jiang Zhixiao recalled that variety show, renowned as a pioneer of dramatic confrontations in the realm of entertainment, still captivating audiences a decade later. Much like Empresses in the Palace, it had been thoroughly dissected by netizens online. Just as Jiang Zhixiao was about to ask whether her white moonlight was Jing Baran or Yang Yang, the door to the middle dormitory swung open, and a pile of blankets was hurled out. Following were sheets, duvet covers, and a basin. Jiang Zhixiao squinted, realizing it was all her belongings. Bewildered, she watched as Huang Shuxiao dashed outside, blocking the doorway. Who threw that? A girl clutching a plastic bag forcefully shoved Huang Shuxiao aside. What is it to you? The girl stumbled and fell to the ground, prompting Jiang Zhixiao to rush over and help Huang Shuxiao to her feet, anxiously inquiring if she was hurt. Upon lifting her gaze, He Jiao, adorned in a flowing white princess nightgown, her hair cascading down in soft waves, emanated an air of superiority typical of the affluent. The girl with the snakeskin bag was named Li Xiang, a devoted follower of He Jiao. By what authority do you cast aside Xiao Zhao's belongings? Li Xiang hurled the snakeskin bag onto the ground, while He Jiao crossed her arms, opting not to offer an explanation, but instead raised her voice towards the end of the hallway. Wang Ma, Jiang Zhixiao has returned. Wang Ma, the dormitory manager, in her 50s, enjoyed a relatively leisurely job. Each Sunday upon the students' return, she would engage in conversation with them in the lobby. In her previous life, Jiang Zhixiao had been quite the chatterbox, and the two quickly formed a bond that transcended age. Jiang Zhixiao would assist Wang Ma in cleaning the hallways, and whenever Wang Ma had to leave, she entrusted Jiang Zhixiao with the keys to the various dorms, often reaching out to her during holidays. Soon enough, Wang Ma emerged from her room at the end of the hallway, a set of keys in hand. Goodness gracious! Who allowed you to turn the hallway into such a state? Huang Shuxiao immediately lodged a complaint. It was He Jiao and Li Xiang. They threw out all of Xiao Zhao's things. Li Xiang, reveling in the chaos, interjected, Wang Ma, did you not say you intended to expel Jiang Zhixiao? Wang Ma, unable to meet Jiang Zhixiao's gaze, replied nervously, what I meant was, if Jiang Zhixiao fails to pay her accommodation fee today, then I would consider expelling her. But I certainly did not authorize you to discard her belongings. Li Xiang fell silent. Jiang Zhixiao helped Huang Shuxiao to her feet, while He Jiao scrutinized them with a condescending gaze. With a smirk, she maliciously queried, Wang Ma, perhaps you should inquire if she can settle her accommodation fee today? In an instant, Huang Shuxiao recalled something, gripping Jiang Zhixiao's hand anxiously. You mentioned that once the financial aid for the impoverished arrives, you would pay the accommodation fee, but now that the aid has ceased, where will you reside if you cannot stay in the dormitory? Chapter 9. The enchanting dealer calm and unhurried. Jiang Zhixiao negotiated with Wang Ma. May I submit the payment tomorrow afternoon? Li Xiang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhixiao, questioning, where will you find the money? Your financial aid has already been revoked. Jiang Zhixiao's fair visage betrayed little emotion. She possessed a bank card, its contents meticulously saved in a fixed deposit. This was the tuition she had painstakingly accumulated throughout her education, and unless in dire circumstances, she would not consider withdrawing it. However, there was no necessity for her to elucidate this to Li Xiang. She merely fixed her gaze on Wang Ma and reiterated, "Can it be done?" Wang Ma, aware of Jiang Zhixiao's difficulties and having a good rapport with her, had never pressed her for the accommodation fees each semester. Occasionally, when financial aid arrived, Jiang Zhixiao would become so preoccupied that she would forget about it, yet Wang Ma would remain silent. Today, however, she was uncharacteristically attentive, observing He Jiao's reactions with a smile plastered on her face. "Jiang Zhixiao, it's not that I wish to make things difficult for you. You always postpone. Today to tomorrow, tomorrow to the next day. How many times has it been now?" Jiang Zhixiao pondered for a moment, realizing that Wang Ma must have been coerced, and thus did not press her further. "Then I will forego my stay tonight. I will pay tomorrow. Can you reserve my room?" Wang Ma scratched her head and replied, "Well, fine, but you must move your belongings." Huang Shuxiao, perplexed, queried why. "Once she pays, she should be able to continue residing here. Can't she leave her things in the dormitory?" Wang Ma, with a look of exasperation, responded, "It's not that I refuse to let you store them. I have no idea whether you will even be able to pay. Besides, you have your mock exam tomorrow, and it will last 4 days. If you truly cannot settle the payment and forget in the midst of it all, your belongings will be left with me indefinitely." Huang Shuxiao was about to argue further when Jiang Zhixiao interjected, "Let us proceed as you suggest. Once I pay, I will re-register for my stay." "Exactly. That's the spirit. Please don't make it difficult for me. I am merely an employee." As she spoke, she cast a glance at He Jiao, urging, "Hurry and pack your things. We need to vacate this place. In 10 minutes, the lights will be turned off." Turning on her heel, Jiang Zhixiao bent down to gather her discarded items, placing them one by one into a plastic bag. He Jiao, lowering her gaze, observed Jiang Zhixiao's resolute demeanor, raised an eyebrow, and retreated into the room. The door slammed shut with a bang, and Li Xiang, raising her voice from within, proclaimed, "Jiang Zhixiao should have never been allowed to stay in the dormitory. Her family is impoverished, and her academic performance leaves much to be desired. The time she saves on the way here could be better spent on her studies. She should yield her room to someone in need. With a mock exam tomorrow, I'm eager to see how she performs. If she fails this mock, her prospects for the college entrance examination are bleak. Who doesn't he know that the difficulty of the mock aligns with that of the actual exam? I doubt Jiang Zhixiao will ever make it to university. What chance does someone like her have to compete with my Jiao?" Huang Shuxiao sprang to her feet, and Jiang Zhixiao quickly grasped her arm. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'll confront her." Huang Shuxiao responded, shaking her fist. "Why doesn't she just use a loudspeaker so the entire dormitory can hear? She's deliberately stirring up trouble. Just look at her. Does she dare to speak like that in front of us? She's meek in public, but strikes hard behind our backs. She's no better than a keyboard warrior." Jiang Zhixiao could not suppress her laughter. "What is the need for this? The mock exam is tomorrow. Do not let it affect your mindset. Enough of standing there. I offer you a chance to help me tidy up." "Xiao, I'm just feeling restless. Why does everyone seem to bully you?" Jiang Zhixiao had not anticipated that upon returning to campus life, she would encounter so many issues. In her previous life, she trailed behind Sang Yuchuan, and her camaraderie with his friends was quite amicable. Indeed, no one dared to bully her. Now, having severed ties with Sang Yuchuan, it seemed anyone could take a jab at her. Yet it mattered not. This was the path she had chosen, and she would demonstrate her resolve through action. As a senior, she was determined to succeed. When the lights in the dormitory were extinguished, Jiang Zhixiao did not allow Huang Shuxiao to escort her out of the school. She walked under the moonlight, dragging a bag behind her. In the shadows at the school gate, a sleek black sports car awaited as Jiang Zhixiao emerged. Shen Tinglan tugged at Sang Yuchuan twice. "She's out. She's out." The youth leaned against the passenger seat, feigning sleep, but upon hearing Shen Tinglan, he opened his eyes and took the binoculars to peer down at the dormitory building. Perhaps burdened with too much luggage, the girl stumbled, her gaze somewhat vacant as if lost in thought, until the lens was filled with an enormous face. Sang Yuchuan lowered the binoculars, his expression fraught with irritation as he focused on Shen Tinglan, leaning closer. Did you see? Is she pitiful? Sang Yuchuan pushed him away, exclaiming, "Get off. What is going on between you two? Was she not your little tail? What? Has the tail been severed? Even in such dire straits, she refuses to bow down? What have you done to her?" Shen Tinglan had eavesdropped on their conversation in the office earlier that day. In truth, the homeroom teacher had no intention of clinging to the necklace, but someone had reported it, and per regulations, she was required to feign an investigation. As long as Jiang Zhixiao could clarify the origins of the necklace to Sang Yuchuan, nothing would come of it. However, they all knew that the necklace was a gift from Zhang Yu. What Sang Yuchuan truly wished to hear was why Jiang Zhixiao accepted it. In other words, he longed to hear her reject Zhang Yu's confession directly from her lips. Of course, this was merely Shen Tinglan's speculation. Yet, none of them anticipated that Jiang Zhixiao would rather forego her financial aid than speak a word. Shen Tinglan began to grasp the truth. Jiang Zhixiao was intent on distancing herself from Sang Yuchuan. It was that simple. Sang Yuchuan's expression darkened. It's that time of the month. It's normal to feel emotionally unstable. Just as well, I need to keep her company for a few days, tutoring her daily. It makes my head ache just thinking about it. Shen Tinglan frowned, observing his good friend feigning nonchalance, and snorted with laughter. Well then, it's no big deal. Let us head home. Just as Shen Tinglan was about to ignite, the icy response from the person beside him was succinct. Follow her. Follow her? Where to? Shen Tinglan gazed through the windshield. Jiang Zhixiao had left the school and was now walking towards the roadside, presumably heading to the bus stop. Suddenly, Shen Tinglan felt a jolt. What time is it? Do I not need to sleep? Can't you just go after her yourself? Sang Yuchuan fastened his seatbelt. And I rode my bicycle. Upon hearing this, Shen Tinglan's expression instantly shifted as he smugly presented his driver's license, exclaiming, "Let me see who still hasn't obtained their license." Quite the achievement, isn't it? Shen Tinglan nodded proudly, declaring, "I am immensely proud. So what if your studies surpass mine, or your admirers are more numerous? I now possess a driver's license, placing me above you." Sang Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Yet you still need me to be your chauffeur." After a moment of silence, Shen Tinglan felt deeply insulted, inwardly lamenting, "Curse that. I just acquired this car to impress the ladies." Realizing the need for discretion, he muttered, "Let us go quickly, but be cautious not to let her find out." With a flurry of expletives, Shen Tinglan ignited the engine. The roar of the powerful sports car drew Jiang Zhi's attention. Shen Tinglan and Sang Yuchuan instinctively shrank back into the vehicle, fearing they might be seen. Goodness gracious, I have never felt such humiliation in my life, Shen Tinglan thought, huddled beneath the steering wheel, feeling a strong urge to hide. Sang Yuchuan, remember this favor. You must repay me. How do you expect me to do that? By letting me be your father? Get lost. Half a minute later, Shen Tinglan cautiously peeked up to see Jiang Zhi boarding the last bus. He pressed the accelerator and sped away. In the dilapidated apartment building from the 1980s, the brick-red exterior had long since begun to peel. Navigating through the cluttered stairwell, Jiang Zhi opened the rusty security door. The cramped quarters reeked of smoke and alcohol. As she stumbled her way to her room, she accidentally knocked over a beer bottle, and the door to the master bedroom swung open, flooding the living room with light. Her father, Jiang Hongtao, draped in a jacket, gazed at her with bleary eyes. "Why are you back at this hour? With your academic performance, you might as well not attend school. Perfect timing. You're nearly an adult. Once you turn 18, you can start working at the casino." Jiang Zhi felt a tightness in her throat, and a surge of resentment coursed through her. Casting him a glance, she emotionlessly retreated to her room, but Jiang Hongtao followed her, still intoxicated, hands clasped in front of him, adopting a mock authoritative tone. "Lovely dealer." Dealing cards online, she closed the door and locked it, leaving Jiang Hongtao seething outside, igniting a wave of rage within him. He pounded on the door, shouting, "Are you mute? In a few days, you're coming with me to the casino." Jiang Zhi covered her ears, her blood boiling. She had hoped that with the passage of time, the scars inflicted by Jiang Hongtao would gradually fade. Yet, a decade later, seeing him again, she still felt a wave of panic. Anger and hatred surged within her as she shouted at the door, "I refuse to go." "You think you can just refuse? After all these years I've supported you, I deserve some return, don't I? Do you think I'm running a charity here? Speak up. Chilled to the bone. Jiang Ji felt the weight of his words. Jiang Hongtao paused for a brief moment before rushing to the bathroom, seizing a mop, and began to bang on the door with increasing ferocity. Bang, 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 each strike louder and more vicious than the last. I warn you, open the door at once, or I shall take your life. Jiang Zhixiao tightly covered her ears, trembling all over. If the pain inflicted by Sang Yuchuan merely urged her to distance herself, then in the face of Jiang Hongtao, she truly wished for him to perish. Chapter 10. The scavenger. Perhaps it was the driving force of fear, or perhaps it was the sudden surge of an obsessive desire for Jiang Hongtao to perish. Jiang Zhixiao frantically searched the house for a knife. Couldn't there be a moment of peace in the dead of night? Just last night, the neighbors had complained, and now she yearned to draw the police here again. The sounds emanating from the adjacent room, where Lu Furong resided, jolted Jiang Zhixiao awake in an instant. Jiang Hongtao was struck in the lungs. Damn it! Who am I to discipline my own daughter? What business is it of yours? Don't you merely wish to sell her to the casino for profit? She's just a little child. How much could she possibly fetch? Would it suffice if I simply gave you the money? Can't you just return to bed? The sound of banging on the door abruptly ceased, and Jiang Zhixiao heard the sharp clatter of a mop falling to the floor, followed by hurried footsteps. Where did you get that money? Are you secretly seeing someone behind my back? Amidst the fierce argument, Lu Furong's shrill scream pierced the night sky, accompanied by the shattering of glass. This domestic violence, which initially belonged to Jiang Zhixiao, unexpectedly and naturally shifted its focus on Lu Furong. Jiang Zhixiao had contemplated calling the police. Yet, every time they arrived, they merely mediated under the pretense of family matters, never intervening directly. Once they departed, a more ferocious storm would inevitably ensue. Consumed by fear under Jiang Hongtao's dominance, Jiang Zhixiao's grip on the dagger trembled uncontrollably. She reassured herself. Just wait a little longer. Wait until graduation. Wait until Jiang Hongtao is imprisoned. Then she would be liberated. She absolutely could not commit an irrevocable act at this juncture. The dagger was flung onto the table, and upon raising her gaze, she noticed a photo frame hanging on the bookshelf, where a youthful boy smiled back at her. It was a photograph she had previously acquired from Sang Yuchuan, and after a moment's contemplation, she rummaged through a cardboard box, tore down the frame, and discarded it within. After a thorough search, she ultimately retrieved a stack of paper money for the deceased and several bundles of gold ingots. Clutching the cardboard box as she departed her home, above her, the moonlight shone, while from the 5th floor, the anguished cries of Lu Furong echoed. In the stillness of the night, she could even hear the heart-wrenching pleas for mercy. Jiang Zhixiao had grown increasingly numb, nonchalantly making her way towards the back mountains. Born into a single-parent family, she and her mother were each other's sole companions. When she was 5, her mother had bought her the long-desired ice cream cone and instructed her to wait in place. 10 minutes later, she was abducted by human traffickers and sold to an underground fighting arena. There, she encountered Jiang Hongtao and Lu Furong. The most vivid memory was of her and other children of similar age boxing in an octagonal cage, while Jiang Hongtao and Lu Furong collected the cash below. Stacks of bills filled the drawers, and both of their faces radiated with exuberant smiles. At the age of 8, the fighting club was raided, and all the abducted children were taken to the police station to await their parents. She witnessed the reunions of numerous families, yet when it was her turn, she received only her mother's ashes. The officer assisting her in finding her family informed her that her mother had been diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer, having only recently discovered it before she passed away. Young Jiang Zhixiao did not fully grasp the meaning of death. All she understood was that she would never again savor the ice cream cone, nor would she ever wait for her mother to come for her. The human trafficker has been sentenced, and Jiang Hongtao has paid a hefty fine. In a bid for atonement, he adopted Jiang Zhixiao. However, his so-called adoption was merely a fade. He still harbored ambitions of restoring his former glory, while Jiang Zhixiao emerged as the most outstanding contender in the boxing ring. Unfortunately, the boxing matches never materialized, leading Jiang Hongtao into a downward spiral of despair, indulging in smoking and gambling, and engaging in unspeakable vices. Whenever he lost money, he would quarrel with Lu Furong, escalating from heated arguments to physical confrontations. Perhaps it was the absence of paternal and maternal love that compelled her to cling desperately to Sang Yuchuan, yearning for a semblance of a family. Little did she realize that the home he offered her was devoid of affection. Recollecting her thoughts, she arrived at the hillside where her mother's ashes were interred. Leaning against her mother's tombstone, she burned paper offerings while speaking, "Mom, this year, Chow Chow didn't burn paper for you. She has gone to accompany you. Please help me find her. I don't have her ashes, nor do I know if Sang Yuchuan buried her." After all, this scoundrel's thoughts are fixated on He Jiao Jiao. I'm unsure if there's a concept of a timeline in the afterlife. Chow Chow passed away 10 years later. But please do try to find her for me. Remember to take care of her. As she tossed the last string of gold ingots into the fire, she overturned the box, and everything related to Sang Yuchuan tumbled out. A photograph caught her eye, but she discarded it into the flames. Next came a notebook filled with Sang Yuchuan's handwriting, the 1,000 origami crane she had folded for him, a lucky star, and finally, a thick diary of confessions, all dedicated to Mr. Sang. Flipping through its pages, she encountered fervent and earnest entries that mirrored her own tumultuous past. Then she stumbled upon a particular line. "As long as I can be with him, I am willing to give up everything." She couldn't help but laugh aloud, realizing her folly. When the Sang family faced adversity, she had unhesitatingly disbanded her gaming team to support Sang Yuchuan through his struggles. At that time, the gaming environment was bleak, monopolized by foreign online games. Yet, Jiang Zhishao possessed a keen vision, focusing on the rise of domestic trends. The game she designed, The Great Sage Equal to Heaven, became a localized sensation upon its launch. What was a surefire money-making venture, however, was overshadowed by her infatuation. At the peak of its profitability, she sold the entire team to another gaming company, retreating to devote herself to Sang Yuchuan's trials. Subsequently, the company produced Bai Yueguang, Myth, which skyrocketed to global acclaim. Both the storyline and gameplay mechanics bore striking similarities to her own creation, The Great Sage Equal to Heaven. At that moment, a tumult of emotions swirled within Jiang Zhishao. She had fulfilled her desire of becoming Sang Yuchuan's partner. Yet, as the diary indicated, she had relinquished everything: her career, her dreams. In a second chance at life, she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes. She had already mastered the high school exam syllabus and envisioned a bright future ahead. Her first gaming project achieved success, and had it been pitched a decade earlier, it would have garnered even greater acclaim. At that instant, she resolved to swiftly revive her gaming project, a dream that had been left unfulfilled, and her veritable golden goose. Only by earning money can she swiftly escape her original family. As she flipped to the final page of her diary, she discovered a bank card tucked within its confines. Funds were regularly transferred to this card, 3,000 each month, since she was 8, ceasing only when she earned her first sum of money upon graduating from university. Uncertain of the benefactor's identity, she found herself pondering whether it might be her biological father or someone related to her mother who had been supporting her. Consequently, she had enlisted the help of Sang Yuchuan to investigate on several occasions, but he had found nothing, leaving the matter unresolved. In this lifetime, she resolved not to place her hopes in Sang Yuchuan. She would undertake the investigation herself. However, aside from her daily expenses, the card should contain a considerable amount. Tomorrow, she must visit the bank to check the balance, utilizing it as the initial funding for her game project, and swiftly develop the game plan. With a newfound purpose, she casually tossed the diary into the flames, rising without a hint of nostalgia. Not far away, within a sleek black sports car, upon noticing Jiang Zhishao's departure, Shen Tinglan promptly dashed over. The fire had extinguished with the wind, leaving only ashes, and he immediately spotted the charred remains of the diary. He reached to retrieve it, only to be met with a searing burn that made him yelp in surprise. Despite the discomfort, he couldn't resist teasing his friend. "Jiang Zhishao truly won't pursue you any longer. She has burned the confession diary meant for you. No one will pester you with lectures again. Surprised, are you?" From now on, you two shall part ways, each embarking on your own journey. With a playful grin, he thrust the scalding diary into Sang Yuchuan's hands, staining the boy's clean palms with dark ash. Flipping through a few pages, he could only discern fragmented sentences. A myriad of emotions stirred within him. Though he maintained a stoic expression, the pressure in the air slightly lowered. Shun Tinglan was about to tease him again when a gust of wind sent a shiver down his spine, and he suddenly realized that the mound before him was a graveyard, prompting him to leap in shock. What on earth? What is Jiang Zhishao doing here at this hour? You nearly scare me to death. Realizing his words were rather abrupt, he quickly bowed towards the tombstone. Muttering an apology for his unintentional rudeness, I sincerely regret any disrespectful remarks. May your family be free from illness and calamity. All malevolent spirits be gone. After reciting a series of incantations, he raised his head and beheld the photograph on the tombstone, an exceptionally youthful face of a woman. Is this Jiang Zhishao's mother? He paused, exclaiming, I feel as though I've seen her somewhere before. Sang Yuchuan closed the diary and carelessly tossed it aside, turning towards the car. Have you met so many people that you remember each one? Some matters should remain undisturbed. I speak the truth. I have indeed seen her. Shun Tinglan followed in stride, glancing at the discarded diary on the ground. Why did you throw it away? I'm not a scavenger. Why should I collect things that others discard? Shun Tinglan remained oblivious to the coldness in his tone, trailing behind with a furrowed brow. Then it struck him, wait. Why are we here in the first place? Chapter 11. Targeted by thugs the following day, as Jiang Zhihao prepared for school. Jiang Hongtao had already departed for a card game. The living room lay in disarray, a reflection of the previous night as chaos. Several bottles of beer cluttered the floor, and Lu Furong was curled up on the sofa, guzzling one bottle after another. Jiang Zhihao emerged from her room, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Whether it was the alcohol or a state of inebriation, Lu Furong pulled out a wad of cash and slapped it onto the table. Take it and spend it. Jiang Zhihao cast a glance at her, noting the myriad of scars adorning her slender arms, old wounds mingling with fresh ones. With a determined stride, she made her way towards the door. No need, I have money. What money could you possibly have? Lu Furong chuckled lightly. Your bank card has been drained by Jiang Hongtao. Jiang Zhihao paused, abruptly turning back. Lu Furong was lounging with her legs crossed, leaning against the back of the sofa, her eyes hazy as they fixed on Jiang Zhihao. Who told you not to set a password? You thought hiding the card in your diary would keep it safe from him? Jiang Zhihao was taken aback by Jiang Hongtao's audacity. For 3 years, every time the poverty subsidy arrived, he would concoct various excuses to take it from her. At first, when she refused, he would rummage through her room, frantically searching. Fearing he might discover her bank card, she had surrendered her entire poverty assistance without a second thought. Yet in her previous life, Jiang Hongtao had never found the card. Why had everything changed now? Could her rebirth have triggered a butterfly effect? Jiang Zhihao pushed aside her thoughts, her mind racing with concerns over the loss of her initial capital for a gaming project. Additionally, she needed funds to pay her accommodation fees. Lu Furong took another swig of beer and gestured toward the cash on the coffee table. Take it. What are you lingering for? Jiang Zhihao hesitated. Where did you get this money? I stole it from my lover. Is that satisfactory? Lu Furong wiped her mouth and glared at her. What? Are you afraid to accept dirty money? Jiang Zhihao inhaled deeply. I never thought of it that way. Think however you wish. I'm giving you 3,000. Remember, you'll repay me double in the future. Don't even think about getting it for free. I'm not your mother. 3,000. Neither too much nor too little. Precisely enough for her accommodation fees. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhihao reached for the cash, but Lu Furong suddenly raised her head. Hey, let me ask you, do you even remember what your mother looks like? Lu Furong laughed enticingly, clearly intent on teasing her. Jiang Zhihao felt a tightness in her throat. She pressed on. Between me and your mother, who treated you better? Jiang Zhihao's expression hardened as she took the money and left. Behind her, Lu Furong giggled uncontrollably. A true little white-eyed wolf. Upon arriving at school, she proceeded to the examination hall, with 4 main subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English. In comprehensive science, Each exam was held on a separate day, allowing students to return home immediately after finishing. After completing her Chinese exam, Jiang Zhihao sought out Huang Shuxiao at the library entrance. The little girl erupted into a fit of despair upon seeing her. Xiao Xiao, it was so difficult. If the mock exam is this challenging, how will I ever get into university? Tell me, what does now it stands tall like a canopy express about the author's thoughts? I can't write anything. I even memorized the past exam questions you gave me, but none of it was useful. Jiang Zhihao refrained from revealing to her that those real exam questions were sourced from their current year's college entrance examination, and the mock tests would undoubtedly be of no use. However, Huang Shuxiao's temper flared quickly and dissipated just as fast as she leaned in and whispered, Xiao Xiao, did you bring your accommodation fee? Jiang Zhihao recalled the 3,000 yuan given by Lu Furong, rather than surrender it to the dormitory supervisor. She preferred to utilize the funds for her gaming project. Although 3,000 was far from sufficient, it would allow her to seek out her former partner in Jinggang. With 3 days remaining until the exams, plus the weekend, there were a total of 5 days, ample time for a round trip. After accounting for travel and lodging expenses, she would still have a considerable amount left. It was not that she was deliberately avoiding the exams. It was simply that her classes consumed most of her time, leaving little opportunity to engage in this endeavor. Thus, she informed Huang Shuxiao that she would no longer be staying on campus, and subsequently made her way to an internet CAF near the school to begin drafting her game project proposal. In light of the national context and the current gaming market, she devised an upgraded and improved version based on the original concept of the great sage equal to heaven. Within an hour, a complete project proposal was freshly crafted. She removed the USB drive and intended to find a printing shop to get the proposal printed. Just as she stood up, she was intercepted by a group of ruffians. Jiang Zhihao moved left, and they mirrored her. She shifted right, and they followed suit. Maintaining her composure, she met the gaze of one of them head-on and commanded, "Step aside." A boy clad in a tiger-printed t-shirt and black leggings, with a swagger in his step, approached her, scrutinizing her with a mocking demeanor. "Step aside? Who do you think you are? Don't you realize who you've annoyed? Considering you're a girl, I want to make things difficult for you. Just come with me and apologize, and we'll let this matter drop." He reached for Jiang Zhixiao's hand, but she swiftly shook him off and retorted coldly, "What era are we living in that you still resort to threats? How bold." The man spat on the ground, his bravado escalating. "Today, I genuinely want to threaten you." He advanced toward her, and those engrossed in games at the CAF turned their heads, while several ruffians brandished their fists, declaring, "Continue your games. Anyone who dares to intervene, I'll smash their head." Not far away, Shun Tinglan entered the CAF with a cup of milk tea, her gaze immediately locking onto Jiang Zhihao. Her face, unadorned, wore a vigilant expression as she scanned the crowd. Shun Tinglan then recognized several familiar faces. They belonged to the bullies from the neighboring technical school. Jiang Zhihao was clearly being targeted. A sense of righteousness surged within him. Yet, outnumbered and fearing for his own safety, Shun Tinglan hurriedly dashed into the private room of the CAF, exclaiming, "Sang Yuchuan, your little tail is being bullied." At that moment, Sang Yuchuan was seated in an esports chair, engrossed in a ranked match of League of Legends. His right hand clicking the mouse while his left deftly maneuvered the keyboard. He remained nonchalant, not even glancing up. "What does it have to do with me?" he replied indifferently. Shun Tinglan shot him a look of disbelief, her eyes nearly bulging in exasperation. "You better think this through. Lives are at stake. The ones blocking her are the bullies from the neighboring technical school." With fingers distinctly articulated, he danced across the keyboard, while the sound system echoed with the furious rebukes of his teammates. "Are you mate one, delivering like that? Can you stop playing with your feet?" The game screen abruptly froze, and a resurrection countdown appeared at the top of the display. Sang Yuchuan fixated on the descending numbers, and amidst Shun Tingshan's urgent pleas, he hurled the mouse aside and rose from the booth. Chapter 12. A transaction in the unremarkable corner of the internet CAF. A crowd had gathered, pushing through the throngs. Sang Yuchuan failed to spot Jiang Zhixiao amidst the commotion. On the floor, a group of ruffians lay sprawled in disarray. Some clutched their legs while others rubbed their waists. Writhing in pain, Shun Tingshan stood frozen, instinctively glancing at Sang Yuchuan, questioning the situation. With a furrowed brow and a tense expression, Sang Yuchuan surveyed the area, seemingly in search of someone. Soon, the CAF owner rushed in, accompanied by the manager. Quickly call the police and dial 120. It's definitely old Lee from across the street. Seeing my CAF thriving, he has sent someone to stir up trouble. Once I handle this, I will settle the score with him. The manager, looking troubled, interjected, "It's not old Lee from across the street. This is the customer's own doing. Those ruffians from the technical school have always irked me. They never do anything productive, and they even share a 2 yuan instant noodle among 7. I've lost money, and my computer has been smashed. They must compensate today, no matter what." Scratching his head, the manager added, "But they didn't initiate the fight. They were the ones who got beaten. Is there someone else?" The owner inquired. The manager nodded. "A girl." The owner nearly stumbled, utterly astounded. "A girl could take down so many?" "It seems so." Shun Tingshan, having absorbed the owner's and manager's words, turned to Sang Yuchuan incredulously. "I can't believe it. He Jiao mentioned that Jiang Zhixiao clings to you because of your influence at school to avoid being bullied. But now it seems it's uncertain who is protecting whom." Sang Yuchuan's expression, once intrigued, was now tinged with displeasure as he recalled Jiang Zhixiao's innocent face, one that seemed easily victimized, yet was in truth a fierce predator. Shin Tingshan's words, however, struck a dissonant chord. The youthful, refined features of the boy reflected a hint of discontent. Noticing this, Shin Tingshan quickly amended his statement. "Of course, you still have your merits. This group of ruffians would never bully Jiang Zhixiao without reason. My sister is so gentle and adorable at school. With that face, which man would dare to bully her?" He crouched down, seizing one of the fallen ruffians and demanding, "Who sent you?" The bruised ruffian, spitting blood, replied weakly, "Zhang Yu." "Damn it!" Shun Tingshan exploded with fury. "To destroy what they cannot possess. Is he even a man?" Disgustedly, he released the ruffian and turned to Sang Yuchuan, uncertain of his thoughts. Meanwhile, the owner directed the manager to call the police. Sang Yuchuan approached and said, "I will cover all the damages to the CAF. Hand them over to me." The owner scrutinized Sang Yuchuan from head to toe. The sleeves of his school uniform were rolled up to his elbows, and he stood with one hand in his pocket. His shirt was neatly buttoned, a clear mark of a diligent student. The owner's brow furrowed deeply. "Are you even of age? How dare you come on my CAF?" Shin Tingshan quickly stepped forward, producing his identification. "He is of age. Today, the two of us have just completed our examinations and decided to unwind a little. Look at that. I just turned 18 last month." The boss glanced at the ID and remained perplexed by Sang Yuchuan's behavior of detaining those thugs. This fellow seemed aloof, not at all like someone who meddles in others' affairs. Shun Tinglin's eyes darted around. He too was uncertain of Sang Yuchuan's intentions, but felt compelled to fabricate a justification. Here's the situation. He leaned closer to the boss, lowering his voice, "The one who acted as my girlfriend. If you choose to report this, it might adversely affect her college entrance examination. We shall compensate for the damages to your establishment. As for these ruffians, we will handle them ourselves, ensuring no disruption to your business." Seeing Shun's earnestness, the boss reluctantly acquiesced. Before long, the bodyguard from the Sang family arrived to assist, escorting the group of thugs into a villa. At a lengthy dining table, each seat was adorned with a stack of cash. The individuals exchanged bewildered glances, initially expecting a severe beating, yet they were taken aback by the incomprehensible turn of events. They stood frozen in place, resembling statues, too apprehensive to take a seat. Sang Yuchuan stood at the island counter, uncorked a bottle, and poured whiskey into an octagonal glass. "Fear not. My invitation is merely for a transaction," he stated. Half an hour later, the thugs departed the villa unscathed. Shun Tinglan lounged on the sofa, shaking his head, and applauded Sang Yuchuan with rhythmic claps. "Who would have thought you were so cunning? It's fortunate I didn't provoke you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I meet my end." Sang Yuchuan sipped his drink, tapping the counter with one hand, his clean, innocent eyes fixed upon Shun with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, is that so? Have you truly not provoked me? Reflect carefully. Shin Tinglan, utterly perplexed, retorted, "What have I done to you? My feelings for you are as steadfast as the heavens and the earth. Who could rival my devotion?" Suddenly, he recalled mentioning to the boss at the internet CAF that Jiang Zhixiao was his girlfriend. A chill ran down his spine as he noticed Sang Yuchuan setting down his glass, approaching him step by step. He shook his head repeatedly. "It can't be because of that, can it? Is our bond so fragile?" With a swift motion, he leaped behind the sofa. "Aren't you the one who dislikes her? You have no right to claim her." Shin Tinglan pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Damn, you're incredibly selfish. You don't want her, yet you allow anyone else to have her. You're both selfish and stubborn. Sooner or later, you'll get yourself into trouble," he shouted, his fear of Sang Yuchuan's wrath prompting him to scurry behind the sofa. Between them lay a couch. He shifted left. Sang Yuchuan mirrored him. Then he moved right, and Sang Yuchuan followed suit. This cat-and-mouse game left him utterly exhausted, prompting him to concede, "I was wrong. I won't refer to Jiang Zhixiao as my girlfriend anymore." Just as Sang Yuchuan was about to relent, Shin Tinglan, apparently addicted to self-deprecation, exclaimed, "She is my daughter-in-law." "All right." Sang Yuchuan paused, and Shin Tinglan chuckled. "You just acknowledged me as your father last night. Have you forgotten?" "Good, son." Sang Yuchuan nodded, raising an eyebrow as he rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. "I see you have an itch," he remarked. "What on earth? Is this your cup of tea? Does Jiang Zhixiao know?" At that moment, Jiang Zhixiao, in a printing shop, sneezed, causing the shop owner to peek out from behind her computer screen. "A sneeze, my dear girl, must mean someone is speaking of you," she teased. Jiang Zhixiao merely smiled, her expression warm and infectious, prompting the shop owner to smile back genuinely. However, noticing a small stain of blood on her school uniform sleeve, the owner hesitated and said with concern, "If anything has happened, be sure to tell your family. You're still quite young, a girl at that. You must be cautious when you're out in the world." Jiang Zhixiao pursed her lips slightly, replying, "It's not my blood." The shop owner's expression froze, leaving her momentarily speechless. With her gentle appearance, her cheeks still carrying a hint of baby fat and charming dimples gracing her smile, most would see her as someone easily bullied. Yet, few recognized the stark contrast in her demeanor when she took action, which would dispel any notion of her being an easy target. After paying, she collected her printed game design document and purchased a train ticket to Beijing, having informed her homeroom teacher in advance. She would not attend the upcoming 3 days of mock examinations. However, due to the provincial examination's significance, she was required to sign a waiver for forfeiting the test, leading to her teacher's exasperated scolding the following day. This mock exam is a precursor to the college entrance examination. Abandoning such an important assessment, what are your intentions? To be candid, mock exams held little value for Jiang Zhixiao. She did not need this test to gauge her ranking within the province or to determine her future educational path. After all, she had memorized the college entrance examination papers thoroughly. With that time, she could pursue her true passions. Thus, she candidly told her teacher, "I wish to realize my dreams." "Realize your dreams?" Her teacher nearly sputtered in disbelief. "What dreams? Your foremost task is the college entrance examination." "The college entrance examination." The teacher slammed her desk in frustration, unable to contain her irritation. "Rest assured, I will not abandon the college entrance examination, nor will I disappoint you," Jiang Zhixiao replied confidently. Her teacher felt as though Jiang Zhixiao had lost her senses, forsaking the mock exam while speaking so boldly. Initially, she had hoped Jiang could attain a place in a prestigious university, thereby enhancing the class's overall success rate. Now, it seemed like a foolish fantasy. "Jiang Zhixiao, what's happening with you lately? The rumors about you and Sang Yuchuan are rampant online, and I want to even comment on that. You were the one who asked me to arrange for him to tutor you. If you diligently learn from him, I would not say 985 or 211, but with your foundation, even a modest university in the province should be within reach. Why this commotion? What do you truly want?" A sharp pang struck Jiang Zhixiao's heart. In her previous life, she had lacked clarity, and despite Sang Yuchuan's assistance, she had barely managed to score 568, just 25 points above the provincial university threshold. which would indeed allow her entry into a lower-tier institution. In pursuit of Sang Yuchuan's footsteps, she relinquished a prestigious university within the province and chose a second-tier institution in Beijing, Hong Kong. In this new life, she vowed never to be so foolish again. She would not sacrifice a top-tier university for a man, nor would she abandon her promising career for him. Her destination was Beijing, Hong Kong, for in her previous life, she had lived for him. In this life, she would live solely for herself. Jiang Zhihao inhaled deeply, her resolve growing ever more steadfast. Teacher, I have signed the waiver to forego the examination, and it will not affect the school's average score, thus preserving our ranking within the province. The homeroom teacher found her voice caught in his throat, realizing he could not sway her. He reluctantly allowed her to sign the waiver and depart from the school. As she exited the office, she overheard other teachers from different classes whispering, "Is this Jiang Zhihao from your class? The one who stole the necklace?" Indeed, it seemed she had been somehow provoked, her mind muddled. Forever dreaming, she was often heard speaking of aspirations. But who among them had realized their dreams? Almost of age, yet still yearning to soar and transform into a phoenix. A young lady ought to devote herself to her studies, attending a reputable university to secure a good marriage. That, they insisted, was her rightful destiny. She was determined to show them just how far her ambitions would take her come examination day. Jiang Zhihao tuned out the chatter, shutting the office door behind her as the examination bell rang, echoing throughout the campus. Within the rectangular teaching building, every classroom door stood wide open, with invigilators poised at the front, uniformly raising the test papers for inspection and unsealing them. As she stepped outside the building, she felt akin to a non-player character deviating from her scripted path, engulfed by an almost surreal disorientation. The scent of leaves wafted in the breeze, stirring a sense of unease within her. Nevertheless, the path from the teaching building to the school gate was traversed with unwavering determination. In this moment, she boldly took her first step towards the dreams she had envisioned in her rebirth. Chapter 13. The little tale of Sang Yuchuan. Jiang Zhihao purchased the most economical train ticket, enduring a jarring ride for a full 22 hours. Finally arriving in Beijing and Hong Kong, she then transitioned to the subway, switching from Line 9 to Line 4, disembarking at Yuanminjuan Road, and making her way directly to the Computer Science Department of Qingbei University. There awaited her partner, Sang Yuchuan. Sang Yuchuan is the elder brother of Sang Yuchuan, and when she initially collaborated with him, she was unaware of their familial connection. It was only after their jointly developed game was launched, coinciding with the Sang family's unforeseen tribulations, that this information came to light. Throughout their partnership, Sang Yuchuan provided technical assistance and a portion of financial support. However, he is known for his aloof demeanor, and now he does not recognize her. She wonders if her unexpected appearance might come off as intrusive. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhihao resolved to take the chance. She first visited the school's computer lab, where the computer frequently used by Sang Yuchuan was festooned with red strips of cloth used for making wishes. An incessant stream of individuals came to make their wishes, rendering the once spacious lab utterly congested. "I wish for no failing grades on exams. May the exam god bless us." Sang Yuchuan is not some magical wishing well. Does this actually serve any purpose? Two girls clutching red strips jostled Jiang Zhihao to the outskirts of the crowd, one confiding to the other, "What do you mean it doesn't work? He is Sang Yuchuan. He scored 740 on the college entrance examination 4 years ago, just 10 points shy of a perfect score, competing fiercely with our school. Once enrolled, he excelled remarkably, publishing 5 SCI papers from his freshman to junior years, consistently listed as the first author ahead of his advisor. Is he really that impressive? Indeed, they say he is the exam god, the manifestation of the god of literature. Once I return to the dorm, I'll bow before his photo and offer 3 sticks of incense." You still plan to offer incense? Just say you want him to die. Why not just tape his photo to a tombstone and bow thrice every Qingming festival? Get lost. Jiang Zhihao listened with great interest when suddenly someone shouted, "The exam god has returned to campus. He just finished his graduation defense. He is at Weiming Lake." The crowd erupted in excitement, hastily tying up their red strips before sprinting off. Jiang Zhihao joined the throng heading to Weiming Lake, where she spotted the 22-year-old man, still bearing the semblance of youth, yet exhibiting a touch more maturity. A gentle spring breeze caressed him, his black silk shirt billowing, paired with matching wide-leg trousers. Unlike the stereotypical attire of programmers, he, much like Sang Yuchuan, consistently finds clothing that suits him within the realm of minimalism. Jiang Zhihao sought to approach him. However, the bustling crowd pressed against one another, clamoring for autographs, akin to a fervent fanbase. Some brave young women even mustered the courage to confess their feelings, leaving Sang Yuchuan in a state of helplessness. Jiang Zhihao felt a headache coming on, contemplating whether to return tomorrow, fearing that amidst such a multitude, she would be unable to engage with Sang Yuchuan privately. Just as she grappled with this dilemma, Sang Yuchuan lifted his gaze, his eyes landing squarely on her face. After a brief pause, he jogged toward her, standing directly in front of Jiang Zhihao, inquiring, "Why did you come to Weiming Lake to await my arrival? Why did you arrive so late?" Jiang Zhihao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes fixed intently on him. His features bore a resemblance to Sang Yuchuan. Yet the mole at the corner of his eye lent his gaze a touch of warmth. The scent of hibiscus wafted delicately towards her nostrils, and her mind, in a state of confusion, pondered when she had ever made an advance appointment with him. Lost in thought, Sang Yuchuan leaned in slightly and, in a manner of assistance, declared, "You are my girlfriend." Jiang Zhihao was suddenly enlightened. With so many people around, he evidently wished to leave quickly, thus resorting to this strategy. She mechanically nodded, just as someone rushed forward. "Senior, could I trouble you for another autograph?" Sang Yuchuan naturally draped his arm around Jiang Zhixiao's shoulders, his other hand resting behind him. "Apologies, but I have a date with my girlfriend. If we linger, she might get upset." The term girlfriend caused Jiang Zhixiao a slight discomfort, and under Sang Yuchuan's influence, she turned and departed with him amidst the gazes of many. The junior girls were incredulous. When did the exam god get a girlfriend? Wow, which department is she from? She's even more beautiful than the campus belle. As they left the school, she found herself the object of the most intense scrutiny in history, pondering that any future girlfriend of Sang Yuchuan would surely need a heart of steel. Thus, she used this as an excuse to invite him to a CAF. He paused, seemingly taken aback. Jiang Zhixiao hurriedly explained, fearing he might mistake her for one of the fervent admirers at school. However, Sang Yuchuan was unfazed and promptly led her to the nearest Starbucks. She ordered a cappuccino, and he playfully tapped her head with his finger. "Were you a child? Why are you drinking coffee?" He insisted on replacing her drink with oat milk as they settled at a window seat. Jiang Zhixiao introduced herself, then rummaged through her backpack for her proposal, speaking as she searched. "I was quite surprised that you accepted my invitation. Aren't you worried I might be just like the others at school? One of your admirers?" Sang Yuchuan sipped his Americano and replied, "Others might be, but you are not." "Why not?" Jiang Zhixiao inquired. Sang Yuchuan raised his gaze with a smile. The girl before him wore the simplest white t-shirt and jeans, her high ponytail revealing a clean, unblemished face, softer than he had imagined. He raised an eyebrow. "You are Sang Yuchuan's little shadow, quite unlike those people." Jiang Zhixiao paused, taken aback by his unexpected knowledge. On this timeline, Sang Yuchuan had no reason to know her. How could he possess such information? "You know me?" Sang Yuchuan nodded, stating he had seen her in photos. Jiang Zhixiao was at a loss for words, realizing without thought who had shown him those pictures. Sang Yuchuan had mentioned her to others? She had believed that in his eyes, there was only he Jiao Jiao, and for her, only indifference. Yet, she felt a little touched. The proposal in her hand felt somewhat scorching. If Sang Yuchuan already knew her, did that mean her past suggestion for collaboration was not due to her brilliance, but rather because of Sang Yuchuan's reputation? Gripping the proposal tightly, she subtly shook her head but still handed it over. "My intention in seeking you out is unrelated to Sang Yuchuan. This is my proposal. I would like you to take a look." Sang Yuchuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, accepting the proposal and flipping through its pages, finally grasping the purpose of Jiang Zhixiao's visit. Having perused the document, he was about to speak when Jiang Zhixiao interjected. "Sang Yuchuan is Sang Yuchuan, and I am I. Do not extend your assistance to me merely because of him. Sang Yuchuan, arms crossed, observed with keen interest, only to be met with the girl's retort. My relationship with him is not that exceptional. Her cheeks were puffed up, seemingly irked. Sang Yuchuan could no longer contain himself and let out a hearty laugh. Jiang Zhixiao looked on in confusion as he waved his hand, then addressed her earnestly. Very well. Let's not mention Xiaochuan. Focusing solely on your proposal, it is indeed quite imaginative. However, have you considered that all the prominent online games available on the market originate from abroad? The domestic scene is predominantly filled with single-player games. You aspire to create a national trend on such a grand scale, yet no company has ever dared to undertake such an endeavor as you propose. Chapter 14. Indulging to excess, Jiang Zhixiao did not respond to the question immediately. Calm and unhurried, she took a sip of oat milk and suddenly inquired, Have you heard the tale of the gold digger and the ferryman? Sang Yuchuan pressed his palms together at his nose, then raised his hands in a gesture of invitation, urging her to share the story. Long ago, there existed a body of water, behind which loomed a grand mountain, rich with gold. The first prospector struck it rich, and as news spread, an incessant stream of hopefuls arrived to seek their fortune. Soon, the mountain was stripped bare, and apart from the initial digger, no one else profited. Yet, a few still clung to the hope of luck and sought to test their fate in the mountainous depths. Thus, the ferryman emerged, ferrying these gold seekers across the waters, and before long, he too amassed a fortune through his fare. After a brief pause to gauge his reaction, she continued, In this story, only two types of individuals reaped rewards, the gold digger, the pioneer, and the ferryman. Which would you aspire to be? Sang Yuchuan gazed at her, captivated by the girl's youthful smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, and her voice, soft and enchanting. At such a tender age, one cannot help but feel an instinctual urge to nurture her, yet her words bore an unexpected maturity that convinced him, word by word. Everyone desires to be the trailblazer, yet few are willing to take action. Jiang Zhixiao was remarkably audacious, bold enough that he found himself contemplating the risk of accompanying her on this venture. Leaning forward, he closed the distance between them. I may consider it, but this project is substantial and will require a significant number of artists in the early stages. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhixiao's spirits lifted. I can do it, she exclaimed eagerly. You can draw? Sang Yuchuan asked, clearly taken aback. Jiang Zhixiao nodded, her smile faltering slightly. Although she came from a single-parent household, her mother had never ceased to nurture her talents. From the age of 3, she had immersed herself in various arts at the youth palace, studying music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After being abducted, many of her skills had faded, yet her passion for painting endured. In the moments she awaited her mother's return, fearful of forgetting her visage, she devoted every available moment to sketching her mother's likeness. Later, upon falling for Sang Yuchuan, her focus shifted from painting her mother to capturing the image of the boy she adored. This is how her artistic foundation was cultivated. However, she saw no need to divulge such personal history to Sang Yuchuan, nor to elicit his sympathy to secure his partnership. With a feigned nonchalance, she asserted, in any case, hand-drawing is my forte, so you need not worry. Sang Yuchuan was astonished. You also hand-draw? Is that surprising? All of Hayao Miyazaki's animations were hand-drawn, each a classic in its own right. Sang Yuchuan's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. He had not anticipated that Jiang Zhixiao could offer such delightful surprises. As far as he was aware, whether one was a modeler or a graphic designer, all professions related to art necessitated specialized tools. The method of hand-drawing was indeed rare, yet its advantages were unmistakable, often yielding a vibrancy that machine-generated art lacked. Naturally, it also entailed a considerable amount of labor. Thus, he could not help but inquire, Where do you find so much time? Isn't the college entrance examination approaching? Jiang Zhixiao tilted her head with a hint of pride. How do you know I won't perform well? I must take a closer look at how the grades of Sang Yuchuan are faring. Jiang Zhixiao instinctively responded. Did he say I did poorly? Sang Yuchuan remained silent, merely smiling and casting her a knowing glance, encouraging her to contemplate. He then asked, Which university do you aspire to attend? Jiang Zhixiao gazed out the window, across from Starbucks, stood Bai University, the dream institution of countless students. Speaking of it would surely jinx it. Following her line of sight, Sang Yuchuan made an educated guess, momentarily puzzled by her reluctance to speak openly. Nevertheless, he considered that the prestigious university, a dream for many, had exceedingly high admission scores. Anyone hearing this would likely dismiss her as delusional. However, Sang Yuchuan was different. He recognized that Jiang Zhihao had probably faced mockery for her aspirations, which made her determination all the more commendable. Thus, he rephrased his question. What major do you wish to pursue? Jiang Zhihao turned back, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. I haven't thought about it. In her previous life, she had not achieved a high score, blindly following Sang Yuchuan to Jinggang. The second-tier institution she attended had offered her no choices. She was assigned to nursing, spending her days practicing smiles on lifeless mannequins, nearly falling into despair. How about game design? Seeing her silence, Sang Yuchuan promptly decided for her. You're suited for this major. Jiang Zhihao was momentarily taken aback, meeting Sang Yuchuan's gaze. He was like a guiding light, patiently and meticulously helping her find her direction. She absorbed his words, even believing that Sang Yuchuan advocated for her to study game design because he too saw potential in the field. If he believed it could be profitable, he would surely collaborate with her long-term, and she would need more systematic learning to assist him. This realization filled Jiang Zhihao with immense joy, and she eagerly suggested, on the day the exam results are released, let's launch our game project, shall we? Why? To celebrate my acceptance into my dream university. It would also serve as a slap in the face for those who mocked me. Oh, Sang Yuchuan stirred his coffee, laughing. Such grand ambitions? Jiang Zhihao shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. I can definitely get in. Sang Yuchuan felt a twinge of helplessness. It wasn't that he underestimated her, but rather that this clever girl often left him at a loss, nearly ensnaring him in her plans. If she were his sister, he would undoubtedly spoil her to no end. Hey, I never said I would definitely take on your project. Yet here you are, assigning me a launch date so clearly. Give me some time to think it over. As he spoke, he playfully tapped her on the head, almost falling into her trap. Jiang Zhihao, unperturbed by the playful hit, retracted her neck and smiled, exposing her two little tiger teeth. Just as she was about to part ways with Sang Yuchuan and leave Jinggang, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and, not shying away from Jiang Zhihao, answered, Your little tail is with me. Do you wish to come to Beijing and Hong Kong? Realizing who was on the line, Jiang Zhihao's gaze fell upon the man's exquisite face, and an inexplicable heaviness enveloped her heart. It had been a delightful day, yet an unwelcome disturbance had intruded. She had clearly informed Sang Yuchuan that her relationship with Sang Yuchuan was far from amicable. Why then did he persist in labeling her as Sang Yuchuan's little tail? She feigned nonchalance, looking out the window, while Sang Yuchuan swiftly ended the call. Is Jiao in the same class as you? His tone was affectionate. The name Jiao slipping from his lips like a tender whisper, signifying a deeper intimacy. Jiang Zhihao turned back, her heart sinking momentarily, caught in a haze of confusion. Could it be the person she dreaded? He Jiao. Sang Yuchuan nodded. Xiaochuan mentioned her birthday is next week. She desires a bag. And since you're here, could you kindly bring it back to school for her? Chapter 15. A lifetime of loving one person, it was evident that Sang Yuchuan was acting on Sang Yuchuan's instructions, tasked with procuring items in Beijing and Hong Kong to bring back to Jincheng. Jiang Zhihao, feeling rather disinterested, did not engage. Jincheng was hardly a remote backwater. It boasted a plethora of brand boutiques, so why the insistence on purchases from Beijing or Hong Kong? Her refusal was unmistakable. It wasn't that she felt any jealousy upon learning that Sang Yuchuan intended to buy a bag for He Jiao. After all, in this new life, she had long since learned not to let him affect her emotions. She simply did not wish to become a mere pawn in the game between Sang Yuchuan and He Jiao. Given that shipping was an option, why must she be the one to carry it back? Merely for convenience? Xiaochuan explained that the Jincheng boutiques did not stock the style that Jiao desired. Only those in Beijing and Hong Kong had it. He glanced at his watch, assuring her that it wouldn't take long, just about 20 minutes. Yet, one must admit that Sang Yuchuan's words held a certain weight, as he controlled the game that Jiang Jiao was entangled in, possessing the power to initiate or withhold it at will. Since they required his assistance, they had no choice but to accompany him to the LV boutique in Sanlitun. Jiang Jiao leaned against the sofa, her gaze lowered as she fiddled with the label of a Perrier bottle, exuding a demeanor of complete disinterest. The selection of bags on the coffee table consisted solely of the classic monogram designs, with the sales associate donning gloves, crouching down to present them to Sang Yuchuan. Her service was so courteous it was almost regal. Unsure of what to choose, he sought Jiang Jiao's opinion. She cast a glance over the offerings, her lack of enthusiasm palpable. All the patterns were similar, and she found nothing particularly special about any of the bags. Reluctantly, he called Sang Yuchuan, who accurately recounted He Jiao's preferences, even providing the model number of the bag, which was not among those displayed on the table. Upon hearing this, the sales associate's expression changed. "Sir, the bag your friend desires is a limited edition that ordinary customers must wait several months to acquire. It requires a purchase ratio of 1:2. In other words, to buy this bag, one would have to spend twice the amount on additional items." Concerned about losing a significant client, she quickly added, "However, your friend certainly has an eye for quality. The reason this bag is limited is that each person is only allowed to purchase one based on their identification, and it must be bought by a male, symbolizing a lifetime of love for one person." Before Sang Yuchuan could respond regarding the additional purchase, Sang Yuchuan on the video call eagerly chimed in, his tone extravagantly generous. "Purchase it. It's not too expensive, and I'll reimburse you later." Sang Yuchuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Sang Yuchuan's swift acquiescence. Given the bag's special significance, gifting it to He Jiao seemed rather inappropriate. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Jiao, then redirected his gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. "So generous? Are you certain? She likes it. There's no choice in the matter. Otherwise, she'll pester me daily." His tone was one of reluctant acceptance, tinged with a hint of flamboyance. Sang Yuchuan waved his hand for the sales associate to fetch the bag and then turned to Jiang Jiao. "There are clothes and shoes here. I'll consider them a meeting gift for you. It fits perfectly with the required purchase, so choose whatever you like." Before Jiang Jiao could voice her thoughts, Sang Yuchuan languidly interjected, "Brother, you're rather extravagant in your generosity, aren't you?" Sang Yuchuan, finding him bothersome, abruptly ended the call and said to Jiang Jiao, "Do not heed this insufferable brat's nonsense. You go ahead and choose, consider it my gift." Jiang Jiao shook her head, replying, "No need." Was it a matter of disinterest or simply shyness? Girls generally possess an affinity for luxury items, irrespective of age. Once they reach a certain stage, an obsession with opulence often ensues. Especially for someone as striking as Jiang Jiao, she seemed the perfect canvas for luxury embellishments. With an air of calmness, Jiang Jiao candidly stated, "I do not like them." She insisted, "Do not feel obliged." Her reluctance to elaborate was genuine. She truly held no affection for such items. Sang Yuchuan, realizing this, ceased to press the matter, fully comprehending that Jiang Jiao was indeed a shade different from the typical girl. Yet, it was also plausible that she had yet to arrive at the fervent stage of luxury appreciation. Well, there was no need for haste. A girl of her caliber would surely attract suitors bearing gifts in due time. Jiang Jiao felt a mixture of emotions upon hearing this. Sang Yuchuan was not mistaken. In her previous life, she had never lacked for luxury items. After every fierce argument with Sang Yuchuan, he would buy her shoes and bags, attempting to placate her with material gifts. However, their issues were never solvable with a mere handbag. Thus, Jiang Jiao could never fathom who had taught him such misguided methods to win a girl's heart. Today, a revelation dawned upon her. It was He Jiao who adored bags, and he was simply treating Jiang Jiao in the same manner. This led her to ponder. Whenever he gifted her a bag, whom did he truly have in mind? Lost in these thoughts, Sang Yuchuan quickly selected several pairs of shoes, scarves, and jewelry, requesting Jiang Jiao to bring them back for He Jiao. Upon returning to Jincheng, she utilized her weekend to make adjustments for 2 days, eventually arriving at school with an assortment of gifts. Arriving early, With no one in the classroom, she placed the gift bags on Jiao's desk. Sang Yuchuan was the second to arrive. As he entered the classroom, he brushed past Jiang Zhishao, who had just finished placing the gifts. He averted his gaze and offered no greeting, merely glancing at the packages on Jiao's desk before silently picking them up and stowing them away in the locker outside the classroom. He then proceeded to the playground with a basketball. Jiang Zhishao, momentarily dazed, recalled that Jiao's birthday was the following week, surmising that Sang Yuchuan intended to surprise her with a personal delivery. Soon, more students trickled into the classroom. Each newcomer cast significant glances at Jiang Zhishao, their expressions laden with unspoken implications. Previously, a few had been amiable enough to converse, but now they whispered and pointed behind her back. Jiang Zhishao remained bewildered by the unfolding situation. After about 10 minutes, Huang Shuxiao bounced into the room. Upon spotting Jiang Zhishao, she momentarily froze, appearing as if she had something to say, yet hesitated. Jiang Zhishao prompted her, "Speak plainly." Huang Shuxiao, while unpacking her bag, leaned closer to Jiang Zhishao and murmured, "Why haven't you told me about your relationship?" Jiang Zhishao, perplexed, replied, "When did I start a relationship?" Just as she was about to clarify, a voice called from outside, "The feisty Chihuahua is here. Quick, back to class." The irascible Chihuahua, who serves as both the homeroom teacher and the language arts instructor, has earned her nickname among the students due to her compact features and tempestuous temperament. Huang Shuxiao had no choice but to shift the conversation and mention it after class. As the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, she instructed the class representative to distribute the mock exam papers one by one, while she stood at the podium with her arms crossed, exuding an aura of authoritative displeasure. It felt as though a storm was brewing, leaving the students too apprehensive to utter a sound. Surely, the average score on this exam would be disheartening. Her preamble was lengthy. She surveyed the room before casting several glances at Jiang Zhishao, inhaling deeply before launching into a veiled admonishment. Some girls, I wonder where their hearts have flown off to, dreaming incessantly, as if a man is the embodiment of your aspirations. Truly, your words sound far more melodious than your actions. Girls must cherish themselves. For the sake of a man, you abandon your studies? With the college entrance examination approaching, my friends, it is a treacherous path ahead. Focus yourselves. Chapter 16. Rumors. The podium resonated with a sharp thud as the homeroom teacher struck it, while those who received their test papers whispered conspiratorially with their desk mates. The irritable Chihuahua exclaimed, "Who are they talking about?" "It's Jiang Zhihao. What's she done now? Haven't you heard? It's all over Renren." "Hiss. Didn't Jiang Zhihao not even take the mock exam?" She told the irritable Chihuahua that she was off to Beijing and Hong Kong to chase her dreams. Who would have thought she ended up at Qingbei, out on a date with her boyfriend? And he happens to be the campus heartthrob of Qingbei. Someone snapped a picture of them and posted it on Renren, and it spread like wildfire, reaching our school. No wonder she's distancing herself from Sang Yuchuan. It seems she's found a new love, and it's someone from Qingbei. I wonder how long that will last. Just wait. With her grades, she won't be able to get into a good school, and she'll surely be dumped. Those who can attend Qingbei are exceptional. They will undoubtedly seek a partner of equal standing. Who would even look at her? In a flash, Jiang Zhihao was left speechless. She could never have anticipated that by merely assisting Sang Jinian with a small favor, she would trigger such a tempest. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to check the extent of the public sentiment, but the homeroom teacher glared at her ominously. "Jiang Zhihao, tell me, what did you score on this mock exam?" The phone was swiftly shoved into her desk as the class representative handed her test paper back to her. The score was neither high nor low, 110. Before leaving Jincheng, she had only taken the Chinese exam. The teacher momentarily lost focus. The class's average score in Chinese was the lowest in the grade, and very few students had managed to score over 100. Coupled with the uproar surrounding Jiang Zhihao on Renren, all the teachers were discussing it, leaving her unable to hold her head high in the office. A surge of frustration brewed within her, wanting to be unleashed, yet Jiang Zhihao's unexpected 110 forced her to swallow it down. For the second major question, the ninth sub-question, how many points did she score? Jiang Zhihao glanced at it, It was a question on the appreciation of classical poetry, specifically Bai Yueguang's The Pavilion of Xiangji. It asked not for anything else, but what sentiments the author expressed in the lines that had caused Huang Shuxiao to wail in despair after the exam. She answered thoroughly and received a perfect score of 6 points. Everyone turned to look at her, some with envy, others with confusion, and some with skepticism. The homeroom teacher momentarily lost her composure, hurriedly descending from the podium, her eyes wide with disbelief, snatching Jiang Jihao's answer sheet to scrutinize it again. Finally, she slammed her hand on the desk. Who were you sitting next to during the exam? Who did you copy from? Jiang Jihao stared at her in astonishment. I did not copy. You got this question right? Not a single point deducted. Do you have any idea how low the correct rate is for this question across the entire school? The entire district? Her impatience grew as she repeatedly questioned. Whose answers did you copy? Who would dare let you copy? Are you aware that cheating in the college entrance examination results in penalties for both the copier and the one being copied? I will find out who is covering for you today. Jiang Jihao's face turned instantly crimson as she raised her voice. I told you, I did not copy. If you don't believe me, go check the school surveillance. I have nothing to fear. Her photograph with Sang Yuchuan was posted on Renren, and already feeling a surge of emotions, she found it impossible to contain her volume when falsely accused. The homeroom teacher instantly sensed her authority being challenged. In a fit of rage, she clenched her fist, crumpling the answer sheet in her grasp. What audacity! What level do you think you are at that I wouldn't know? She exclaimed. I just reviewed your answers, which bear little difference from the standard ones. Is this truly the best you can achieve? How dare you claim a score of 110, oblivious to how many questions you may have copied throughout the exam? Jiang Jixiao, education is not a privilege granted to you. Given your background, how do you expect to forge a path without diligent study? Can't you at least bring some pride to your father? Her anger escalated, punctuated by jabbing her finger at Jiang Jixiao's forehead. You speak of chasing dreams, and I allowed you that freedom, but what have you truly accomplished? Your photograph has circulated widely, and yet you still lie to me. Tell me, what is your true intention? Denying cheating while masquerading your rendezvous as a pursuit of dreams. I'm starting to suspect that necklace is indeed stolen. A few girls widened their eyes, clutching Zhang Yu as they inquired. Is Jiang Jixiao's financial aid revoked because she stole that necklace? Zhang Yu shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression. Perhaps. All I know is she possesses a necklace worth over 50,000, but the origins of it are beyond my knowledge. He deliberately spoke ambiguously, inviting speculation. He did not forget to add, feigning concern, that is her private matter. Let us not indulge in baseless conjecture and focus on our own affairs. Following Zhang Yu's words, various gazes fell upon Jiang Jixiao. She suddenly felt incapable of lifting her head, as if all the blood had rushed to her face. In that moment, she almost felt compelled to retaliate. If they did not believe in her, perhaps it was better to let her emotions out. Yet, returning to reason, she refrained from such actions. Given the situation, she feared even a single retort could lead the homeroom teacher to impose disciplinary action against her. Meanwhile, the irate Chihuahua had clearly reached a boiling point, spewing increasingly harsh words. Shin Tinglan furrowed her brows, noting the Chihuahua had gone too far. Turning to Sang Yuchuan behind her, she asked, will you not intervene? Do you think he is the boss of all, capable of managing everything? He Jiao shot a glance at him, then turned to Sang Yuchuan, deliberately inquiring, do you know who reported Jiang Jixiao for cheating? Shin Tinglan's eyes widened in disbelief. Please don't say it was you. He Jiao covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. I wouldn't stoop to such actions. Then she tilted her chin, directing her gaze at Zhang Yu, who stood behind Jiang Jixiao. Sang Yuchuan's expression remained unperturbed, his lips forming a straight line, devoid of any significant emotional fluctuation. Clearly, he had no intention of intervening. He Jiao, satisfied, withdrew her gaze, oblivious to the slender fingers of the young man impatiently unbuttoning 2 buttons of his school uniform. Lifting his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the center of the conflict, where the homeroom teacher's hand was poised to strike Jiang Jixiao, his tone suddenly sharp. Teacher. The homeroom teacher's hand froze mid-air, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the person who had spoken up. Seeing Sang Yuchuan, He swiftly composed himself and asked in a hushed tone, "What is it?" The phone beneath the table vibrated twice. He glanced at the message, then leisurely raised his gaze, exuding an air of mischief and chaos. There was a scuffle outside. The homeroom teacher, after a moment of bewilderment, wore a confused expression as if questioning what it had to do with her. She then turned her attention to Sang Yuchuan's provocatively striking features. "What about Zhang Yu, your most esteemed student? Are you certain you won't go out to take a look?" Chapter 17. Those who stir the pot must settle it. The homeroom teacher's body trembled at the thought of the Education Bureau leaders visiting today. If this truly involved Zhang Yu, what chaos would ensue? She dashed out of the classroom like a whirlwind, her feet sparking with every step. The classroom fell into a brief silence, and in the next moment, everyone instinctively rushed to the windows to peer outside. There were only 7 troublemakers, each clad in tiger-emblazoned t-shirts and tight-fitting pants, complemented by a pair of casual shoes. They either brandished nunchucks or slung them over their shoulders. They had yet to resort to violence, but their shouts echoed. "Which class is Zhang Yu from? Let him come out. We have a score to settle." Huang Shuxiao, terrified, glanced at Zhang Yu. "Are they really coming for you? How do you know these ruffians? What have you done to provoke them?" More and more heads turned, observing the unfolding scene outside, while also scrutinizing Zhang Yu's demeanor. He remained silent, not daring to lift his gaze. His trembling arm clutched a pen, tracing a series of erratic lines on his notebook. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhixiao, feeling a surge of frustration directed at his own helplessness. Jiang Zhixiao, though detached from the chaos, quickly recognized the few thugs as the same ones who had blocked her path at the Internet CAF last week. The leader had even taunted her, asking, "Don't you know who you've offended?" At that moment, she had suspected that Zhang Yu might have been the one to summon them. Now, how strange it was that they had come to confront Zhang Yu instead. And even more perplexing was how Sang Yuchuan had known about this in advance. Jiang Zhixiao turned to look at the subject of their ire, and coincidentally, he was also looking at her, his expression inscrutable yet hinting at a certain satisfaction. Just as she was about to avert her gaze, someone shouted, "It's breaking out into a fight." The brawlers from the adjacent class, who were in the midst of physical education, could hardly contain their fury upon spotting the local bullies from the vocational school demanding protection fees. Fueled by numbers, they hurled basketballs at the heads of the thugs. The bullies were taken aback. They had only been sent to create a ruckus, not to engage in a real brawl. To their surprise, the ordinary high school students were earnest in their aggression. One student, who had been knocked down, scrambled to his feet and shouted towards the teaching building, "Anyone from Class 8, come down if you're a man." At the age of 17 or 18, brimming with youthful fervor, the call to action spurred them into motion. And one by one, they raced downstairs. The entire teaching building trembled in response. In Jiang Zhixiao's class, a few rebellious spirits shed their uniform jackets and headed outside. Sang Yuchuan snapped his fingers, and with a resounding bang, Shun Tingtian slammed the front door shut. The rebellious students intended to hurl insults, but upon seeing Shun Tingtian, they redirected their aggression toward the back door. Sang Yuchuan, standing tall, casually placed his foot on the doorframe, blocking their path. The rebellious student's expression darkened as he looked down at Sang Yuchuan, seated nonchalantly on a chair. "Young Master Sang, would you kindly step aside?" Sang Yuchuan, towering and long-limbed, bent his knee sharply as he rested his hand casually on it, exuding an aura of calm madness. With merely a 2-second pause, he snapped his fingers again, gesturing imperceptibly towards Zhang Yu behind him. The one who instigated the matter should resolve it. In the silent standoff, Jiang Zhixiao heard Huang Shuxiao whisper, "Zhang Yu, you should run away quickly. The Gray Director is coming." Just then, the Gray Director arrived. "What are you doing? Sit back down. Anyone who dares to step out today will face disciplinary action." Sang Yuchuan withdrew his foot, and the rebellious youth begrudgingly returned to his seat, casting a venomous glare at Zhang Yu as he passed. "Coward!" Just as he settled onto his chair, the bell rang, and he sprang up from his seat. "Zhang Yu, come down with me. Did you not hear what I just said?" The head of the grade retorted sharply, sending him back to his seat. The rebellious youth, dissatisfied, tilted his head defiantly and said, "Teacher, do we get punished for attending gym class too?" As he picked up his school uniform jacket, he glanced toward Zhang Yu's spot, but the latter had vanished. Cursing under his breath, the rebellious youth charged downstairs. To his dismay, he found nothing. The school bully had already been escorted away by security, and those who had engaged in the brawl were led away by teachers from various grades, undoubtedly facing disciplinary action. Jiang Zhixiao snapped back to reality, still puzzled as she turned around. The man in a school uniform sat there, wearing a simple white sweatshirt, the hood framing his slender neck. Clean and unpretentious, he exuded an unmistakable aura of a diligent student, starkly contrasting with the aggressive demeanor he had displayed earlier when he intercepted the rebellious youth at the doorframe. There were many questions she wished to ask, yet he rose, basketball in hand, and walked out, his indifference suggesting that the entire affair held no significance for him. Jiang Zhixiao averted her gaze, while Huang Shuxiao hurriedly donned her jacket beside her. "Are you coming to gym class?" With a swift zip of her jacket, Huang Shuxiao shook her head. "I'm worried about Zhang Yu. I need to find him." With that, she dashed outside. The discussion continued, centering around Zhang Yu, as everyone forgot about Jiang Zhixiao's earlier predicament with the homeroom teacher. She composed herself, preparing to wash her face in the restroom. Upon entering, however, she halted. What was Zhang Yu doing inside? Isn't it 200 for one person and 1,400 for 7? Didn't the poverty assistance provide 5,000? Positioned perfectly to see the expansive mirror in the restroom, Jiang Zhixiao observed Zhang Yu standing before He Jiao, his head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. She recalled that the school bully who had intercepted her at the internet CAF had precisely 7 accomplices, just as today. They wouldn't arbitrarily step in to teach someone a lesson without compensation. Thus, it followed that Zhang Yu had sought their help at 200 per person. From He Jiao's words, it seemed Zhang Yu could not afford the payment, prompting that gang of school bullies to confront him. The necklace cost 50,000. I used my dad's credit card, and fearing he would discover it, I returned the money as soon as the poverty assistance came through. He Jiao touched up her makeup in the mirror. Wasn't it you who urged me to buy the necklace? Zhang Yu fell silent. If you cannot manage your affairs, why would you involve me in this mess? What were you thinking? With a sharp click, the air cushion sealed, and she turned, lifting her chin in a condescending manner as she gazed down at Zhang Yu. Don't tell me you are afraid of her too. What? Is she superior to you? Aren't you two of the same ilk? Do you really need my assistance with such matters? Having spoken, she crossed her arms and departed. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered the very person she had mentioned. He Jiao looked at Jiang Zhixiao, who returned her gaze. In their silent exchange, Jiang Zhixiao couldn't help but ponder how much of Zhang Yu's actions were influenced by He Jiao's might. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion stood apart, seemingly out of place in the prevailing atmosphere. What to do? You've overheard me, and I find myself somewhat intimidated, He Jiao uttered calmly, her light tone laced with mockery. Jiang Zhixiao failed to discern where her alleged fear manifested. Instead, a wave of weariness surged within her, rendering the entire charade juvenile and tiresome. He Jiao, if I were to harbor feelings for Sang Yuchuan, I wouldn't have exchanged places with you in the first place. He Jiao immediately laughed. That position was always mine, wasn't it? She then stepped forward, her flowing hair exuding a unique fragrance. Do you know where in the world the distinction of social classes is least discernible? Jiang Zhixiao remained silent. He Jiao cheerfully declared, school. Identical uniforms, matching backpacks, and largely similar hairstyles create an illusion of a shared social class for most. Even if you exert every effort to gain admission to a prestigious high school, it merely serves as a threshold to meet us. Once graduation arrives, one must return to their original class. Thus, I am pleased by your self-awareness. After all, those who distribute flyers during the summer to earn tuition fees cannot truly afford to vacation in Hawaii. He Jiao patted Jiang Zhixiao's shoulder, brushed against her arm, and proudly departed. Chapter 18, Sister Jiang. My only sister. Physical education is the sole elective course that remains unabolished for the senior year. The boys and girls are segregated during classes, with little to be learned, primarily consisting of roll call followed by free activities. Jiang Zhao arrived at the playground in tandem with He Jiao, where the boys had already dispersed, some engaged in conversation while others played basketball. However, The line of girls had yet to disband. Huang Shuxiao waved vigorously at Jiang Zhihao, signaling her to hurry over. Jiang Zhihao jogged a few steps, nearly rejoining the line alongside He Jiaojiao, but having been delayed by a mere 10 seconds, she was intercepted by the physical education teacher. Do you have any idea how long you've been late? Jiang Zhihao glanced at her phone. Not even a minute. The teacher's expression darkened. Do you dare to bring a phone to class? Jiang Zhihao was taken aback. The school had indeed imposed strict regulations on electronic devices. Phones were prohibited in the classroom and could only be stored in lockers by the door. Typically, freshmen and sophomores faced stringent enforcement, but by the time students reached their senior year, such rules were often relaxed. Especially during physical education classes, teachers generally turn a blind eye. Some students even seize the opportunity to take photos with a PE teacher as keepsakes before graduation. Given the teacher's inquiry, Jiang Zhihao sensed an underlying intent. Yet, she did not confront the teacher. Instead, she replied, I'll return it to my classroom then. Did I permit you to leave? The teacher barked. Jiang Zhihao turned back. You mean Jiang Zhihao, right? She nodded affirmatively. Now, do 500 push-ups. Having just dealt with troublemakers from the vocational school and already feeling exasperated, the sight of Jiang Zhihao only intensified his irritation. He had heard from her homeroom teacher about her stealing a necklace at the start of the semester and neglecting her mock exams for a boy, falsely claiming she was off to pursue dreams in Beijing and Hong Kong. Such audacity from a girl warranted a lesson to temper her spirit. However, Jiang Zhihao remained unmoved, staring unwaveringly at him. The PE teacher, incensed, demanded, What are you staring at? Sir, Jiang Zhihao began slowly. Are you punishing me for being late? Or for bringing my phone? The teacher showed her no mercy, asserting, You're being punished for both. He Jiaojiao was also late. Shouldn't he be punished too? She had only entered the playground moments after He Jiaojiao when the bell rang. It was unreasonable for her to bear the brunt of punishment while others escaped unscathed. Instantly, the entire class of girls regarded Jiang Zhihao with peculiar expressions. The PE teacher's demeanor shifted. Are you comparing yourself to her? Even if she doesn't take exams. Her future is bright. Who is paving the way for you? Whether you can enter university is a different matter altogether. Sir, do you mean that if I do 500 push-ups, I will gain admission to university? The teacher was momentarily speechless, his voice rising in pitch. Push-ups are merely a means of discipline. If you're late for physical education, how can you attend your other classes? It's for your own good. If you don't comply, the entire class of girls will remain here with you. In early spring, the midday sun remained blinding, casting a sticky warmth over the scene. The young women had long since grown impatient, and upon hearing those words, they could not suppress their grievances any longer. Once again, it was due to her that the entire class was affected just when they were relying on physical education to unwind. Now, they could forget about any respite before the bell rang. Jiang Zhixiao, must you argue? With that time, one could have completed 500 push-ups. Yet, no one can perform 500 push-ups in one go. It is a rigorous requirement for the boys, with a passing mark set at 22 in a minute, let alone for the females. Everyone was poised, eager for Jiang Zhixiao to falter. After all, she had always sought the spotlight at school. This was her comeuppance. Little did they know, Jiang Zhixiao had been sold to an underground boxing ring in her youth, where she trained her arm strength with thousands of push-ups. Both speed and form were prerequisites, and many males her age could not surpass her. Huang Shuxiao, unaware of the truth, looked anxious, breaking out in a nervous sweat for Jiang Zhixiao. Teacher, she could not help but interject, hoping to plead for leniency. However, Jiang Zhixiao shook her head, signaling her to remain silent. She then removed her school jacket, placing her hands on the ground, her body folding like a rod, perfectly executing one push-up after another. The physical education teacher was initially taken aback, not expecting such precision and agility from Jiang Zhixiao, and soon felt a sense of satisfaction. He assumed she would falter after a few repetitions and planned to halt her at the right moment, allowing her to sincerely repent before him. Since this student seemed beyond the control of all teachers, he thought he might be able to guide the wayward girl back to the right path. Listen, some of you are adults, and some are on the verge of adulthood. This crucial semester is essential. You must discern what truly matters. 3 years of effort. All for that final moment. Do not emulate someone who forsakes their education for trivial matters. His words were blunt and harsh, yet they carried no intent to harm. If you... As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Zhixiao, and the scene before him astonished him to the point that the rest of his words faded into silence. He observed the girl executing her movements with rapidity and precision, her body perfectly aligned. He hurriedly grabbed a stopwatch. She was completing nearly one per second, not even breaking a sweat or reddening her face. Not far away, amidst an intense competition, Shen Tinglan gestured for Sang Yuchuan to pass the ball. However, the opponent, through the basketball net, intercepted the ball, accurately sinking a three-pointer. Shen Tinglan was furious, kicking him in the ankle. You were supposed to pass the ball. Where were your eyes? You lost us the game. Sang Yuchuan remained unfazed, his expression calm, yet the fierce determination in his eyes signaled alarm. Following his gaze, Shen Tinglan was left dumbstruck. Goodness, is she even human? Capable of both fighting and doing push-ups, a tempestuous little girl. The basketball players flocked over, some in disbelief, pulling at their hair, while others clung to the net in astonishment. Someone could not help but shout, "Oi! Jiang Zhixiao is incredible." The physical education teacher's eyes narrowed, shooting a glare at the instigator, who immediately turned to dribble the ball between his legs, muttering under his breath. You don't see me. You don't see me. Shen Tinglan was ignited by a surge of competitive spirit. He had never been fond of the female physical education teacher, and he feared nothing. He shouted towards Jiang Zhixiao, "Sister Jiang, give it your all. From this day forth, you shall be my sister, my only sister." With this rallying cry, the boys could no longer contain themselves. Sister Jiang was so formidable. How could they, a group of boys, stand in her shadow? I declare, Sister Jiang is the fearless warrior of the 8th Middle School, the bane of physical education teachers. Amidst the clamor, some had already inquired about the situation. Jiang Zhixiao had arrived late and was penalized for bringing her phone. Their female teacher was notoriously particular, often losing her temper, and she was simply unfortunate to have crossed paths with her. The students referred to her as a nuisance. Upon hearing this, Shen Tinglan was filled with righteous indignation. Jumping and shouting, "Daughter-in-law, give it your all. Show that nuisance who's boss. If she demands 500, you do 1,000, and slap her hard with your success." After his outburst, he suddenly sensed a chilling drop in the atmosphere beside him, as if a pair of icy eyes were scrutinizing him. Turning around, he unexpectedly met the penetrating gaze of Sang Yuchuan. "Are you going to help her?" Shen Tinglan responded with a bewildered expression. Chapter 19. Counterattack. Shen Tinglan was perplexed as to how he had managed to incite the ire of the young master beside him. After all, he was merely cheering for Jiang Zhixiao. He pressed his lips together, reluctantly making a zipping motion over his mouth. Fine, he would remain silent. Surely that would suffice. The physical education teacher had not anticipated that the punishment he envisioned to serve as a cautionary tale would instead cast Jiang Zhixiao in the light of a heroine. While he became the object of ridicule, the jester targeted by the boys' jeers. "Stop!" Jiang Zhixiao ceased her movements and looked up at him. "Teacher, I've just completed 100. Should I continue?" The physical education teacher, with a stern countenance and gritted teeth, retorted, "You revel in your embarrassment, don't you? With so many eyes upon you, I imagine you are positively delighted. Isn't this what you asked me to do?" The teacher's composure faltered. "Get up." Jiang Zhixiao slowly rose, returning to her place beside Huang Shuxiao. Her arm was immediately subjected to a vigorous massage by Huang Shuxiao. You should have seen it. When our class's boys started to stir, those daredevil faces turned as pale as Changbai Mountain. They thought they could outdo you. It was utterly satisfying. Are you all right? Is your arm sore? While the line had yet to disperse, the physical education teacher was striving to regain his dignity, standing at the forefront of the line, subtly criticizing. Huang Shuxiao could only murmur softly. Jiang Zhixiao remained unfazed. This is merely the beginning. She appeared completely at ease, not a bead of sweat gracing her forehead, while Huang Shuxiao gazed at her with admiration, akin to that of a disciple to a master. I concede your prowess. To perform 100 push-ups without so much as a gasp is indeed impressive. Yet it seems unfair. You and he Jiao Jiao were late together. Why must you bear the brunt of the punishment while she escapes unscathed? I refuse to believe she didn't bring her phone. If there is punishment, it should be shared. Jiang Zhixiao fixed her gaze ahead as a few men in suits and ties strolled onto the playground. Remembering the homeroom teacher's mention of the Education Bureau's inspection today, a small scheme of retribution began to form in her mind. He had punished her. Now, it was her turn to exact punishment. What do you mean? Are you planning to challenge the teacher? Don't cause trouble, or he might make things difficult for you. Jiang Zhixiao's lips curled into a faint smile. Have you ever heard of staged accidents? Of course, Huang Shuxiao exclaimed, practically brimming with excitement. Last year, Shen Teng and Molly performed support or not during the Spring Festival Gala, which was all about staged accidents. Oh dear, my elbow. Oh dear, my knee. She exaggeratedly mimicked Ma Li's intonation, showcasing her flair for performance. Jiang Zhixiao, caught off guard, fell silent for a moment before steering the conversation back. Promise me, no matter what happens later, you mustn't betray me. Hey, what are you two discussing? Jiang Zhixiao, it's you again. Didn't you do enough push-ups earlier? The physical education teacher approached, whistle in hand. Do you believe? Before he could finish, Jiang Zhixiao rolled her eyes, shook her head vigorously, and then, with a decisive tilt of her head, collapsed. By sheer coincidence, the leaders from the Education Bureau happened to halt right in front of the line. What is going on? Did she faint from heat? The leader instinctively raised his gaze towards the sun overhead. The sunlight was blinding, yet it was far from the point of causing heat stroke. The physical education teacher was momentarily taken aback, her face turning a brilliant shade of crimson. Jiang Zhihao's fainting spell was undoubtedly linked to the excessive number of push-ups. If this were deemed corporal punishment, his career would be irrevocably tarnished. Leader, he stammered, desperately searching for words, as Shen Tinglan dashed across the basketball court like a wild stallion. Jiang Zhihao had just been punished. Go. What business do you have here? The P.E. teacher rushed to the leader's side, waving her hands insistently. You mustn't listen to his nonsense. As an educator, how could I possibly inflict punishment on a student? She did 500 push-ups. What utter nonsense. She only did 100. The teacher turned, glaring fiercely at Shen Tinglan. Look, you've admitted it yourself. How many do we boys do? Yet you made a girl do 100 right off the bat. How heartless. The previously raucous boys gathered around, chattering excitedly as they recounted the events, embellishing the tale of Jiang Zhihao's plight during the push-ups, sweat pouring down in torrents, her frail arms and legs trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Huang Shuxiao, witnessing the scene, immediately rushed to Jiang Zhihao's side. Xiao, how could you be so unfortunate? With the college entrance examinations approaching, you're being punished. Will your hands, after doing 100 push-ups, even be able to hold a pen? The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, with those who had long harbored grievances against the troublemaker joining in the fray, clamoring incessantly. The situation escalated, drawing curious onlookers from other classes. The leader glared sternly at the P.E. teacher. I will address this matter with you later. Have you called for an ambulance? Hurry and take the student to the hospital. Jiang Zhihao's heart sank as she anxiously contemplated whether a hospital visit would expose her. Just then, the school nurse arrived, pushing a stretcher, panting and hands on her hips. Who has fainted? Is it heat stroke or what? The crowd pointed at the motionless Jiang Zhihao on the ground, her condition uncertain. Heavens! Quickly, get her up, Jiang Zhihao thought to herself. The nurse arrived rather fortuitously, didn't she? The stretcher, equipped with wheels, was designed for those seriously injured. The male P.E. teacher stepped in to help maintain order before allowing the nurse to transport Jiang Zhihao to the infirmary. Observe her for 10 minutes. If she doesn't regain consciousness, we'll send her to the hospital. Jiang Zhihao mentally noted the time, counting down in her mind. She had to open her eyes within 10 minutes. She couldn't possibly end up in the hospital for real. Wait, where to? The infirmary? She nearly sat up in shock. Goodness, the route passed by the basketball court, adjacent to the dormitory buildings, and required a detour to the library and cafeteria, the most populated areas. How infuriating. The class had just ended. Countless students flocked to the playground. Shocked, and inquiring about the situation. Indeed, this scene was overwhelmingly striking. The sight of a nurse rushing a patient down the corridor was no different. Almost every student who arrives follows the trend of pushing the beds, as if it were a farewell procession. Jiang Zhihao found herself the unwitting recipient of an unprecedented amount of attention, a spectacle that would be immortalized in the annals of social embarrassment. Second only to the time, she was besieged by admirers from prestigious universities. She felt as though she might shatter, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. What to do? The desire to find a crevice to hide in was overwhelming. Never had she experienced such humiliation in her life. Yet, the crowd of onlookers only grew larger. Who fainted? Why such a commotion? It was Jiang Zhihao from Class 1 of the Science Department. Who is she? The one rumored to be dating the campus heartthrob from Qingbei. I heard from my friend that she didn't even attend the mock exams, claiming she was off to pursue her dreams in Beijing and Hong Kong. But who knew it was really to find a boyfriend? How lacking in self-respect. What does self-respect have to do with it? Just think, she was gone for 4 or 5 days. Surely she was with her boyfriend. What could possibly happen that you wouldn't foresee? Upon reaching the infirmary, the door slammed shut, isolating the gossip outside, and Jiang Zhihao felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. The school doctor took her temperature with a thermometer, seemingly perplexed by the situation, and hurriedly exited the room, caught in a dilemma of whether to open her eyes now or feign unconsciousness a while longer. A clear voice shattered the stillness. The crowd had dispersed. She could rise now. Jiang Zhihao nearly gasped for breath, acutely aware of the warmth in her cheeks and the erratic thumping of her heart. The unexpected voice of a young man disrupted the calm she had maintained during this tumultuous time. Sang Yuchuan, what was he doing here? Had he seen through her pretense? Jiang Zhihao's breathing became increasingly erratic. She was uncertain how Sang Yuchuan had discerned her facade, yet tranquility returned swiftly. She opened her eyes and, with agility, rose to her feet. The young man stood at the doorway, one hand casually in his pocket, gazing at her with an amused smile. She leapt from the bed, offered a brief word of thanks, and attempted to pass him to exit. Sang Yuchuan firmly pushed the door back, leisurely propping himself against the frame, slightly leaning forward as he gazed down at the girl before him. Jiang Zhihao, with no choice but to muster a polite smile, inquired, "Do you need something?" Had he truly inquired? His penetrating gaze seemed to suggest otherwise. Jiang Zhihao was momentarily taken aback. With whom? My brother. Chapter 20. It was you who took the initiative. You came all this way just to ask this? Jiang Zhixiao stood rigid, recalling that this was the first time she had engaged in face-to-face conversation with Sang Yuchuan since her rebirth. She had no desire to discern the intent behind his inquiry and responded nonchalantly. I believe there's nothing I need to explain. With that, she attempted to leave, but upon noticing that he remained propped against the doorframe and wishing to avoid any physical contact, she met his gaze and politely asked, "Could you please move aside?" Sang Yuchuan stood resolute, locking eyes with her for a brief moment before replying, "No." Confusion etched on Jiang Zhixiao's face. He continued, "We must clarify everything. One matter at a time. What else do you wish to ask?" Jiang Zhixiao tilted her head upward, the light beige gauze curtains by the bed fluttering in the breeze, and the chirping of insects from the trees resonating, embodying the essence of spring. Footsteps echoed outside the room, prompting Sang Yuchuan to withdraw his hand and retreat 2 steps to lean against the hospital bed, his legs casually crossed, visibly long. In the next moment, the school doctor entered, casting a glance at Jiang Zhixiao. "You mustn't leave. Your temperature was slightly elevated, and I need to conduct a checkup. The flu is rampant lately, and many students have fallen ill, some even wearing masks." Jiang Zhixiao explained, "I just suffered from heat stroke." The school doctor retrieved 2 boxes of test strips from his pocket and began to unwrap one while saying, "Don't tell me that. I didn't see it. A checkup will ease my mind. If you're to infect the entire grade, the consequences will be dire. Open your mouth." Jiang Zhixiao obediently complied, allowing the cotton swab to swirl around her mouth as the doctor dipped it into the testing solution and placed a drop onto the test card circle. He quickly opened a new box, and Sang Yuchuan was not exempt from the procedure. "Especially you seniors, the priority targets for health this year. If you catch a cold now, How will you manage your exams? The two test cards were placed side by side on the table. The school doctor donned a mask and departed, reminding them, check the results in 10 minutes. If there's one line, you're in the clear. But if there are 2 lines, no one is allowed to leave. Wait for me in the infirmary. Sang Yuchuan raised an eyebrow. If you have 2 lines, and I have 1, I still can't leave? Of course not. Haven't you heard of cross-infection? Sang Yuchuan's smile was casual. We haven't kissed, so how could there be any cross-infection? The school doctor pointed at him from a distance, warning, are you provoking me? I'm not a teacher, but that doesn't mean you can spout nonsense. Sang Yuchuan was not one to speak much, but when he did, his words were sharp and often cutting. After 13 years of companionship and 6 years of marriage, Jiang Zhixiao had grown accustomed to it. Yet at this moment, she inhaled sharply, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks. Once the school doctor left, silence enveloped the room as Jiang Zhixiao fixated on the 2 test cards, hoping for swift results. Sang Yuchuan, seemingly distracted, sat on the bed with his left leg bent and right foot on the floor, his back against the wall, producing his phone and lightly tapping the screen. Practiced? Jiang Zhixiao turned around to see him holding the phone horizontally, displaying footage from an internet CAF. That day, he had specifically asked the owner to adjust the footage of the mess Jiang Zhixiao had left behind. Indeed, it was she who made the first move, cornered by the school bully. With a swift side kick aimed at his waist, she maneuvered behind him and locked his throat. The remaining ruffians surged forward, but Jiang Zhixiao engaged them with unyielding precision, her fists striking swiftly and fiercely. Amidst the chaos, 2 computers teetered precariously. Jiang Zhixiao promptly steadied them, managing to avoid any damage to the internet CAF's equipment. Retracting her gaze, she contemplated inquiring about the surveillance footage, yet hesitated, fearing it would lead to further complications. She suppressed her curiosity, lowering her eyes with an expression of indifference. I learned it at the Youth Palace. The Youth Palace? He inquired. Yes. She had previously shared her tragic narrative, albeit with omissions. She did not disclose her involvement in underground fighting nor the fact that Jiang Hongtao and Lu Furong were her patrons rather than her parents. This was the deepest scar she bore, too painful to articulate. Fortuitously, she refrained from mentioning it, sparing herself the vulnerability it could invoke in their future together. After all, in her previous life, he had not shied away from similar transgressions. Have you never wondered why the thugs outside would target you? I have not, nor do I wish to know. Sang Yuchuan paused, mistakenly believing her silence was due to a lack of conversation. He instinctively sought to steer the dialogue. Only then did he realize it was not that she had nothing to say. Rather, she simply chose not to speak. Each of her responses felt conclusive. Observing her cold demeanor, Sang Yuchuan felt a flicker of irritation. Jiang Zhixiao, have you taken leave of your senses? Don't you owe me an explanation? What is it you wish me to explain? Is a confession in English on my exam paper you're doing? The room fell abruptly silent, the stillness pierced only by the rustling leaves outside. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Zhixiao nodded faintly. Yes, I wrote it. When she spoke again, her demeanor remained composed, detached, even taking a moment to glance at the test card results. However, I regretted it once I finished. Then, raising her gaze, she continued, Sang Yuchuan, I am weary. I am tired of trailing behind you all day. Your happiness dictates mine, and your sorrow weighs heavily on me. I have always been a person driven by purpose. I can endure much as long as I achieve my goals. Yet, it has become evident that we are destined for no conclusion. Of course, I acknowledge the assistance you have provided over the years, yet I could have accomplished those things without you. She articulated her thoughts in a single breath, her emotions intertwined with the grievances of her past life. Sang Yuchuan's thick brows furrowed uncontrollably as he shot her a cold glance. Jiang Zhixiao, shall I remind you? You were the one who initiated this. Sure. Jiang Zhixiao pressed her finger to her lips, her mouth forming a slight pout as she withdrew her hand slowly. Though her tone was soothing, the words bore a chilling detachment. Sang Yuchuan, I'm not the Jiang Zhixiao of old. Do not perceive me through the lens of your past impressions. You must understand, it is the proactive individuals who wield the authority of choice. I can choose to remain engaged or to withdraw. But now, I wish for you to comprehend my decision. As she concluded, The test card displayed the results. Revealing only a single line, she had not been ensnared. Taking a deep breath, she turned and departed. As he leaned against the door handle, Sang Yuchuan's voice, tinged with coldness, resonated once more. Very well. I shall assume that you will no longer require my assistance in the future. Chapter 21. The emotional surge of Sang Yuchuan upon departing the medical office. Sang Yuchuan promptly dialed Shun Tinglan. Bring the car keys and meet me at the parking lot. I've taken leave from the next class. What? Sick leave? Sang Yuchuan made his way to the parking lot, ensuring he had his identification. Shun Tinglan, under the impression they were headed to an internet CAF for gaming, cheerfully proceeded to the parking area. Once in the car, Sang Yuchuan activated the navigation. Follow the directions. He then extended his hand. Pass me your ID. In high-end internet CAFs, one can reserve a spot in advance using an ID, and Shun Tinglan was blissfully unaware. Sang Yuchuan took the ID, extracted his phone, and entered the identification number with a few taps on the screen. Half a minute later, both the phone and ID were tucked away in his pocket. Has anyone ever pursued you? Sang Yuchuan asked nonchalantly, suddenly breaking the silence. Shun Tinglan, driving while following the navigation, retorted, doubt my charm? If someone stopped pursuing halfway, what would your reaction be? What reaction could I possibly have? If they stopped pursuing, so be it. Sang Yuchuan probed further. You wouldn't feel disheartened? Shun Tinglan, as if hearing a joke, laughed me. Disheartened? There are so many people pursuing me. If one stops, another will step in. Why would I feel disheartened? Sang Yuchuan turned to gaze at the road ahead, remaining silent for a considerable time before stating emphatically, you would feel disheartened. Shun Tinglan, bewildered, replied, I am not disheartened. No, you are disheartened. Whether I feel disheartened or not, I am fully aware. I simply do not. Gouda map reminds you that you have arrived at the People's Hospital in Jinyo District. Your destination is on your right. Shun Tinglan. He had barely driven for 2 minutes, and they had already reached their destination. Turning his head, he saw the outpatient building of the hospital. You really are sick. Recalling the recent flu outbreak, Shun Tinglan hurriedly opened the glove compartment and fumbled to put on a mask. Stay away from me. If you're sick and not wearing a mask, that's your own demise. Don't drag me into it. After parking, Shun Tinglan turned and inquired, what department are you consulting? Psychiatry. What department? Shun Tinglan thought he had misheard, his tone rising in disbelief. You're actually going to see a psychiatrist? Connecting the dots from their conversation, Shun Tinglan quickly realized Jiang Jie's abrupt cessation of pursuit had caused Sang Yuchuan significant emotional turmoil, to the extent of seeking psychiatric help. Unable to contain himself, Shun Tinglan burst into laughter. Make sure to tell the doctor that you feel disheartened. Sang Yuchuan, with a serious expression, replied, I've booked you an appointment with a specialist. Make sure to articulate your feelings well. As Sang Yuchuan unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, Shun Tinglan pounded the steering wheel in frustration, cursing vehemently, offering greetings to Sang Yuchuan's ancestors. Outside, Sang Yuchuan could only hear the roar of the sports car's engine. Once Shun Tinglan turned off the engine and stepped out, he left behind a resounding remark. You truly are a dog, treating me like an enemy. Upon arriving at the psychological department, Shun Tinglan entered the counseling room, where Sang Yuchuan sat beside him. The palpable aura of intimidation loomed, incessantly reminding Shun Tinglan that he must articulate his thoughts with care. However, after listening to Shun's narrative, the psychologist was taken aback, furrowing his brow in disbelief. Is this truly a matter that necessitates a visit to the psychological department? Shun Tinglan chuckled lightly, turning to Sang Yuchuan. What can I do? It's not my fault my mind is troubled. Sang Yuchuan's expression darkened, prompting Shun to inquire hastily. Does this symptom indicate that I have indeed developed feelings for her? He was convinced that Sang Yuchuan harbored affections for Jiang Jixiao. Yet the latter had never acknowledged such sentiments. Shun Tinglan yearned to slap Sang Yuchuan's face as a form of reprisal. There exists a phenomenon known as the psychological gap effect. In simple terms, when a suitor suddenly withdraws their pursuit, the pursued may experience profound disappointment. Perhaps you find yourself in this very phase? Shun Tinglan, bewildered, responded, why is it so convoluted? The psychologist continued, Your dismay may not stem from an affection for her, but rather from a sudden disruption of your sense of superiority, leading to an emotional backlash. Shen Tinglan looked up, questioning, then, is it love or not? The psychologist, now exasperated, exclaimed, am I not being sufficiently clear? Stealing a glance at Sang Yuchuan, who appeared equally perplexed, Shen pondered, should I consider hospitalization for treatment? I'm afraid, sir, that you do not meet the criteria for admission, the doctor replied. If you cannot even discern whether you harbor feelings or not, is it not a trivial matter? Patients are often hospitalized due to an overwhelming emotional capacity that their minds can no longer contain. If you're uncertain of your feelings, this does not constitute a psychological issue. The doctor gestured towards his temple. I suggest you consult a neurologist to assess your IQ. Shen Tinglan, feeling insulted in both body and spirit, left the hospital in a huff. He was uncertain if the visit had any benefit for Sang Yuchuan. The two swiftly returned to school, passing by the administrative building when the head of the disciplinary committee hurried by, clutching 2 reprimands. After exchanging greetings, the director halted, fixating on Sang Yuchuan, seemingly at a loss for words, before finally waving his hand dismissively. Sang Yuchuan called out, do you have something to say? The director, visibly troubled, struggled to find the right words. Does it pertain to the homeroom teacher and the physical education instructor? Upon receiving an affirmative nod, Sang Yuchuan reassured him, do not worry. I will have my father handle it. The director's eyes brightened. It is not my intention to seek special treatment for you, but they have unfortunately drawn the short straw. They happen to be scrutinized during an official inspection. Both individuals were seasoned employees, particularly your homeroom teacher, Old Sue, who was diligent in her duties. She had previously led a graduating class with a Chinese average ranking among the top 3 in the district. Expulsion would be a grave loss. With the weight lifted from his shoulders, the director beamed, repeatedly patting Sang Yuchuan on the shoulder. Indeed, like father, like son, the caliber is unmistakably different. When your father arrives in Jinsheng, I shall personally pay a visit. Once the director departed, Shen Tinglan erupted in frustration, cursing loudly, you wretched creature. You truly are a dog. It was you who encouraged me to speak boldly in front of the leadership, and after much effort, the irritable Chuan the meddler faced their due consequences, on the verge of expulsion. Yet here you are, effortlessly smoothing things over with a mere utterance. How infuriating! The good people are left to bear the burden, while I am left in the shadows. Sang Yuchuan cast a fleeting glance in his direction before departing. Where do you think you're going? Come back. He Jiao emerged unexpectedly, crossing her arms with a cold smirk. What do you think you are? A mere clown? Can't you see that? Shen Tinglan, filled with ire, retorted with biting sarcasm. You dare to call me a clown? My brother insisted I stir things up in front of the leaders for whose sake, you ask? And yet you still have the audacity to make a fuss before me. Perhaps you should concern yourself more with your own affairs. Do you truly believe Jiangji Shao would steal Sang Yuchuan away from me? Otherwise, Shen Tinglan, in a fit of rage, yearned for chaos, wishing to stir the waters even murkier, denying Sang Yuchuan any peace. I'm puzzled as well. You seem so leisurely, yet I don't see you anxious. Why not take action and seize what you desire? He Jiao laughed, her demeanor radiating confidence. Only what can be taken is worth contending for. What cannot be seized, why bother? Shen Tinglan, bewildered, countered, get your facts straight. If this were a romantic drama, you'd be cast as the wicked supporting character. You are the malevolent stepmother of Snow White, the wolfish grandmother of Little Red Riding Hood. Your role is to propel the plot forward, facilitating the union of the protagonists. He Jiao laughed exuberantly. In the realm of supporting characters, the antagonist is often the true lead. Whoever she falls for becomes the hero. What is wrong with being a stepmother or a wolf grandmother? I take it as a compliment, for in my heart, both characters embody bravery and cunning, vowing not to relent until their goals are achieved. Shen Tinglan was left speechless, pondering how her logic could be so self-consistent yet impenetrable. Let us make a wager. What shall we bet on? Regardless of their squabbles, he will ultimately choose me. Shen Tinglan, once confident, found her certainty wavering after a visit to the hospital. The doctor revealed that Sang Yuchuan's emotional upheaval stemmed from a shattered sense of superiority, largely unrelated to affection. Assisting the homeroom teacher and the physical education instructor in lifting their sanctions was the finest evidence. A losing proposition. Who would dare gamble with such odds? Shin Tinglan turned back, her smile strained. Betting, betting, always betting. Perhaps you should see a doctor for your mind. Who would join you in this madness? After her indiscriminate outburst, Shun Tinglan felt a sense of relief wash over her. She slipped a card into He Jiao's pocket. It was the business card of that psychologist. Chapter 22. Her affairs do not inquire further in the days that followed. Sang Yuchuan and Jiang Zhixiao maintained an utter silence between them. Apart from attending classes, she hardly encountered him. As soon as the bell rang, he would dash away with a basketball in hand. Naturally, Jiang Zhixiao's gaze was no longer directed at him, and she even proactively requested a change of groups from the labor committee. Every day after school, 2 students were assigned to duties, and previously, in an effort to draw closer to Sang Yuchuan, she had pleaded with the committee for quite some time to be placed in his group. However, she had now severed all ties, and it was universally acknowledged that Jiang Zhixiao had completely given up on him. Not only that, but she had also diverged from the path, isolating herself from ordinary classmates as well. As for Zhang Yu, he faced disciplinary action and was collectively ostracized by the boys, who claimed the altercation had stemmed from him. He, however, was too timid to even descend the stairs, both wicked and cowardly. The focus of conversation had swiftly shifted from Jiang Zhixiao to him. With the absence of insults and slanders, Jiang Zhixiao relished the peace and quiet. The only concern on her mind was that Sang Jinyin had yet to contact her. She wished for the game to launch on the day the college entrance examination results were released, yet the other party had not indicated when to commence. After much contemplation, she sent a WeChat message to Sang Jinyin inquiring about the outcome. He was in a meeting and asked her to wait a moment. Putting away her phone, Jiang Zhixiao felt a twinge of unease, sensing that Sang Jinyin harbored reservations about the project, though she could not discern the nature of his apprehensions. Just as she pondered, Huang Shuxiao handed her his phone, the screen displaying scenes from Tiny Times Part 3. Look quickly, Zhou Chongguang is so handsome. Part 4 will be released this July, and the trailer is already out. Xiao Xiao, will you accompany me to see it after the college entrance exams? Jiang Zhixiao glanced at the male star on the screen and asked, do you admire this actor or the character he portrays? What difference does it make? If I like him, I will support every character he plays. Jiang Zhixiao nodded. Then you should watch it a few more times, for soon you will not have the opportunity to see him again. Why? Did he fall from grace? I haven't seen him in See You on Monday. See You on Monday is a well-known paparazzi Weibo account that specializes in revealing the hidden secrets of celebrities. Jiang Zhixiao mused. He hasn't fallen. Rather, others have, leading to a ban on his performances. Huang Shuxiao clearly did not believe her. How could Jiang Zhixiao possibly know the inner workings of the entertainment industry? Yet, recalling her previous close relationship with Sang Yuchuan, whose family had extensive connections, Huang Shuxiao wondered if perhaps Sang Yuchuan had divulged this to her. Touching her chin, Huang Shuxiao quickly reassured herself, no matter if this one is banned, I can still watch others. Jiang Zhixiao remained silent for a moment. You should listen to his songs more. Why? Is there only one single left that has been banned? How could that be? He has so many works. Not a single one gone? She then playfully slapped Jiang Zhixiao's arm. You're so mean. Just know how to deceive me. Turning back, she cradled her phone with affection, exclaiming, Chongguang, my Zhou Chongguang, I adore you to bits. Mwah. Jiang Zhixiao could only smile indulgently, shaking her head. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Zhang Yu entering the classroom, staring fixedly at her before abruptly taking a seat behind her with a thud. Soon, 2 students from another class appeared at the door. One pointed at Zhang Yu and said to the other, look, that's Zhang Yu, the one who hires people to fight but can't pay. What a coward. He can't afford to pay, and all the boys in the school have to clean up after him. As he spoke, he shook his fist and mockingly shouted, if you act like an ostrich, you might as well never come downstairs again. Otherwise, I'll confront you every time I see you. Zhang Yu trembled all over, remaining silent, while Huang Shuxiao, enraged, slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Are you done? Go back to your own class. Then she turned to Zhang Yu and said, Don't listen to their nonsense. Zhang Yu ignored her and began fiddling with his phone once the two left. Huang Shuxiao, feeling frustrated, turned back with a dejected expression, but, not giving up, took out her phone to try and communicate with Zhang Yu through WeChat. Just as she opened it, she saw his latest post and, shocked and furious, stood up abruptly. Zhang Yu, you're going too far. Delete that post right now. Zhang Yu looked at her defiantly, not going to delete it. Huang Shuxiao was nearly brought to tears by her anger, and the crowd immediately clicked on Zhang Yu's account, eager to see what he had posted. However, after reading it, everyone was taken aback and began to scrutinize Jiang Zhixiao's expression. Why on earth did he insult Jiang Zhixiao? Before the fighting incident, it was Jiang Zhixiao who was isolated. Yet now he himself was the one being ostracized. His mentality must be distorted. I still don't understand why he would post such a thing. The weak are always bullied. Zhang Yu, being bullied, is perceived as a weakling in the eyes of the public. He seeks to break free from the shackles of weakness, to prove he is not easily intimidated, and in turn, he bullies Jiang Zhixiao, venting his grievances on another vulnerable individual. In essence, the victim of bullying has transformed into the perpetrator. Do you understand now? Yes. It's simply the phenomenon of preying on the weak. Jiang Zhixiao was baffled, unsure of her connection to this, and opened Zhang Yu's post. The image was a candid shot of her with Sang Yuchuan, taken a few days ago when it circulated widely on social media. The caption read, "A fool for a partner. Oh, how enduring." Taking a deep breath, she felt as if she were a balloon on the verge of bursting, heat rising in her back, her cheeks flushed. It was unclear whether her anger stemmed from the insult or from feeling unjustly attacked. Amid her rage, Jiang Zhixiao suddenly realized Sang Yuchuan had not mentioned anything about their collaboration. Was it because her name had trended, affecting his life? Moreover, this time it was even worse. He was insulted with derogatory terms, being called a dog. Yet upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. Sang Yuchuan was not Zhang Yu's WeChat friend and could not see his post. Of course, it was possible that someone had informed him. A short distance away, Shan Tingtian turned back and tentatively glanced at Sang Yuchuan. Ever since visiting the psychology department, he no longer assumed that Sang Yuchuan would oversee Jiang Zhixiao's matters, so he hadn't mentioned anything this time. However, He Jiao, sitting next to Sang Yuchuan, remarked, Zhang Yu first confessed to Jiang Zhixiao, and now it's turned into this. Indeed, anyone who gets involved with Jiang Zhixiao seems to meet a terrible fate. Shen Tinglan, perplexed, remarked, It is evidently my sister Jiang who has been wronged. How is it that you articulate it as if she has driven Zhang Yu to madness? Was he not once a perfectly normal individual? A sudden wave of sympathy for Huang Shuxiao washed over me. Caught between Zhang Yu and Jiang Zhihao, how could she navigate her existence? Do you both believe that in the end, Huang Shuxiao will also distance herself from Jiang Zhihao? Shen Tinglan cast a sidelong glance at her. Are you already aware of this? Huang Shuxiao is merely infatuated. With a mere beckon from Zhang Yu, she disregards everything else. She then nudged Sang Yuchuan with her elbow. What do you think? The mobile phone lay on the table, displaying Zhang Yu's latest social media post, while Sang Yuchuan's elongated fingers rhythmically tapped the screen. He then lifted his gaze as Jiang Zhihao exited the classroom, her expression concealed, leaving only the back of her head visible. Retracting his gaze, Sang Yuchuan stated nonchalantly, Regarding her matters, do not inquire of me in the future. Chapter 23 Betrayal. Jiang Zhixiao continued her call as she ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top floor, she found herself in a glass-enclosed reading nook surrounded by windows and devoid of company. She settled onto a colorful yet backless leather sofa and activated the speakerphone. I'm sorry, Brother Genian, but there's no one here now. Please go ahead, she stated. Sang Yuchuan's voice emerged from the phone, imbued with a unique tenderness. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The project has passed the meeting and can now officially commence. Jiang Zhixiao was utterly taken aback. After such a lengthy silence, she had assumed Sang Yuchuan harbored reservations. Little did she realize it had merely been awaiting approval. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Little girl, you seem to lack confidence in yourself. Whatever happened to the fervor you displayed last week when you convinced me? Jiang Jiao chuckled lightly, surprised by his acceptance. Why would you decline a promising project? First, let me outline the collaboration model. I'll provide the funding, while you contribute the ideas. You'll hold a technical stake in the project, and profits will be split 50-50. How's that sound? Technical stakes yield dividends, but there are no initial earnings. Jiang Jiao, however, was in dire need of funds. The 3,000 yuan given to her by Lu Furong had dwindled significantly. She pondered for a moment before delicately inquiring. Brother Genian, I agree to the technical stake, but I also wish to hand-draw the game graphics. That would classify me as an employed member of your team, right? Sang Yuchuan instantly grasped her implication, but chose to feign ignorance, playing along with her charade. Of course. What will that employee be doing? Jiang Jiao guided him with gentle persuasion. Rest assured, my company has no social obligations. You won't be required to drink. That is not what I meant. She hesitated to broach the subject of salary, fearing it might dampen their rapport, leaving her at a loss for words. What do you mean? Please tell me. Well, Jiang Jiao fidgeted with her fingers. Employee benefits, perhaps? Absolutely. Team building in the Maldives. Jiang Jiao rubbed her forehead, steeling herself before finally uttering, salary. It's about the salary. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Jiang Jiao thought to herself, this is it. He must be angry now. Yet, amidst the quiet ambience, she heard him chuckle softly, the laughter gentle and light. Brother Genian, you finally voiced it. Little girl, remember this. When dealing with others, you must confront your needs directly. Beating around the bush will only lead the other party to feign ignorance, and in that guise, you will gain nothing. Jiang Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Of course, I do not intend to instruct you from a position of experience. If my words have offended you, I sincerely apologize. Jiang Jiao hurriedly replied, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. You haven't offended me. Having been sold to an underground fighting ring as a child, she had no family beside her, navigating life solely through her own insights. She had endured numerous hardships and learned many lessons the hard way. In her previous life, no one had ever stood in her shoes, helping her analyze her circumstances as Sang Yuchuan had. She was genuinely touched. However, she refrained from expressing this sentiment to Sang Yuchuan, regaining her composure and feigning lightheartedness as she spoke. Then our game must launch on the day the college entrance examination results are released. That depends on the progress of your hand-drawn graphics. I assure you I will complete the task. Remember, the priority is not to interfere with your examination. Sang Yuchuan once more reminded her, adding that she should keep an eye on her correspondence in the coming days, as he would be sending the contract to her school. If there were no issues, she should sign it, and the project would officially commence. In truth, Jiang Jiao yearned to inquire whether the matters surrounding her social circle had impacted him, yet Sang Yuchuan did not broach the subject, suggesting he was unaware. Jiang Jiao thus refrained from raising the issue, not wishing to add to his burdens. After concluding the call, she did not descend immediately. Instead, she rose and opened the glass door to the library corner, stepping into the school sky garden. One side was adorned with a wooden corridor, while the other was flanked by trees. Beneath her feet, a gentle artificial stream meandered, the swaying shadows of the trees merging with the footprints at the stream's bottom. Jiang Jiao settled by the corridor, her phone vibrating incessantly beside her. Zhang Yu had not only posted on her social media, but also shared on Renren, tagging the prestigious Qingbei exam genius, which swiftly propelled her into trending topics. Individuals began to unearth Jiang Jiao's personal information, persistently tagging her Renren account. I thought she was the newly crowned beauty of Qingbei. Otherwise, how could she be with an exam genius while still in high school? Can she really be a campus beauty? The stunning faces from Bajong are simply unparalleled. She doesn't even rank. She is from Bajong, the key high school in Jincheng. Her grades should be commendable, right? Commendable? Hardly. She can't even meet the undergraduate threshold. Look, this is her account. You can ask her yourself. Inquire why she aspires to dream in Beijing and Hong Kong. Jiang Jiao, who in Bajong doesn't know that Jiang Jiao has poor grades and character? Otherwise, how could Zhang Yu post about her so derogatorily? Dreaming in Beijing and Hong Kong, what is she truly pursuing? Do you think she would dare to say? I suspect Sang Yuchuan is also unwise, blind even. What sort of individuals graduate from Qingbei that he cannot find? Yet he insists on choosing a bottom tier, like Jiang Xiao. Let's not be too harsh. Jiang Xiao is quite diligent. She may not be aiming for 985 or 211, but she should manage to get into an undergraduate program. To the one above. If Jiang Xiao can enter an undergraduate program, I'll live stream eating excrement. The incessant vibrations of her phone continued for a full 30 minutes, prompting Jiang Xiao to uninstall the Renren app. With everything falling into place, she could not afford to let anyone disrupt her focus. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, her parents, Zhang Hongtao and Lu Furong, had yet to return. Before heading home, Jiang Xiao purchased sketch paper and a planning schedule for her drawings. Each day's content was subject to strict regulation, as the completed works were to be submitted to the company for digital rendering, alongside a multitude of special effects to be created. Time was not on her side. She needed to maximize her evenings and make the most of her breaks. Consequently, her only concern was finding time to memorize the actual exam questions, fixating on Huang Shuxiao to recite them. Ever since the mock exams, Huang Shuxiao had realized that the past questions Jiang Xiao had her memorize were ineffective, leading her to resort to half-hearted efforts. She preferred to compile her own mistakes rather than trust the questions provided by Jiang Xiao. Nevertheless, it must be said that her method of organizing mistakes was quite impressive. She would meticulously cut out the incorrect answers from the test papers and affix them neatly onto her notebook using adhesive strips. The time spent on this task often exceeded that spent on solving the questions themselves. Yet, when the new test papers were distributed, her scores still failed to surpass her previous high. Jiang Xiao, despite her subpar academic performance, had lived for 28 years and understood that such a method of studying was ultimately futile. After some contemplation, she sent a WeChat message to Huang Shuxiao, offering her final counsel. Later, I will send you 4 sets of exam papers: Chinese, mathematics, English, and comprehensive science. With 2.5 months remaining until the college entrance examination, you must memorize these 4 sets. They will be beneficial for you. Although she had a conflict with Zhang Yu, it did not affect her relationship with Huang Shuxiao. Moreover, in her previous life, Huang Shuxiao had ultimately not ended up with Zhang Yu. As the only friend Jiang Xiao had since her rebirth, she was determined to guide Huang Shuxiao along the path of success. After sending the message, Jiang Xiao quickly began to transcribe the exam papers. However, she had barely written 2 questions when her phone buzzed twice. She unlocked her device and opened the chat with Huang Shuxiao. "Dear, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Huang Shuxiao only used such a term of endearment when addressing those she was not familiar with, as a matter of politeness. The fact that she addressed Jiang Xiao in such a manner felt ominous. "What is it?" Jiang Xiao inquired. Huang Shuxiao replied, "I have thought about this for a long time. Being caught between you and Zhang Yu has been quite difficult for me. You're my best friend, and he is the person I admire. I do not wish to witness further discord between you two. After much contemplation, I have decided to distance myself from him. As for our friendship, it must end here. Thank you for your companionship. I appreciate it." The cold, impersonal words left Jiang Xiao at a loss. Confused by Huang Shuxiao's reasoning, she bluntly asked, "Are you severing ties with me?" The reply came after a pause, currently typing. 5 minutes later, it was reduced to a single word: "Yes." Chapter 24. Does your conscience not ache? Jiang Xiao found herself at a loss for words regarding her feelings. Silently, she crumpled the mock exam papers into a ball and discarded them into the trash bin. Drawing out a sketch pad, she sharpened her pencil, composed her thoughts, and began to draft. A single tear, as small as a bean, obscured a line, glistening like crystal. She cast aside the pencil and picked up her phone, reopening the chat window with Huang Shuxiao, crafting a message before deleting it entirely. Thus, she oscillated between writing and erasing, ultimately sending just 3 words: "Understood." The message failed to send, and a red exclamation mark appeared at the top of the chat, accompanied by a note below: "Message sent, but rejected by the recipient." The following day, as Jiang Xiao headed to school, Jiang Hongtao returned home, devoid of Lu Furong's presence. One entered the house while the other exited a room and the father and daughter unexpectedly crossed paths in the living room. Jiang Hongtao's disheveled hair stuck out in all directions, greasy and unkempt, his dark circles pronounced, and his complexion ashen, with stubble that gave him an overall disheveled appearance. With his jacket unzipped and phone in hand, he momentarily froze upon seeing Jiang Zhishao. The voice on the other end of the line pressed him. "Speak up. Lao Jiang, how much do you want? Name your price." Jiang Hongtao's gaze roamed over Jiang Zhishao, calculating. At least 200,000. Jiang Zhishao felt her breath quicken. The man's gaze filled her with revulsion, even triggering a wave of nausea. She walked past him without uttering a word, unlocking the door and leaving with a resounding slam. Jiang Hongtao's anger flared instantly, and he cursed under his breath, seizing a drying pole from the balcony as he stormed out. The voice on the phone bellowed, "Who are you cursing? Do you even want to sell a good price?" Jiang Hongtao snapped back to reality, realizing he hadn't insulted anyone. "I ask you, how is she?" He searched for Jiang Zhishao's figure, but she had already exited the chaotic hallway, walking towards the community entrance under the sun. Jiang Hongtao leaned against the stone railing, peering down the stairs, spotting Jiang Zhishao in her loosely fitted blue and white school uniform, appearing diminutive yet still exuding an air of grace. Her neck was pale and slender, with smooth contours. Jiang Hongtao squinted, clean and beautiful, yet ill-tempered. "Huh. Those who come to me rarely have good tempers. They all need discipline. Within a month, we shall see if she behaves. Keep an eye on her. We will inspect the merchandise later." Jiang Zhishao stepped into class just as the bell rang, proceeding to her seat, only to find herself seated next to Huang Shuxiao instead of Zhang Yu. Their eyes met, and Huang Shuxiao, feeling guilty, quickly averted her gaze, awkwardly pulling out her notebook to show Zhang Yu. "This is what I've been reviewing lately. Take a look." Zhang Yu, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, provocatively eyed Jiang Zhishao and took the notebook, peering down at it. "Wow. Who gave you these questions? Your handwriting is atrocious." Huang Shuxiao turned her gaze, recognizing the familiar writing and quickly retracting her glance. Zhang Yu slammed his hand down, exclaiming, "What are you hiding? Ashamed of something? Is this how she has brainwashed you? Neglecting your own workbook to do this nonsense?" "No." Jiang Zhishao took a deep breath and settled back in her seat. Her new deskmate tidied up their shared space and greeted her. "Jiang Zhishao, you must know who I am, right?" The girl, with her low twin ponytails, had two youthful blemishes around her lips. Jiang Zhishao nodded. "Labor Committee member, Meng Xiaojiao." Meng Xiaojiao's eyes brightened. "I thought girls like you were above the mundane world." Jiang Zhishao felt a prick of sensitivity and frowned. "What kind of girl am I? Beautiful. Visibly beautiful. Many envy you." Meng Xiaojiao seemed to be extending goodwill, but Jiang Zhishao did not engage, wary that she might be another Huang Shuxiao. She merely smiled and lifted her gaze to glance at the class schedule. It was self-study time. She had little to review, so she took out sketch paper to draw. Behind her, Huang Shuxiao was entangled with Zhang Yu over a problem. Zhang Yu instructed her to plot coordinates and formulate equations, while also taking a jab at Jiang Zhishao for the questions Huang Shuxiao had to memorize. Meng Xiaojiao glanced back and quietly tugged at Jiang Zhishao's sleeve. "What happened between you and Huang Shuxiao?" Jiang Zhishao continued to sketch, suppressing her emotions. "Nothing much. They all say your character is flawed, first falling out with Sang Yuchuan, then with Zhang Yu, and now even your best friend has distanced herself from you. But I know you're not like that." Jiang Zhishao paused her brush, turning her head. Meng Xiaojiao quickly leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Yesterday, Zhang Yu told Huang Shuxiao that as long as she severed ties with you, he would reconcile with her." "How do you know?" "They were on duty together yesterday, and I accidentally overheard them while fetching my backpack." Jiang Zhishao let out a self-deprecating smile. She should have anticipated this. Huang Shuxiao's logic in severing ties with her was utterly nonsensical, though she claimed to distance herself from both Zhang Yu and Jiang Zhishao. In reality, she was the only one truly isolated. Thus, once again, genuine feelings were betrayed in her life. In her past life, it was love. In this life, it was friendship. Clutching her pencil tightly, she found herself unable to put it to paper, her gaze hollow and her heart bewildered. Meng Xiaojiao continued. Moreover, I heard Zhang Yu tell Huang Shuxiao that the reason he broke up with her was all because of you. Jiang Zhixiao was taken aback. Did he confess this to Huang Shuxiao? If so, she could somewhat comprehend why Huang Shuxiao would sever ties with her. Yet she could not fathom why she would reconcile with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu claimed that you brainwashed Huang Shuxiao, instilling her with misguided values. Jiang Zhixiao. When did she ever brainwash Huang Shuxiao? That was utter nonsense. They only began to grow close after sitting together, and by that time, they had already broken up. After saying this, Meng Xiaojiao indignantly added, We're almost 18 years old, yet still playing such childish games. Betraying a good friend over a worthless man. Just then, a foot kicked the chair, and a voice behind them threatened. Who are you calling a worthless man? Try saying it again. Meng Xiaojiao wisely fell silent. Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze and turned to observe Jiang Zhixiao's silhouette. The sketch paper was large, nearly covering the entire desk. She appeared focused on delineating lines. Yet her strokes were rigid and forceful. It was evident that she was suppressing something. Zhang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction, mocking her with cold sarcasm. Some individuals remain unaware of their purpose for being there. They seem inexplicably enamored with the charming figure from Qingbei, to the point that she sketches during lessons. The content of her artwork depicts the Monkey King wielding his golden staff in combat against celestial soldiers. However, Jiang Zhou merely outlines a rough sketch, her body obscuring much of the image. From behind, one can only faintly discern the Monkey King's striking silhouette. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhou reminds herself that there is no need to dwell on petty grievances. A voice behind her chimes in, questioning the utility of such drawings. Will they yield perfect scores on the college entrance examination or bring financial gain? Is she attempting to brainwash you with this chaotic nonsense? Jiang Zhou clenches her pencil, intently awaiting Huang Shuxiao's response. After a prolonged silence, the latter finally replies, Indeed. Her voice, light as a feather, lands heavily upon Jiang Zhou's heart. Those two words felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing her long-buried grievances to surface. Biting her lip, Zhang Yu adds, She doesn't study herself, yet expects you to memorize all this nonsense. At your age, don't you realize she is harming you? Huang Shuxiao simply states, I won't memorize it anymore. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhiao, having reached her limit, wipes away her tears, stands up, and turns around. Huang Shuxiao, doesn't your conscience ache? Apologies, but her conscience does not ache. Zhang Yu retorts, his tone mocking and provocative. Silence. I have been exceedingly polite to you. I am speaking with Huang Shuxiao now. So what right do you have to interrupt? All eyes turn towards them. Zhang Yu's face flushes crimson, surprised by Jiang Zhiao's boldness. She then gestures toward Huang Shuxiao. Step out. Let us discuss this face-to-face. She strides out first, never anticipating that it would not be Huang Shuxiao who followed, but him. Chapter 25, The Behavior of Fans. Unrelated to the principal characters, the two ascended to the rooftop garden, one following the other. Jiang Zhou stepped onto the wooden corridor, where cascades of wisteria hung from the overhead beams. Through the gaps in the petals, she glimpsed the sky, where an airplane traced a white line across the expanse. When Shun Tinglan took out his phone, she turned around. Huang Shuxiao hesitated to emerge and sent me a screenshot. How could I forget that you were the discipline committee member, always meddling in others' affairs? Since that is the case, Jiang Zhao fixed him with a scornful gaze, questioning why he had not intervened when Zhang Yu bullied her. The implication of her words was a clear admonishment for him to refrain from being overly involved. Yet Shun Tinglan momentarily lost his focus, then swiftly opened the WeChat interface, thinking to himself, I would intervene, but some individuals must yield. Regaining his composure, he handed over the phone. You take a look first. Jiang Zhou accepted it. The screenshot displayed a conversation between Huang Shuxiao and someone else. The contact labeled as Fiery Chihuahua had sent a lengthy message. Huang Shuxiao, I have always believed you to be a clever child, albeit with your thoughts misdirected and an inability to discern people accurately. With only 2.5 months until the exams, I hope you can grasp what truly matters and what is correct. I have heard that Jiang Jiao has been providing you with practice questions. I do not comprehend why you would choose to tackle her questions instead of those crafted by a professional teacher. How much have her questions truly aided you in past examinations? While friendship is undoubtedly important, remember that at the crossroads of life, one must yield to others. The teacher sincerely hopes you can discard the dross and achieve commendable results. Good luck. The message was rather lengthy, nearly occupying the entire screen. Amidst the plethora of words, she retained only two key phrases: inability to discern and dross. She returned the phone, asking, "What are you trying to convey?" That Huang Shuxiao distances herself from me, not due to Zhang Yu, but for other reasons? While Zhang Yu indeed plays a significant role in Huang Shuxiao's decision to sever ties with you, have you considered why the homeroom teacher would send such a message? Jiang Zhou remained silent. Shen Tinglan inquired about her thoughts, and she too was curious. Having returned from her rebirth, she had not instigated conflict with anyone. The sole catalyst had been a necklace gifted by Zhang Yu. She could not comprehend how she had become the target of bullying. I do not believe I have done anything wrong. Shen Tinglan nodded in agreement. I certainly understand that only those who wrongfully accuse you are aware of your true grievances. However, it is undeniable that ever since your fallout with Chuan Gu, life has become uncomfortable, and everyone seems to have an issue with you, correct? Jiang Xiao's Milid. So, this is his retaliation? Shen Tinglan raised an eyebrow. Do you believe it? He has done nothing. Jiang Jiao fell silent once more. Think carefully. Why had no one dared to confront you before? And why did all the troubles arise after your falling out with Chuan Gu? Shen Tinglan meticulously dissected the situation like peeling an onion. Because you lost his protection. Protection? Jiang Jiao found the notion to be an absurd joke, unable to suppress a laugh. When you find yourself enamored with him, you chase after him all day, and naturally, they assume you belong to him, leaving no one daring to approach you. With a smile fading, Jiang Zhishao instead finds herself enveloped in tranquility. So, you mean I should continue trailing behind him as before? At least you could spare yourself a great deal of trouble, graduating smoothly and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even gaining admission to a respectable university. With a sigh, she gazes upward, the sky above resembling an overturned ink bottle, an expanse of brilliant blue. Jiang Zhishao lifts her head, her bewildered eyes radiating weariness, softly questioning herself. Why can't I seem to escape him? After a moment, she shakes her head, resolute in her convictions. Shen Tinglan, do you believe that if my infatuation remains unchecked? Hearing your earlier words would lead me to think that Sang Yuchuan is incredibly cool. I might even genuinely believe it to be his protection over me. Yet, after spending time together, I realized he is merely mediocre, fickle, and devoid of compassion. Shen Tinglan, where do you get the notion of fickleness and coldness? That is simply because your time together has not been long enough. No, Jiang Zhishao asserts firmly, my time with him has far exceeded what you might think. No one understands him better than I do. He is not worth any effort on my part, and I wish to sever all ties with him. With that, Jiang Zhishao turns to leave. Suddenly recalling something, she pivots back, and by the way, do not use the college entrance examination as a threat. After her departure, Sang Yuchuan emerges from the corner of the rooftop garden, one hand tucked into his pocket, his dark hair tousled by the wind, the other hand holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers. Did you hear that? Do you need to visit the hospital this time? If you wish to go, I can fetch He Jiao Jiao right now and bring back psychologist's business card. Sang Yuchuan, unfazed by how the other knew of his hiding place, clenches the cigarette in his palm and smiles slightly. If you want to go, then go. I'm not wasting time on a specialist appointment. Shen Tinglan, I Sapota. Flips him the bird. Do you have no conscience? I'm only trying to help you. Pleading earnestly with Jiang Zhishao. Sang Yuchuan raises an eyebrow. For me? ISNT it, because you made a bet with He Jiao Jiao? By heaven has conscience. Shen Tinglan immediately retorts. I, Shen Tinglan, have always been innocent. When did I ever bet with her? Sang Yuchuan, smiling with an analytical gaze, prompts her to admit, fine, I confess, I just want to ship the couple. Sang Yuchuan nods, fan behavior, unrelated to the principal parties. Damn, then I shall be your devoted anti-fan. Jiang Zhishao remains unaware of whether Shen Tinglan conveyed her sentiments. However, just as Shen Tinglan indicated, The following days are far from pleasant for her. The hand-drawn game illustrations she crafted are inexplicably destroyed by someone. Zhang Yu becomes increasingly outrageous, frequently ranting and cursing on social media platforms. One day after school, she takes the bus home, swaying with every bump, her phone in hand, watching pictures of herself with Sang Yuchuan flood the social media. Concerned about the potential repercussions on Sang Yuchuan, she contemplates how to retaliate without facing any penalties. Suddenly, she feels a tug from behind. He turned around, revealing a boy with a buzz cut, dressed in the same school uniform as hers, both from the same cohort. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Zhixiao inquired. The boy glanced aside, seemingly distracted, while his companions cast inquisitive looks, urging him to pose a question. Taking a deep breath, he ventured, "Zhang, you said you don't shower. Is that true?" Jiang Zhixiao was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing back to the times before she was expelled from the dormitory, when she and Huang Shuxiao would take their basins to the shower, always timing it just right to catch a glimpse of Zhang Yu as he exited the boys' shower room. Was Zhang Yu's rumor-mongering now reaching the absurdity of outright fabrication? Shen Tinglan was correct. Only those who unjustly accuse you truly comprehend the depth of your grievances. Jiang Zhixiao steadied her emotions. What does he know about whether or not I shower? He's a boy. The youth scratched his head. Perhaps he visited the girls' shower. The unexpected laughter caused Jiang Zhixiao's face to flush crimson. Upon arriving home, she sent a final warning to Zhang Yu via WeChat, only to discover she had been blocked. Without hesitation, she retrieved Huang Shuxiao's number from her contacts and texted her to relay the message. One must take responsibility for their actions. Zhang Yu is already over 16. He is of an age to bear legal consequences. His defamatory remarks about me online have reached a level warranting legal action. Should he persist, I will seek legal protection. Huang Shuxiao, evidently startled, replied almost instantaneously, "Darling, please don't be upset. I will handle this matter right away." However, Jiang Zhixiao did not receive the resolution she anticipated. Instead, she received a screenshot from her new deskmate, Meng Xiaojiao. The screenshot showcased Zhang Yu's moments on social media, where he had shared the chat history between Jiang Zhixiao and Huang Shuxiao, exclaiming with hostility, Come, let me see how someone so poor they can't even afford a meal dares to sue me. Tomorrow, I will spit in her face. Stupid." Chapter 26. The supporter has arrived. Jiang Zhixiao placed her phone on the table with a resolute gesture. She was acutely aware that Zhang Yu's post on social media served as a dual-edged threat directed at her, while simultaneously broadcasting to those who had once bullied him. His profound insecurities compelled him to urgently seek validation, eager to demonstrate that beneath his fists, captives had once emerged. However, what he failed to comprehend was that should he dare to spit at Jiang Zhixiao, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Zhang Yu's frail limbs were indeed no match for her strength. Yet, Jiang Zhixiao too faced her own dilemmas. While Zhang Yu's act of spitting hardly warranted disciplinary action, should she choose to retaliate, she would undoubtedly face severe consequences. With a college entrance examination looming, any disciplinary measures would jeopardize her chances of taking the test. The only means of punishing Zhang Yu might lie within the law. But as he had pointed out, Jiang Zhixiao was currently unable to afford legal representation, thus rendering her seemingly powerless. Consequently, she found herself contemplating whether to approach Sang Yuchuan in advance and request an advance on her salary for her hand-drawn illustrations. In the Jinggang International Trade Building, the president's office was ablaze with light. Sang Yuchuan was clandestinely hosting distinguished guests alongside company partner Shen Tingbai, who were receiving the president of the American Chamber of Commerce, bringing with him the latest intelligence from Wall Street. All communication devices had been severed. Even watches were prohibited from entering. Leaning against the sofa, Sang Yuchuan rested his chin on his distinctly knuckled hand, occasionally engaging in brief exchanges in English with the president. As he absorbed the president's insights, he swiftly analyzed the situation, his mind nearing its limits. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the assistant burst into the room. Clutching a phone, Shen Tingbai lifted his gaze, glaring with piercing eyes. "Who permitted your entry? Are you not aware this is a secret meeting? Get out." The assistant's face turned pale as he hurried to Sang Yuchuan's side, holding the phone aloft. Mr. Sang, I apologize, but you previously instructed that all messages from this number must be shown to you immediately. Sang Yuchuan accepted the phone and glanced at the screenshot. The atmosphere in the president's office turned abruptly tense. He gestured for Shun Tingbai to continue with the president while he strode purposefully from the office, declaring, "Book a ticket to Jincheng." Now, the assistant faltered, scrambling to find flight information, only to discover that the last flight had already departed. High-speed train. The train from Jinggang to Jincheng only operated once a day, having left in the morning. Private jet. Mr. Sang applying for a flight route for a private jet. At this hour it seems unlikely. The assistant spun around abruptly, nearly colliding with him. Startled, he stepped back, rubbing his nose. Mr. Sang, will the train suffice? Only hard seats are available. Car keys. The assistant presented the keys with both hands. Sang Yuchuan seized them and turned to leave. In 5 minutes. Send the booking information to my phone. Once in the car, Sang Yuchuan executed a swift maneuver, exiting the parking lot. The quiet night was punctuated only by the roar of the engine, save for the incessant buzzing of the phone. It was Shun Tingbai calling. Sang Yuchuan plugged in his Bluetooth headset, driving swiftly and steadily. Speak. Why did you leave without a word? That foreigner speaks with an accent that I cannot comprehend. I am studying law. Who wants to hear him analyze international affairs? Is it that girl from Jincheng who lured you back? For a woman. Wait, isn't she your brother's girl? How can you reach so far? You've only met her a few times. You lunatic. Regardless, I must go. I am determined to see what that girl looks like. Speak up. Sang Yuchuan rubbed his ears, frowning. In the drawer of the executive office, there lay a contract for a gaming project. There were gifts in the room, and in 20 minutes, I will meet you at the West Station. West Station, Shun Tingbai exclaimed, startled. A train? Hard seat. Damn. Shun Tingbai yelled in frustration, each outburst more frantic than the last. The following day, Huang Shuxiao did not come to school. The senior class did not have to do morning exercises, and Jiang Zhixiao sat at her desk drawing. Hey! A glob of saliva landed on Jiang Zhixiao's artwork. Looking up, she saw Zhang Yu slowly pouring red ink from bottle. With a flick of his hand, he hurled the empty ink bottle onto the floor with a loud crash. Aren't you going to report me? He lifted his chin, peering down his nose at her. Come on, report me. Where's your lawyer? Instead of wasting time on such trivial matters, why not take a proper bath? You reek of rancid water. Jiang Zhixiao glanced around. The classroom was small, making it difficult to retaliate. She crumpled the tainted artwork and tossed it into the trash bin, keeping a few clean sheets clutched in her hands, intending to place them in the storage cabinet outside the classroom. Rising to leave, Zhang Yu followed behind. Why are you running? Come on, report me. No money, right? Do you need me to lend you some? At that moment, several students from other classes had gathered outside, all there to witness the commotion. The students in her class also quietly paid attention to the unfolding events. Shun Tinglan snatched Sang Yuchuan's phone. Are you still playing? Jiang Zhixiao is being bullied like this. And you're not even worried? Sang Yuchuan reached out for it, but Shun Tinglan refused to hand it over. Could Zhang Yu contend with her? She could take on 7 at once, and still have time to steady a falling computer before throwing a punch. Why the urgency? The office was right across the hallway. The teacher's chihuahua was watching her closely. If she dared to act at this moment, she would undoubtedly be punished. Sang Yuchuan glanced towards the door, where more and more people were gathering. Retracting his gaze, he stood up and kicked the basketball in the corner. It bounced back into his hands. By this time, Jiang Zhixiao had locked her artwork in the storage cabinet. As Zhang Yu coughed, Jiang Zhixiao was readying a side kick, and Sang Yuchuan glanced at the office, where the homeroom teacher had peeked out. He made a swift decision and hurled the basketball towards Zhang Yu's face. The three moved almost simultaneously, yet someone was quicker than any of them. Jiang Zhixiao. The resounding crash echoed throughout the entire fourth-floor hall. Jiang Zhixiao's leg had not yet lifted, and Zhang Yu had not yet expelled his phlegm. The fallen basketball bounced on the ground, incessantly rebounding. All gazes unexpectedly turned towards the source of the sound. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters, he eclipsed nearly all the men present, exuding an innate aura of dominance that was both admirable and unattainable. Clad in a crisp white shirt and ash-gray straight-leg jeans, his finely chiseled features remained devoid of any expression. He finally came to a halt before Jiang Zhixiao and spoke slowly. "I have heard that a certain young lady requires legal assistance. I apologize for my tardiness." Chapter 27. The initiative lies with Jiang Zhixiao. In this chapter, we meet Sang Yuchuan, who stands several years older than his peers, exuding an air of maturity. His age and commanding presence instill a sense of trepidation in those who have previously slandered Jiang Zhixiao. Zhang Yu's previously arrogant demeanor falters as he scrutinizes Sang Yuchuan, dismissively thinking, "Do you believe that by bringing someone from outside, I would be intimidated? They are merely remnants of my past." Zhang Yu, unfamiliar with Sang Yuchuan's true identity, finds him vaguely recognizable. While he possesses an undeniable aura, he does not conform to Zhang's perception of a school bully or a delinquent. Instead, the individual before him radiates an air of superiority attributed to his age. Zhang Yu concludes that Jiang Zhixiao must have summoned this individual to feign a threat against him. After all, how could a family of vampires afford a legitimate attorney? With this thought, Zhang Yu raises his chin defiantly, growing increasingly confident as he dismissively scans Sang Yuchuan and Shun Tingbai with contempt. He provocatively inquires, "Which of you is the lawyer?" Shun Tingbai, uninterested in engaging in trivial banter, presents his legal credentials. Shun Tingbai, practicing attorney from Jinggang law firm, mentored by Luo Xiang, specializing in cases of campus bullying. His voice, deep and resonant, leaves the crowd in stunned silence. At this moment, the notorious Zhang San is not widely recognized online, and the name of attorney Luo Xiang is known primarily within legal circles, yet the general public remains largely unaware. The crowd is astonished that Jiang Zhixiao has indeed secured legal representation and brought institutional support to the school. Is this perhaps an overreaction? Consequently, Zhang Yu, momentarily taken aback, quickly regains his bravado. What constitutes campus bullying? If I merely spit, that doesn't even warrant disciplinary action. Or is it because I posted something on my social media? It's my account. I can post whatever I desire. Who are you to dictate what I can share? Several individuals nod in agreement, convinced of Zhang Yu's rationality, murmuring amongst themselves, "Exactly. Who here has laid a finger on Jiang Zhixiao? How can this possibly be classified as bullying? It's mere intimidation. This has nothing to do with us. We've only exchanged a few words online." As he surveys the crowd, Shun Tingbai muses to himself, "What a gathering of legal ignoramuses." He tucks his credentials away and elucidates. Soft bullying is indeed a form of bullying, and that is one aspect. Furthermore, slander, defamation, and a share count exceeding 500 constitute the threshold for online harassment. The crowd falls silent, their attitudes shifting, though skepticism lingers. Yet, visibly concerned, they immediately pull out their phones to check their share counts, hastily deleting comments. "How did I get flagged? I can't delete it. I need to deactivate my account." Sang Yuchuan chuckles, having already captured screenshots of the relevant comments and initiated notarization processes. Moreover, do not underestimate the reach of social media. If one were to defame another on their personal account, the aggrieved party may pursue legal action. Instantly, despair washes over the crowd. Zhang Yu is caught off guard by Sang Yuchuan's words. Having already incurred a disciplinary record should matters escalate, he would undoubtedly face litigation. The prospect of entering university with a criminal record would irrevocably mar his future. Yet, unexpectedly, Sang Yuchuan bent slightly, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze locked onto Zhang Yu. "Young one, do you have anything else to say?" The menacing visage loomed larger before Zhang Yu, draining the color from his face as a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He staggered back 2 steps, then turned to flee. Sang Yuchuan reached out, gripping the nape of his neck, yanking him back. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Zhang Yu stumbled, his exaggerated movement causing a commotion among the onlookers, who assumed a fight had erupted, resulting in an immediate uproar. Amid the clamor, several malicious snickers rang out, belonging to those who had previously bullied Zhang Yu. Initially, these individuals had no intention of spectating, but after Zhang Yu's bold proclamation on social media the night before, announcing his intent to deal with Jiang Zhixiao, they were intrigued. However, his notion of dealing with her turned out to be nothing more than spitting at the young lady. Such behavior was utterly despicable. To bully a woman is not only unmanly, but also beneath humanity. Yet, they hadn't anticipated that someone would come to Jiang Zhishao's defense. The figure appeared to be none other than the distinguished school prince from Qingbei, whom Zhang Yu had disparaged in his posts. Now, this was certainly entertaining. They quickly fetched chairs, eager to witness how this coward would demonstrate his prowess. To their surprise, upon their arrival, they saw Zhang Yu being lifted like a chick. How could they not laugh? Zhang Yu's face flushed crimson with frustration. He twisted his arm and swiftly freed himself from Sang Yuchuan's grasp. "What are you doing?" In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, he bellowed, "You are merely Jiang Zhizhao's lawyer. Do you truly believe you can assault me? I'll call the police." "Shouldn't I be the one calling the police?" Sang Yuchuan replied with a faint smile. "Why don't you repeat the insults you hurled at me on social media right here in front of me?" Zhang Yu stared at him in astonishment. Realization dawned upon him. This man was the very school prince he had belittled countless times. Initially, he had assumed that since Jin City was far from Jinggang, he could insult without consequence. Yet, he had never expected this individual would confront him directly. In that moment, his breath became shallow, and his palms grew clammy. It dawned on him that Sang Yuchuan had no intention of letting him off the hook. He instinctively swallowed hard, casting a pleading glance toward He Jiao. However, He Jiao remained indifferent, arms crossed, a cold smile gracing her lips as she turned and walked back to class. He took a deep breath, trying to maintain composure. "She provoked me first. Jiang Zhishao was the one who acted shamelessly. Oh, then you ought to apologize to her." Zhang Yu choked on his words, glaring fiercely at Jiang Zhishao but refusing to speak. The surrounding crowd murmured in disapproval. Not far away, Sang Yuchuan stood with one hand in his pocket, observing the girl in her faded school uniform, her high ponytail surrounded by onlookers with ill intent. Despite this, she showed no sign of fear, steadfastly meeting Zhang Yu's gaze, exuding an inner strength. Her confidence stemmed from the support of the man beside her. A shadow flickered in Sang Yuchuan's dark eyes as he bent down to dribble the basketball, the ball bouncing into his palm as he turned and headed back to the classroom. Sang Yuchuan, no longer preoccupied with the matter of an apology, took out his phone and opened the QR code. "Let us add each other on WeChat." Zhang Yu found himself momentarily bewildered by the intentions of the other party. Yet the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from across the table compelled him to comply instinctively. After adding his friend, he promptly received a message. After a day of contemplation, he resolved to share the message on his social media. "If I do not see it by midnight tonight, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Shen Tingbai added, "You may not block it, nor restrict visibility solely to yourself." As Zhang Yu perused the content sent by the other, his hands trembled. Those around him leaned in with curiosity, eager to discover what had been shared by Sang Yuchuan that could so profoundly unsettle Zhang Yu. Chapter 28. The little rabbit and the big gray wolf. Zhang Yu, in a flurry of anxiety, promptly locked his screen. At that moment, a whistle echoed from above. Zhang Yu looked up to see the same group of ruffians from the other class who had previously tormented him. They were members of the school basketball team, their dark skin and towering height making them appear even more imposing as they stood on the benches. One of them taunted him, elongating his words. "So cowardly. Spit it out. Where did your spit go? What's your name, Zhang Yu? You look more like a quail." As he spoke, he slapped his own mouth repeatedly, mockingly chanting, "Zhang the quail. Zhang the quail." Laughter erupted around them, and Zhang Yu clenched his fists, his face turning an ashen hue. In the midst of the chaos, the homeroom teacher strode purposefully from the office, and upon seeing the commotion, the crowd dispersed like startled birds. Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. He knew that someone was there to support him. Silence enveloped the area as Shen Tingbai recounted the events. The homeroom teacher, wearing a broad smile, indeed spoke in Zhang Yu's defense. "Oh, the children are just playing around. It's not that serious. We can't file a report." Zhang Yu is the academic committee member, and he excels in his studies. If he has a record, he won't be able to take his exams. In a previous incident involving a fight, the delinquents had specifically named Zhang Yu, leading to an unavoidable disciplinary action against him, especially with a higher authority present. She was still hoping to find a reason to have Zhang Yu's punishment revoked before June. But now, it seemed he had incurred an even graver reprimand. Sang Yuchuan glared at her coldly. The previous politeness evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pressure. If he thinks it's just a game, why don't you ask Jiang Zhixiao if she feels the same? Zhang Yu hung his head, appearing pitifully remorseful, whether out of fear or guilt was unclear. The homeroom teacher felt a pang of sympathy, convinced that Jiang Zhixiao was the one causing trouble, using the threat of litigation to pressure him. Conflicts between two students should be resolved privately. Bringing it to court would be utterly embarrassing. He still had exams to prepare for. As his homeroom teacher, I can assure you that Zhang Yu harbors no ill intentions. It is undoubtedly Jiang Zhixiao who is overreacting. Just look at him. Does he look like someone who would bully a girl? Jiang Zhixiao frowned, unable to suppress a smile. The implication was clear. She was making a mountain out of a molehill. Was she being dramatic? Yet Zhang Yu could spread rumors online and spit on himself. Why couldn't she retaliate? Just because Zhang Yu excelled academically and could elevate the class's college admission rate? Sang Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, his demeanor calm. Is Zhang Yu the only one deserving of sympathy? What about my daughter? Jiang Zhixiao was taken aback. She had not contacted Sang Yuchuan the previous night to discuss the matter of her salary advance, fearing he would pry too deeply and unearth complications that could affect him. Yet, the reality was that he was already aware, having come specifically to address this issue. Uttering such words, my daughter? Jiang Zhixiao shook her head, suspecting she was merely overthinking. The homeroom teacher also detected the underlying tension, and her tone grew considerably firmer. If you insist on pursuing legal action, I fear I cannot simply turn a blind eye to what Jiang Zhixiao is aware of. Jiang Zhixiao, perplexed, inquired, what matter is this? The school has explicitly prohibited early romantic relationships. The homeroom teacher remarked, Jiang Zhixiao went to Beijing and Hong Kong previously. Was it to seek you? Her words bore a hint of coercion. Sang Yuchuan, rather than responding directly, retorted, your esteemed institution accepts investments from the Sang family and yet dares to threaten its members? The homeroom teacher was momentarily rendered speechless. The Sang family, and Sang Yuchuan, what is your relation to him? He is my brother, Sang Yuchuan replied with a smile, adding my biological brother. This left the homeroom teacher utterly at a loss for words. Of course, I never claimed that I would definitely initiate a lawsuit. The initiative in this matter rests not with me, but with Jiang Zhixiao. Should she choose to litigate, I shall comply. If she decides to let it go, then I shall spare Zhang Yu. While it may appear that I am providing the homeroom teacher an escape, in reality, I am subtly granting Jiang Zhixiao greater authority in the discourse. The teacher then turned her gaze towards Jiang Zhixiao, gasping in shock and glaring fiercely at Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom continued their hushed chatter. Many were eavesdropping at the door, yet the more they strained to listen, the more their curiosity grew. What on earth were they discussing? Could it be that this charismatic figure from Qingbei truly intends to sue the entire class? Hey, don't involve me. I have never spoken ill of Jiang Zhixiao. Did you not see it? You've grumbled about it privately. Grumbling isn't a crime. With so many people involved, can they really manage to sue us all? It must be a bluff. Yet, one must admit, does this scene not resemble a melodrama? The fragile little rabbit, confronted by the formidable wolf on a hunt. From that moment, the rabbit's life would no longer be marred by storms and hardships. You watch too many absurd shows. But honestly, the Qingbei heartthrob is indeed quite impressive. One must wonder, whose youth does not yearn for a heroic senior to rescue the damsel in distress? Moreover, he is the campus heartthrob. Jiang Zhixiao must be exceedingly fortunate. Amidst the discussions, Shen Ting Lan pondered deeply, unable to grasp the situation. Eventually, she could not contain herself and turned to ask, why is your brother here? Are he and Jiang Zhixiao truly involved? Sang Yuchuan leaned back, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk, his expression inscrutable, which was rather intimidating. He remarked softly, isn't your brother also present? Shen Ting Lan, momentarily bewildered, paused. Wait, you can't possibly think I informed my brother about Jiang Zhixiao, who then related to your brother, right? She hurriedly waved her hands in denial. I did not divulge anything to him. Did you not? Sang Yuchuan lifted his gaze. Sang Yuchuan never frequented the social networking site, nor was he a WeChat acquaintance of Zhang Yu prior to this. As the heartthrob of Qingbei, he received numerous mentions daily, which he found bothersome and had long since uninstalled the app. Sang Yuchuan was aware of this. Thus, he recognized that Sang Yuchuan could not have learned about Jiang Zhixiao through digital means. Someone must have informed him. Shen Tinglan, flustered, retorted, "What does that have to do with me? You, above all, are the most gossipy in the class, and have quite the big mouth." Shen Tingtian lamented in anguish. "Even if I were to inform my brother, he would not relay the message to yours. He has no knowledge of Jiang Zhixiao. Perhaps it is she who has spoken of it herself." Growing increasingly irate, Shen Tingtian turned back, her emotions boiling over once more. "You deserve this. You are perpetually a step slower than your brother. All the glory has been snatched away by him. And here you are, sulking. Does Jiang Zhixiao even know? She does not. Perhaps at this very moment, she is weeping in your brother's arms." Mimicking Jiang Zhixiao's tone, she continued, "Brother Jinyan, I have been wronged. I am so heartbroken. Please, stand up for me." Then, returning to her usual demeanor, she added, "But for you, she would never shed a tear. She would merely say, Sang Yuchuan, you are not worthy of any effort on my part, nor do I wish to have any association with you." With a resounding clap, Sang Yuchuan struck the table. Lifting his gaze, he asked, "Can you please be quiet?" Shen Tingtian rolled her eyes in response. "Yesterday, I entrusted you with this matter. Had you taken charge, would your brother have needed to return for this? Who informed you that Sang Yuchuan's return was due to Jiang Zhixiao?" A sweet voice interjected as he Jiao closed her magazine. Shen Tingtian shot her a sidelong glance. "How do you know?" "Of course I know," he Jiao replied, lifting her chin. "He returned to celebrate my birthday." Huh? Chapter 29. What are you looking for? The classroom fell into an abrupt silence as everyone watched Zhang Yu, who hung his head and returned to his seat. The homeroom teacher appeared at the doorway. "Sang Yuchuan, step outside." Sang Yuchuan rose, and the teacher gestured towards the hall before tossing a book onto the podium and commencing the lesson. He Jiao glanced towards the entrance, where Sang Yuchuan was descending the stairs with Jiang Zhixiao and Sang Yuchuan. Her phone, concealed beneath her books, vibrated twice, prompting He Jiao to open WeChat, only to discover a message from Shun Tinglei. "How did you rank in the mock exam?" He Jiao was perplexed. "Fifth, why?" Without hesitation, Shun Tinglei sent over a screenshot of a chat log. "Shun Tingshu, where are you going? Why are you heading downstairs? Is there something I, as your younger brother, should not know about? Do you harbor secrets from me?" Shun Tingshu replied, eating. "Why didn't you take me? The homeroom teacher mentioned that your ranking in a mock exam fell outside the top 18 in the grade. Ask yourself, do you deserve to join us?" He Jiao lightly tapped her screen, causing the screenshot to vanish. Just in time to see Shun Tinglei send another message. "Brother Jinyan specifically returned to celebrate your birthday. Why would he take Jiang Zhixiao to dinner without you? Is being fifth in the grade not enough?" Jiang Zhixiao, exasperated, slammed her phone onto the table. Sang Yuchuan was not from Jincheng, yet he could handle spicy food, which prompted Jiang Zhixiao to select a hot pot restaurant renowned among outsiders, Xiaolongqian. The lunch crowd was sparse, and they secured a table by the window. As they settled in, Sang Yuchuan plopped down next to Sang Yuchuan, leaving Jiang Zhixiao and Shun Tingshu, two unfamiliar faces, to exchange awkward glances. Feeling uncomfortable, Jiang Zhixiao shifted in her seat. Shun Tingshu, stifling laughter, teased Sang Yuchuan with an enigmatic remark. "If you don't strive for something, why wish for others to obtain it? Old Sang, your younger sibling is far more cunning than you." He sauntered over, dragging his chair back. "Xiao Chuan, this girl is stunning. I shall take the liberty. Sang Yuchuan, her? Beautiful?" Shen Tingshu took his seat. Visibly attractive, Jiang Zhixiao, taken aback, was unable to grasp the underlying exchange between the two. She only knew that upon hearing Shun Tingshu's words, Sang Yuchuan's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on him. Subsequently, she reached for the extra sesame oil canister beside Jiang Zhixiao, forcefully slamming it onto the table, gripping the can's body with her thumb and middle finger. She hooked the tab with her curved index finger, and with a crisp sound, she pulled it open, pouring the contents into her bowl with a rhythmic thud. Perplexed, Jiang Zhixiao inwardly cursed and redirected her attention to Sang Jinyan. Brother Jinyan, why aren't you from Jinsheng? Sang Jinyan was momentarily taken aback by the question. Why must I be from Jinsheng? Because Sang Yuchuan is from Jinsheng. Jiang Zhixiao cast a sidelong glance at Sang Yuchuan, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Sang Jinyan chuckled. I'm not from Jinsheng either. Huh. In her previous life, Jiang Zhixiao met Sang Yuchuan during their first year of high school. Given his residence in Jinsheng and his fluency in the local dialect, she had always assumed him to be a native. She thought he had merely left his hometown for university in Beijing and Hong Kong. However, reflecting on it now, he had never returned since going to Beijing and Hong Kong, while she frequently brought their daughter back to pay respects to her mother. Where are you from? She inquired. Beijing and Hong Kong natives, he replied, leaving Jiang Zhixiao even more puzzled. What could possibly motivate a local from Beijing and Hong Kong to attend school in Jinsheng? Perhaps sensing her confusion, Sang Jinyan smiled enigmatically. I too am curious as to why he insists on studying in Jinsheng. Since I cannot inquire directly, perhaps you could coax the truth from him. Jiang Zhixiao chose not to engage further, lowering her head to sketch the dishes she desired. However, Sang Yuchuan raised his gaze, fixated on her for an extended moment. When he sensed her inclination to look up, he casually shifted his eyes to the window, as if to say, why question it? This land of abundance offers delightful cuisine, comfortable living, stunning scenery, and numerous beauties. Suddenly, Jiang Zhixiao raised her head and asked, is he Jiao Jiao from Jinsheng? Indeed. The He family has a long-standing friendship with the Sang family. Their connections and resources are centered in Beijing and Hong Kong, while Jinsheng belongs to the He family. Nonetheless, I advise you to limit your dealings with them in the future, interjected Shun Tingbai, cautioning her about the He family's dubious reputation. Years ago, Xiaochuan. Hey, Sang Jinyan promptly interrupted. Why are you discussing this with her? Shun Tingbai hesitated, then caught Sang Jinyan's meaningful glance. Realizing his misstep, he quickly turned to Sang Yuchuan, exclaiming, oh dear Xiaochuan, forgive me. It was unintentional. I will drink 3 cups as penance. Sang Yuchuan, with a smile that barely masked his irritation, replied, Brother Tingbai's tongue is as reckless as Shun Tinglin's. I have grown accustomed to it. Jiang Zhixiao could not discern the depth of Sang Yuchuan's anger, but surmised Shun Tingbai's intent. It seemed that something had occurred in the past involving Sang Yuchuan, where the He family either failed to assist or even worsen the situation. Otherwise, he would not have described them as dubious. This realization deepened the irony for Jiang Zhixiao. The Sang family bore a grudge against the He family, yet Sang Yuchuan still chose to come to Jinsheng for He Jiao Jiao. Such unwavering affection, and, in her past life, she had foolishly aspired to usurp He Jiao Jiao's place. How naive she had been. With each revelation of her previous life, Jiang Zhixiao felt a renewed sense of regret for having wasted so much time on Sang Yuchuan, playing the fool and ultimately meeting a tragic end. Thankfully, everything could be restarted anew. As the hot pot was served, the enticing aroma of Sichuan peppercorns and star anise wafted through the air. Jiang Zhixiao helped Sang Jinyan blanch the ingredients, deliberately placing them in Sang Jinyan's bowl. Instantly, Sang Yuchuan's expression turned cold. Shun Tingbai stifled a laugh. Sister Jiang, do not just serve him, share the wealth. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Zhixiao promptly dropped a generous piece of beef into his dipping sauce. Oh dear, Shun Tingbai exclaimed awkwardly, scratching his brow while stealing glances at Sang Yuchuan. Is that all? That's all, came the reply. Jiang Zhiao wore a bewildered expression. Isn't it enough? Does Brother Bai require someone to serve him food, even while dining? Would he resort to a hunger strike if not? Shun Tingbai interjected. That is not his intention at all. The girl seemed oblivious to the fact that certain individuals had yet to touch their chopsticks. Curiously, Sang Jinyan inquired, why aren't you eating? Is there nothing to your liking? Sang Yuchuan leaned against the chair, his fingers drumming on the table, while his saliva-drenched chopsticks stirred in the pot. How do others partake? Jiang Zhiao placed a piece of tripe into the pot for blanching. Outsiders may not comprehend, but we, the people of Jinsheng, do not adhere to the concept of communal chopsticks. The hot pot's temperature is sufficiently high. A couple of stirs serve to sanitize it. Moreover, The people of Jincheng are warm-hearted, eagerly serving dishes to those they favor. As she spoke, the blanched tripe was retrieved from the pot and placed in a Shun Tingbai's bowl. Brother Tingbai, please enjoy. Chapter 30. Birthday Banquet. Shun Tingbai felt a shiver run through him. Despite his age advantage, sitting across from Sang Yuchuan inexplicably made him feel significantly diminished, as if he had committed a transgression and been caught in the act. No, no, no. Sister Jiang, you must believe me. I am not the type to starve myself over not being served food. Then I shall leave you to it. Enjoy your meal and drink well. All right. He diverted his gaze towards Sang Yuchuan, who immediately lowered his head and began shoving tripe into his mouth with fervor. Sang Jianian, unfazed by the commotion at the dining table, redirected the conversation. I am typically quite busy and seldom check my phone. If anyone dares to bully you again, just send a WeChat to Shun Tingbai. He is my business partner and also the legal advisor. Shun Tingbai strained to maintain composure while adding Jiang Zhixiao as a friend. Why seek distant help when Xiao Chuan is at school? Let him keep an eye on things. Sang Jianian turned to glance at Sang Yuchuan before returning his attention. He is doing well not to bully her. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhixiao gave Sang Jianian a thumbs up. Sang Yuchuan took a sip from his drink, placing the bottle on the table with a flourish. Beautiful. The atmosphere was awkward. Shun Tingbai looked at Sang Jianian, then at Sang Yuchuan, and tactically buried his head, desperately gnawing on a lengthy piece of duck intestine. The intestine was overcooked, proving difficult to chew, so he ultimately swallowed a whole. Damn, he was indeed overindulging, traveling miles to witness the brothers' tumultuous dynamic and encountering such a challenging dish. Not to mention it was now stuck in his teeth. Goodness. Fortunately, the peculiar atmosphere did not linger for too long, as Sang Jianian presented two contracts, one for a technological equity agreement and the other a labor contract for her hand-drawn game graphics. However, for this latter contract, Sang Jianian did not require her signature. You are still a minor. If you sign a labor contract with me, I would be employing a child worker. Should this come to light, I would undoubtedly face consequences. Jiang Zhixiao appeared somewhat perplexed. Then how shall we collaborate? Do you have any trustworthy friends who are of age? I can transfer your salary to their account first, and we can finalize the contract after your birthday. If you're not in a hurry, I can hold your wages until you come of age. Jiang Zhixiao lowered her gaze. The only person she once trusted was Huang Shuxiao, but that was no longer the case. This meant she would be unable to access her funds immediately, but she still needed to survive. The 3,000 yuan from Lu Furong would not last long, especially since her 10 years of savings had already been taken by Jiang Hongtao. That's all right. You can hold my salary for now. However, after a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her bank card, clutching it tightly. Since Tingbai is a lawyer, when you are in litigation, do you require certain evidence through special channels? Shun Tingbai nodded. It depends on the type of evidence. What is it? Jiang Zhixiao placed her bank card on the table. Could you help me check who has been transferring money to me? Shun Tingbai picked up the bank card for inspection. Haven't you inquired with the bank? They can trace that information. Previously, I had inquired and discovered that the remittance account was registered in Jinggang. Yet the account holder's information was encrypted, rendering it inaccessible even to the bank. Have you been receiving these remittances all along? Shun Tingbai asked. Jiang Zhihao nodded. For 10 years, each remittance has been annotated with buying ice cream cones, which could indicate a familial connection. As a child, she relished ice cream cones and would incessantly urge her mother to purchase them for her. Remarkably, on the very day she was abducted, she was still enjoying one. Thus, she has always believed that the sender must be related to her mother, perhaps even her biological father. Had she been able to establish a connection, her life might not have been so passive. Suddenly, Sang Yuchuan reached out, snatched the bank card, and slammed it back down in front of Jiang Zhihao. You certainly know how to trouble others. You are from Jincheng. How could your relatives possibly end up in Jinggang? Jiang Zhihao lifted her gaze, memories flooding back, unexpectedly striking the most sensitive chord in her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, why do you become more agitated about this matter than I do? In her previous life, when she first sought Sang Yuchuan's assistance to investigate the account holder, he had callously discarded the card into the trash bin. I fail to comprehend. Your mother has passed away, and your father is imprisoned. Whom do you truly wish to find? Am I not entitled to other relatives? Must I be condemned to live as an orphan? Why do you have to prevent me from investigating? Sang Yuchuan, breathing heavily, nodded, retrieved the card from the trash, and stormed out. He had conducted an investigation, yet found nothing. Subsequently, Jiang Zhihao sought assistance from others several times, but to no avail. What perplexed her most was why Sang Yuchuan cared about this issue. He had been concerned in her previous life. It seemed to persist in this one. However, the bewildered expressions of the three soon brought Jiang Zhihao back to her senses. She had overthought. In this life, Sang Yuchuan was still unaware of the bank card's significance, as she had not disclosed it to him. His objections merely stemmed from a desire to avoid burdening those around him. It was as simple as that. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhihao retracted the bank card. I apologize. I was reminded of something else and failed to modulate my volume. Sang Yuchuan regarded her, not questioning her, but rather appearing intrigued. Jiang Zhihao, have you experienced a soul transfer? When did you ever discuss this matter with me? Was it in a dream? Jiang Zhihao did not respond to this inquiry, nor did she perceive anything amiss in his words. Meanwhile, Shen Tingbai's gaze flitted between the three of them several times. Again, he scoffed, suddenly smirking and shaking his head. Sang Yuchuan could have simply asserted that she had never mentioned it, yet he deliberately referenced dreams, even employing an adverb of degree again. Moreover, he addressed her by her full name, which felt markedly different from how Sang Jinyin referred to her, as the little girl or as Sister Jiang. There was an implicit possessiveness, a forceful delineation of her from others. It was no wonder he was said to be cunning. Not only was he devious, but he also had a multitude of schemes. Soon, as the meal neared its conclusion, Sang Jinyin signaled for the waiter to pack a portion of red sugar rice cakes to take to He Jiao Jiao. Sang Yuchuan cast a glance at the QR code for the mini-program affixed to the table and swiftly settled the bill, saying, no need for takeout. It's her birthday today, and she won't eat much. Sang Jinyin acquiesced. Upon exiting the restaurant, the daylight had dimmed considerably. Jiang Zhijiao realized her backpack was still at school, and she initially expected to be taken back. However, to her surprise, they arrived at the Renown Club in Jincheng. Let's go together. Jiao Jiao just messaged me, asking me to bring you along. Sang Jinyin extended the invitation. She wants you to bring me? Jiang Zhijiao's gaze was sharp, uncertain of her intentions. Do you not like Jiao Jiao? Is there some misunderstanding? Sang Jinyin inquired. Jiang Zhijiao shook her head. We are simply not on the same wavelength. After a moment's reflection, Sang Jinyin remarked, Jiao Jiao isn't a bad person. She just has a bit of a princess complex, believing everyone should cater to her, which makes her somewhat difficult in social situations. As he spoke, he glanced at the time, noting it was still early, assuring her it wouldn't be too late for her to return. Perfect, we can discuss the project matters with you. Hearing this, she felt compelled to grant him this favor. Chapter 31. The bullet strikes true. Without Sang Jinyin, the project would not have progressed so swiftly. Today, he has been an immense help to Jiang Zhixiao. She had no reason to refuse his assistance. Thus, she nodded sincerely and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Jinyin Go. Thank me for what? He inquired. For the matter concerning Zhang Yu, Jiang Zhixiao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having troubled him with a special trip that consumed so much of his time. Perhaps to alleviate her pressure, Sang Jinyin shook his head in denial, stating, I did not return specifically for that. Today is Jiao Jiao's birthday, and since this matter coincided, I decided to handle it all at once. Jiang Zhixiao was momentarily taken aback. If he had not returned solely for her, how had he come to know about this incident? Had he perhaps seen it online? She opened her mouth to ask, but Sang Jinyin remained silent, merely smiling as he opened the trunk and retrieved several Hermes bags. These are birthday gifts for He Jiao Jiao, he explained. It seemed he truly had returned specifically for her. However, what about the gifts from Sang Yuchuan? Was he supposed to have brought a bag from Jinggang? Moreover, the advertisement for that bag proclaimed it could only be gifted to one person in a lifetime. Jiang Zhixiao raised her gaze toward the staircase leading to the club entrance, where Sang Yuchuan was already halfway up, engaged in conversation with Shen Tingbai. His hands were empty. He carried nothing with him. How peculiar. Where had the gifts gone? Had they been delivered in advance? Let us proceed, Sang Jinyin said, locking the car door and gesturing toward the club. Jiang Zhixiao pulled her thoughts back and promptly followed him. They arrived at the private room, where Sang Jinyan pushed open the heavy military-style door. He Jiao was joyfully singing into a microphone, with a billiard table and several gaming machines beside the song selection machine. The gender boundaries were clear. The girls sang and gossiped while the boys played billiards and video games. Sang Jinyan maneuvered behind He Jiao, his hands clasped behind him, leaning slightly forward. His posture was not overly intimate, with a noticeable distance between them. Yet, his voice was exceedingly gentle. Let me see which little princess is celebrating her birthday today. The music came to an abrupt halt, and He Jiao turned around, her face lighting up with surprise. Without regard for the others present, she leaped into Sang Jinyan's embrace. Jinyan go, you finally arrived. You didn't seek me out at school today. Are you being biased? The guests at the birthday party, aside from Sang Yuchuan and Shun Tinglan, were primarily He Jiao's friends from outside school. Only Meng Xiaojiao from their class was present. Witnessing the scene, many were somewhat astonished. How could Jiang Zhixiao's boyfriend be hugging He Jiao? She hurriedly pulled Jiang Zhixiao over, wondering if He Jiao was acquainted with the campus heartthrob from Qingbei. Given the family's close ties, it was quite natural for them to know each other. Meng Xiaojiao's gaze scrutinized them from top to bottom. Are you quite certain it's merely a simple acquaintance? She emphasized the word acquainted with notable weight, clearly implying something more. Jiang Zhixiao perceived the ambiguous tone in Meng Xiaojiao's voice, yet she remained uncertain. After all, in her previous life, she was unaware of any emotional entanglements between Sang Jinyan and He Jiao. However, she could discern that Sang Jinyan treated He Jiao with a certain distinction. She shook her head. I do not know either. Meng Xiaojiao stamped her foot, unable to suppress her complaints. He Jiao is quite enough. Whenever there are many people around, she insists on singing. Everyone has to sing a song. She pulled Jiang Zhiao to the booth and began to peel an orange she had picked up from the table. Did everyone sing? Jiang Zhiao inquired. Of course. If the boys don't sing, the girls will. Meng Xiaojiao replied. I already told her I can't sing in tune. Yet she insisted. It's merely to highlight how much better she sounds than I do. Jiang Zhiao chuckled. Then why did you come? In truth, she found it puzzling. She wasn't particularly close to her, yet she was the only one from their class invited. However, the prospect of tasty treats lured her in. Meng Xiaojiao stuffed a segment of orange into Jiang Zhiao's mouth while she devoured the rest herself. I must say, the oranges that wealthy people eat are undeniably sweeter than the ones I've tasted. After saying this, Meng Xiaojiao winked and added, but I won't let the delicious oranges from He Jiao influence my impression of her. The campus heartthrob from Qingbei is your boyfriend. Regardless of past connections, one should maintain distance. How can she leap into someone else's arms right in front of you? Just as Jiang Zhiao was about to clarify that Sang Jinyan was not her boyfriend, He Jiao approached with a microphone. Xiao, sing a song. Jiang Zhiao was taken aback. What a joke. When had He Jiao ever displayed such a sweet smile towards her? It was so charming that it almost led Jiang Zhiao to believe she was being polite and friendly. Had it not been for Meng Xiaojiao's prior warning, she might have fallen for it. Since she was pretending, Jiang Zhiao decided to play along. With such brilliance before me, how could I dare to perform in front of the birthday girl? He Jiao appeared momentarily stunned before thrusting the microphone into her palm. Then you must sing a song. Everyone else has. Jiang Zhiao shook her head, and He Jiao continued. It's my birthday. Can't you fulfill this small wish of mine? Was He Jiao actually pouting at her? Jiang Zhiao chuckled inwardly. He Jiao then raised her hand, signaling the crowd to cheer her on. Jiang Zhiao. The boys playing pool glanced over, and Shun Tinglan approached Sang Yuchuan with his cue. Does Jiang Zhiao know how to sing? With an effortless shot, Sang Yuchuan won the game. She does, but she is too timid to sing. As he turned away, Jiang Zhiao picked up a guitar and approached Sang Jinyan. Brother Jinyan, will you play while I sing? Shen Tinglan looked at Sang Yuchuan and then at Jiang Zhiao, his expression filled with confusion. Hadn't she just said she was afraid to sing? Perhaps she simply didn't want to sing alone. Naturally, young people revel in such theatrics. When ambiguous relationships among classmates unfold, One partner inviting the other always elicits sighs and cheers. Moreover, many perceive Jiang Jiao and Sang Yuchuan as a couple. Sang Yuchuan seemed taken aback, unsure if he was processing the moment or hesitant to respond immediately. Jiang Jiao leaned in and whispered something in his ear, and amidst another uproar of cheers, he smiled and accepted the guitar. Shun Tinglan, puzzled, asked Sang Yuchuan, "How did Jiang Jiao know your brother could play the guitar?" "I told her." "Oh, every Christmas. The school holds a talent show in the auditorium. Talented young men and women signed up independently, with some singing and others dancing. During the second year of high school, Jiang Jiao pursued with great fervor. After watching the performance, as they exited the auditorium, Jiang Jiao suddenly inquired, "Sang Yuchuan, can you play the guitar?" "No." "Then why not learn?" "Why should I? I wish to participate in next year's Youth of Song and Dance. You can play the guitar while I sing. What do you think? Can you even sing?" Sang Yuchuan questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. Of course. Eager to showcase her talent, Jiang Jiao immediately began to sing last year's most popular song, "The Hasty Years." I must say, the moment she opened her mouth, I was genuinely captivated. Her voice bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal sound of the acclaimed Bai Yueguang, transcendent and melodic. However, after just a few lines, she faltered for someone to pass by. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She admitted, "I can't sing alone. If you were here, I would feel much more at ease." She scratched her head, losing patience. "So, will you learn or not?" "I won't," Sang Yuchuan replied coldly. "Then I shall find another partner." She attempted to provoke him. Sang Yuchuan remained unfazed, responding, "You want to find anyone better than me? My brother plays the guitar." Seeing that her provocations had no effect, Jiang Jiao stomped her foot in frustration. Little did anyone expect that Jiang Jiao indeed sought out Sang Yuchuan for guitar accompaniment. She sang once again that very same song, "The Hasty Years." Chapter 32. The arrival of the wingmen in the fleeting years of our youth. How many times did we bid farewell only to delay once more? Ethereal melodies resonated with nostalgia and regret, harmonizing beautifully with the clarity of an acoustic guitar. From the very first note, all eyes were captivated. Even the gaming-obsessed youths, engrossed in their pursuits, turned their heads in unison. Shun Tinglan momentarily forgot the gossip, fixating on the two performers, exclaiming, "Jiang Jixiao is in charge of singing. Jin Yinge handles the guitar, and I shall be the audience. We truly are a trio of prodigious talent." He Jiao Jiao, standing beside him, shot him a fierce glare upon hearing this. Shin Tinglan, appearing innocent, retorted, "Keep glaring, and I'll pluck your eyeballs out. If they wish to sing, let them sing better than you. Do you think the world revolves around you? That everyone must cater to your whims?" He Jiao Jiao felt irritated, unwilling to concede the attention of the crowd to Jiang Jixiao. She found a deck of tarot cards, claiming she would divine matters of love. Shen Tinglan rolled his eyes and hurried to tell Sang Yuchuan, "You know, had I been aware earlier, I would not have taken on the role of discipline committee member. Otherwise, I would surely sing better than Jiang Jixiao." At that moment, someone suddenly adjusted the lighting in the private room, casting a spotlight directly on Jiang Jixiao and Sang Yuchuan. In an instant, it felt as though the world had narrowed to just the two of them. Sang Yuchuan observed from the shadows, his eyes fixated, yet he did not hesitate to voice the most piercing remark. "It doesn't matter. You could still sing heavy metal." "Curse you. It's deafening. Speak again, and I'll remove your battery." Shun Tinglan retorted. A signal was discreetly given from behind him. He turned around. Shin Tingbai was propped against the billiard table, casting him a knowing glance. Shin Tinglan quickly approached him. "What is the intel?" Shin Tingbai's gaze darted between Jiang Jixiao and He Jiao Jiao. "I'm just checking in. Do these two have any emotional entanglements with Sang Yuchuan?" Finally finding someone to gossip with, Shun Tinglan was elated, nodding vigorously. "Yes. The three of them are undoubtedly involved in a love triangle." "So, who does Sang Yuchuan truly fancy?" Shin Tinglan pondered, stretching his neck, as the situation grew increasingly convoluted. Jiang Jixiao had pursued Sang Yuchuan for quite some time, but had ceased her efforts. Our campus heartthrob, Sang Yuchuan, exhibited intense emotional fluctuations, yet refused to acknowledge them. In truth, it was futile to admit anything. From a realistic standpoint, their union would likely lead nowhere. He would probably marry a woman of He Jiao's lineage. Shen Tingbai stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is becoming rather enigmatic. Which of Xiaochuan's women is Sang Yuchuan vying for? Nearby, Shun Tinglan was astonished, his mouth agape. What does this mean? Jin Yinge likes both of them? Oh no, I'm not sure which one of them it is. Sang Jinian had always harbored affections for someone, yet due to the other's youth, he consistently restrained himself, never expressing his feelings. Shen Tingbai was aware that this girl shared a close relationship with Sang Yuchuan, and there seemed to be some complications. However, when he arrived today, it appeared that both Jiang Zhishao and He Jiao were entangled with Sang Yuchuan in a complicated manner. Strangely, regardless of the situation, Sang Jinyan treated both of them exceptionally well. Shen Tingbai felt a sense of bewilderment. He now believed that this situation was not merely a simple love triangle, but rather a likely love quadrangle. Shen Tinglan shuddered. Let it not be He Jiao. I absolutely detest her. Shen Tingbai responded. My disdain extends beyond her. I loathe the entire He family. Shen Tinglan's eyes twinkled with excitement. Brother, for the sake of our brotherhood, shall we engage in a grand competition? Speak on. I shall be Sang Yuchuan's wingman, and you shall be Jin Yin's. Let us see who can win over Jiang Zhishao first. And what of He Jiao? With the two of us present, can she even participate? Shen Tingbai immediately grew intrigued. You are bound to lose. My dear Sang possesses age-related advantages, charm, wealth, courtesy, and an understanding of what girls desire. Shen Tinglan, sculpt, ha. My little Sang may be hard-headed, sharp-tongued, and ill-tempered, yet he is youthful and competitive, with a multitude of cunning strategies, each more unique than the last. He? Competitive? Shen Tingbai lifted his gaze, and there stood Sang Yuchuan not far ahead. After a day of interaction, he realized this fellow hardly communicated with Jiang Zhishao, not even exchanging glances. He held a demeanor of supreme arrogance, as if the world revolved around him. Yet, it was precisely this brash individual who could only boldly gaze at her from the shadows. Shen Tingbai burst into laughter. How amusing! Are you looking down upon him or upon me? Shen Tingbai's eyes scrutinized from below, and the answer was abundantly clear. Shen Tinglan waved his hand dismissively, leaving a message of just wait and see. Shen Tingbai shrugged. I'm waiting, you insufferable little brother. The two parted ways, one to the left and the other to the right, as Jiang Zhishao concluded her song. The thunderous applause resonated, predominantly from the male audience. The females had all been whisked away by He Jiao from matchmaking, leaving only Meng Xiao, who clapped fervently, her palms reddening. Jiang Zhishao remained unfazed, expressing her gratitude to Sang Jinyan before returning the microphone to He Jiao. He Jiao seemed utterly unconcerned, casually gesturing, oh, just place it there. Suddenly, she looked up, as if recalling something, and lifted a stack of tarot cards, saying, Xiao, draw 3 cards. Her voice rang clear, capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Zhishao was uncertain of her intentions, and in front of so many, she felt it inappropriate to contradict the birthday girl. She reached out and randomly drew 3 cards. He Jiao flipped the cards face down on the table, with each card corresponding to a boy's name, advising not to overthink, but to select the first name that came to mind. Jiang Zhishao scanned through them, making her choice. He Jiao revealed the cards, selecting only the middle one. Who does this card correspond to? Jiang Zhishao suddenly paused. Why this card? What do the 2 you discarded signify? The revealed cards indicated individuals of little importance, devoid of any interpretive value. As Sang Yuchuan's gaze fell upon her, Jiang Zhishao found herself unexpectedly locking eyes with him, leaving her momentarily dazed before she averted her gaze nonchalantly. What was discarded held little significance, while what remained bore a deeper meaning. Yet, Jiang Zhishao inhaled deeply. Jin Yinge. Wow. He Jiao exclaimed as she picked up the card, raising an eyebrow, but refraining from directly interpreting it for Jiang Zhishao. Instead, she called out to Sang Jinian, the card reveals that you are the most important person to Xiao. Are you 2 truly involved? Chapter 33. indirect utilization, Jiang Zhihao felt exasperated. Here she stood, yet Jiao chose to involve Sang Jinyan without even asking her. Given the camaraderie between Jiao and Sang Jinyan, how could she not be aware of their relationship? Jiang Zhihao found it perplexing and questioned the purpose behind such a deliberate provocation. Just as she was about to refute, she turned her gaze and met the deep-set eyes of Sang Yuchuan. For reasons unknown, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The others interpreted her silence as shyness, and their curiosity was piqued, especially among the few young gentlemen engaged in gaming. After all, Jiang Zhihao's rendition of the hasty years had stirred something within them. However, having just invited Sang Jinyan to accompany her on the guitar, they assumed he was unavailable, leaving them hesitant to approach. With Jiao's inquiry, the situation was evidently ripe for development. Consequently, all eyes turned to Sang Jinyan, eager for his response. Perhaps taken aback by the sudden question, Sang Jinyan hesitated, about to speak, but then noticed that Jiang Zhihao had not immediately clarified the matter. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to reveal the truth. The rumors circulating on Renren Network had become rampant, and he had come to school that day to support Jiang Zhihao, making many fearful of the situation. He was unsure if any of these individuals were from the school, and he dreaded the thought of revealing the truth, fearing it would lead to further bullying of her. In the midst of this silent anticipation, a boy's magnetic voice suddenly interrupted. Turning to the sound, they saw Sang Yuchuan, who had appeared at the doorway, indicating someone was looking for him. Those waiting glanced into the private room, only to quickly retract their heads. Jiao, growing impatient from the lack of an answer she sought, urged him to enter. Are you certain? Sang Yuchuan's Adam's apple bobbed, his lips forming a name without producing any sound, as if it were a secret understood only between him and Jiao. Jiang Zhihao could not discern who Sang Yuchuan was referencing. The figure who had just flashed by the door remained a mystery to her. Who could it be? Jiao, evidently understanding Sang Yuchuan's unspoken words, displayed a clear expression of realization, threw her tarot cards down on the table, and rose to head toward the door. How bothersome! As she departed, several individuals exchanged glances. Wow, why do I feel like those two are involved? One exclaimed, what did Sang say just now? He didn't even speak aloud. Why did the little princess leave? Having spent so much time together, they had cultivated an unspoken understanding. With a mere glance from Sang, the little princess instantly grasped his meaning. With this distraction, the group seamlessly shifted their focus away from Jiang Zhihao and Sang Jinyan. Some resumed playing games while others sang. Meng Xiaojiao, however, still recalled the earlier conversation and pulled Jiang Zhihao aside to whisper, Jiao is insufferable. Everyone knows your relationship with Sang Jinyan. Yet she still pretends to inquire. Jiang Zhihao replied, I have no relationship with Jinyan. He is not my boyfriend. What? The rumors on Renren Network. I cannot fathom why they've escalated so wildly. Meng Xiaojiao stomped her foot in frustration. Then she's even more insidious. By asking such a question in front of everyone, she's clearly trying to provoke Sang Jinyan into contradicting you. You just invited him to accompany you. Her friends must think you too are involved. If Sang Jinyan were to deny, it would mean that you are the one pursuing him fervently. Jiang Zhixiao became acutely aware of this, and, with little reaction, glanced at the time. I shall take my leave, and you should return home early as well. Hey, I'll go with you. Meng Xiaojiao exclaimed, grabbing her backpack from the booth and hastily following Jiang Zhixiao. Sang Yuchuan stood at the entrance, leaning against the doorframe, obstructing their path. Step aside. Sang Yuchuan refused to yield. The birthday cake for the celebrant remains uneaten, and you're leaving without even a word of farewell? He leaned closer, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Zhixiao. Isn't that a tad impolite? Perhaps his voice was too soft, but it resonated like a violin in Jiang Zhixiao's ears, his breath brushing against her, causing her discomfort. This was utterly bewildering. Just a few days prior, they had seemed like strangers. How had they suddenly slipped into such an ambiguous interaction? Jiang Zhixiao, unwilling to be misunderstood, was relieved that the crowd's attention was elsewhere, and she quickly took a step back, inhaling deeply. Where's the cake? I will retrieve it. She wanted no part in this awkward atmosphere. yearning only to conclude the encounter swiftly. A pleased smile spread across Sang Yuchuan's face. Room 305. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhixiao ignored him entirely and slipped out from under his arm. Meng Xiaojiao attempted to follow, but Sang Yuchuan promptly shut the door. Her face flushed crimson. I want to accompany her. Just having shared a mere 2 days as desk mates, they were already inseparable. What was the nature of their relationship? Are you perhaps another Huang Shuxiao? Meng Xiaojiao looked at him. Is it not permissible for me to like her? Sang Yuchuan. Shun Tinglan immediately pulled Meng Xiaojiao aside, pushing her down onto the booth. Why provoke him? He lacks any moral integrity. What have I done to him? Jiang Zhixiao is both beautiful and talented. Must I not be allowed to admire her? Shu. Shen Tinglan raised a finger to her lips. Are you out of your mind? How many lives do you possess to dare harbor feelings for her? Meng Xiaojiao straightened her back, lowering her gaze, as Shun Tinglan's finger lingered against her lips. Cool to the touch. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. Room 305 bore no distinction from the birthday celebration room. The layout remained the same, with singing to the left and a pool table and arcade games to the right, save for an additional screen for privacy. Jiang Zhixiao searched the room thoroughly for the cake, but found none, suspecting that Sang Yuchuan was playing a trick on her and was about to leave. 2 indistinct figures emerged from behind the screen. Happy birthday. Please accept this gift. It complements your complexion splendidly. It was Zhang Yu's voice. Jiang Zhixiao could not help but roll her eyes. How did she always manage to eavesdrop accurately on Zhang Yu conversing with He Jiaojiao? Wait, had Sang Yuchuan's lips formed Zhang Yu's name earlier? Had he intentionally lured her here? Jiang Zhixiao questioned. You offer me a necklace that I do not desire, yet you bring it as a gift to me. What were you thinking? Zhang Yu, staring at the exquisite gift box in his palm, could hardly lift his gaze. His voice barely above a whisper, tinged with disappointment. You were the one who initially declined. I only brought it to give to her. He Jiao crossed her arms and smiled, remarking on the cleverness of spending one sum of money to achieve 2 objectives. Not at all, Zhang Yu replied, anxiously lifting his gaze. In class that day, Jiang Zhixiao mentioned that Sang Yuchuan confessed his feelings to her on the exam paper. I know you like him, so I thought if I were to be with Jiang Zhixiao, Sang Yuchuan would be yours. That's why I would give her the necklace. He Jiao tilted her head, her eyes wide with innocence and confusion, fixated on him. Should I then thank you? Zhang Yu summoned his courage to meet her gaze. Numerous words swirling within him, yet the disparity between them rendered him momentarily speechless. Regardless, everything I have done is for you. He Jiao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Do tell, what have you done for me? I. Zhang Yu hesitated, finally resolving himself. You said you despised Jiang Zhixiao, so I want to trouble her. For instance, I reported her, causing her to lose her financial aid and struggle to pay for her accommodation, so she wouldn't be flaunting herself before you every day. You also mentioned that if it weren't for Huang Shuxiao's good rapport with Jiang Zhixiao, you would gladly befriend Huang Shuxiao, as you believe she treats her friends well. So, I messaged Huang Shuxiao, agreeing to reconcile with her if she severed ties with Jiang Zhixiao. I spat at Jiang Zhixiao to make you happy. I also cursed her on social media to lift your spirits. He Jiao raised an eyebrow, questioning. How did you know I disliked Jiang Zhixiao, yet wish to be friends with Huang Shuxiao? My true affection lies with you. I even bribed Li Xiang, who informed me of everything. I told her that when Jiang Zhixiao was expelled from the dormitory, all her belongings were thrown out. If I could, I would stomp on her a few more times. Chapter 34. Caution on the way home. Zhang Yu spoke through gritted teeth, as if the more he criticized Jiang Zhixiao, the more praise he would receive from He Jiao. In the end, he complained with a deep sense of disappointment. I have done so much for you, yet I cannot even attend your birthday banquet. Even Jiang Zhixiao, whom you loathe the most, is here. Mind your words. Well, have I ever hated her? Zhang Yu abruptly lifted his head, incredulous. He Jiao, however, wore an unrestrained smile, though it did not reach her eyes as she fixed him with a serious gaze. You may manipulate Huang Shuxiao, but do not attempt such tactics on me. Your bullying of her is merely for your pitiful vanity. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Yu deftly sidestepped the main issue. If you don't hate her, why did you invite Sang Jinyan to Jinsheng? He Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yu continued. You wanted them to witness Jiang Ji Shao driven to madness by me, didn't you? But you did not anticipate that Jiang Ji Shao not only remained sane, but Sang Yuchuan actually intervened. Seeing her silence, Zhang Yu presumed he had struck a nerve. Without hesitation, he stepped closer, taking He Jiao's hand. Jiao, I know it was you who invited Sang Yuchuan to Jinsheng. You sent him a screenshots, did you not? During physical education today, I went through your phone. I saw everything. Outside the screen, Jiang Ji Shao was taken aback, never suspecting that it was He Jiao who had divulged this matter to Sang Yuchuan. Was her intention merely to make herself look foolish in public? This lunatic, recollecting her thoughts, the screen clearly reflected the two of them. Zhang Yu's thumb caressed He Jiao's palm, reminiscent of lovers reluctant to part. Clearly, you were confident they were not in a romantic relationship, which is why I dare to post that online. Otherwise, today's events would not have transpired, would they? He Jiao felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She forcefully withdrew her hand, her expression taut. What do you want me to help you with? Just say it. Help me resolve this matter. And also lift the previous punishment for the fight. Surely, you wouldn't truly expect me to post that statement on my social media? Your relationship with Sang Yuchuan makes this easy for you. Are you threatening me? He Jiao studied him for a long time. Her gaze gentle yet sharp as a blade. It's you who should apologize, not me. What does this have to do with me? Are you planning to discard me now that I am no longer useful? Zhang Yu's expression darkened, his anger flaring as he turned to exit the screen. Very well. I shall reveal the truth to Sang Yuchuan and Sang Yuchuan. As footsteps approached, Jiang Ji Shao quickly hid behind the door. Zhang Yu's footsteps grew closer, and a sweet voice called out to him, Have I done something wrong? Zhang Yu halted and turned around, as He Jiao emerged from behind the screen. I merely stated that I disliked Jiang Ji Shao, and you eagerly went to bully her. Was it I who confessed to her? Was it I who harassed her? Was it I who instigated the school bully to torment her? Those scandalous photos and vile words circulating online, were they my doing? Zhang Yu, all of this is on you. It has nothing to do with me. I have never instructed you to target her. Zhang Yu's eyes flushed crimson. It was you. You led me on. You have stated yourself that these matters were conveyed to you by Li Xiang. I have scarcely exchanged a few words with you throughout this ordeal. So how could I possibly guide you? Zhang Yu's complexion immediately turned ashen. He Jiao approached step by step, urging him to speak if he wished to. To me, Sang Yuchuan is of no significant importance. As for Sang Yuchuan, He Jiao paused, a confident smile gracing her lips. For he has always understood the essence of my character. Zhang Yu remained silent, his tightly clenched fists trembling ever so slightly. He Jiao stood before him, reaching out to gently part the disheveled strands of hair on his forehead, a hint of condescension in her gesture. Zhang Yu, why do you fail to comprehend? Like Jiang Jiao, you believe that merely associating with the affluent will elevate you to unimaginable heights. Yet our world shall forever remain closed to individuals like you. The wealthy shall always remain wealthy, while those devoid of power will eternally be akin to ants. Do you know why? Because within our circle, even when mistakes are made, we shall never resort to self-destruction as you do. This delineates the stark contrast between capital and the insignificant. Upon concluding her statement, she gestured towards the door, indicating that she need not escort him further. Remaining for even a second longer would be an affront, and Zhang Yu departed in indignation. He Jiao, unfazed by the encounter, retrieved a damp tissue to cleanse her hands, which had just been touched by Zhang Yu. Just as she was about to return to the private room, Jiang Jiao emerged from behind the door. In that instant, He Jiao's pupils flickered slightly as she regarded the other, donning that same cheerful demeanor. It is indeed unfortunate that you have appeared here. Since you have overheard everything, you should also recognize that I have done nothing wrong. Jiang Jiao, I am quite forthright in my conduct. Jiang Jiao maintained her composure. After performing all evening, you finally could no longer contain yourself. Quite well. This is the authentic you, after all. Otherwise, I would genuinely think you had taken some medication that made you overly courteous towards me. Upon finishing her words, Jiang Jiao stepped closer, the sudden proximity exuding a palpable pressure. Thus, I am genuinely curious. Who were you performing for tonight? If not for Sang Yuchuan or Sang Jinyan? Perhaps it was for those outside the school? Jiang Jiao, with her arms crossed, feigned contemplation while pinching her chin. Oh, I see. As a young lady from a prestigious family, you must place great importance on maintaining relationships within your social stratum, right? There would be no infighting. But would there be mutual suspicion? Her seemingly light-hearted tone unexpectedly conveyed a sense of threat that he, Jiao, could not ignore. Her expression faltered slightly as a thought crossed her mind. Glancing at the time, she turned and walked towards the balcony to peer down below. Turning back, she smiled and beckoned Jiang Jiao to come witness the spectacle. Jiang Jiao, uncertain of her intentions, nonetheless approached the balcony and looked down in the direction of he Jiao's gaze. A drunken man was being shoved out by a multitude of bodyguards, staggering as he attempted to rush back inside. Jiang Hongtao, damn, your casino is rigging the game. I could have won. I wagered my entire fortune. And it was you who changed the cards. In an instant, his tone shifted. I can win it back. I truly can win it back. Please, let me just a little more. Allow me to indulge in a couple of games. The winning shall be directly credited to my account. My luck has been remarkable. I triumphed in the initial rounds. However, in the final game, I fell victim to deceit. The bodyguard delivered a swift kick to his waist, exclaiming, "Get lost." This refrain has become all too familiar. You have 2 days to settle your debts to the casino, principal and interest included, even if it means selling a kidney. You must repay me. Jiang Jihao took deep breaths, feeling a sense of lightness in her legs. He Jiao leaned against the railing, the wind tousling her hair. The 6th floor of the club is a casino. The man you just observed is a regular patron of my family's establishment. Jiang Jihao was taken aback. Your family? The club belongs to my family. Was Jiang Hongtao's gambling addiction somehow attributed to he Jiao? Words failed to encapsulate her feelings. Jiang Jihao felt her blood rush backward. Each fleeting moment of eye contact with he Jiao was excruciating. Then the latter grasped her shoulder, turning to face her closely as they both gazed downstairs. From the 3rd floor, Jiang Hongtao was far from inconspicuous. They could even discern his ghastly expression, his eyes bloodshot, embodying the quintessential visage of a gambler consumed by his vices. I have heard that when he loses, he resorts to brutalizing his wife and daughter. So do tread carefully on your way home. Avoid crossing paths with him. Chapter 35. Are you having second thoughts now? After he Jiao departed, Jiang Jiao did not return to the private room, but instead descended the long staircase of the club, her head bowed, lost in thought. As she reached the bottom, a pair of red and black AJ sneakers came into view. Leaning against the hood of a car, Sang Yuchuan was tapping on his phone screen, seemingly engrossed in a game. Tall and lanky, his legs stretched out at an angle on the ground. Upon noticing Jiang Jiao's emergence, he tucked his phone away and strode over. Meng Xiaojiao has been dropped off by Shan Tingshan. Just want to let you know, he said. Behind him, a Mercedes-Benz van stood, its automatic door ajar, revealing a spacious back seat equipped with 2 reclining chairs, Sang Yuchuan's exclusive vehicle for school commutes. Understood. Jiang Jiao attempted to bypass Sang Yuchuan, but as she moved left, he mirrored her, blocking her path. When she shifted to the right, he did the same, deliberately preventing her from leaving. Jiang Jiao lifted her gaze, attempting to sidestep him. Did you hear everything? It became evident that Sang Yuchuan's presence in box 305 was intentional, a fact that irked her to no end. He, who merely observed from a distance, treated the flames of her tribulations as fireworks, all while feigning nobility. Is this your retaliation? Sang Yuchuan's brow arched slightly. You know full well, I've done nothing. Jiang Jiao nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Sang Yuchuan claimed he had taken no action, yet during much of her rebirth, she had been relentlessly tormented by those around her. He Jiao also professed her innocence, yet soon she would face a harrowing domestic violence ordeal. Who orchestrated all of this? Who led her into one predicament after another? Having lived for 28 years, Jiang Jiao suddenly found herself bewildered. She was at a loss regarding the true significance of Sang Yuchuan's deliberate revelations, which left her emotions spiraling out of control. Sang Yuchuan, You and he Jiao are cut from the same cloth. You fancy yourselves above it all, too proud to sully your hands. Yet a mere word or glance from you can cast someone into the depths of despair, all while you hypocritically claim it's none of your concern. In truth, when he Jiao commits murder, you hand her the knife. When she sets fire, you light the way. Is it not possible for you two to remain entwined? I indeed have done nothing. Sang Yuchuan's gaze remained fixed upon her. Are you blaming me for not intervening in these matters? Jiang Jiao found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. While she wished to evade such troubles, was there truly no alternative aside from Sang Yuchuan? But Sang Yuchuan's eyes swept over her. It was you who insisted I remain uninvolved. Are you now reconsidering? The gentle evening breeze tousled Sang Yuchuan's fine hair, prompting Jiang Jiao to avert her gaze towards the horizon. No, she declared firmly. Sang Yuchuan nodded slightly, responding in a subdued tone, understood. As she maneuvered around him, Jiang Jiao chose not to board the bus, but instead ambled along the crosswalk, slowly making her way home. She silently wished for the journey to stretch longer, or hoped that by the time Jiang Hongtao fell asleep, she might avoid yet another brutal beating. The shadow cast by Jiang Hongtao loomed over her. Stretching from a moment she was sold into the boxing ring to the present day. No matter how skilled she became, she could never withstand the blows of Jiang Hongtao. Thoughts of escape had crossed her mind. When she was 8, a little boy arrived at the boxing arena, newly sold and crying daily. Jiang Zhixiao consoled him while secretly plotting their route to freedom. Ultimately, the boy managed to escape, but Jiang Hongtao caught her and punished her brutally, leaving her bedridden for a week. Following this incident, the boxing ring was swiftly shut down, likely due to the boy's report to the authorities. Jiang Zhixiao believed she would finally be free from Jiang Hongtao's clutches, but instead, he adopted her. Then came the summer before her 15th year, when Jiang Zhixiao used the pretext of working in another city to attempt her escape. Yet, regardless of the job she took or how remote her living arrangements were, Jiang Hongtao always found her. Upon returning home, she faced another severe beating. Thus, she learned to behave and stopped dreaming of escape, returning home on time and handing over her meager living allowance as soon as it arrived. All she could do was wait. She anticipated the summer after her high school graduation when Jiang Hongtao would be imprisoned and she would finally be liberated. However, tonight's beating was inevitable. She could only walk a little slower, dragging her feet. The streetlights elongated her shadow as she passed under a row of paulownia trees, while a luxury vehicle followed her at a crawl. The driver glanced at Sang Yuchuan in the rearview mirror and asked, "Young master, shall we head home?" Sang Yuchuan looked up and saw Jiang Zhixiao boarding a bus. She had been walking for 3 hours, and the soles of her canvas shoes had worn to a pale hue. She must have been exhausted. Sang Yuchuan removed his headphones. "What did you say?" The driver repeated, "Shall we go home?" Jiang is already on the bus. Without hesitation, Sang Yuchuan succinctly replied, "Follow her." He put his headphones back on and rested his chin against the window, watching the pale pink and white petals of the paulownia trees drift down like snow. Upon arriving at the tenement building, he traversed the disordered corridor, surprised to find no sounds of argument. They must be asleep. Thus, when Jiang Zhixiao opened the door, she did so with utmost caution, fearful of making even the slightest sound. The living room was dark, and as she navigated through the shadows, she felt as though she were walking on thin ice. She quietly closed the door, turned on the light, and in that instant, her scalp tingled with fear. A bald man in an old shirt slouched in her chair, his belly protruding, his eyes roving over her. Jiang Hongtao bowed and scraped, respectfully producing a cigarette to offer to the man, lighting it with care. "Brother, what do you think of this one?" The bald man wiped his gleaming head, squinting, as smoke slowly drifted from his nostrils. "Perfect." He tossed aside the partially smoked cigarette, rose, and declared, "Leave the money, and I'll take her. I'll train her well." Jiang Zhixiao's breath hitched. Suddenly, she recalled Jiang Hongtao's phone call when he mentioned 20,000. It dawned on her that she was the one being sold. How ironic. At the age of 5, she had been bought by Jiang Hongtao to fight in the underground boxing ring, using her life to earn him illicit profits. Now, as she approached adulthood, she was to be sold again, merely to recoup his investment. This is the predicament of Jiang Xiao, forever treated like mere merchandise, chosen based on a clear price. The bald man kicked the burlap sack at the foot of the bed, and a stack of crisp cash tumbled out. Jiang Hongtao immediately lunged forward, greedily counting the money with drool at the corners of his mouth, his eyes reflecting the glimmer of a gambler. Meanwhile, the bald man approached Jiang Xiao, and she felt a suffocating grip around her throat. Instinctively, she turned to flee, only to be halted by an outstretched arm. Almost reflexively, Jiang Xiao seized his arm, bent forward, and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Ouch! You dare! Jiang Hongtao, still counting the money, leapt to his feet. You've got some nerve. You dare lay a hand on my benefactor? Are you looking to lose your life? Grabbing a mop from the wall, he stormed toward Jiang Xiao, and in that instant, her heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. While she could overpower the bald man, she could never match Jiang Hongtao. All her techniques had been taught by him. Frantically, Jiang Xiao flung open the door, desperately attempting to escape. The bald man on the floor clutched her ankle, shouting, "Don't even think about running. I paid for this." Just as the stick was about to strike her, the door suddenly burst open. Lu Furong lunged at Jiang Hongtao. "Have you lost your mind? What kind of society is this? Kidnapping people? Get the hell out of here." Jiang Hongtao effortlessly knocked Lu Furong down. As she wrapped her arms around him from behind, she shouted at Jiang Xiao, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Jiang Xiao snapped back to reality, elbowing the bald man in the head. He winced in pain and released his grip, allowing her to bolt out. A chilling scream erupted from Lu Furong behind her. Jiang Xiao turned to see Lu Furong pinned on the bed by Jiang Hongtao, one hand around her neck and the other delivering harsh slaps. Jiang Xiao suddenly felt a pang of compassion and hesitated to flee. Lu Furong yelled again, "Run! Run!" Her pupils trembled violently, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Casting a quick glance at Lu Furong's rapidly swelling face and the blood seeping from her lips, Jiang Xiao resolutely turned and fled, tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic rush. Lu Furong's cries pierced the stillness of the air. As Jiang Xiao ran, she pulled out her phone to call for help, trembling uncontrollably, and lost her footing on the stairs, rolling down. She felt no pain. Her sole thought was to escape. Just as she was about to rise, a large hand reached out to her. "Now, do you still wish to back out?" Behind him stood the ever-familiar Mercedes-Benz van. Its back door ajar, two space chairs positioned side by side. The driver, seated in the front, was on the phone. "Yes, Wenquan Road. There is someone causing a ruckus. A woman is screaming." Sang Yuchuan's hand was still extended toward Jiang Xiao. She looked at him, disregarding all thoughts, and finally placed her hand in his palm. "I need." Sang Yuchuan tightened his grip on her hand instantly. Chapter 36. Cohabitation. As the Mercedes-Benz smoothly exited the community's entrance, it brushed past an incessantly buzzing police car. Jiang Xiao fixed his gaze on the vehicle as it came to a halt beneath the cylindrical building, and he asked with a steady tone, "Will Jiang Hongtao go to prison?" "Not likely," came the response. Jiang Xiao's emotions surged. "Why not? He attempted to sell me to a casino, but you managed to escape, and quite swiftly at that." Jiang Xiao fell silent, and as he turned back, the entirety of the cylindrical building was no longer visible. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed several people disembarking from the police car. Lu Furong should be all right. He allowed a long breath. "Your stepmother?" Sang Yuchuan inquired. Jiang Xiao paused, contemplating for a moment, yet he could not bring himself to divulge Lu Furong's true identity. Like Jiang Hongtao, she was merely another buyer of his. When he first arrived at the underground boxing arena, a single tear from him would prompt Lu Furong to retaliate with a slap. At that time, she was only around 18 or 19, yet her strikes were as merciless as Jiang Hongtao's. Hence, he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward her. Yet, it was she who had shielded him and facilitated his escape, leaving his emotions in a tumultuous state. Jiang Xiao inhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward the window. The driver parked the car by the roadside, exited, and entered a pharmacy. When he returned, he bore a bag brimming with medications, some for abrasions, others for bruises, all of which he placed in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, The vehicle passed by the Chunxi Road subway station, took a turn, and arrived at the Longyu building. Sang Yuchuan led him to his apartment. With a panoramic view encompassing 3 sides through floor-to-ceiling windows, the bustling Taiku Li was visible outside. At this late hour, the area was deserted, save for the twinkling lights adorning the trees. Sang Yuchuan tossed the bag of medicine onto the coffee table and turned to the kitchen island. He opened a refrigerator, retrieved a can of cola, and with a single hand pulled back the tab, causing the brown bubbles to surge forth. He tilted his head back, savoring a sip. "Shall we chat?" he suggested. Jiang Zhihao, seated on the brown leather sofa, asked about what. "How long do you intend to stay at my place?" Jiang Zhihao remained silent. Frankly, she was uncertain. She needed a tranquil space to create her artwork and to adjust her mindset for the upcoming college entrance examinations. Yet, all of this hinged upon distancing herself from Jiang Hongtao. She glanced at the scenery outside, suddenly inquiring, "Sang Yuchuan, is the security here adequate?" "Yes." "Can strangers gain entry?" "As long as you desire otherwise, they cannot enter." His assertive demeanor immediately instilled a sense of security within Jiang Zhihao. Sang Yuchuan approached with the can of cola, placing it on the coffee table before settling into the armchair beside her. Habitually, he rolled up the cuffs of his school uniform trousers, gathering them atop his knees. "Do I need to pay rent?" Jiang Zhihao asked. Sang Yuchuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any?" Jiang Zhihao fell silent, then paused. "Can I give it to you on my birthday?" On her birthday, she would turn 18, thus rightfully able to receive her wages from Sang Jinyan. Furthermore, once the game launched, she would receive dividends, and, at that time, she could provide Sang Yuchuan with whatever he desired. "That works," Sang Yuchuan readily agreed. "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" Jiang Zhihao cast a probing glance at him, curiosity mingling with caution. "How long have you prepared for this day?" Sang Yuchuan smiled candidly, yet his gaze deepened. "It could likely be traced back to the day I left the infirmary. I am acutely aware of your circumstances at school, as well as your family situation. Thus, I comprehend that an action on my part would only ensnare you further in a quagmire." Jiang Zhihao, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" "I merely wish to observe whether the proud Jiang Zhihao would ever find herself in need of assistance. Indeed, that is rather malicious. Initially, I intended to distance myself from all who had caused her harm in this new life. Yet unexpectedly, it has only ignited Sang Yuchuan's competitive spirit. Truly, it is a surprising turn of events. Consequently, Jiang Zhihao could not suppress a smile. If I reside in your home, are you not concerned about He Jiao discovering this? He Jiao is suited to be a wife, but not for harboring a secret love." Jiang Zhihao was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "He actually wishes to keep me as a secret?" The other party, however, picked up a can of cola and took a hearty sip, his magnetic voice breaking the silence. "Now, it is my turn to inquire. What did you say to my brother in the private room?" Jiang Zhihao momentarily forgot about the matter, but soon realized that Sang Yuchuan was referring to her plea for Sang Jinyan to accompany her in performance. Whispered in his ear, without evasion, Jiang Zhihao replied, "I said, help me, don't let it be too embarrassing. Is that all?" "You may ask him." Sang Yuchuan was visibly taken aback, turning around to gulp down more cola. Perhaps he had not anticipated that this incident, which nearly caused him to lose his composure, was so straightforward, so simple that it left him speechless. Jiang Zhihao asked, "Are you very concerned about this matter?" "Don't overthink it." The can was tossed in a parabolic arc into the trash bin. "I simply do not wish to entangle myself with my brother and the same woman." He then turned back, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. "I do not want you to misunderstand." Jiang Zhihao naturally did not dwell on it. "Understood. You are warm-hearted at school, helping everyone. I am not special." Sang Yuchuan paused, uncertain of how to amend his words. Then continued, "You and I are not from the same world. Pursuing me will yield no results. Should you still insist on me granting you a title and a place to stay, that will no longer be possible." Jiang Zhihao had always recognized Sang Yuchuan's cold-heartedness, but did not expect him to be so unabashedly disloyal. It was clear he had never relinquished his desire to marry He Jiao, even in the previous life, allowing her, the legitimate wife, to live like a mistress. In this life, He boldly proclaimed his intention to keep a secret love. However, considering the situation from another perspective, since Jiao had exploited Zhang Yu to bully her, why should she not utilize Sang Yuchuan to turn the tables on Jiao? Therefore, nothing else mattered. Since only Sang Yuchuan possessed the means to provide her with tranquility, why not step on him to ascend? After all, devoid of emotional entanglement, she could exploit him without reservation. Ultimately, she stood to lose nothing. After a prolonged silence, she recalled Jiao's words to Zhang Yu. Our world will never open its doors to you. The wealthy will always remain wealthy, while the powerless will forever be mere ants. But who decreed that ants must be trampled upon? And who asserted that capitalists would not turn against one another? She was determined to carve out a path that diverged from the ordinary. She intended to make those who had wronged her pay the price. With this thought, a smile adorned Jiang Jihao's face. Rest assured, the concerns you harbor will never come to fruition. I shall not fall in love with you. Instead, I will transform you into my hound, a mad dog that will sink its teeth into all my enemies. Chapter 37. Green tea. After their conversation, it was already midnight. As Jiang Jihao returned to her room and hung her school uniform jacket in the wardrobe, she discovered several brand new uniforms inside. In addition, there were a few t-shirts, pajamas, and outerwear. The shelves of the wardrobe were meticulously organized, containing socks and matching sets of underwear. She compared the sizes and realized they all fit her perfectly. Surprised by Sang Yuchuan's thorough preparations, Jiang Jihao paused for a long moment before changing into her pajamas and applying medicine to her wounds. Her knee was scraped, and her palm was also raw. She sat on the rattan chair on the terrace, gently cleaning her knee with a cotton swab while gazing at the cityscape at night. Jin City, nestled in a basin, boasted a nurturing climate and a thriving economy, yet its pace of life remained leisurely. The small tavern behind Taiku Li was still open, its vibrant atmosphere filled with the glow of lights and the sounds of laughter. It was a stark contrast to the scene outside her own tenement building. 10 minutes later, Sang Yuchuan emerged from the master bedroom's bathroom clad in a bathrobe, planning to draw the curtains and retire for the night. He looked up and spotted Jiang Jihao sitting on the balcony. Their rooms were adjacent, and the terrace was connected, with only a glass wall between them. Although he did not step out onto the terrace, he could clearly see Jiang Jihao perched on the rattan chair, hugging one leg with her chin resting on her knee, staring into the distance. Her slightly arched back appeared fragile, her long hair tied back, with a strand falling gently across her forehead, dancing in the breeze. Sang Yuchuan watched her for a long time, uncertain of her thoughts, yet feeling that this scene resonated more deeply than any moment from a romantic drama. Eventually, Jiang Jihao returned to her bedroom, leaving behind the ointment she had just used for her scrapes at the foot of the chair. The terrace suddenly felt empty, and Sang Yuchuan inexplicably sensed a void. The following morning, Jiang Jihao awoke without knowing the time. She reached beneath her pillow to find her phone's screen shattered, uncertain if it was broken or simply turned off as it refused to power on. After retrieving the charger and attempting to revive it, she freshened up and left her room. The apartment was spacious, and she had not had the chance to explore it the previous night. Standing at the doorway and surveying her surroundings, she noted it was a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. However, it resembled a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room design due to an open-concept living area with a corner that was the size of an additional room, likely merged with the living space. In that corner stood a boxing ring, with a pair of boxing gloves hanging from a leather pillar. Could Sang Yuchuan actually box? She stared for a moment, lost in thought, when she suddenly heard Sang Yuchuan's voice coming from the nearby open kitchen. He stood with his back to her, stirring something bubbling in a pot with a stainless steel tong, wearing Bluetooth headphones while listening to Shun Tinglin's rants. Zhang Yu is such a scoundrel. I waited all night and still didn't TC him post an apology on social media. Could it be that he wants to play tricks now that Sang Jinyan is gone? Sang Yuchuan turned the heat down. How do you know? I'm his WeChat friend. How could I not know if he posted? Wait, why don't you know? What were you doing last night? Can't you pay a bit more attention? At this rate, Jiang Jihao will be taken away by your brother. Sang Yuchuan was just about to mention that the woman Shun Tinglan was worried about being taken away was currently residing in his home. However, before he could voice his thoughts, He was interrupted by the clatter of boiling food in the pot. Shun Tinglan, still chattering incessantly, noticed Sang Yuchuan's lack of response and exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell are you doing? Speak." The sudden outburst caused Sang Yuchuan's eardrums to throb painfully. He took out his phone, searching for something, and replied nonchalantly, "Why must your insults be so creative?" Shun Tinglan shot back, "Oh, I never insult someone's mother because it must have been quite a struggle for her to give birth to you. Unlike your father, who couldn't control himself, resulting in you being such a disappointment." "Wait, why are you changing the subject? What are you actually doing?" Sang Yuchuan set his phone down, looking bewildered. "When boiling corn, should I add salt or sugar? I just looked it up, and the search engine says adding salt makes the corn taste sweeter. Shouldn't it be sugar? Aren't we just ordering takeout? What difference does it make?" A voice not belonging to Shun Tinglan interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Jiang Zhishao standing in the middle of the living room, her gaze drifting towards the takeout packaging on the island, a smile gracing her lips. "Heating up takeout and pretending it's homemade? Sang Yuchuan, you truly are rather disingenuous." The moment Jiang Zhishao spoke, Shun Tinglan's patience snapped. "You little brat, acting all nonchalant in front of me while secretly playing the fool for someone else. You're cooking for your father now? What meal demands your personal touch? Why is Jiang Zhishao in your house? Huh?" Sang Yuchuan promptly hung up the phone, removing his Bluetooth headset. "Is St. Green TA term for girls?" He retorted. "You successfully made me realize that the term is not exclusive to women. When men act disingenuously, it hardly concerns the women at all. Stop labeling people and inciting gender divides, will you?" Jiang Zhishao made her way to the six-person table and took a seat. Sang Yuchuan, not overly concerned about whether to add salt or sugar, simply thought that as long as it was cooked, it would suffice. He dished out the corn and took out the baozi and youtiao from the takeout bag, placing everything on the table. Jiang Zhishao glanced at the popcorn, but chose not to eat it, instead sipping her soy milk. Sang Yuchuan felt a tinge of frustration, though he masked it well, teasing her, "Disdainful, are we? Why don't you come and cook then?" Jiang Zhishao had initially planned to take on the household chores, especially since she couldn't pay her rent immediately. However, she soon reconsidered and abandoned that thought. In her previous life, she devoted herself to her husband and children, and not only did she cook, but she even hand-washed Sang Yuchuan's underwear, leading to a regrettable end. "You should hire a nanny," she stated. This was a right she should have been afforded in her marriage. In her past life, Sang Yuchuan had denied her that privilege, and in this life, she would not be so foolish. Sang Yuchuan had no objections. He was genuinely contemplating what kind of nanny to hire. In Jin City, he was the sole resident of his household, with the Sang family only providing a driver and several bodyguards, all of whom were burly men. Usually, he would just order takeout, but with an additional person around, it was indeed inconvenient without a nanny. While he pondered, Jiang Zhishao had finished her breakfast and slipped in her room to change her coat, leaning against the doorframe as she put on her socks. "Aren't there plenty of houses? Do we really have to live together?" Jiang Zhishao was aware that Sang Yuchuan possessed a villa in Jincheng, leaving her perplexed as to why he chose to reside with her in an apartment. Sang Yuchuan set down his utensils, narrowing his eyes. If one is to keep a beloved in a golden house, it must naturally reflect the elegance of such a dwelling. Jiang Zhishao found herself at a loss for words, grabbing her canvas bag and making her way to the entrance, where she sat on a low stool to put on her shoes. A transparent wall at the doorway served as a shoebox, filled with various sneakers that Sang Yuchuan adored, each series and hue represented. She noticed a few additional pairs of women's sneakers, and upon gauging their length with her gaze, realized they were her size. However, she refrained from opening the boxes, opting instead for her well-worn, faded Converse, before rising to leave. Just as she was about to open the door, Sang Yuchuan called out to her, "Are you leaving without a word? Coming and going as you please?" Jiang Zhishao turned back, stating, "I need to retrieve my sketch from home. There's nothing of value there. The only thing worth going back for is the half-finished game design. That represents my future." Sang Yuchuan, baffled, asked, "Do you really have to work on that ridiculous game with my brother?" Jiang Zhishao, equally perplexed by his irritation, smiled slightly and retorted, "Out of sight, out of mind. If you find it bothersome, there's no need for us to live together." Chapitre 38, Sang Yuchuan. "Do you have money?" As Jiang Zhixiao stepped out, Sang Yuchuan did not follow her. She took the bus to the dilapidated apartment complex, where her neighbor, Granny Luo, was standing at her door, peering inside. Jiang Zhixiao greeted her with indifference. Granny Luo. The elderly lady was startled, clutching her chest. You scared me. Can't you walk without making a sound? The door was wide open. It seemed that no one had bothered to close it after Jiang Hongtao was taken away by the police the night before. Jiang Zhixiao smiled faintly and stepped inside. Beneath the sofa lay a heap of empty beer cans, some containing a murky yellow liquid, emitting a foul odor. Granny Luo pinched her nose and followed Jiang Zhixiao into the room. Thank goodness you didn't come home last night. You have no idea. Your father was arrested by the police for gambling. There was money scattered all over the house. At least hundreds of thousands, Granny Luo exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. Jiang Zhixiao thought to herself that all that money was merely the proceeds from selling himself, not gambling at all. However, she refrained from sharing this with Granny Luo. It was unnecessary. She found a bag and began rummaging through the disordered room for her paintings, some of which were torn, while others were marred by cigarette burns. Nevertheless, she managed to salvage a considerable number of them. Granny Luo continued, He even beat your stepmother. It was terrible. She is still in the hospital. Lu Furong was not much older than Jiang Zhixiao, merely a decade her senior, and the neighbors had tacitly accepted Lu Furong as her stepmother. As Jiang Zhixiao tidied up, she inquired, What is his situation at the police station? Is anyone bailing him out? Granny Luo paused for a moment, then realized she was referring to Jiang Hongtao. She shook her head repeatedly. I wouldn't know. But with the gambling amount being substantial, he should be locked up for a while, right? Jiang Zhixiao sighed in relief. At least she could have some peace for a time. After finishing with the paintings, she searched for a few clean clothes. Granny Luo, observing this, expressed her surprise. What are you doing? Are you leaving? Jiang Zhixiao nodded. I'm about to take the college entrance exam and have rented a place outside. Granny Luo could not help but exclaim, Good, good. You should do that. Strive for a good university. The further away from here, the better. The entire building was aware of Jiang Hongtao's violent nature. While they despised him, they genuinely felt sympathy for the only normal girl in the household. Once she had completed her packing, Jiang Zhixiao cast a final glance at the room. It was a chaotic mess, littered with debris. The small window had long rusted, and the stench from the garbage station below wafted in, barely perceptible yet pervasive. It felt less like a home and more like a prison that had confined her for over a decade. Suddenly, she recalled her previous life, where after every argument with Sang Yuchuan, he would buy her a bag to placate her. Yet, she had never cared for bags. What she truly adored were flowers. Any kind of flower would suffice, for it was only the fragrance of flowers that could mask the odor of the garbage dump. After bidding farewell, Jiang Zhixiao descended the stairs. The blue luxury car parked in the courtyard stood out starkly against the surrounding environment. A young man dressed in a white t-shirt and sky blue jeans leaned against the front hood, engrossed in the screen of his phone. He exuded an air of cleanliness and freshness, akin to a sea breeze that dispersed the stench of the junkyard. In the driver's seat, Shun Tingshan adjusted her sunglasses and exclaimed, What on earth? Wearing a school uniform on the weekend? Is my daughter-in-law aspiring to be an academic prodigy? Hearing her voice, Sang Yuchuan turned his head, only to see Jiang Zhixiao approaching him. He expected her to inquire about his presence, and had even prepared some teasing remarks. To his surprise, she naturally extended the bag in her hand and asked, Sang Yuchuan, do you have any money? Sang Yuchuan took the bag, momentarily stunned, before regaining his composure and inquiring about the card number. Jiang Zhixiao shook her head, insisting on cash. He rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had left his wallet behind in his haste, and snapped his fingers towards the driver's seat, requesting cash. Shen Tingshan opened her wallet, asking how much. All of it, he replied. Instantly, Shen Tingshan began to scold him. You're trying to woo girls, and you expect your father to foot the bill? Are you out of your mind? Before she could finish her sentence, someone snatched the wallet from outside the window, taking all the cash and returning the empty wallet back through the window. Is this enough? Sang Yuchuan raised the cash. Sufficient, put on my tab. Jiang Zhixiao replied as she took the money and turned to head upstairs. She initially contemplated placing the money under Lu Furong's pillow, but feared that Jiang Hongtao might discover it later. After much consideration, she knocked on Grandma Luo's door, asking, "Grandma Luo, would you mind running an errand to the hospital for me and give this money to Lu Furong?" The elderly woman did not reach for the money, saying, "With the way your stepmother treats you, why would you give her money? Keep it for yourself." Jiang Zhixiao did not offer an explanation and pressed the money into the old woman's palm. "Please, just help me give it to her. If you don't wish to make a special trip, it can wait until she returns home." After saying this, she turned to leave. Lu Furong had previously given her 3,000 yuan, and it was she who had helped Jiang Zhixiao escape last night. Jiang Zhixiao did not want to feel indebted to her. Upon leaving the tenement building, she initially intended to return to Longyu, but, recalling that today was the 15th, asked Shen Tingshan for a ride to the bank. Sang Yuchuan, seated in the passenger seat, did not inquire about her bank visit, but noticed through the rearview mirror that Jiang Zhixiao was engrossed in her phone. Meng Xiaojiao had sent Jiang Zhixiao a screenshot of Zhang Yu's social media post, which simply read, "I'm sorry." It was vague, lacking any specific context, leaving her puzzled about to whom the apology was directed. Meng Xiaojiao exclaimed, "I swear, Zhang Yu absolutely did not post what Sang Jinyan sent him." After he added Sang Jinyan as a friend yesterday, she sent him a lengthy message. He was trembling while reading it. It's definitely not just a simple apology. As Jiang Zhixiao typed back, the cracked screen pricked her fingers. "Got it, I'll ignore him." Meng Xiaojiao protested. "How can you just ignore him? Finally, someone is backing you up and you're letting him off the hook?" Jiang Zhixiao replied with a cold smile, "I have no intention of letting him off the hook." After sending her message, she exited the chat window and opened her social media feed, where the first post was a video from He Jiaojiao. In the frame, she was dressed in a white Chanel-style suit, adorned with a happy birthday crystal crown, with a towering pink cake before her. A middle-aged man beside her was lighting the candles, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding a refined smile, clearly the beloved archetype of an uncle figure, presumably her father. Though He Mu did not make an appearance, the gentle voice of the person recording the video on a mobile phone resonated clearly from behind the lens. "Darling, make a wish and blow out the candles." After all, it was a coming-of-age ceremony. Last night, she celebrated with friends, and it was only fitting to commemorate it once more with family. By some twist of fate, Jiang Zhihao found herself watching the video repeatedly. Shen Tingtian, driving, absent-mindedly scratched his ear. "Can we switch to a different video? What's so interesting about He Jiaojiao?" Jiang Zhihao locked her screen, her phone resting face down on her lap. Is it wrong to feel envious? Her envy did not stem from He Jiaojiao's affluent background, but rather from the presence of parents who could celebrate her 18th birthday. She struggled to recall what transpired on her own 18th birthday in her previous life. She had never celebrated. It wasn't until the start of university that she remembered she had already turned 18. What was there to envy? She hadn't even given her a like. Shen Tingtian scoffed. "What they show is merely what they want you to see." With a family like He Jiaojiao's, she might not even be happier than you. After saying this, he glanced in the rearview mirror to gauge Jiang Zhihao's expression. The more he looked, the more he thought Jiang Zhihao bore a striking resemblance to He Jiaojiao's mother. Chapter 39. Are you not some kind of S? Her brows and eyes bore a slight resemblance, while the rest of her features bore a hint of resemblance to He Jiaojiao's father. Particularly notable was the pronounced bridge of her nose, with a subtle hump in the middle that lent her an air of stubbornness. Shen Tinglan thought little of it, only feeling a sense of pity. Such an aristocratic appearance, yet living in such an abject household. He steered the wheel with one hand, maintaining the decorum befitting a wingman, and shifted the conversation. "To be honest, you really have no reason to envy her. You're currently living at Brother Chuan's place. Isn't it a matter of wanting something and simply having it?" Sang Yuchuan cast a sidelong glance at her. "Why don't you ask her if she dares to ask me for anything?" Those who fawned over him at school were merely looking to exploit the opportunity. However, Jiang Zhiao was an exception. Previously, she had pursued him ardently, often treating him at the cafeteria and even bringing him breakfast in the mornings. She never took it for granted that he was wealthy, expecting him to bear all expenses. The recent request to borrow money was made out of sheer necessity. Jiang Zhiao calmly gazed out the window as they passed a flower shop, whispering, "I want flowers." Sang Yuchuan paused momentarily. Shen Tinglan promptly nudged his shoulder. Did you hear that? Your daughter-in-law wants flowers. Jiang Jiao was actually curious as to why Shen Tinglan persistently referred to her as his daughter-in-law. Sang Yuchuan narrowed his eyes slightly. But it's neither a holiday nor a special occasion. What flowers do you want? Shen Tinglan. Jiang Jiao merely voiced her desire without expecting him to actually buy her flowers, and then lapsed into silence. Upon arriving at the bank, they exited the car. Watching Jiang Jiao enter, Shen Tinglan was exasperated. She wanted to say that he had just given her money, and now she simply wanted a bouquet. Yet he wouldn't even buy that. What was he being so reserved about? Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she caught a glimpse of someone's phone screen, which was displaying the official website of a luxury flower brand, B-Style. Shen Tinglan's attitude took a sharp turn, her lips curling with suppressed amusement. This person is just insufferable. Claims he won't buy, yet his actions betray him. Sang Yuchuan, are you not some kind of S? Sang Yuchuan set down his phone and turned to her. What? Do you want to be an M? Shen Tinglan, is your rear end itching again? Shen Tinglan's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth and retorted. Shut your mouth. The bank's self-service ATM was under repair, so Jiang Jiao approached the counter. She inserted her bank card into the slot and made her request. Could you check if anyone transferred money into this card today? Every 15th of the month, someone would deposit money into this account. The teller took the card and operated the computer. This morning at 8, someone transferred 3,000 through the Jinggang Bank. Can you find out the other party's car number? The teller shook her head after clicking around. The sender is anonymous. But they left a note. For ice cream cones, Jiang Jiao inhaled deeply, leaning back against the counter. Why was it always impossible to trace the sender? Who was persistently sending her money? If it were her family, why not show up in person to take her away? Instead of supporting her financially until she graduated from university, she needed to devise a plan to lure out the person behind the money transfers. Madam, do you have any other business to attend to? The teller inquired. Jiang Jiao regained her focus and withdrew all 3,000. She took the money to the car and directly handed it to Sang Yuchuan, saying, Here you go. Sang Yuchuan did not accept it, asking what money. Rent. Rent? He glanced at the thickness of the cash, his expression unchanged. Isn't this insufficient? He refused to take it, while Jiang Jiao continued to hold it aloft. It was Shen Tinglan who reacted swiftly, snatching the money away, exclaiming, Doesn't want it, but I do. You both have emptied my wallet. Sang Yuchuan shot a threatening glance at Shen Tinglan, demanding the cash be returned. Shen Tinglan chuckled and tucked it into his pocket, joking 3,000, enough to secure a place. After all, it was no small feat to bring the young lady home. He certainly wouldn't let her escape. Sang Yuchuan, lost in thought. Bon de deeply. For this family, I have truly sacrificed so much. He meaningfully cast another glance at Sang Yuchuan, urging him to interpret it on his own. Half an hour later, Shen Tinglan dropped them off at Longyu, then headed back home. Jiang Jiao returned and tidied up, spending the next day and a half in her room illustrating game sketches. She was unaware of Sang Yuchuan's daily activities, only noting that each morning and evening, he would spend half an hour on the boxing ring in the corner of the living room, a clear outlet for his frustrations. This marked a change from her previous life. She had never known of Sang Yuchuan's passion for boxing. Fortunately, the soundproofing of her room prevented his training from disturbing her, instead providing a new environment that significantly enhanced her productivity. On this day, she sent a photo of one of her sketches to Sang Jinyan, who jokingly remarked, Your recent works are much more vivid than before. Jiang Jiao replied with a laughing emoji, then took a hot shower and organized her backpack for school the next day. The following morning at 7, the driver arrived punctually downstairs to take Jiang Jiao and Sang Yuchuan to school. They traveled in the same comfortable Mercedes van, so soothing that Jiang Jiao nearly drifted off to sleep. As they passed Suzhou Street, students began to appear in greater numbers, some riding bicycles, others perched on the back of their parents' electric scooters, their sleepy faces epitomizing the essence of student life. In a fleeting moment at the crosswalk, Jiang Jiao spotted Huang Shuxiao. She was burdened with her backpack and cradling another, her little legs moving swiftly, yet still unable to keep pace with the hurried strides of Zhang Yu ahead. Although Zhang Yu was not moving particularly fast, the difference in walking speed between boys and girls was evident, and he had not considered waiting for her. Jiang Zhihao suddenly recalled Zhang Yu's confession at He Jiaojiao's birthday banquet in the adjacent room. A wave of sorrow washed over her for Huang Shuxiao. The person she held dear, the one who would forsake friendship to pursue, turned out to be the very one dragging her into despair. Jiang Zhihao couldn't help but wonder. If Huang Shuxiao were to learn the truth, would she regret it? As the school gate drew near, the driver signaled to turn around. Jiang Zhihao pointed toward the roadside, saying, "Please pull over here. I will get out." The driver glanced at Sang Yuchuan in the rearview mirror and, noticing his silence, turned off the indicator light before parking on a small lane opposite the school. On either side of the road stood the towering phoenix trees, their pale pink petals cascading gently in the wind, providing a discreet atmosphere where few would cast their gaze. As Jiang Zhihao was about to open the door, Sang Yuchuan slowly spoke. "Do I appear unpresentable?" Jiang Zhihao smiled slightly. "Sang Yuchuan, I did not arrive in your family's vehicle today, nor do I reside in your home." Sang Yuchuan frowned. "Is it truly necessary to be this way?" Between the school and the car lay two broad roads, and her gaze, surpassing Sang Yuchuan's shoulder, caught sight of Zhang Yu entering the school. Jiang Zhihao remarked, "Thus far, all my tribulations seem intertwined with you. Even if I have done nothing, must it still fall upon my shoulders? Zhang Yu is obstructing me for He Jiao's sake, and her affection for you is the root of it all." Sang Yuchuan fell silent. Following her gaze, he watched as Zhang Yu's figure diminished into the distance. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Has Zhang Yu yet apologized to you?" Jiang Zhihao responded, "He has, but his sincerity is lacking. Hence, I do not intend to let him off easily. However, relying solely on my own strength feels insufficient." Redirecting her gaze, Jiang Zhihao focused on Sang Yuchuan, her tone gentle yet subtly guiding. "Does the young master wish to atone?" With that, she exited the car, crossed the road, and joined the throng entering the school. Sang Yuchuan remained in the vehicle for a considerable while. He retrieved a box of blue-packaged cigarettes from the armrest, and, as he opened it, the driver offered him a breath-freshening spray. Sang Yuchuan neither accepted it nor lit a cigarette. Instead, he toyed with it between his fingers, bringing it slowly to his nose to inhale lightly, contemplating Jiang Zhihao's words. After a moment, he instructed, "Retrieve the purchase records for the necklace Zhang Yu bought and draft a legal letter. Furthermore, do not let my parents know about this matter." With that, he exited the car, crossed the road towards the school, though not in the direction of the teaching building. Chapter 40. You Are Hurting Me. Before the morning reading session commenced, a quarrel erupted in the hall on the third floor of the teaching building. At that time, the school had procured a batch of cleaning supplies, and Meng Xiaojiao, serving as a labor committee member, insisted that Jiang Zhixiao accompany her to retrieve them. Upon their return to the hall, Huang Shuxiao snatched the broom and dustpan from Jiang Zhixiao's hands and slammed them onto the ground with force. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you acting out so early in the morning?" Meng Xiaojiao raised her voice. Huang Shuxiao, however, glared at Jiang Zhixiao, her eyes reddened and swollen, clearly having just wept. Without uttering a word, she locked eyes with Jiang Zhixiao, a tumult of anger and grievance evident in her expression. Students from a neighboring class passed by, glancing at the trio with such intensity that they nearly collided with the wall. "Ignore her. Let us go," Jiang Zhixiao said as she picked up the broom and dustpan from the floor, rising to return to class. Huang Shuxiao, wiping away her tears, followed closely behind, exclaiming, "Just because your boyfriend is the campus heartthrob of Qingbei and older than us, you think you can spread rumors like this? Rumors? What is going on?" Those who had been dozing at their desks or engrossed in their assignments lifted their heads in unison. They witnessed Huang Shuxiao slamming her phone onto Jiang Zhixiao's desk. The screen displayed a screenshot of a conversation between Zhang Yu and Sang Jinyan. Jiang Zhixiao glanced at it. It was an apology statement that Zhang Yu had posted on his WeChat moments when Sang Jinyan visited the school last Friday. "Dear Ms. Jiang Zhixiao, I have publicly apologized on WeChat and Renren for sharing inappropriate comments and photos of you. In fact, I once confessed my feelings to Ms. Jiang Zhixiao and gifted her a necklace worth 50,000. After being rejected, I harbored resentment, leading to this inappropriate behavior. I have deeply reflected on my mistakes and sincerely apologized to Ms. Jiang Zhixiao, hoping for her forgiveness. Oh, I see. No wonder Huang Shuxiao came looking for me, Jiang Zhixiao said, returning the phone before taking her seat, retrieving a damp tissue to wipe the desk. Understood. Make sure Zhang Yu sends out that message, as stated. Why should I? Huang Shuxiao, in a fit of anger, seized Jiang Zhixiao's arm, attempting to pull her up. Unprepared for the sudden action, Jiang Zhixiao was yanked upwards, her knee colliding painfully with the corner of the desk, leaving her with a bruise that caused her to break out in cold sweat and momentarily forget to resist. It was Meng Xiaojiao who reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yu was absent, and delivered a forceful slap to Huang Shuxiao's chest. Are you done yet? Why are you targeting a girl for this? You step up, while Zhang Yu hides away. Do you think you're in a drama? Do you truly consider yourself the main character? Do you really think Zhang Yu's heart is with you? If he were devoted to you, would he have confessed to Xiao Xiao? He doesn't tea like Jiang Zhixiao. Huang Shuxiao screamed in a fit of hysteria, her voice echoing throughout the classroom and startling everyone, casting an eerie atmosphere. Students from the back door peeked in from the neighboring class. On what grounds do you claim that Zhang Yu likes you? How dare you speak like that? Are you shameless? Huang Shuxiao cried, her face a portrait of betrayal and sorrow. Jiang Zhixiao tugged at her disheveled sleeves, contemplating that since her relationship with Huang Shuxiao had soured, there was no need to conceal the truth to spare her feelings. The fact remains, Jiang Zhixiao asserted. A month and a half ago, in the stairwell on the third floor, Zhang Yu explicitly stated it. Huang Shuxiao's face flushed crimson. You lie. Who would corroborate your claims? She had witnesses. Sang Yuchuan had yet to enter the school, and Shun Tinglei had not arrived either. He Jiao was present, but merely spectating, certainly not inclined to reveal the truth. Meng Xiaojiao retorted sharply, Did you not screenshot it? Zhang Yu gifted Xiao Xiao a necklace worth 50,000. Does that not signify anything? That necklace was stolen by Jiang Zhixiao. What connection does it have to Zhang Yu? She yanked down her school uniform jacket, revealing the Bulgari necklace. How could Zhang Yu possibly gift you the same necklace as mine? You all can see for yourselves. She proceeded to retrieve her phone, opening her album. The photo, taken from a surreptitious angle, displayed an identical Bulgari necklace nestled within the drawer of the homeroom teacher's desk. Observant eyes quickly recognized it as the very necklace Jiang Zhixiao had pilfered. I overheard her at the door. Because she stole the necklace, her financial aid was even revoked. Indeed, Zhang Yu's family isn't wealthy. How could he afford two identical ones? That must cost over 100,000. Jiang Zhixiao remained composed, her gaze fixed on the pendant adorning Huang Shuxiao's neck. That necklace of yours is a fake. You lie. You're talking nonsense. Huang Shuxiao's face drained of color in her fury. That necklace had been a gift from Zhang Yu for her 18th birthday, presented before their breakup. He had shown her the order screenshot. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiao's necklace had been personally confiscated by the homeroom teacher from her pocket. It was indeed stolen. It had nothing to do with Zhang Yu. At this moment, Huang Shuxiao was driven to madness, ready to argue her case loudly, when the homeroom teacher unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. What is all this commotion? Do you not realize the morning reading has commenced? The crowd scattered like startled birds, hastily extracting their textbooks and mumbling verses as if reciting scripture. Huang Shuxiao immediately approached to lodge a complaint, recounting everything she had heard from Zhang Yu. The teacher's expression darkened, his unfriendly gaze scrutinizing Jiang Zhixiao from head to toe. I was just about to speak with you regarding this matter. Come with me to the office. Jiang Zhixiao calmly pushed past Huang Shuxiao, but Huang Shuxiao blocked her path. I once considered you a friend. I never anticipated such treachery from you. You are well aware of how significant Zhang Yu is to me. I could accept any retaliation from you. But how dare you assert that he bullied you because he confessed and was rejected? If he bullies you, why does he not bully others? A fly does not alight on an unbroken egg. It takes two to tango. You bear some responsibility as well. In the past, when others spoke ill of you behind your back, I did not believe them, but now I realize you are indeed as they described. With that, she angrily rummaged through her drawer, pulling out a notebook filled with the college entrance examination questions Jiang Zhixiao had previously provided her. She hurled it into the trash can. Your audacity to utter such absurd falsehoods leaves me astounded. I am beginning to believe that the problems you presented to me were indeed intended to undermine my efforts. You harbor jealousy towards me and wish to thwart my aspirations of gaining admission to a prestigious institution. Chapter 41. Do not fear. Jiang Zhixiao took a deep breath, a phrase suddenly surfacing in her mind. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Did she truly harm Huang Shuxiao? There was no need for explanation. The results of the college entrance examination would speak for themselves on that day. Subsequently, she made her way to the office, followed closely by Huang Shuxiao. Zhang Yu was also present, frowning beside the homeroom teacher's desk. The academic director sat on the sofa, sipping tea, and raised a hand to signal the homeroom teacher to commence. The homeroom teacher nodded, clearing her throat. Jiang, I have invited the academic director today to serve as a witness. It is time to put an end to the matter between you and Zhang Yu. She endeavored to modulate her tone to a more placid one, yet a hint of threat was unmistakable. How could Jiang Zhixiao not perceive it? Hadn't everything already been resolved? Jiang Zhixiao had no intention of sparing her feelings. I thought I had made myself abundantly clear last Friday. The homeroom teacher was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the academic director with a sidelong glance before turning back with a forced smile. Well, Zhang Yu informed me that he has already apologized to you on social media. Surely, you can overlook his transgressions. Jiang Zhixiao could not suppress a laugh. She had never intended to let Zhang Yu off the hook, and after Huang Shuxiao's recent uproar, her resolve was only strengthened. Teacher, who dictates that I must forgive him simply because he apologized? The homeroom teacher, flustered, retorted, Child, why can't you understand the concept of knowing when to back down? What does it mean to back down? Should I endure injustice merely to please others? The homeroom teacher rubbed her temples, speaking earnestly. There are just over 40 days until the college entrance examination. Not only will you burden Zhang Yu with a disciplinary record, but you're also contemplating a lawsuit. If this escalates, he may not even be able to sit for the exam. Jiang Zhixiao, you are nearing adulthood. Stop being so selfish and consider others for once. Jiang Zhixiao replied with indifference. Why should I consider others? In my life, I have never seen anyone consider me. With each retort from Jiang Zhixiao, the homeroom teacher found herself utterly outmaneuvered. She could only seek help from the academic director with her eyes. She had to protect Zhang Yu. He was a potential high-scoring dark horse, directly linked to her performance. If she could boast several high achievers this year, she would be promoted to head of the grade group next year. The academic director, who always viewed high-achieving students through rose-colored glasses, cast a glance at Jiang Zhixiao before approaching her. Jiang, who is Sang Yuchuan, who supported you at school last Friday. Jiang Zhixiao responded with calm composure. A friend. A friend? The academic director scoffed. Do you think we teachers are oblivious to what circulates online? Jiang Zhixiao met his gaze without flinching. If you wish to contact my parents, please do so. Jiang Hongtao had been taken away by the police, and she had no means of contacting him. Jiang Zhixiao felt no fear. The academic director smirked, resembling a benevolent Buddha. I won't contact your parents. I will reach out directly to the Sang family. Jiang Zhixiao was momentarily taken aback. I doubt the Sang family is aware of your relationship with Sang Yuchuan. Are they? Everyone at school knows that Jiang Zhixiao and Sang Yuchuan are from entirely different worlds. At present, she is romantically involved with Sang Yuchuan's elder brother. How could the Sang family possibly accept this? One is an outstanding graduate from Tsinghua University, while the other couldn't even gain admission to college. It is inconceivable that the Sang family would allow Sang Yuchuan to associate with such a girl. Thus, the headmaster is convinced that once the Sang family becomes aware of this matter, they will undoubtedly pressure Sang Yuchuan. At that point, it would not only be about suing Zhang Yu. She would be the one to suffer. After all, Jiang Zhixiao has already been abandoned by the school, and no one believes she can gain admission to a university. It might be better to sacrifice her to preserve Zhang Yu. Jiang Zhixiao momentarily fell silent, her heart racing for a fleeting 2 seconds. In her past life, when she married into the Sang family, Mr. and Mrs. Sang indeed never treated her kindly, particularly Mrs. Sang, who was in poor mental health, would often make baseless accusations during arguments, claiming she had betrayed Sang Yuchuan. But what was there to fear? She had never truly been involved with Sang Yuchuan. Therefore, Jiang Zhixiao reiterated her stance. I stand upright, unperturbed by shadows, should you seek the Sang family. Feel free to do so. The headmaster was taken aback by her unwavering demeanor and proceeded to call Mr. Sang on her phone. Meanwhile, Huang Shuxiao, witnessing this, quickly interjected. Teacher, let us be clear. Since Zhang Yu has already apologized to Jiang Zhixiao, should Jiang Zhixiao not also apologize regarding the necklace? She still believed that the necklace was stolen by Jiang Zhixiao, who then wrongfully accused Zhang Yu. Jiang Zhixiao tilted her head, gazing at Zhang Yu. Do you dare to tell her in my presence whom that necklace was truly meant for? Jiang Zhixiao was aware of the truth. It was neither intended for her nor for Huang Shuxiao, but rather for He Jiao. Yet Zhang Yu remained utterly unfazed. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Zhixiao, he continued. You claimed that a month and a half ago, I confessed to you in the stairwell on the 3rd floor and gifted you a necklace? Jiang Zhixiao thought, was it not so? To her surprise, Zhang Yu turned to the homeroom teacher. Teacher, could you assist me in reviewing the surveillance footage? I wish to prove my innocence. Jiang Zhixiao. His boldness suggested he had already enlisted He Jiao's help. She had arranged for the deletion of the footage, thus he had no fear of scrutiny. The homeroom teacher had long harbored a dislike for Jiang Zhixiao, contemplating how to address both matters concurrently and teach her a lesson. Let her regret this for a lifetime. After all, she had shown defiance against authority. After some thought, the homeroom teacher picked up the office phone and dialed the school's control room. Huang Shuxiao felt a sense of relief, maliciously fixating on Jiang Zhixiao. Just wait to be exposed. Let's see if you dare to lie in the future. Jiang Zhixiao ignored her. To be frank, she was indeed a bit anxious. She had not anticipated Zhang Yu's confidence regarding the surveillance footage, subconsciously fearing that he had manipulated it. If the altered footage turned against her, the homeroom teacher would surely seize the opportunity to penalize her. The one unable to take the college entrance examination would be her. Simultaneously, she was apprehensive that the Sang family would learn of her scandal with Sang Yuchuan. Mr. and Mrs. Sang had not favored her in her past life, and even though they had not met in this life, Jiang Zhixiao still felt dread. She feared that this blunder would adversely affect her collaboration with Sang Yuchuan. In the pursuit of a brighter future, both the college entrance examination and a gaming project serve as her invaluable assets. Uncertain of how long she has waited, her phone vibrates in her pocket. Jiang Zhixiao retrieves it to find a WeChat message from Sang Yuchuan. Do not be afraid. Though the meaning of this reassurance eludes her, she inexplicably finds comfort in it. Calmly, she puts her phone away just as her homeroom teacher's computer emits a couple of beeps, the WeChat icon flickering in the lower right corner. Without hesitation, she clicks on it as the monitoring footage from the computer room arrives promptly. Huang Shuxiao, filled with impatience, exclaims, "Play it now." Chapter 42. He is impressive. After concluding his phone call, the head teacher approached. The homeroom teacher clicked on the first video, which unfolded in the corridor. Zhang Yu was instantly rendered speechless. Hadn't He Jiao arranged for the video to be deleted? He watched in disbelief as the footage revealed him presenting an exquisite velvet gift box to Jiang Zhixiao, saying, "This is for you." Jiang Zhixiao responded, "I saw a necklace just like this around Xiao Zhao's neck. Was it also a gift from you? Hers is a fake. You gifted me the genuine one, and her a counterfeit. What does that mean?" Jiang Zhixiao, "I like you." The dialogue was crystal clear, and the events required no further explanation. Zhang Yu's face flushed crimson, while Huang Shuxiao gaped in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief, her lips trembling. Yet, when she turned her gaze towards Jiang Zhixiao, her expression was a tumult of emotions. Jiang Zhixiao sensed something amiss with the video. During Zhang Yu's necklace presentation, Sang Yuchuan and He Jiao had clearly been present, yet they had been edited out. It appeared as if, following Zhang Yu's confession, she immediately returned the necklace. The transition between these actions was seamless, devoid of any signs of editing. The homeroom teacher inhaled deeply, visibly on the brink of anger, before proceeding to the next video, which was set in the classroom. Zhang Yu was seen diligently writing, the camera zooming in as he scrawled on a note. This is your last chance. Either be with me, or do not blame me for being unkind. He crumpled the note and poked Jiang Zhishao in the back. She didn't even turn her head. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, rubbing his calf against her ankle, prompting her to glare back at him. When she finally turned around, he maliciously caressed her back while simultaneously slipping the necklace into her school uniform pocket. The surveillance footage abruptly ceased at this juncture. Each segment depicted Jiang Zhizhao's first-hand experiences. The only discrepancy lay in the note Zhang Yu had written her. She had indeed found a note on the ground that day, which read, "Can't you consider me for once?" It was nothing like the menacing phrase captured in the surveillance. No, the footage had been tampered with. Zhang Yu appeared to realize this as he pointed at the screen, desperately asserting, "I never wrote that. I did not." The head teacher's expression darkened considerably. If that statement was not penned by you, then were you the one who presented the necklace in the corridor? Zhang Yu stared at the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. The head teacher continued, "It was indeed you. The footage was directly sent from the control room to your homeroom teacher's WeChat. Do you expect us to believe that, in an effort to tarnish your reputation, school staff would go to the lengths of hiring an actor who looks just like you to stage this performance?" Zhang Yu shook his head, utterly speechless. The person in the corridor was you, yet the one writing threatening notes in the classroom is not. No, teacher, please believe me. I truly did not write that. The video must have been altered. At this point, Zhang Yu could not wash away his culpability, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The head teacher refused to heed his explanations, blaming the homeroom teacher as well. Is this truly your pride and joy? After a confession was rejected, the audacity to harass a female classmate led to a scenario reminiscent of a thief crying "Stop thief," claiming that the necklace was stolen by Jiang. How amusing it is that you would have the gall to call upon me as a witness. The homeroom teacher, fists clenched, could barely lift his head. In the stillness, a phone vibrated twice. The director of education glanced at his phone, his eyes widening in shock. He then kicked over the trash can beside him, exclaiming about the mischief you've caused. With a resounding thud, he slammed his phone onto the desk, and the homeroom teacher, trembling, beheld two photographs. The first image depicted a screenshot of an order for a necklace purchased by Zhang Yu. One transaction amounted to 250, while the other soared to 50,000. The second image was a lawyer's letter suing Zhang Yu, adorned with two seals in the lower right corner, one from the Jinggang law firm and the other from the Sang Group, an official seal. The director of education, lacking Sang's father's phone number, resorted to the home visit form completed by Sang Yuchuan upon enrollment. He dialed the emergency contact number, only to be informed by the assistant of Sang's father that the matter would be faithfully relayed. As time passed, the director anticipated that Sang's father would reach out, but instead, a lawyer's letter arrived without so much as a greeting. "I have been thoroughly wronged. How amusing it is that you would dare to report to the Sang family." The lawyer's letter even bore the Sang family seal. "Do you comprehend the implications of that?" he shouted, his face flushed, pointing in Jiang Zhi's direction. "It signifies that she is acknowledged as the daughter-in-law of the Sang family. How brazen you are to challenge her." Furious, he advanced towards her, his finger nearly poking her in the eye. "Let me tell you, if the Sang family's investment does not arrive by this September, you will sell your house to furnish the funds." With that, the director stormed out. Huang Shushao, alarmed, cowered behind Zhang Yu, while Zhang, increasingly terrified, cast fearful glances at Jiang Zhi, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The homeroom teacher, incensed, swept his arm across the desk, sending all items crashing to the ground, and bellowed in hysteria, "Look what you have done." Jiang Zhi rubbed her ears, said nothing, and exited the office. A classmate peeked in, and upon returning, Meng Xiaojiao inquired, "What was said? Why was he so furious?" Jiang Zhi retrieved her phone, opened the chat with Sang Yuchuan, and began typing. "Did you not hear?" The director spoke as if beating a drum, his words a cacophony, but I certainly heard his shouting. Jiang Zhi chuckled, showing no signs of emotional upheaval. I didn't catch it all. When he yelled, my eardrums nearly burst. Meng Xiaojiao ceased her inquiries. Jiang Zhi typed and deleted, eventually leaving only a simple thank you in the chat, which she found somewhat pretentious. The other party, however, had sent a message prior. They haven't troubled you again, have they? Jiang Ji replied, no. Sang Yuchuan responded, what do you mean by no? Jiang Ji clarified, no trouble at all. Observing the director and the homeroom teacher, it is likely that in the future, they will think twice before approaching her, more often than not. They might even choose to circumvent her entirely. Sang Yuchuan, so, is that all you wish to convey? There were numerous questions he yearned to ask. Yet upon the mention from the other party, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Sang Yuchuan, is it truly so difficult to express gratitude? In the school's computer room, Sang Yuchuan stood by the window, clutching his phone. The dialogue box at the top indicated that the other person had been typing for quite some time, yet he only received a succinct response. Thank you. Sang Yuchuan pressed further. Is that it? Jiang Zhixiao replied, very impressive. Damn, is she like toothpaste, only able to express herself in minuscule amounts? Nonetheless, the corners of the youth's lips curled upwards, an involuntary smile that he could not suppress. Before long, Shun Tinglan sauntered into the room, casually draping an arm over the shoulders of the elderly technician. To be honest, the cafeteria's meals simply do not compare to dining out. The old man, picking his teeth and rubbing his round belly, wore an expression of sheer contentment. Shen Tinglan, you seem to enjoy it. I shall take you out again next time. Sang Yuchuan switched off his phone and lifted his gaze. The old man inquired, Young Sang, has the surveillance system been upgraded? Yes, Sang Yuchuan replied, shouldering his backpack nonchalantly. If any issues arise, please contact me. I must attend class now. With that, the two exited the computer room. Shen Tinglan eagerly asked, how did it go? Not bad. It took a bit of time to restore the surveillance. Sang Yuchuan responded. Damn, are you some sort of genius? I can understand you fixing the surveillance. But can you enlighten me on how you acquired your official seal? Sang Yuchuan regarded him with a bemused expression. There are vendors under the overpass who sell fake seals for just 2 yuan each. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Chapter 43. The peacock spreads its feathers as the two emerge from the computer room. The morning reading had just concluded. Sang Yuchuan insisted on taking a detour through the front entrance, brushing past Jiang Zhixiao's desk. She lifted her gaze briefly, the familiar scent of laundry detergent fleeting in the air. Retracting her sight, she rummaged through her belongings for the textbook needed for the next class. It was then that she heard Shun Tinglan's mocking voice from behind. Damn it, after so many trips to the zoo, I've never seen a peacock display its feathers, but today at school, I finally witnessed it. Every day, my horizons are broadened. Sang Yuchuan retaliated by throwing a basketball at him. Haven't you got anything better to do than spread rumors? Shen Tinglan caught it effortlessly. Am I talking about you? He was well aware of why Sang Yuchuan insisted on that detour, to steal a glance at someone without drawing too much attention. The subtle flirtation, hidden in plain sight, was a unique thrill of student life. Zhang Yu had yet to return. As the break progressed, Huang Shuxiao took a seat behind Jiang Zhixiao. Several classmates rushed over, eager to inquire about the situation in the office. They hesitated to question Jiang Zhixiao directly, knowing she wouldn't divulge much. Why are you back first? Isn't Zhang Yu with you? Huang Shuxiao replied coldly. I don't know. He might be transferring. What? What's going on? The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and he's considering transferring now? The conversation was abruptly halted when the speaker noticed Jiang Zhixiao sitting ahead, casting furtive glances at her. Huang Shuxiao, already irritable, snapped, I don't know. He might transfer, or he might not. Ask him yourselves. Don't bother me. Who else should we ask? Aren't you two back together? We broke up. Really? When, before the inquiry could continue, Huang Shuxiao abruptly lifted her eyelids, her pupils radiating fury. The classmate retreated, disheartened. In truth, one could easily surmise the situation. Everyone claimed it was Jiang Zhixiao's fault. Yet the one transferring was Zhang Yu. Clearly, the fault did not lie with Jiang Zhixiao. Soon, the preparatory bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom, laden with teaching materials. There are just over 40 days until the college entrance examination. Let us buckle down. This is the final stretch. Wake up, those who are sleeping. Stop. Huang Shuxiao slumped over her desk, lacking energy. The space beside her felt empty, with Jiang Zhixiao seated quite close, just in her peripheral vision. Perhaps having forgotten her textbook, she shared one with Meng Xiaojiao at that moment. Their heads huddled closely together, engaged in some light-hearted conversation that had Meng Xiaojiao giggling incessantly. Initially, Huang Shuxiao had distanced herself from Jiang Zhixiao to mend things with Zhang Yu, even switching seats with Meng Xiaojiao. Now, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. She had anticipated Zhang Yu would actually confess to Jiang Zhixiao, and she certainly didn't expect the adult gift from the one she cherished most to be a mere imitation necklace worth 250 yuan. 250? Huh, how ironic it was, reflecting the foolishness of her actions. In the surveillance footage, Jiang Zhixiao's remark, "You give her a fake one, give me the real one," resonates with a sense of injustice on her behalf. Huang Shuxiao suddenly becomes aware. It seems she has misplaced something of significance, yet finds herself unable to admit it. After a day filled with inner turmoil, she finally musters the courage to approach the front right corner of the classroom at the end of the day. Meng Xiaojiao, where has the trash can gone? Her expression is dazed, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. The duty student took it out to empty it. "What are you looking for?" Meng Xiaojiao replies while packing her bag. Huang Shuxiao glances at Jiang Zhixiao and mutters under her breath, "My notebook." She is unsure why, but an urge to retrieve that discarded notebook consumes her. Meng Xiaojiao overhears this and rolls her eyes in exasperation. "Miss, no one will wait for you indefinitely." Just like people, notebooks also cannot be discarded at will and retrieved at your convenience. Such bluntness leaves Huang Shuxiao no room for misunderstanding the underlying sarcasm. Her expression shifts. In an indignation, she returns to her seat, slings her bag over her shoulder, and turns to leave. If it's lost, it's lost. It wasn't anything of great importance. There are no college entrance exam questions in it. It's more worthwhile to organize a few incorrect questions. She continues to mutter words of self-preservation. Yet, no one pays her any heed. Meng Xiaojiao makes a face at her retreating figure and turns to Jiang Zhixiao, saying, "Xiao Xiao, let us exit the school together." All right. The moment she rises, she turns back. At the last row, Sang Yuchuan appears hesitant to speak. He has long since prepared himself. His backpack rests on the desk, leaning back, and a basketball bounces off the ground into his palm, as if awaiting someone. A certain individual claims they do not share a residence, nor have they ever ridden in his car. With so many people around, it would be quite amusing to tease her in public. Shen Tinglan quickly gathers her belongings, showing a keen awareness of the situation, and casually offers, "Where's your car parked?" "The usual spot, right? My car is out of gas. Could you trouble your son to give me a ride today?" "The usual spot?" That must be the same location as this morning. Jiang Zhixiao ponders as she departs the classroom with Meng Xiaojiao. The crowd after school is significantly larger than in the morning. Although the driver has parked the car in a concealed area across from the school, Jiang Zhixiao still worries about being seen. Just as she grapples with the decision of whether to accept Sang Yuchuan's offer, Jiao approaches with a few friends in tow, calling out, not for Jiang Zhixiao, but for Meng Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao. As soon as Meng Xiaojiao turns around, Jiao naturally takes her hand, asking, "Shall we go watch a movie together?" "My treat." Although Jiang Zhixiao is right beside them, Jiao only addresses Meng Xiaojiao, clearly excluding someone intentionally. Jiang Zhixiao, unwilling to remain an outsider, quickens her pace. Meng Xiaojiao pulls her back with a commanding grip. "We agreed to leave together. How can you just abandon me and run off?" Then, turning to Jiao, her tone drips with sarcasm. "Why don't you invite Huang Shuxiao? You two are such good friends." Huang Shuxiao has just severed ties with Jiang Zhixiao, only to be swiftly taken under Jiao's wing. It is evident that this is deliberate. "She must have gone home. I couldn't find her." Jiao smiled sweetly, betraying no hint of displeasure. She continued, "If you don't wish to watch, that's perfectly fine. We can exit the school gate together. It's on the way." This sudden exuberance sent shivers down Meng Xiaojiao's spine. She was left bewildered as to what Jiao was up to this time. "If you were to stay over, you wouldn't need to worry about returning home early. Our dormitory has an empty bed. If you moved in, we would surely become great friends." Jiang Zhixiao found her words grating. Why was there an unoccupied bed in her dormitory? Was it not because she and her close friend Li Xiang had discarded their belongings? Did she really have to speak so pointedly in front of her? It was clearly intended to unsettle Jiang Zhixiao. What was this? Now that the matter with Huang Shuxiao and Zhang Yu had been resolved, was she about to concoct some new scheme? Chapter 44. Jealousy as Jiang Zhixiao pondered. Li Xiang, seemingly prepared, naturally interjected. You and Xiao Jiao have always been good friends. On your birthday, among this crowd, you only invited her. Not even me. Your dear confidant was invited, and I must admit, I felt a tinge of envy. Jiao clarified. It was because you had supplementary classes that day. Otherwise, how could I have overlooked you? Li Xiang, undeterred, reignited the conversation. Xiao Jiao, how was Jiao's birthday banquet? What transpired? Nearby classmates immediately turned their gaze toward Meng Xiao, their eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, you were the only one who attended. Was there any juicy gossip? We yearn to hear the juicy details. Do share with us. They urged. A birthday banquet of a wealthy heiress surely must differ from an ordinary affair. It was bound to be grand, likely a topic of discussion for days on end. They were eager to hear what was not spoken of within the confines of school. However, Meng Xiao wore a perplexed expression. Wait, the birthday girl is standing right in front of you all. Why inquire about her without addressing her directly? Instinctively, she believed Jiao was attempting to use her to isolate Jiang Zhixiao, engaging only with her while ignoring Jiang altogether. Nevertheless, she had no intention of neglecting her beautiful deskmate. Clutching her hand tightly, she strolled toward the school gate, attempting to distance herself from the crowd. Yet, the more she contemplated, the more she sensed something amiss. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. Jiao and the individuals beside her were not particularly familiar with one another in school. Conversely, these girls could engage in conversation with Jiang Zhixiao. Although Jiang's social standing in class was not stellar due to Zhang Yu, these particular individuals rarely harbored any animosity toward her. What was this? Was Jiao intent on monopolizing anyone who was friendly toward Jiang Zhixiao? Was she merely trying to belittle Jiang in front of her? Was this an act of sowing discord? But what exactly did Jiao wish to convey? Was she to assert that Jiang Zhixiao had been ignored throughout the event? Or was she to mention that when inquiring whether Sang Yuchuan was dating Jiang Zhixiao, he had remained silent, thus fueling much speculation? How absurd. She was not another Huang Shuxiao. Betraying her desk mate was out of the question. After a moment's reflection, Meng Xiao slowed her pace and responded with an abundance of words. There were quite a few attendees that day. And Meng Xiao exaggerated. Jiang Zhixiao sings beautifully. All the gentlemen present were spellbound. Her voice truly carried the entire venue. Jiang Zhixiao exclaimed, Really? Is there a video? I want to see. I must see. Everyone eagerly crowded around, promptly pushing Li Xiang and Jiao aside. Li Xiang, exasperated, raised her voice. A stark contrast to the atmosphere. Who cares to hear about that? Is there no gossip to share? For instance, who is dating whom? I heard there were tarot readings, right? Any predictions regarding Jiang Zhixiao and the handsome scholar from Qingbei? Did Sang Yuchuan confirm his relationship? With such blatant hints, she surely understood, didn't she? Meng Xiao, suddenly enlightened, elongated her tone, and exclaimed, Oh, a performance. Someone played the guitar. Xiao harmonized with the esteemed campus heartthrob from Qingbei. Performing in a hurry that year. One sang while the other played, a match made in heaven. You cannot imagine the astonishment on the faces of those present. Their eyes wide with amazement. This outing was truly worthwhile. After saying this, she deliberately cast a glance at Jiao, whose long face resembled that of a donkey, nearly causing Meng Xiao to burst into laughter. Seeing that his goal was unattainable, Li Xiang dragged Jiao away. Meng Xiao quickly urged everyone. What are you standing around for? Go after her. Isn't she inviting you to the movies? The group exchanged glances before coming to their senses and hurriedly quickened their pace. With a proud expression, Meng Xiao linked arms with Jiang Zhixiao. Am I doing well? Is my mouth sealed tight? Let me tell you, Jiao was absolutely intentional that night. She wanted to make you look foolish and have it come out through me. Otherwise, she would never have called me alone. Jiang Zhishao, with a gentle gaze, asked, "Why must it come through your mouth?" Meng Xiao Jiao replied, "Because we share a good relationship. She wanted me to betray you." ISNT that Hao Huang Shu Xiao was provoked? Jiang Zhishao looked at her with affectionate eyes. "Whatever you say is what it is." "No. Why are you laughing?" ISNT my analysis correct? Jiang Zhishao shook her head, her eyes sparkling. "It's all right, I just feel like things are starting to look up." With Zhang Yu's issues resolved, she found a new living environment, distancing herself from the chaotic turmoil of her original family. Although she lost what she once deemed her best friend, new companions quickly emerged. Meng Xiao Jiao. On the very day Huang Shu Xiao betrayed her, the latter began to shower her with kindness, claiming her admiration stemmed from Jiang Zhixiao's beauty. To be honest, Jiang Zhixiao felt quite touched. Yet she had no intention of aiding her as she did with Huang Shu Xiao. For once bitten, twice shy, she had once unreservedly shared the original exam questions, only for Huang Shu Xiao to misinterpret her kindness as harm. If Huang Shu Xiao was this way, then Sang Yuchuan was even more so, scarred from past betrayals. In this life, no matter what the other party did, she could only think of utilitarianism. She was unwilling to allow similar events to unfold again. However, Meng Xiao Jiao likely did not require her assistance. Jiang Zhixiao vaguely recalled in her previous life that Meng Xiao Jiao was quite fortunate. Despite her poor grades, failing to surpass a total of 503 simulated examinations, she ultimately excelled in the final college entrance examination, gaining admission to a respectable university in Jincheng. Indeed, kind-hearted individuals are often rewarded. Soon enough, the two walked leisurely, having exited the teaching building area, passing through the Suzhou-style gardens of the school. Sang Yuchuan stood at the school gate, unburdened by a backpack, with one hand in his pocket and the other typing on his phone. With his towering stature, he stood head and shoulders above his peers, a striking figure amidst the crowd. Jiang Zhishao spotted him almost immediately, and, as he finished typing, he lifted his gaze. Their eyes met, perfectly aligned. The phone in her pocket vibrated slightly. Jiang Zhishao pulled it out to find a flurry of messages from Sang Yuchuan. 20 minutes ago. There are many people at the entrance. Don't rush. I will wait for you in the car. 15 minutes ago. Have you come out yet? 10 minutes ago. Are there people around you? Or are you being held up? See if you can shake them off. Just now. I am waiting for you at the entrance. Jiang Zhishao did not respond. Sang Yuchuan tilted his chin towards her and turned across the street, his figure clad in a school uniform swiftly blending into the crowd. Meng Xiao Jiao, unaware of Sang Yuchuan's presence, continued to complain incessantly. "Honestly, I haven't even left school, and my mom is already messaging me to come home. She wants me to hurry back to do my homework. To prevent me from lingering outside, she even cut off my pocket money. Xiao, I'm already 18. Why is my mom still so controlling? If it weren't for living so close to home, I would seriously consider boarding. Let us take our time leaving. I don't want to go home so soon. It's so annoying. At the age of 17 or 18, one is often confined within the protective walls of parental oversight, while others long to escape their parents' grasp. Jiang Zhishao is preoccupied with contemplating which route to take to avoid being discovered by her classmates, as she has moved into Sang Yuchuan's home. Chapter 45. Hypoxia. Upon exiting the school gates, Jiang Zhishao cast her gaze across the street. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz was parked beneath the lush Paulownia tree, its front hood adorned with an array of fallen petals. Meng Xiao Jiao inquired, Xiao, which direction is your home? Jiang Zhishao, instead of answering, countered with a question, which way are you headed? I can go any way. Longyu was not far from the school. During peak hours, it would take approximately 15 minutes by car and 30 minutes on foot. Meng Xiao Jiao pointed ahead, saying, just keep going straight, and you'll reach my house. I remember you need to take the bus, right? Route 651. Let me walk you to the bus station. On the day Jiang Zhishao was expelled from the dormitory, Meng Xiao Jiao had sneaked out after dinner with her grandmother and witnessed her boarding the last bus of Route 651. Thus, she eagerly pulled Jiang Zhishao towards the bus stop, but Jiang Zhishao suddenly yanked her back. I'll accompany you for a while. There's a bus stop near your home, too. Are you going to walk me home? Meng Xiao Jiao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Ah, you are my forever friend. Jiang Zhishao chuckled at her adorable expression, glanced at the Mercedes-Benz parking spot, and continued walking down the road with Meng Xiaojiao. Moments later, the Mercedes-Benz started its engine and turned onto the auxiliary road, trailing behind them across the street. The driver asked the passenger in the back seat, "Sang Yuchuan, should we call Jiang Zhishao? Does she know where the car is parked?" Sang Yuchuan leisurely gazed out the window as Meng Xiaojiao held Jiang Zhishao's hand, chatting animatedly. Perhaps they were sharing something delightful, as her lips never ceased moving while Jiang Zhishao listened in silence, occasionally interjecting. It was an atmosphere in which he felt he could not integrate. No need, just follow along. The further they walked, the fewer students they encountered. Upon arriving at the villa area, Meng Xiaojiao bid Jiang Zhishao farewell, and as she turned to leave, she playfully clutched her chest, leaving Jiang Zhishao momentarily stunned. She then pointed at Meng Xiaojiao, who had already darted into the villa area, bouncing around provocatively. With a smirk that lifted the corners of her mouth, Jiang Zhishao warned, "Don't let me catch you tomorrow." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the youthful exuberance of the girl and her lively silhouette dancing in the green shade finally made Jiang Zhishao feel the tangible essence of youth. Retracting her gaze, she caught sight of the Mercedes-Benz in the distance. Yet she refrained from getting into the car and instead turned towards Longyu. In a moment, the vehicle passed her, merging swiftly with the flow of traffic. 10 minutes later, she arrived at Longyu and entered the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a foot propped them open, and Sang Yuchuan stepped inside. His school uniform was unbuttoned, revealing a white t-shirt underneath. He slung his backpack over one shoulder and leaned lazily against the elevator wall, standing slightly behind Jiang Zhishao. "What more do you wish for me to atone for?" The numbers on the panel in the upper right corner of the elevator flickered upward. "I resolved matters with Zhang Yu for you. Yet you still refuse to join me in the car?" Jiang Zhishao did not look at him. "Meng Xiaojiao is with me. You saw that yourself. Can't you shake her off?" "I can't. She insists on walking me to the bus." The directions to Longyu and her home were entirely divergent. If she boarded the bus, she would only drift further away. Sang Yuchuan paused for a moment and then inquired, "Didn't T already send her home?" He had gone far. Fearing she might see him, Sang Yuchuan fell silent, casting her a sidelong glance, feeling utterly exasperated. Jiang Zhihao turned back to regard him, her smile sweet and endearing. "Sang Xiao, I didn't say I resolved the issue with Zhang Yu. I merely intended to get into your car." Sang Yuchuan cursed under his breath, realizing he had been ensnared in her game. Why was it so difficult to satisfy her? The elevator display remained at 50, and as the doors opened, Sang Yuchuan stepped out first, standing at the entrance to input the password. As he changed his shoes, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. It was then she noticed another presence in the house, a woman in her 30s, dressed in simple long garments, cooking with efficiency and skill. Flames danced in the pan, only to be extinguished by the motions of her stirring. Jiang Zhihao didn't see her full face, as much of her view was obstructed by Sang Yuchuan. However, her attire suggested she was not a family member, but rather a housekeeper. Perhaps the noise of cooking was too loud, compounded by the extractor hood. For the housekeeper failed to notice the return of her employer, and Sang Yuchuan did not greet her. Jiang Zhihao chose to ignore it and turned towards the guest room. Upon opening the door, she was momentarily breathless at the sight before her. Flowers, an abundance of flowers. Various species adorned the entire terrace. Phalaenopsis orchids, pink roses, tulips, and many others whose names she did not know. The scents mingled, yet the fragrance of the blossoms penetrated the air, filling Jiang Zhihao's nostrils with pure floral essence. Instinctively, she stepped inside, the cream-colored curtains billowing gently among the bouquets, droplets of water still clinging to the petals, making her eyes well up with emotion. Was this an act of atonement? The young man had already changed into comfortable loungewear, a white hoodie with 2 straps dangling from its brim, paired with loose-fitting sweatpants. He leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed. Jiang Zhihao turned back, her vision slightly blurred. She had mentioned her fondness for flowers while in the car, and now Sang Yuchuan had prepared an entire terrace filled with them for her. He actually remembered something she had said, yet in the past, he had only ever showered her with money. Every argument, every anniversary, He had used gifts to placate her without ever inquiring about her true needs. But now, she had merely mentioned it in passing, and he had taken note. However, all of this felt too late. An 18-year-old body housed a 28-year-old soul. She remained ever vigilant, ready to distance herself from Sang Yuchuan at a moment's notice. "Are you satisfied?" the young man asked, still leaning against the doorframe. Observing her with keen interest, Jiang Zhihao averted her gaze and simply replied, "Thank you." Though in her previous life, Sang Yuchuan had not bestowed her with much affection. In this life, at least she had managed to distance herself from her original family. The memories of her 18th year would not be tainted by the terror of domestic violence or the damp, foul-smelling darkness of a refuse-strewn environment. Sang Yuchuan appeared to ponder her words, and Jiang Zhihao added, "However, I am contemplating how I shall sleep tonight." Sang Yuchuan responded with a puzzled expression. Jiang Zhihao remarked, "Too many flowers will consume the oxygen. I might suffocate." Sang Yuchuan pondered, "Is this satisfaction or dissatisfaction?" He silently nodded and called out to the living room, "Sister Fu, could you come here for a moment?" The kitchen's range hood was turned off, and the housekeeper inquired, "What did you say?" "Please come down and tidy up the flowers in the room. It's lacking oxygen." "That shouldn't be the case. All the flowers have been moved to the balcony. Just close the balcony door before sleeping. Besides, don't you have a fresh air circulation system in your home?" The housekeeper approached, wiping her hands. Jiang Zhihao, hearing the footsteps, belatedly recognized the familiar sound. A name almost leapt to her mind, and in the next moment, she was confronted with an exceedingly familiar face, Lu Furong. Chapter 46. With a body, a fervent smile froze upon her face, and bewilderment filled Lu Furong's eyes. A multitude of possibilities surged through her mind. Before Jiang Zhihao could utter a word, she bypassed him and strode directly towards the balcony. "I shall search online to discover which flowers are most oxygen efficient, then dispose of them. The flowers from the B style are rather expensive. It would be a pity to discard them all." Standing on the balcony, as she retrieved her phone from her apron and began to scroll, she appeared frail in the expansive space. Frail and at a loss, Jiang Zhihao gazed at Sang Yuchuan, attempting to glean answers from his expression. Yet the youth's face was somber. It seemed he was still entangled in the dilemma of whether the other was satisfied with the situation. Thus, was he uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Lu Furong? Yet that night in the car, she had inadvertently mentioned Lu Furong's name, prompting him to wonder if she were indeed his stepmother. "Please go ahead and dine. I shall handle matters here," Lu Furong said. Her back turned to the two at the doorway, her voice slightly trembling. Jiang Zhihao could not recall the emotions that propelled him to the restaurant. Once seated, he inquired, "Is this your new nanny?" "Not obvious?" Jiang Zhihao buried himself in his meal, seemingly casually probing, "What is her name?" "I am unsure of her full name. We simply call her Sister Fu." Jiang Zhihao nodded, and he further clarified, "She used to be a part-time worker in the household, occasionally washing clothes and sweeping floors. That day she mentioned she could cook, so I invited her to stay." "Is she a live-in?" Sang Yuchuan shook his head. "There is no room left." At that moment, Jiang Zhihao's taut nerves relaxed slightly, yet she dared not fully unwind. She recalled from her previous life that she had never allowed Lu Furong to meet Sang Yuchuan. During the summer after the college entrance examination, Jiang Hongtao had been imprisoned, and the police had called to inquire if she wished to hire a lawyer for him. Jiang Zhihao had awaited the day of liberation, responding with a simple no, without even asking what crime he had committed. Lu Furong had vanished during that time, her whereabouts unknown. However, she had not anticipated that Lu Furong had been assisting Sang Yuchuan for such an extended period. She contemplated whether to reveal their relationship to Sang Yuchuan, yet she hesitated, reluctant to introduce her as her stepmother, even less as a buyer. The memories of her childhood were too painful. Each recollection brought forth the haunting shadows of bloodshed within the octagonal cage. Consequently, she was even more unwilling to allow her vulnerability to one day become a weapon wielded against her by another. "Do you not like flowers?" Sang Yuchuan asked, using his chopsticks to push the rice around in his bowl without actually eating it. "You are discarding them?" Jiang Zhihao snapped back to attention, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. "You may manage as you see fit." Sang Yuchuan's expression darkened further, his demeanor becoming increasingly displeased. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a completely unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be a scam, he hung up, only for the caller to ring again. Irritated, he answered, "Who is this?" A flustered voice on the other end exclaimed, "Young Master Sang, Jiao Jiao fainted suddenly while watching a movie. You must hurry and come." Sang Yuchuan was perplexed. Did no one take her to the hospital? She is in the ambulance. I cannot reach her parents, so I could only call you. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation, and I am at a loss on how to handle it. She has yet to awaken, which is particularly alarming. Sang Yuchuan is familiar with He Jiao Jiao. She does not suffer from any serious illness, merely low blood sugar. She habitually keeps a handful of candies in her pocket, retrieving them when the need arises. He found it bothersome and handed all the candies over to Shun Tinglan. It is likely that she fainted due to low blood sugar. Sang Yuchuan initially intended to call He's father to report the situation, but upon catching sight of Jiang Zhixiao, he inexplicably changed his mind. Which hospital? I shall head over immediately. After hanging up, he informed Jiang Zhixiao, I will step out for a moment. Jiang Zhixiao appeared bewildered. All right. Sang Yuchuan hesitated briefly, swallowed hard, and turned to leave. Upon opening the door and descending the stairs, he did not call the driver for a ride. The evening breeze blew gently as he stood at the foot of the apartment complex, feeling lost and disoriented. What was he doing? Had he truly been foolish enough to think that using He Jiao Jiao to provoke Jiang Zhixiao was a good idea? Yet, the moment he stepped out, Shi and Ti even inquired about his intentions. He sat down on a bench in the landscaped area and called Shun Tinglan. He Jiao Jiao is in the hospital. You should go check on her. Shun Tinglan, bewildered, replied, What does that have to do with me? She fainted because of you. What nonsense are you spouting today? Is it a spiral fart or a symphonic fart? Earlier that afternoon, He Jiao Jiao had asked Sang Yuchuan for some candy, but he directed her to Shun Tinglan, who replied that he had given all the candy to Meng Xiaojiao. Upon realizing this, Shun Tinglan erupted in anger. Damn it! Can one faint for not eating candy for a day? How can I be so incredulous? Convenience stores are everywhere. Is there not a single one that sells candy? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Damn it! I'll call her father. Meanwhile, upstairs, after Sang Yuchuan's departure, Jiang Zhixiao returned to her room, where Lu Furong was washing dishes in the kitchen. Spreading out her sketch paper, Jiang Zhixiao began to outline her drawings with a pencil. During her stay at Longyu, the absence of chaotic arguments had significantly boosted her productivity. If all goes well, she would complete her artwork in about 10 days. The door remained ajar, and Lu Furong sighed heavily from the kitchen. A moment later, footsteps approached, and Jiang Zhixiao set down a cup of freshly heated soy milk beside her, noting her lactose intolerance that prevented her from drinking milk. Turning away from her work, she saw Lu Furong removing her rubber gloves before her. Today, while cleaning the room, I didn't realize it was you. I thought another painting enthusiast had come. Jiang Zhixiao swiveled her chair to face her. I had Granny Luo pass some money to you. She had previously given her 3,000, so Jiang Zhixiao returned the same amount. No, not just 3,000. I gave her all the cash from Shun Tinglan's wallet. Lu Furong chose not to respond to this, her gaze drifting towards the flowers on the terrace, then glancing at the bustling night scene of Taiku Li. Some people reside in high-rise apartments on the 50th floor, awakening to the sight of flowers, while others dwell in dilapidated tenement buildings, greeted by refuse upon opening their eyes. The disparity among people is truly remarkable. Where can one seek justice in such a world? She too once graced the age of 18, having experienced a time of youthful beauty. Yet, unlike Jiang Zhihao, she found no youthful savior in her times of peril. Trapped within the web spun by Jiang Hongtao, she was reverently addressed as sister-in-law by day, while at night, the fists of men struck her body. Her gaze fell back upon Jiang Zhihao's face. Jiang Hongtao was in detention, set to emerge in a few days. Having barely escaped, she surely wished to sever all ties with him. I can keep you informed of his movements at any time. Jiang Zhihao was astute. What do you desire? Increase my salary to 20,000. Jiang Zhihao paused, initially believing that Lu Furong would demand an exorbitant sum. Rather than a salary raise, it was akin to a hush money. I will not disclose any information regarding you to Jiang Hongtao. After contemplating, Jiang Zhihao nodded, very well. However, you must wait. You must wait until she reaches adulthood to receive the salary that Sang Yuchuan will send her. When the game launches, Lu Furong can demand whatever she desires. She will be able to afford it. No, Lu Furong suddenly lost her composure. I want it now. Right now. Jiang Zhihao had someone to save her. But she did not. She longed to distance herself from Jiang Hongtao, seeking a place he could never discover. The farther, the better. Yet she required financial support. I have already discerned that the master of this house heeds your every word. Increasing my salary is but a matter of your command. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing the myriad of bruises crisscrossing her arms. These marks served as a constant reminder to Jiang Zhihao that her escape was paved by Lu Furong as sacrifices. Chapter 47. Intimate Contact. That night, Jiang Zhihao suffered from severe insomnia. Hearing the sound of Sang Yuchuan returning home in the middle of the night, she quickly donned a coat, intending to discuss with him the matter of increasing Lu Furong's salary. However, upon reaching the door, she overheard Sang Yuchuan speaking on the phone in a gentle tone, uttering comforting words about taking a good rest. She recalled that Sang Yuchuan had hurriedly left, seemingly heading to the hospital, likely related to He Jiao. Thus, she hesitated and chose not to go out. Instead, she turned to the terrace, sank into a rattan chair, and let the evening breeze envelop her, filled with the scent of blooming flowers. Life, it seemed, did not unfold entirely as she wished. Although it appeared she was racing toward a bright future, troubles still arose along the way. The lights of Taiku Li flickered off, and the little tavern closed for the night. Jiang Zhihao felt no weariness, remaining on the terrace until dawn. As the sky began to lighten, a dull thud resonated from the living room. Jiang Zhihao stepped out of her room to find a youth relentlessly striking a sandbag at the corner. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, his physique displayed pronounced muscles, and the definition of his abs hinted at strength. He wore boxing gloves, and with each punch, beads of sweat flew from his hair. Jiang Zhihao then noticed that the boxing ring was octagonal, reminiscent of one she had encountered in her youth. However, the barbed wire had been removed and replaced with ropes, rendering it less intimidating. She observed intently, noting that he focused solely on the sandbag, revealing little technique. Yet with each punch, the biceps and triceps of his arms tightened, poised to burst through the fabric at any moment, an embodiment of power. When the alarm rang, Sang Yuchuan, panting, removed his gloves. After silencing the alarm, Jiang Zhihao casually handed him a bottle of functional beverage from the boxing ring. Sang Yuchuan, are you quite skilled? The youth accepted the water she offered, gazing at her for a moment before smirking slightly. No one can surpass me. As he spoke, he tilted his head back, but before he could take a sip, Jiang Zhihao suddenly lifted her leg and swiftly aimed a side kick at his waist. Sang Yuchuan reacted quickly, dropping the water bottle and seizing her ankle in an instant. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Zhihao remained silent, retaliating with a punch aimed at him from behind. Sang Yuchuan blocked this blow once more. Undeterred, Jiang Zhihao attempted a flying kick. The youth leaned away just in time, her foot barely grazing his ear. As she landed, he kicked her calf, nearly toppling her. However, instinctively, in the final moment before hitting the ground, she grasped the collar of his shirt. In the next instant, they both fell to the ground. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face, with the youth supporting himself on one side while his other hand had unknowingly shielded the back of Jiang Zhihao's head. The distance between them was neither far nor close. Their bodies did not touch, yet Jiang Zhihao could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Moreover, with a slight lift of her head, their lips could almost meet. Time seemed to suspend for half a second. Perhaps due to the recent exertion, the youth's face flushed, revealing his rapid breathing. Jiang Zhihao, however, maintained an expression of calm, locking her gaze with his, I've tested it. You're more skilled than I am. Yet, she pondered, would he be a match for Jiang Hongtao? Sang Yuchuan? He failed to comprehend Jiang Zhihao's meaning. As he stood nearby, the momentary panic dissipated. Diverting his gaze, Sang Yuchuan rose to retrieve his phone, instructing her to have breakfast first, as he might be late today. Jiang Zhihao acknowledged with an O. Observing him hastily depart, her ears flushed an unusual shade of red. She paid it no mind. After changing into her school uniform, she fetched the breakfast that Lu Furong had prepared the previous night from the refrigerator. She placed it in a microwave to heat before finding a bag to pack it. The two exited simultaneously. Upon entering the elevator, Jiang Zhixiao took bites of her sandwich and inquired, "Did Sister Fu come from you or your family?" Sang Yuchuan, having regained his composure, dried his hair with a towel, meticulously pushing the damp strands back, appearing refreshingly tidy. "What difference does it make?" he replied. Jiang Zhixiao pressed on. "Who is footing the bill?" Sang Yuchuan turned to her, his gaze firmly resting on her face. "State your objective. Can we raise her salary?" "By how much?" 20,000. Sang Yuchuan retrieved his phone from his pocket, lowered his eyelashes, opened Lu Furong's chat, initiated a transfer, and entered his password. Finally, he raised his phone for Jiang Zhixiao to see. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Exactly 20,000. Jiang Zhixiao was taken aback by his decisiveness. "Aren't you even going to ask why? What is there to question when money can resolve the matter?" He had returned home late last night, likely because Jiang Zhixiao was bored and chatted with Sister Fu, realizing her struggles. Thus her compassion overflowed. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped out. A Mercedes-Benz was parked right at the entrance of their building, the rear door already ajar. Jiang Zhixiao expressed her gratitude and walked past, not getting in the car. Sang Yuchuan called out to her, "Are you really so heartless?" Jiang Zhixiao turned back at the sound of his voice, and he continued, "Raising her salary doesn't mean you can avoid riding to and from school with me?" Jiang Zhixiao tilted her head. "You seem eager for others to know I live at your house." Sang Yuchuan suddenly looked at her, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he finally said, "Jiang Zhixiao, you owe me a favor, and it must be repaid." He did not say it would not be repaid. Jiang Zhixiao chuckled. "Aside from that matter, I am fine with everything else." Sang Yuchuan nearly choked on his breath. "Anything?" "Absolutely." Jiang Zhixiao nodded, turned, and headed towards the bus station outside the community. Indeed, Jiang Zhixiao was late, nearly stepping into the classroom as the preparatory bell rang. Meng Xiaojiao waved frantically at her, hurriedly saying, during morning reading, "The homeroom teacher asked why you were late. I told her you were called to clean the playground by the grade. Just don't let it slip later." Jiang Zhixiao signaled an okay with her hand, but as she lifted her arm, Meng Xiaojiao quickly shielded her chest. Jiang Zhixiao laughed. "I had completely forgotten. Look how you've startled yourself." The sound of high heels clicking echoed, and the classroom door slammed shut. "Open your book and turn to page 100. The sound of chalk against the blackboard echoed through the classroom as the English teacher swiftly inscribed notes, the chalk finally landing with a decisive thud. "Okay, who wishes to attempt this? Who can respond to my inquiry?" The sudden question caught everyone off guard, leaving no time for preparation. The students scrambled, frantically searching through their textbooks, still in a state of confusion. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Zhihao's phone vibrated. She cast a glance at the English teacher, her phone concealed in her pocket, revealing a perplexing three-word message from Sang Yuchuan. "This Saturday." Jiang Zhihao replied with a question mark. Sang Yuchuan responded almost immediately. "This Saturday. Return me the favor." Chapter 48. A date. Jiang Zhixiao gazed at the words, and as the English teacher's eyes swept over, she calmly tucked her phone away. The following days unfolded normally. Jiang Zhixiao attended school as per usual, and upon returning home, she immersed herself in her artwork, dedicating the remaining hours to memorizing past examination questions. Yet, Sang Yuchuan never mentioned how she ought to repay this favor. On Saturday, as Jiang Zhixiao rose from her slumber, a message from Sang Yuchuan pinged through. "I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the apartment building." She paused for a moment, then recalled that today was indeed the day to reciprocate the kindness. After leisurely completing her morning routine and donning a t-shirt at a languid pace, she descended the stairs in her Converse shoes. Sang Yuchuan leaned against his blue luxury car, engrossed in his phone. His hair was meticulously styled, likely laden with wax, impervious to the wind's whims. He donned black straight-leg trousers paired with a creatively designed beige short-sleeve shirt that exuded a casual yet youthful nonchalance. In the driver's seat, Shun Tinglei removed his sunglasses and muttered a curse under his breath. "I've been through the ringer, actually believing you invited me for a gaming session. What do you need me for on your date?" Jiang Zhixiao approached, and opened the car door, taking a seat in the back. Is this a date? With him dressed like this, I thought we were going on a blind date. Oh, for heaven's sake. If either of you had a driver's license, I wouldn't have to trail behind like some fool every day. Shen Tinglei was visibly exasperated. He had risen at 7 that morning, eagerly anticipating the launch of a highly anticipated game. It wasn't that he was a gaming addict. Rather, the storyline was inspired by mythological figures from Chinese lore, featuring characters like Neza and his favorite, Sang Yuchuan. Although produced by a foreign team, this genre had yet to emerge domestically. Rumors have begun circulating that this game will be the sole blockbuster of the year, potentially igniting a wave of national pride. Shen Tinglei was curious to see if this portrayal of Chinese aesthetics could resonate with the domestic audience. However, a call from Sang Yuchuan revealed that their home computer was insufficient to run the game, necessitating a visit to a cyber CAF. Shen Tinglei, enticed by the prospect of group play, hurried over, only to learn he had forgotten his ID and needed Jiang Zhixiao to fetch it. Thus, Jiang Zhixiao, fully dressed yet devoid of pockets, descended the stairs empty-handed save for her mobile phone. Where was her ID? Who could possibly enlighten her? Suddenly, realization dawned. Sang Yuchuan wasn't even of legal age, rendering his ID useless. Sure enough, once Sang Yuchuan entered the car, he recited a string of addresses. The Global Center, a shopping venue. Shen Tinglei was incredulous. What on earth are you doing at the Global Center for a date? People typically watch a film in the morning, enjoy a Western meal in the afternoon, sip some wine in the evening, and share sweet kisses while slightly intoxicated. What can't be accomplished then? Yet here is Sang Yuchuan, an absolute enigma, dragging a young lady through the mall and only lingering in the men's section. As Jiang Zhiao's spirits dwindled, Shen Tinglei, deeply concerned, clutched Sang Yuchuan tightly. He began with a preamble, delivering a striking remark. When someone loves you, do not put on airs. Sang Yuchuan looked bewildered, while Shen Tinglei grew increasingly exasperated. Do you only shop for your own interests? Can you not consider the feelings of your female companions? What are you pretending for? Sang Yuchuan set aside the t-shirt he had been examining and pondered for a moment. Why not just find an internet CAF to spend your time and stop following me? Shen Tinglei was taken aback. His earnest suggestions had seemingly become an annoyance to Sang Yuchuan, leaving him utterly speechless. In a fit of anger, he turned and walked away. Jiang Zhiao, confused by his sudden departure, was about to inquire about his exit when Sang Yuchuan spoke first. Do you have a preferred brand? Jiang Zhiao, possessing minimal material desires, seldom bought things for herself. In her previous life, after giving birth, her most frequent purchases were maternity and baby products. She shook her head in response. Sang Yuchuan pressed on, what would you consider the best brand? Are we talking about clothing brands? Any will suffice, she replied. After a moment's reflection, she mentioned Adidas and Nike. Sang Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Before attending university, Jiang Zhiao had never donned new clothing. In her earlier days, Lu Furong would procure a bundle of clothes from the Lotus Pond, discarding what she deemed unnecessary to Jiang. The sizes were ill-fitting and the styles peculiar. Consequently, Jiang Zhiao wore her school uniform year-round, often layered with her school attire. Wealthier classmates would wear other clothes beneath their uniforms, predominantly Adidas and Nike. Thus, her entire perception of premium brands was shaped by these two names. Sang Yuchuan took half a minute to digest her perspective before nodding in agreement. Then it settled, Adidas and Nike. Upon exiting the store, they found an Adidas shop adjacent. Sang Yuchuan led Jiang Zhiao inside and swiftly selected a charcoal gray t-shirt, featuring 3 white stripes on each shoulder and a white 3-leaf clover logo on the left chest. He chose 2 of the same style, one in men's size and the other in women's. At the counter, as he completed the transaction, the attendant handed the packaged clothing to Jiang Zhiao, meticulously advising, Madam, this garment is made of pure cotton. We recommend hand washing and avoiding direct sunlight. Otherwise, if the gentleman wears it, what are you saying? Jiang Zhiao interjected abruptly, declining to accept the shopping bag. She had just noticed an intriguing phenomenon. When couples purchased clothing, the attendants always directed maintenance advice solely to the women, as if the entire world tacitly agreed that household chores were a woman's sole responsibility. Men, it seemed, were inherently exempt from laundry duties. In her previous life, she had also accepted this notion without question. Consequently, all of Sang Yuchuan's garments were hand-washed, and she meticulously selected laundry detergents, fearing her washing might leave his clothes unclean and cause him discomfort. Yet in the end, it was merely a case of a cold-faced woman washing undergarments, while he remained indifferent. This virtuous wife and mother role. Let those who wish to embrace it do so. The waiter was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Zhihao maintained a composed smile. Whoever's clothes there should wash them. When that gentleman arrives, I suggest you speak with him. The corners of the waiter's mouth drooped, feeling that Jiang Zhihao was overreacting. Observing her attire, it was evident that she belonged to a different social class than that gentleman. He had spent money on matching couple outfits. What was wrong with her washing a piece of clothing? Moreover, it is often said that men handle external affairs while women manage the domestic sphere. Is it not inherent for women to do such tasks? She tucked away her shopping bag, rolled her eyes, and approached Sang Yuchuan. The man was engrossed in writing something on an A4 sheet, and the waiter immediately donned a bright smile. Sir, if you're seeking a girlfriend, you must be discerning. Sang Yuchuan continued writing, responding matter-of-factly. I just informed your girlfriend about the laundry instructions. She was rather spirited, her words laden with barbs. From her tone, it seems she is unwilling to wash your clothes. Isn't it popular to say these days that a man earns hard money only to have it taken by a woman? You seem quite distinguished. Perhaps you should seek someone more suitable. Sang Yuchuan paused, turned to look at her with a direct gaze, his enchanting eyes making the waiter's heart flutter. At $6.99 for a t-shirt, what do you expect her to gain? The waiter stammered. Are you implying she is unworthy or that I am? The waiter hastily replied. That is not my intention. If a man asks a woman to wash clothes, it reflects his lack of capability, not her lack of diligence. She then glanced at the waiter's name tag, memorizing her name, before taking the shopping bag and striding toward Jiang Zhihao. Sign here. An A4 sheet bore a few flamboyant lines penned by Sang Yuchuan. Jiang Zhihao took it, noticing the title IOU prominently displayed. She had no time to focus on the contents as the shopping bag was once again thrust into her palm by Sang Yuchuan. Consider the clothes a gift to me. My birthday is next Wednesday, and I want you to present them to me in person. Chapter 49. A large wet spot purchasing a gift for oneself while claiming it to be from her? Is this his way of repaying a favor? What sort of operation is this? Jiang Zhihao was utterly perplexed. Not far away, the waiter immediately began chatting behind her. Goodness. Isn't it trendy these days for men to take the lead? What do you know? In affluent families, love blossoms, while in humble ones, a son-in-law emerges. That man clearly exudes the charm of a scion from a prestigious family. He must be head over heels for that woman. It's as if he fears she won't receive a gift. So he preemptively bought one to remind her, knowing she has no money. He even pretended to write an IOU. He even mentioned delivering it in person. These two must be secretly involved. The man is reluctant to keep it a secret and yearns for public acknowledgement. Goodness, a true champion of pure love. How come I've never encountered such a splendid man? Jiang Zhihao, quite speechless. Can't the gossipers keep their voices down? Yet, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. In her previous life, she had pursued Sang Yuchuan to the point of losing everything, while others derided her as a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. In this life, he merely bought a meal for himself, a gift for himself, and yet he received the title of the pure love champion. This world is far too lenient towards men. Naturally, Jiang Zhihao did not sign that piece of paper. Not wanting to create an embarrassing scene, she chuckled lightly. I can't afford a t-shirt priced at $699. Let me treat you to some milk tea instead as an early birthday gift. As she spoke, Jiang Zhihao hastily exited the Adidas store, fearing he might pursue her. There were tea shops on either side of the store, and she made a beeline for Mishu Bingcheng, ordering 2 cups of the cheapest lemonade. As she waited for her order, a small voice chimed from behind her. Mommy, if you don't want to be with Daddy anymore, why not just get a divorce? Jiang Zhihao turned around to see a girl of about 5, sporting twin braids and clad in a blue Elsa princess dress, holding a cone of ice cream. She licked it and glanced at the woman before her. If I divorce your father, what will you do? The woman inquired. The little girl tilted her head. Of course. I will stay with you. If it doesn't work out, We could find someone else. But he must have an 8-pack. After a moment's thought, she added a gem of wisdom. I haven't even attended your wedding yet. Remember to invite me. Everyone around was charmed by the child's innocent words. However, Jiang Zhishao nearly lost her composure. Those braids, that princess dress, and the chubby little face reminiscent of her daughter made her want to weep. She too had a daughter. Her daughter had once uttered similar profound statements. When her little one was 4, Zhao Zhao had asked her, "Mommy, Daddy never takes me to kindergarten. Does that mean he's also absent from your life?" Jiang Zhishao had defended Sang Yuchuan. Your father is busy. Yet Zhao Zhao never engaged in self-deprecation. If he is so busy, how could he have time to love you? You should marry someone else. Suppressing her laughter, Jiang Zhishao replied, "If that were the case, the person I gave birth to wouldn't be you." So what? The child retorted. If you find someone else, you'll at least be happier than you are now. It was then that the daughter realized from that very moment that her relationship with Sang Yuchuan was a grievous error from the start. Even as she approached the bridge of helplessness, she continued to implore, "Mother, your life is not solely about me, nor is it only about Father. Now you have another chance. Live for yourself." With each reincarnation, she exchanged one life for another. Yet she still squandered her existence in disarray. She yearned for Zhao Zhao, desiring that during her moments of despair, a comforting presence would warm her heart. Alas, this world held no Zhao Zhao, nor would it ever again. The accumulated grievances finally burst forth at that moment, heedless of the onlookers. Jiang Zhishao let out a heart-wrenching wail. Observers swiftly circled around her. Even the little girl she found endearing retreated behind her mother. Oh, her Zhao Zhao would never hide when she shed tears. She longed to carve out a beautiful future for herself, yet was perpetually beset by nuisances. She felt she had betrayed her daughter's hopes. When Sang Yuchuan discovered Jiang Zhishao, a crowd had gathered around the ice cream shop. The staff were dabbing her tears with tissues when Sang Yuchuan uttered an apology and embraced her, leading her away. She cried and sobbed, and he remained oblivious to what could have caused her such profound sorrow. Upon opening the emergency exit, he guided her inside and pressed her against him. Jiang Zhishao cried until she was breathless, momentarily forgetting to resist. I simply do not want to give you a birthday gift. I do not even wish to attend your birthday celebration. What is there to attend? Must others know of our hidden relationship? I have made every effort to distance myself from you. Why do you persistently linger? Were it not for necessity, I would not wish to dwell in your abode. Her sobs were uncontrollable, her shoulders heaving as she spoke in fragmented breaths. Sang Yuchuan's chest soon became damp, right over his heart, which suddenly tightened. It was unclear whether it was pain or a sense of loss. His hand hovered in the air for a moment before gently patting her shoulder. If you do not wish to go, then do not go. If you wish for secrecy, then keep it. What is there to feel aggrieved about? Jiang Zhishao sniffed and replied in a muffled voice, Is it truly okay not to go? Yes. Then how do I repay the favor I owe you? We shall discuss it later. Jiang Zhishao fell silent, her sobs continuing unabated. Jiang Zhishao, Sang Yuchuan called her name, pausing to take a deep breath before adding, If you keep crying, I will truly have to wash your clothes. Only then did Jiang Zhishao break free from his embrace. Noticing the large patch of fabric on his chest soaked through, a stark contrast to the surrounding colors. It was hard to discern whether the dampness was from tears or snot. Yet her tears continued to flow freely, though her cries were no longer as soul-wrenching as before. The sight of her tear-streaked face, silently weeping, was even more heart-rending than her earlier wails. Sang Yuchuan closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, before reopening them and murmuring, Well, if you don't wish to wash, then you need not do so. Jiang Zhishao continued to sob quietly, speechless. Are you still feeling aggrieved? He inquired. Jiang Zhishao nodded. What is there to feel aggrieved about? Feeling wronged. They once had a daughter. That daughter was the only remaining blood relative she knew of in this world. She longed to reunite with Zhao Zhao. Yet Zhao Zhao had vanished. There was no longer any trace of her in this world, nor would there ever be again, for she would never marry Sang Yuchuan again. And they would never have children. Moreover, I had just purchased 2 cups of lemon tea, paid for them, and before I could even take a sip, I was taken away by you. 4 yuan is still money. Sang Yuchuan fell silent. 2 cups of lemon tea cost 4 yuan, which means each cup was merely 2 yuan. Is that to say that her 18th birthday gift was worth only 2 yuan? How absurd. Sang Yuchuan rubbed his temples, suppressing a myriad of emotions within, and gritted his teeth, saying, "That's enough, Jiang Xiao. If you continue, you will ruin your image." Chapter 50. What are the conditions for marrying you? After tidying her disheartened mood, Jiang Xiao departed from the global center alongside Sang Yuchuan. When she called Shin Tinglan to pick them up, he was at an internet CF, vociferously lamenting that the newly launched game was nothing but a steaming pile of rubbish. The graphics were subpar, the storyline a blatant copy, and the gameplay was fraught with glitches utterly devoid of any enjoyable experience. He tossed his mouse aside, seized his car keys, and headed out to find Jiang Xiao and Sang Yuchuan. Even after they had settled into the car, his tirade showed no signs of abating. It was truly astonishing. After years of gaming, he had never encountered a game so poorly executed. They claimed to have purchased the rights to Neza Conquers the Dragon King. Yet without a hero introduction, he would have been oblivious to the fact that he was playing as Neza. How can they have the audacity to assert that this game is specifically tailored for us Chinese? A foreign team, do they even know who Neza is? It is not mere blind confidence on my part. If a pioneer were to emerge from our country and adapt all those myths into games, those foreign developers would have no place in it. In the backseat, Jiang Xiao became intrigued and asked from a player's perspective which mythological figures could be adapted. Shin Tinglan glanced at her, unaware that she was holding a similar game project in her hands, and was merely surprised that a girl would harbor an interest in gaming. He couldn't help but engage further. The mythical beasts from the classic of Mountains and Seas, the 4 disciples from Journey to the West, are all splendid themes, aren't they? Jiang Xiao pressed her lips together, questioning if he would play any game that emerged. Of course, Shin Tinglan replied non-committally, even if it were merely for the nostalgia. I would still play. Journey to the West has been a part of my life since childhood. The audience is immense. You have no idea. Everyone at the CAF today was cursing, saying that Neza was drawn neither as a human nor as a ghost, and the skills were particularly lackluster. If a foreign team dares to take liberties with Neza today, will they not set their sights on Journey to the West tomorrow? We are merely waiting for a domestic team to swiftly bring Journey to the West to life, so that we need not endure further indignities from foreign developers. Yet, there is not a single team willing to undertake this project. It is difficult even to offer our support. Jiang Xiao pondered whether he had heard any whispers from Shun Tingbai. Shun Tingbai was Shun Tinglan's older brother and a partner of Sang Yuchuan. Just as she was contemplating, Shin Tinglan turned on the signal and made a U-turn, muttering to himself, "Why am I even telling you this? You wouldn't understand." Jiang Xiao pressed her lips together and nodded in silence, suddenly feeling a flicker of anticipation for the game's launch. The front passenger, Sang Yuchuan, cast a glance at her and noted that her mood had improved significantly. However, he remained perplexed about the true cause of Jiang Xiao's earlier distress. Reflecting on the situation, he casually inquired, "Do you like that little girl from earlier?" "Which little girl?" "The one with the horn braids, wearing a princess dress, enjoying ice cream at Mishu Bingsheng." Jiang Xiao thought of her daughter, Zhao Zhao, gazed out the window, and nodded. "I do." Sang Yuchuan withdrew his gaze and remarked, "You will undoubtedly be a wonderful mother one day." At that moment, she wept, yet her gaze towards the little girl radiated a maternal brilliance that belied her tender years. Jiang Zhihao chuckled, unable to suppress her sarcasm. "Well, you would make a rather irresponsible father." Sang Yuchuan was taken aback, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The driver, Shun Tinglan, found the situation perplexing. How had the once harmonious exchange between the two suddenly ignited such tension? The sight of Jiang Zhihao's reddened eyes led him to suspect that a quarrel had transpired during his absence. This simply wouldn't he do. He had wagered with Shun Tingbai. Whoever could aid their good friend in winning over Jiang Zhihao would bask in ultimate victory. Gamers never concede defeat. He was determined to triumph. After much contemplation, he resolved to assist Sang Yuchuan in making an assertive advance. They were not even married yet, so how could they be discussing parenthood? This was a significant matter. The order must not be disrupted. Glancing at Jiang Zhihao through the rearview mirror, he raised his chin and inquired, "What conditions would one need to meet to marry you?" He meant to ask about the dowry, any stringent requirements, such as a car or a house, or preferences regarding their place of residence. He wished to prompt Sang Yuchuan to prepare accordingly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhihao responded with a cheerful smile, "A vasectomy." The two seemingly light words landed with a heavy thud. Shen Tinglan could not help but glance at his companion. Sang Yuchuan's expression was darker than the bottom of a pot. Shen Tinglan fell silent, feeling as though an ominous flock of crows had just flown overhead, flapping their wings and cawing loudly. This was utterly mortifying. How could Jiang Zhihao's words be so caustic? Was she truly wishing for little Sang to be rendered incapable of having offspring? With the car window open, she rested her elbow on the ledge, the wind tousling her hair as she closed her eyes. Regaining her composure, she reverted to her cool demeanor, seemingly indifferent to anyone around her. Yet Sang Yuchuan perceived the stubbornness etched on her face. Retracting his gaze, he felt the dampness of his shirt against his chest, as if the girl who had been sobbing in his embrace just 10 minutes prior had been a mere illusion. Jiang Zhihao ultimately did not attend Sang Yuchuan's birthday celebration, as she had promised. After school that day, the two returned home. Once Sang Yuchuan changed his clothes, he knocked on Jiang Zhihao's door. The door to her bedroom was ajar, revealing her bent over her desk, engrossed in her work. It was unclear what she was drawing, but her resolute posture showed a focus so intense that she failed to notice someone had entered behind her. It seemed she had forgotten that today was his birthday. Sang Yuchuan contemplated for a moment, deciding not to intrude. Instead, he exchanged a few words with Lu Furong before leaving for the club to celebrate. Half an hour later, Lu Furong finished preparing dinner and called for Jiang Zhihao to join her, only then discovering that Sang Yuchuan had already departed. "Come sit over here," she beckoned. After Jiang Zhihao took her seat, Lu Furong went to the entrance, where a small table was set aside for the nanny. Hearing Jiang Zhihao's voice, Lu Furong did not move, but lifted her head. The intricately carved screen at the entrance separated her from Jiang Zhihao, creating two distinct worlds. She sighed, deeming it inappropriate. Jiang Zhihao did not press the matter, instead engaging in conversation across the threshold. "Has Sang Yuchuan given you a raise? Did you receive it?" She neither acknowledged receipt nor denied it, eating her rice with a lack of appetite, uttering two words, "Thank you." Jiang Zhihao then remarked, "Sang Yuchuan will be home late today. There is no need for you to do anything here. You may leave early to rest." "Not necessary. One should work as hard as the employer pays," she responded. "Otherwise, it feels unsettling." Jiang Zhihao couldn't help but chuckle softly, recalling how, back in the underground boxing arena, she had also received her share of ill-gotten gains. Just then, Lu Furong added, "Jiang Hongtao has been released from the detention center. He returned home this morning." Chapter 51. The Best Gift in the World. Jiang Zhihao was momentarily taken aback. Although she had escaped the wolf pit, her hand trembled uncontrollably as she held the chopsticks. She silently reassured herself to remain calm. Jiang Hongtao was oblivious to her whereabouts, and furthermore, the security measures at Lang, you were indeed commendable. Entry required facial recognition, and for visitors, it was necessary to provide the apartment number so that the security could contact the homeowner before granting access. As for food deliveries, they could not be brought upstairs. One had to retrieve them from the rack at the entrance. Thus, even if Jiang Hongtao sought her out, he would not be able to reach Jiang Zhihao. Taking a deep breath to steady her heartbeat, Jiang Zhihao inquired, "Only 15 days?" "Yes," came the reply. When the police arrived, he had already coordinated his story with that bald man, claiming it was merely a gambling incident. Jiang Zhihao refrained from probing further. Her appetite had waned, and after a couple of bites, she retreated to her bedroom to continue her work. Lu Furong emerged from a foyer, tidying the dining table and commencing her household chores. She even scrubbed the floor twice, but did not leave. Later, she sat in the living room for an extended period. As darkness enveloped the sky, a phone call disrupted the stillness. The caller ID displayed Jiang Hongtao's name, sending Lu Furong into a shuddering panic. Without lingering, she hurriedly departed, slamming the door behind her. Hearing the noise, Jiang Zhihao set down her pencil and stepped into the living room. discovering Lu Fu-rong's canvas bag left on the sofa. Grabbing the bag, she dashed outside, pursuing Lu Fu-rong until she reached the entrance of the apartment building, where she spotted her hurried silhouette. Wait! Lu Fu-rong turned around, and upon seeing Jiang Zhishao, she immediately raised her finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. She then pointed to the phone she was using. Who is speaking? Jiang Hong Tao's impatient voice crackled from the other end, accompanied by cacophony reminiscent of a bustling street. Lu Fu-rong replied with utmost seriousness, "It's the employer. I will return shortly." Why does that sound so much like Jiang Zhishao? You must have misheard. Lu Fu-rong flustered, attempting to explain. Jiang Hong Tao cursed vehemently. Lu Fu-rong, I warn you, do not play those little tricks. That ungrateful Jiang Zhishao was the one you let go. Lu Fu-rong hastily clarified and quickly hung up the phone, taking the canvas bag from Jiang Zhishao's hands and urging her back into the building. Stay inside. Jiang Hong Tao isn't home, but I can't be sure he isn't following me. Don't let him see you. She pressed the button and forcefully pushed Jiang Zhishao toward the elevator. Go back, quickly, just as the elevator doors were about to close. Lu Fu-rong sprinted out of the building. Jiang Zhishao crouched on the floor, her body curling up as memories of Lu Fu-rong's terrified face flooded back, reminiscent of the stench wafting from a garbage dump. Then came the sound of thuds against the wall. Jiang Hong Tao was yanking Lu Fu-rong by her hair, repeatedly slamming her against the wall. The haunting memories were abruptly silenced by the elevator's chime, and Jiang Zhishao snapped back to reality, dragging her heavy body out of the elevator. Yet, she stood at her front door for quite some time. She realized she did not know the door code. Typically, she would return home alongside Sang Yuchuan, who would enter the passcode, something Jiang Zhihao never inquired about. On rare occasions, she would come home alone, and Lu Fu-rong would already be waiting inside. Instinctively, she considered calling Lu Fu-rong for the passcode, but hesitated, fearing that Jiang Hong Tao might be nearby and discover her whereabouts. Instead, she sent a WeChat message to Sang Yuchuan. What is the home password? I'm locked out. Sang Yuchuan did not respond, likely preoccupied with his birthday celebrations. Jiang Zhihao then attempted to call him, but he did not answer. She soon noticed that the gossip group in her class was buzzing with activity, filled with an array of videos. Jiang Zhihao opened one of the recently shared clips, set in a KTV, recognizable by its DCOR as the venue where He Jiaojiao had celebrated her birthday. In the video, Sang Yuchuan was surrounded by others, playfully urged to sing a love song with He Jiaojiao. With a bashful expression, He Jiaojiao exclaimed in mock annoyance, "What love song at this hour? It's almost midnight. If we sing, we'll miss the auspicious moment. It's time to cut the cake." The boys teased, elongating their tones. "Auspicious moment, just admit you want to get married already." He Jiaojiao, visibly flushed, retorted, "Stop it. Bring me that bottle of 82 Lafite. Let us drink and cut the cake." In a corner of the frame, Shin Tinglan rolled her eyes, pondering how much Lafite from 82 had been produced, as it seemed they had been drinking it for years without finishing it. As the camera turned to Sang Yuchuan, someone thrust a microphone into his hands. The crowd erupted once more, chanting for him to sing a love song. Whether he actually sang remained unclear to Jiang Zhihao, for the video abruptly ended, and no further clips followed. She tucked her phone away, feeling fatigued, and sank to the wall to rest. In this lifetime, she had not attended Sang Yuchuan's 18th birthday party, just as she had not been invited in her previous life. Yet, in her past existence, she felt no resentment, instead taking the initiative early on. She persistently nagged Sang Yuchuan, insisting turning 18 means adulthood. It must be a grand celebration. Will you invite me? Sang Yuchuan had been vague, stating she was not suitable to attend. Jiang Zhihao sensed his reluctance, but eagerly added, "I have prepared a birthday gift for you." Sang Yuchuan stared at her in silence, and she hurried to elaborate. "It is the best birthday gift in the world." Eventually, he relented and took her to the venue. Once midnight struck, they cut the cake and blew out the candles. Surrounded by opulence, she presented a large jar filled with colorful origami stars. The crowd laughed at her audacity, mocking her humble gift as a futile attempt to win over the heart of the campus heartthrob. Yet, with both hands, Jiang Zhihao offered it to him, her determined face radiating sincerity and stubbornness. I told you, this is the best gift in the world. One day you'll understand why. Each day, she cherished Sang Yuchuan. She folded a star, inscribing her thoughts for him within. From the beginning of their first year until his 18th birthday, she crafted a total of 999 stars, each representing a day of her love for him, encapsulated in 999 heartfelt messages. Sang Yuchuan accepted this weighty gift, yet he never opened it even after Jiang Zhixiao's demise. Perhaps, as others suggested, it was merely a trinket of little value, and no one desired to unveil the lucky star to discern what secrets lay within. Thus, upon her rebirth, Jiang Zhixiao's first act was to incinerate every item associated with Sang Yuchuan, including this very gift, detaching from her memories. Sang Yuchuan still had not responded to her WeChat message. Jiang Zhixiao sent another password. If you don't reply, I'll call a locksmith to break in. Look up. Accompanied by a snap of fingers, Jiang Zhixiao lifted her gaze, and there emerged Sang Yuchuan from the elevator. She was utterly taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be at the club? In her daze, the young man knelt before her, deftly spinning a matte black Zippo lighter between his fingers. With a swift flick, a flame ignited, casting a sudden light upon Jiang Zhixiao's bewildered countenance. 1 minute left. Wish me a happy birthday. Say it. In her previous life, she had yearned to partake in his existence. In this life, she was utterly unwilling to step into it, not even attending his birthday celebration. Yet, some individuals had an uncanny ability to draw near, gradually encroaching upon her forbidden realm. Chapter 52. Jiang Zhixiao. Please grow up quickly. Jiang Zhixiao gazed at him in a daze, still unable to comprehend the situation. After glancing at the time, Sang Yuchuan raised his head, urging her with his gaze. Jiang Zhixiao swallowed hard, almost compelled to utter 7 words. Sang Yuchuan, happy birthday. A warm breath, laced with the scent of alcohol, wafted over her face as Sang Yuchuan stood up, his slender fingers deftly maneuvering the door lock panel. Please enter the administrator password. Please input the password. Please scan your fingerprint. The mechanical voice echoed, and Sang Yuchuan took hold of Jiang Zhixiao's thumb, pressing it against the panel. Perhaps due to the alcohol, his body felt unusually cool, and the contact with Jiang Zhixiao's skin sent an inexplicable wave of warmth through her. The heat rising from her back felt slightly itchy, and as the panel signaled success, Jiang Zhixiao quickly withdrew her hand from his fingertips. Actually, you could have just told me the password, she remarked. Yet, Sang Yuchuan suddenly called her name. Jiang Zhixiao. The door opened, yet neither of them stepped inside. Jiang Zhixiao inquired, what's wrong? Please grow up quickly. Jiang Zhixiao looked up at him, noticing the boy's eyelids tinged with a hint of red, a touch of inebriation softening his gaze. At what age do you consider one to be grown up? She asked. 18, he replied. The surroundings fell into an unexpected silence, emotions subtly shifting, enveloping them in a quietude. After a long pause, Jiang Zhixiao suddenly suggested, how about, I write you an IOU? Sang Yuchuan responded with confusion. Huh? I'll pay you the rent soon. But you know, I must reach adulthood first to legitimately receive the salary your brother provides me. Sang Yuchuan, is that really what you meant? The boy's expression hardened as he brushed past Jiang Zhixiao and entered the room. 2 days after Sang Yuchuan's birthday, the school held its annual sports meet. Considering the critical nature of the final year, the school, wary of injuries that might jeopardize students' college entrance examinations, delegated the logistical responsibilities to the entire senior class, preventing them from signing up for events. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Zhixiao was seized by Meng Xiaojiao, who excitedly discussed the sports meet before cryptically announcing, the feisty Chihuahua has been expelled. Our class is getting a new homeroom teacher. Jiang Zhixiao felt indifferent, prompting Meng Xiaojiao to click her tongue. In my opinion, this new homeroom teacher is quite fortunate. Our class has several dark horse candidates capable of competing for the district's top spot. If even one of them succeeds, the teacher could be awarded a distinguished teaching title. Moreover, I've heard that any student scoring over 600 will receive a substantial bonus. I just calculated, and we have over a dozen students who might surpass that mark. After 3 years of anticipation, the feisty Chihuahua's hopes were dashed. Jiang Zhixiao paused, contemplating that perhaps one student from their class could emerge as the provincial champion. Who? She inquired. Meng Xiaojiao racked her brain, unable to fathom that such a remarkable talent resided within their class. The highest achiever was undoubtedly Sang Yuchuan, yet even his best scores had only reached 690. In previous years, provincial champions had always scored over 700. Jiang Zhixiao wore a sweet smile as she jested. Oh, me? Meng Xiaojiao cleared her throat twice, rubbed her brow, and suddenly turned serious as she gazed intently at Jiang Zhixiao. One must have dignity, just as trees require their bark. Without face or skin, one is invincible. The two erupted into laughter, and as they chuckled, Meng Xiaojiao clutched her belly, only to regain her composure. With the impending college entrance examination, the abrupt change of homeroom teacher at this critical juncture could only mean that the fiery Chihuahua had committed a significant blunder. Jiang Zhixiao's laughter faded as her thoughts drifted back to that day in the office when the homeroom teacher adamantly defended Zhang Yu. Could it be? She instinctively glanced at Sang Yuchuan, who was currently surrounded by several boys discussing how they had no business at the upcoming sports meet, opting instead to find a place to play basketball. Perhaps feeling the heat, he unzipped his school uniform, revealing a loose, ash-colored t-shirt adorned with a clover logo, an item Jiang Zhixiao had accompanied him to purchase. At the back of the classroom, Shen Tingshan had just executed a basketball shot, and upon turning, was taken aback by Sang Yuchuan's t-shirt, teasing him in exaggerated astonishment. Seriously, your taste has become increasingly outdated. What kind of off-brand apparel are you wearing? What happened to the Arc'teryx I gifted you? That cost 15,000. Sang Yuchuan met Jiang Zhixiao's gaze, a sly smile curling his lips. This was a gift from my wife. If I wish to wear it, what concern is it of yours? Jiang Zhixiao momentarily lost her composure, the sudden awkwardness prompting her to turn away. Almost immediately, Shen Tingshan's voice cracked in disbelief. Wife? It's pure cotton. I picked the cotton myself in Xinjiang and crafted it with my own hands. This was clearly a fabrication, drawing a chorus of laughter from the boys in the back. Shen Tingshan, flustered, raised his hand to smack the top of Sang Yuchuan's head. Get lost. These young folks today, calling each other wife before even getting married, utterly shameless. The lively classroom fell into an unexpected silence, a collective hush enveloping the room. No one dared to utter a word. The students exchanged glances, caught in the tension before laughter could erupt, when someone instinctively turned to look back. At the rear door stood a woman in her 20s, donned in professional attire, her wavy hair framing her face as she smiled warmly, affectionately ruffling Shen Tingshan's hair. In an instant he wilted. Meng Xiaojiao leaned closer to Jiang Zhixiao and whispered, "That must be the new homeroom teacher." Jiang Zhixiao mused silently. How beautiful. The previously restrained laughter among the students shifted subtly. They recognized that Sang Yuchuan could not possibly have a wife, yet discussions of early romance were clearly inappropriate in the presence of a teacher, especially a new one. It is often said that a new official brings 3 fires. It seemed the classroom was in for some excitement. Please close the front door, the new homeroom teacher instructed, patting Shen Tingshan on the shoulder. All right then. He and Sang Yuchuan were not afraid of teachers, but it was prudent to be on their best behavior during their first meeting. The adjacent class had begun moving their chairs downstairs, while their class closed the door. This new teacher was evidently poised to unleash her authority. With the sports meet about to commence, she quickly declared, "I will make a brief self-introduction. I won't take up too much of your time." As the moment of speculation lingered, the woman ascended the podium and began her self-introduction. My surname is Su. Simply a single character, Bo. You may call me Teacher Su, and I have no objections to being addressed as Bobo, considering I'm not significantly older than any of you. No one dared to utter a word, tacitly acknowledging that once her introduction concluded, she would unleash her ire. This was the calm before the storm. Then she surveyed the audience and spoke slowly in my class. Academic performance is not the sole criterion for distinguishing between good and bad students. Furthermore, I harbor no disdain for the notion of romantic relationships. I aspire to befriend each of you. Therefore, I ask, is there anyone in this class courageous enough to admit they are in a relationship? In that instant, The classroom fell into a silence so profound that a pin dropping could be heard. What a jest! Who would dare to confess such a thing? The absence of admissions was not due to a lack of relationships. Several pairs were well known among peers. Often, they shielded their affections from parents and teachers, showcasing their love flamboyantly on social media. Their primary fear was that Su Bo might be employing a bait-and-catch strategy. While claiming to seek friendship, she might be cleverly ensnaring them. Thus, a minute passed, and no hands were raised. Su Bo gazed upon the restless yet youthful faces before her, maintaining a calm demeanor as she continued. The fervor of youth is an irretrievable essence. I admire the exuberance of a young heart fully drawn, as well as the courage to face the passage of time and the winds of change. At the tender age of 17 or 18, I hope you all possess the audacity to speak your minds openly. Having expressed her thoughts, she inquired once more, "Is there anyone bold enough to raise their hand?" The students exchanged glances, communicating silently, nudging the most vocal couples in their friend circles to respond. Yet, even the most eager hearts faltered in the face of timidity. Su Bo shrugged, choosing not to press further. Just as she was about to conclude, unexpectedly, her gaze shifted to the last row, where a young man had raised his hand. Chapter 53. An unconventional relationship. Su Bo's eyes sparkled with delight. I admire your courage. If you truly care for her, you should boldly acknowledge it. Stand firm in your convictions. The crowd momentarily paused, collectively turning to glance behind them. The young man's ash-gray t-shirt was rolled up to his elbows, revealing a patch of healthy, sun-kissed skin. He brushed his fingers across his nose and then touched his slightly flushed earlobes, embodying the unique innocence of youth. In an instant, the classroom erupted in raucous laughter. All eyes fixated on He Jiaojiao, who was the subject of their teasing. Su Bo, caught up in the commotion, joined in the jest. You two are the ones who were serenaded in the group chat yesterday, right? The sports committee member leapt up. Teacher Su, how did you know? Were you in the group? Su Bo waved his phone with a radiant smile. Guess which one is me? The classroom descended into chaos as everyone hurriedly checked their phones, anxious to see what embarrassing remarks might have been shared that could catch the teacher's eye. Only Shun Tinglan persistently exclaimed, "No, you all have it wrong. They are not a couple." Su Bo laughed and countered, "Don't cover for your good buddy. They are both wearing matching outfits." The crowd eagerly leaned in to observe. Inside, He Jiaojiao's school uniform was also an ash-gray t-shirt. Although her jacket was zipped up, the V-neck revealed half of a clover logo, identical to the one worn by Sang Yuchuan. Jiang Zhixiao suddenly recalled that day when she accompanied him to buy clothes. He had taken a shopping bag directly from her. Indeed, he had purchased 2 items. As time was of the essence, Su Bo clapped his hands. "All right, enough of the antics. Quickly move the chairs downstairs, boys. Help the girls. Pick up the pace." The clamor of chairs scraping against the floor filled the air. Sang Yuchuan's initiative inspired many boys, who rushed towards their crushes to help move chairs. Sang Yuchuan glanced towards Jiang Zhixiao, but He Jiaojiao tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "I can't lift it." Sang Yuchuan turned back to Jiang Zhixiao, only to find her spot suddenly vacant. Scanning the room, his gaze landed at the front door, where Jiang Zhixiao was carrying a chair, followed closely by Meng Xiaojiao. Suddenly struck by a thought, he effortlessly lifted He Jiaojiao's chair with one arm and nudged Shun Tinglan with the other, signaling him to follow. Shun Tinglan rolled his eyes and, like a limp noodle, trailed after Jiang Zhixiao and Meng Xiaojiao, each carrying a chair. "Ladies, I'll handle the heavy lifting. You two head downstairs." Meng Xiaojiao, trailing behind Shun Tinglan, inquired, "Did Sang Yuchuan really start dating He Jiaojiao?" Shun Tinglan, with a sardonic smile, replied, "Ask him directly. As for me, I don't acknowledge He Jiaojiao as a potential daughter-in-law." With that, he bounded down the stairs. Meng Xiaojiao glanced at Jiang Zhixiao, contemplating questions to ask, but ultimately chose silence. She had already fallen out with Sang Yuchuan, and likely wouldn't be able to elicit any meaningful responses. The playground resonated with the opening music, and as there were no events for the senior class, they naturally did not need to participate in the opening ceremony. After placing the chairs in their designated area, each class began preparing for logistical arrangements. Some students were tasked with playing music and reading speeches, while others were timing the activities alongside the physical education teacher. These were the more vivacious members of the class, taking on responsibilities. Meng Xiaojiao found a shaded spot and sat down with Jiang Zhixiao to gossip for a while. She then took out a comb to groom her hair. The other end of the comb was a mirror. After a quick glance, she pouted in dismay, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I can't believe it. I've sprouted 2 more pimples. How hideous." Jiang Zhixiao leaned in for a closer look and reassured her, "It's not that bad. It won't affect anything. Once you enter college, it'll be better. The pressure is high now, leading to hormonal imbalances, which is quite normal. You've even got some gray hairs." Meng Xiaojiao scrutinized her reflection, feeling increasingly disheartened. "This won't do. I have to pop them." "Oh no, you'll be left with scars," Jiang Zhixiao protested. But Meng Xiaojiao paid no heed, squatting near the bench and propping the mirror against the chair's back, fully engrossed in her task. Jiang Zhixiao allowed her to proceed undisturbed. Behind them, a group was animatedly discussing Sang Yuchuan's recent exploits, with one student asking another, "Didn't you attend Sang Yuchuan's birthday party yesterday? Did they sing love songs?" The boy question nodded. The party had invited many classmates, but very few friends from outside their circle. Unlike He Jiaojiao, Sang Yuchuan had no rigid social hierarchies. He lent a hand to anyone and could converse with everyone, which greatly enhanced his popularity compared to He Jiaojiao. However, the majority of attendees were boys, with only a handful of girls present. They didn't sing. Sang Yuchuan left early. "Didn't you notice that no one posted videos in the group afterward? Did He Jiaojiao leave with him?" The boy nodded and then shook his head. "They left at different times, so it doesn't count as together." "That settles it then. They must be in a secret relationship. They even wore matching outfits." The chatter continued, but Jiang Zhixiao could no longer hear as the boy was called away by their teacher, Su Bo, to attend to some tasks. Feeling bored, Jiang Zhixiao contemplated heading to the library to make the most of her time, as the deadline for her work was fast approaching. Fortunately, she had a habit of carrying sketch paper with her, so she asked Meng Xiaojiao if she wanted to join her. Meng Xiaojiao shook her head, stating she was planning to watch Shun Tinglan play basketball shortly. With no further obligations, Jiang Zhixiao stood up and left the playground. As she walked towards the teaching building, the crowd thinned out, and by the time she reached the 3rd floor, there were hardly any students left, save for a few teachers still working in their offices. When Jiang Zhixiao returned to the classroom to grab her sketch paper and turn around, she was startled to find Sang Yuchuan standing behind her as if he had materialized out of thin air. Her heart skipped a beat, and she jumped slightly. "Aren't you going to play basketball?" she asked casually, her tone akin to that of greeting an ordinary classmate. "I was just getting some water," he replied, and she nodded, brushing past him. However, Sang Yuchuan gently grasped her arm, questioning whether they should avoid drawing attention when alone. Jiang Zhixiao found herself at a loss for words, her gaze inadvertently lingering on the trefoil logo of his ash-gray t-shirt. It seemed that the notion of avoiding suspicion had never truly existed between them. Then, Sang Yuchuan released her and suddenly remarked, "When you went downstairs just now, you walked quickly amidst the crowd, not wishing to arouse any suspicion. So you had Shun Tinglan assist you." Jiang Zhixiao was taken aback. He helped He Jiao move a stool out of fear that others might suspect him, and he even summoned Shun Tinglan for assistance. Is he attempting to explain himself to me? However, whether or not he explained seemed inconsequential to her. Jiang Zhixiao chuckled at him. "Wasn't it you who raised your hand first and spoke nonsensically in front of everyone, thus igniting the discussion? I never claimed that person was you." Such a feeble explanation, one that reeked of evasion. In the silence that followed, Sang Yuchuan instinctively glanced at the doorway. Seeing no one, he continued, "Would you like to ride with me today?" Jiang Zhixiao pondered for a moment. Many students would take the opportunity of the sports meet to sneak out, and by the time school ended in the afternoon, there would likely be few people around. Considering that Jiang Hongtao had just been released from detention and would probably come looking for her at school, taking Sang Yuchuan's car indeed seemed the wisest choice. She nodded and finally conceded, "I will head to the library for a while. Find me after you finish." Sang Yuchuan paused for a moment, then smiled. His mood evidently lifted. Meanwhile, as the opening ceremony concluded, the vigorous music on the playground transformed into J. Cho's sunny day. The the melodious tune echoing across the campus. Outside the classroom window, a few boys were hiding in the bicycle shed, smoking, while on the other side, a pair of students in uniform were discreetly holding hands. More and more people began to return to the teaching building. Jiang Zhixiao urged Sang Yuchuan to leave first. He did not question her reasoning and departed the classroom directly, shortly followed by someone rushing back in. This person, parched, drank some water and, wiping their mouth, inquired, "Have you seen Sang Yuchuan? I'm looking for him to play ball." "No," Jiang Zhixiao replied, shaking her head, her face calm and her heart steady. "You should call him." There was no hidden relationship between her and Sang Yuchuan. She merely resided in his home, although she hadn't specified how long she intended to stay. Jiang Zhixiao wished to leave immediately after graduation. Or, to put it differently, once Jiang Hongtao was incarcerated, she would no longer require Sang Yuchuan's protection. The desire to keep this from others stemmed primarily from the fact that at her age, she ought to be living with her elders, yet here she was, residing alone with Sang Yuchuan. Anyone who heard this would hardly perceive it as a normal arrangement. Chapter 54. Who is the real third party? The library was rather desolate. A few couples, stealing moments away from the sports meet, were scattered here and there, engaging in their clandestine rendezvous. To avoid any disturbances, Jiang Zhihao chose a secluded corner. Surrounded by semi-enclosed bookshelves, a tall green plant at the entrance perfectly concealed her petite figure. As she settled down, she unfurled her sketch paper, swiftly outlining her thoughts without the need for prior contemplation, to ensure that the game could be launched on the day of the college entrance examination results. She needed to send out all her manuscripts by early May. After all, there were numerous special effects to be crafted, and with time pressing and tasks mounting, she had less than a week remaining. As late spring approached, cicadas began to chirp in the trees, and the petals of the Polonia trees outside danced down in the wind. The breeze was a bit strong, and the weather felt somewhat sultry. The sun hid behind the clouds, suggesting an impending storm. Jiang Zhihao was utterly engrossed, oblivious to any sound around her, with her phone set to silent. After a day of silence, a call came through. The screen flickered on and off several times, but Jiang Zhihao remained unaware, and the caller eventually ceased attempting to reach her. Meanwhile, a tall figure flashed past the semi-enclosed bookshelves. The young man clutched his phone in his left hand, his school uniform jacket draped over his arm, while he cradled a basketball in his right hand. His neck above the t-shirt was flushed, and beads of sweat clung to the strands of hair on his forehead from exertion. Failing to locate Jiang Zhihao and receiving no response to his call, Sang Yuchuan assumed that she had changed her mind and did not wish to return home with him. He turned to leave. His driver's car remained parked in a discreet spot across from the school. Once inside, Sang Yuchuan tossed the basketball at his feet. The driver retrieved a wet tissue from the armrest and handed it to him. The young man took a sheet and slowly wiped his palms, inquiring, "Has Jiang Zhihao come out?" The driver shook his head. "I haven't seen Jiang classmate leave the school." "Are you certain you didn't miss her?" "I've been waiting here for 2 hours. There aren't many people at the entrance, and I truly haven't seen Jiang classmate." Sang Yuchuan's expression turned slightly troubled. Had she truly abandoned him to return home alone? After a moment's contemplation, he asked Xintinglan for Meng Xiaojiao's phone number and called her directly, getting straight to the point. "Is Jiang Zhihao with you?" "No, she isn't." Meng Xiaojiao's mouth outran her mind, and as she recognized Sang Yuchuan's familiar voice, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he flirting with Jiao? What did he want with Jiang Zhihao? Just as she pondered this, he continued, "I went to the library to find her, but didn't succeed." "Has she mentioned where she is?" "She's in the library. I happened to walk by, so I'll go in and check and call you back shortly." After hanging up, she called again moments later. "Xiao is indeed in the library, drawing. I asked her if she wanted to go home with me, but she said she would leave after finishing her drawing. She's sitting in a rather secluded spot. You probably didn't see her. I took quite a while to find her myself." Sang Yuchuan had nothing more to say and ended the call. The driver asked, "Should we wait for Jiang classmate?" Sang Yuchuan had witnessed how fervently Jiang Zhihao could immerse herself in her work, often to the extent of being completely oblivious to the world outside. Once, when she was called out of her room for dinner, she appeared disturbed, her expression immediately darkening as if on the brink of an outburst. Sang Yuchuan merely said never mind and instructed the driver to leave. Upon entering the class, he noticed she held only a few sheets of sketch paper. The library would close at 7:30, and she would surely return by herself shortly. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Longyu. As they reached the parking lot, a man was seen clashing with the security at the entrance of the community. The security guard barred the man from entering, to which he responded with a hostile outburst. "I saw my wife go in. What nonsense about her being a nanny? Who would believe that? Nannies earn thousands a month." The security guard stood firm, stating, "Sir, you need to scan your face to enter." The man retorted angrily, "Scan my face? Let me in. If you keep blocking me, I swear I'll make you regret it." As commotion ensued, a crowd gathered at the entrance, and until the Mercedes van descended into the basement. Sang Yuchuan had yet to catch a glimpse of the man's face. Upon arriving home, Lu Furong had prepared a meal, and as she approached the dining table, Sang Yuchuan walked in. Noticing he was alone, Lu Furong hurriedly inquired, "Did Jiang not return with you?" Sang Yuchuan tossed his backpack onto the sofa, replying, "No, I don't need to wait for her today." Lu Furong immediately panicked, nearly spilling the soup she was carrying. Observing her unease, Sang Yuchuan asked, "What is wrong?" "Nothing." She quickly placed the soup pot on the table. "I made enough for two, but if she doesn't come back, it will go to waste." Sang Yuchuan thought little of it, deciding it was sufficient to leave her some. After washing his hands and finishing dinner, he rested for half an hour before heading to the boxing ring. Lu Furong busied herself with household chores, cleaning, mopping, and washing clothes, while occasionally glancing out the window. At 50 stories high, the sounds below were inaudible, and the entrance was obscured by greenery, leaving her uncertain whether Jiang Hongtao had left or the situation at hand. Thus, she hesitated to go downstairs. After cleaning the windows, she turned her attention to the boxing ring. Concerned for her safety, Sang Yuchuan halted his training. Leaping down from the ring, as he removed his gloves, he impatiently asked, "Sister Fu, shouldn't you be leaving?" Lu Furong froze momentarily, desperately masking her inner turmoil with a forced smile. "Look at me, I got so caught up in work that I forgot. I'll leave right now." She turned stiffly, her cloth wiping back and forth, glancing back frequently as if hesitant to voice her concerns. Ultimately, she said nothing. As the door gently closed, Sang Yuchuan noted the deepening twilight, and Jiang still had not returned. He intended to send her a message, but upon opening WeChat, the property group for Longyu was in an uproar. "It was at the entrance. It's been noisy for ages. Can the property management do something?" "Property management? We're handling it. What is going on? I just got home, and that man is fighting with the security. It seems his wife ran off with someone else. Or perhaps she is someone else's mistress. He tracked her down here." "Property management. Apologies, residents. It has just been resolved. The police have been called, and that man has already left 5 minutes ago." "Who exactly is the mistress in this group?" "Hasten back to your own home and refrain from allowing your husband to come here, if you please. Just a few days ago, I spotted that man loitering at the entrance of our community." The property management responded, expressing their sincere apologies. They urged residents to exercise caution, as this man exhibits violent tendencies. "We will increase security personnel to ensure he is not permitted entry. However, it is prudent for everyone to remain vigilant." The property management shared a photograph, stating, "This is the individual. If you see him, take a detour." Someone inquired, "Has he been apprehended by the police?" To which another replied, "What apprehension? I was present at the scene. The police merely offered a verbal warning and then clamored about going to the school to find his daughter. It is truly lamentable." In an inexplicable turn of events, Sang Yuchuan clicked on the photograph. The man's grotesque visage left him no time for contemplation. He swiftly grabbed his coat and dashed outside. Chapter 55 locked in a library. Jiang Zhixiao exhausted all of her sketch paper before reluctantly putting down her pencil. As she rose to gather her belongings, a loud clang echoed from the row of incandescent lights above, abruptly extinguishing them all. Instantly, the library was shrouded in darkness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she dashed out from the semi-enclosed shelves, only to find that the school security had already pulled the gate down, locking her in. With the rain pouring outside, she hurried towards the guardroom at the school gate. Jiang Zhixiao's voice slipped through the cracks of the glass doors. "Hey, Wait. But her plea was swiftly drowned out by the rumble of thunder. She longed to shout, yet the guardroom was too distant, and it was evident that the security personnel could not hear her. Throughout the entire school, the only occupants were likely in the dormitory. But that was no solace. The dormitory was even farther away than the guardroom. Jiang Zhixiao retraced her steps to grab her phone and noticed a dozen missed calls from Sang Yuchuan. She attempted to return the call, but he did not answer. After several persistent attempts, she still could not reach him. Standing at the entrance, she dared not venture too far, keeping a vigilant watch for any signs of movement outside the library, contemplating that she would shout at the first sight of anyone. Yet, after a prolonged wait, all that greeted her were the incessant thunderclaps and the torrential downpour. The wind howled fiercely, and the library remained enveloped in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light at the entrance. Exhausted, Jiang Zhixiao squatted down. Although her spirit had endured the trials of many years, this predicament still overwhelmed her with an unshakable terror. She feared the dark and the suffocating atmosphere. During her days cohabiting with Sang Yuchuan, she never closed the door while working in her room. At night, she had to close it to sleep, but would leave the terrace door ajar, allowing the breeze to flow in, providing her with a sense of security. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, trembling as her heart raced, echoing the fears from her childhood. That night, when she was 8, she had triumphed over a boy in the underground boxing ring, a victory marred by shame. The boy, unwilling to strike her, repeatedly held back, yet she was compelled to land punch after punch upon his face. The audience was frenzied, reveling in the spectacle of two mismatched opponents clashing. Had she not given her all, she would have faced even more terrifying retribution from Jiang Hongtao. She won the match as she had hoped, yet Jiang Hongtao unleashed his savage brutality upon the boy for his restraint. Following the bout, Jiang Hongtao shoved the boy into Jiang Zhixiao's room, attempting to incite his primal instincts. In that dark, damp cellar devoid of light, Jiang Zhixiao watched as the bloody boy approached her step by step. Her expression remained indifferent, resigned to the fact that he would inevitably challenge her again. After all, every defeated contender, when subjected to Jiang Hongtao's cruelty, would be brainwashed into believing that only by becoming a winner could they escape punishment. He had to defeat her once more. Jiang Zhixiao had endured countless such moments, numbly rising to her feet, only for the boy to halt before her. Unlike others, he did not throw a punch. Instead, he asked, "Do you want to run away with me?" Jiang Zhixiao lifted her gaze to meet his battered face, with eyes swollen like walnuts, making it nearly impossible to discern their location. Yet, a flicker of emotion broke through her numbness, a glimmer of light igniting in her pupils. She replied yes. The weather that evening was as dreadful as it is now, with thunder crashing against the basement ceiling. Yet, amidst such an exceedingly hostile environment, she finally glimpsed her future. Suddenly, a snap sounded, momentarily disorienting her. She looked up to see a young man holding a black umbrella, his chest rising and falling. Droplets of water in his hair, indistinguishable from rain or sweat. She crouched down while he stood, her heart pounding vigorously, reminiscent of the time when she was 8, as if witnessing the dawn breaking through the darkness. Her nose inexplicably tinged with a sense of melancholy. H11 tilted her head and murmured, "How embarrassing." She then stood up, and Sang Yuchuan inquired, "Do you have a hairpin?" ZH11 touched her head, retrieving several U-shaped clips that had been holding her stray hair, and passed them through the gap in the glass door. Sang Yuchuan, having closed his umbrella and taken refuge in a corner, straightened the clips and inserted them into the lock, fiddling with it for a moment. ZH11 awkwardly remained in place, contemplating whether he had watched too many dramas, but before she could voice her thought, a distinct click resonated. The lock had been opened? ZH11 stared at him in bewilderment. Is that even possible? As Sang Yuchuan stepped inside, his gaze deeply fixed on her, he swallowed back any reprimands and instead asked, "Where's your backpack?" ZH11 pointed in a direction. "I'll get it right away." Just then, a beam of light pierced through the curtain of rain. "Who's there?" It was the voice of the security guard. Panic seized ZH11, and before she could react, Sang Yuchuan pulled her tightly against the wall. concealing them from view at the library entrance, a blind spot for anyone outside. She pressed closely against the young man's chest, instinctively grasping his arm. The warmth radiating from him seeped through her sleeves to her fingertips, his breath brushing against her hair. Whether it was anxiety or something else. ZH11O's heart raced anew, resonating in harmony with his. Their breaths quickened in unison. The flashlight swept across the library, and the guard, failing to spot anyone, glanced at the lock resting on the railing, scratching his head. Did I not lock the door? I distinctly remember locking it. He closed his umbrella and approached the library door. ZH11O held her breath, her heart racing even faster, unable to resist drawing closer to Sang Yuchuan. As she raised her gaze, she caught sight of the young man's Adam's apple, accompanied by the sound of the guard's intercom. Hurry over. There's a lunatic at the entrance, shouting about looking for his daughter. The guard quickly exited the library, relocking the door and checking it multiple times before hastily heading towards the school gate. With the crisis averted, the warmth that had enveloped her abruptly vanished. As if in the preceding moment, she could still catch a whiff of the fragrance of her hair, but now all she could sense was the dampness of the rain. Lowering her gaze, she hesitated, unwilling to meet his eyes. Teasingly, he asked, "So what now?" "We are locked inside together, with a lock on the outside of the library. No matter his prowess, he could not open it at this moment." ZH11O felt a surge of urgency, only to realize belatedly. "Why do we hide just now? We could have gone out together." Sang Yuchuan tilted his head slightly, exuding an air of leisure. "Classmate Jiang, did you not state that we should maintain our distance while at school?" Jiang Zhixiao fell silent. That must be contingent upon the circumstances. Yet, it was too late for such discussions. The pressing concern was to devise a means of escape. Unexpectedly, the other party began to settle old scores. "What led you to ignore my calls?" "I didn't hear them." "Didn't hear them? Or did you block me?" Jiang Zhixiao's expression was one of confusion. Was it truly necessary? However, the individual extended his hand toward her, demanding, "Hand me your phone for inspection." With no alternative, Jiang Zhixiao reluctantly retrieved her phone, entered her password, and placed it in his palm. Yet, Sang Yuchuan did not scrutinize the contents of her phone. Instead, he dialed her number from his own device. The screen lit up, and the call successfully connected, confirming that she had not blocked him. However, what on earth was this contact name? Sang Yuchuan raised Jiang Zhixiao's phone, displaying the screen to her, where the caller ID boldly proclaimed 3 characters, Sang Yuchuan. Aside from the surname, the remaining 2 characters bore no relation to him whatsoever. Sang Yuchuan inquired, "What does this mean?" Jiang Zhixiao swallowed hard, fiddled with the bridge of her nose, and replied, "Qiqian is quite the nuisance. Haven't tea you heard?" Chapter 56. A kiss in the rain. Sang Yuchuan fell into silence. In other words, he had braved the rain and rushed over with great effort, only to receive no words of gratitude and instead be reprimanded by her. Well, very well. Perhaps even Jiang Zhixiao felt a twinge of embarrassment as she snatched the phone away and hurried back to pack her bag, feigning nonchalance as she inquired, "How do we get out?" Sang Yuchuan, perhaps harboring a grudge, raised an eyebrow and climbed out the window. Jiang Zhixiao exclaimed, "The library has a vaulted design. Although it is on the first floor, the height is not trivial. If you jump, you might not die, but you could certainly break a leg." She felt that Sang Yuchuan was teasing her. Yet he boldly approached the windowsill and opened the window. "You can jump if you wish. Just remember to have someone come and let you in afterward." Jiang Zhixiao sat down on a stool, clutching her bag. Sang Yuchuan chuckled nonchalantly. "In such a situation, do you really think I would go fetch someone for you? It would be a miracle if I didn't leave you here." Jiang Zhixiao gritted her teeth. "You really want me to jump?" "Not at all." Sang Yuchuan leaned out to gauge the height before retreating. "I'll jump first and then catch you when you follow." Jiang Zhixiao gasped. "Aren't you afraid of breaking your arm? Do you look down on me?" In the throes of adolescence, a competitive spirit often arose inexplicably. With both hands gripping the windowsill, he leaped down. "Hey, don't!" Jiang Zhixiao barely had time to react. By the time she cried out in protest, he had vanished from the window, leaving only the curtains fluttering in his wake. Almost instinctively, Her heart raced as she dashed to the windowsill. Yet Sang Yuchuan had landed safely below, the rain pouring down in torrents, instantly soaking his tousled hair. He swept his hair back with both hands, transforming it into a slick-back style that paradoxically did not appear greasy. He lifted his head, the corners of his lips curling in secret delight, and called out to Jiang Xiao. Hurry, jump down. The raindrops pelted his youthful face, and perhaps due to the chill, his skin appeared remarkably pale. It was indeed strange. Despite knowing there were better alternatives, Jiang Xiao felt an inexplicable compulsion, genuinely believing that he could catch her. She tossed her bag down, climbed onto the windowsill, and leaped into Sang Yuchuan's embrace. The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused her to emit a soft gasp, yet she was too startled to scream. However, the panic did not linger long. She felt her clothes dampen in an instant, and the next moment, she found herself securely nestled in Sang Yuchuan's arms. With the force of inertia, she fell slightly before he lifted her up, holding her tightly. Her heart raced perilously close to her throat, while the architect of this chaos merely laughed joyously and asked, "What does it feel like?" Jiang Xiao, still shaken, replied, "If I ever decide to end it all, I would never choose to jump from a building." She lowered her gaze, revealing her pale face. Whether from fright or rainwater in her eyes, her gaze glistened with unshed tears, evoking a sense of vulnerability. A sudden pang struck the softest part of Sang Yuchuan's heart, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse, prompting him to take a deep breath and strive to suppress it. The cherished one has long since hurriedly landed, picking up her backpack and departing. Meanwhile, Jiang Hongtao at the entrance has already freed himself from the security guard's grasp and is hastening inside. Upon spotting the figure not far away, Sang Yuchuan immediately shed his school uniform jacket, covering both their heads. They traversed the library and passed the opposite side of the dormitory. In the midst of the rain, they nearly brushed past Jiang Hongtao, ultimately dashing towards the school's rear gate, where they boarded a Mercedes van. The backseat was neatly piled with 2 large bath towels, the heating turned up to maximum. Jiang Zhijiao realized she was enveloped in a towel, while another was draped over her head. As she followed the boy's motions of drying off, she seized his wrist, asserting, "You needn't concern yourself with me. I can manage on my own." Sang Yuchuan paused momentarily, his hand suspended in the air. Yet he disregarded her protest and continued to dry her hair. "If you catch a cold, you'll have to ask the homeroom teacher for leave. Do you want her to find out you're staying at my place?" Jiang Zhijiao fell silent, having been drenched in rain and leapt from a building. She truly lacked the energy to argue with him. Accompanied by his gentle actions of drying her hair, which felt tender yet disorienting, she simply sat obediently on the stool, her heart racing nervously as she tried to avert her gaze from him. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, silently raising the partition and turning on the music. He maintained a deliberately oblivious stance regarding the matters of the household. Jiang Zhijiao felt increasingly uncomfortable. The constricted space rendered the atmosphere subtly tense. Sang Yuchuan unconsciously moved closer, and as he lowered his gaze, Jiang Zhijiao happened to lift her eyelids. Their eyes met unexpectedly, a spark igniting between them, firmly ensnaring their gazes. His movements slowed down, eventually coming to a complete halt, the visible quiver in the girl's lips revealing her chill. Like the apple left behind by Eve, plump and ripe, awaiting his harvest. The warmth of his palm transmitted through the towel to Jiang Zhijiao as cheeks. She cast her eyes down as the boy's lips drew near, tentatively approaching. By some strange twist of fate, her heart began to tingle. Time stretched infinitely, breaths intertwining. Just as their lips were about to connect, the vehicle entered the underground parking lot. Jiang Zhijiao instinctively leaned to the side, widening the gap between them and fully awakening from a reverie. Sang Yuchuan snatched away the towel from her head, tousling it messily atop his own. The lingering scent of the girl's hair remained at his nostrils as he gazed out the window, concealing the restless heart of a pubescent boy, along with the ever-present smile that he could not suppress. "Young master, we have arrived home," the driver announced as the car came to a halt. Yet the partition remained up. Sang Yuchuan responded with a brief acknowledgement, opened the door, and Jiang Zhijiao followed closely behind him, heading straight for the bedroom upon entering. Her soaked school uniform could wring out a pool of water. She stood on one foot to remove her socks and pants, then shed her jacket. While searching the wardrobe for dry clothes, she discovered that Lu Furong, for reasons unknown, had washed all the clothes in her closet. When Sang Yuchuan came to find Jiang Zhizhao with clean clothes, he noticed the door ajar. Peering through the crack, he saw the girl standing barefoot on the balcony, reaching for the clothes above, seemingly assessing which ones were wearable. The elegantly taut lines of her legs were accentuated, with the short sleeves of her school uniform barely covering the tops of her thighs. Nothing was visible, yet the damp fabric clung to her alluring form, nearly prompting Sang Yuchuan to turn away in an instant. After a moment, he rapped on the door with the back of his hand, startling Jiang Zhixiao. "What is the matter?" she inquired. "Your clothes were washed by Sister Fu, and I brought you a dry one." "It would fit me," she replied. Footsteps approached, and Sang Yuchuan fixed his gaze on a certain spot in the living room. "How would you know without trying?" A slender arm extended through the crack of the door, and Sang Yuchuan placed the garment into her palm, only for the door to close the next moment. Leaning against the door, Jiang Zhixiao stared blankly at the ash-gray t-shirt. Each shoulder bore 3 stripes, and a clover logo adorned the left chest. It was brand new, with the tag still attached. Suddenly, she recalled the shirt he Jiao wore at school today, and, realizing something, Jiang Zhixiao felt nearly deranged. Burying her face in the t-shirt, she inhaled deeply, constantly reminding herself, the suspension bridge effect. This must be the suspension bridge effect. She had been locked in a library today and had even jumped off a building with Sang Yuchuan. The rapid beating of her heart had confused her, leading her to mistakenly believe her feelings for him had rekindled. Fortunately, she regained her clarity just in time. Chapter 57. The relationship cannot be concealed. On the second day of the sports meet, the events were nearing their conclusion. Jiang Zhi was contemplating whether to continue her work at the library, yet today was evidently more tranquil than the previous day, with an influx of patrons expected. Behind her, a group of girls had formed a circle, engrossed in gossip, their tones rising and falling melodically. "Can you guess who I saw in the dormitory last night?" "Who?" "Sang Yuchuan." Jiang Zhi paused, inadvertently eavesdropping on their conversation. Another girl exclaimed dramatically, "You saw Sang Yuchuan in the girls' dormitory? He Jianjiao is quite something. Hiding a man in the dorm? With graduation approaching, are they no longer even pretending?" "What are you talking about?" "I was looking down from the dorm. Sang Yuchuan was escorting a girl past the dorm building. Then he went out the back door and got into a Mercedes. They were both drenched." As their eyes exchanged glances, the girls collectively sensed that the situation was far from simple. The girl couldn't be He Jianjiao, could she? The witness pondered, squinting into the distance. The figure didn't match. That girl was noticeably slimmer than He Jianjiao. Plus, they were both in school uniforms, and I only caught a glimpse of Sang Yuchuan's face. Someone gasped in disbelief. "No way. Isn't Sang Yuchuan with He Jianjiao? They wore matching outfits yesterday." And he even raised his hand. "I thought he was quite bold. I don't think those outfits were matching at all. The day before yesterday, I went to the mall to buy blind boxes and saw He Jianjiao enter the Adidas store all by herself. I found it odd. She usually wears nothing but Gucci or Prada. When has she ever worn Adidas?" The next day, she appeared in identical clothing to Sang Yuchuan. Another chimed in, nodding vigorously. "Moreover, He Jianjiao lives on campus. There's no way she could have snuck out with Sang Yuchuan last night." The conversation abruptly halted. Unbeknownst to them, He Jianjiao had appeared behind the group, oblivious to how much she had overheard. Beside her, Li Xiang, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "If there's something to say, say it to her face. Don't be gossiping behind her back." The crowd lowered their heads, attempting to diminish their presence. Li Xiang continued, "What is wrong with He Jianjiao leaving the campus last night? Their relationship with Sang Yuchuan is still uncertain." With that, Li Xiang took He Jianjiao by the arm and departed. The onlookers were left wide-eyed, simultaneously glancing at the instigator of the gossip. Lowering their voices, "Didn't you say the person last night wasn't He Jianjiao?" The girl looked quite innocent. "I just thought it wasn't her. Let me analyze it thoroughly with you." She then gestured towards the entrance of the playground, preparing to relocate the gossip session. Meng Xiaojiao turned back, watching the group leave. And once her gaze returned, she silently smirked, sizing up Jiang Zhi. Today, her school uniform seemed ill-fitting. The jacket was oversized, and the trousers were excessively long, clearly designed for boys. The only piece that fit well was the ash-gray t-shirt beneath her uniform, though the zipper was pulled high, leaving unclear whether it was the same style as Sang Yuchuan's. Meng Xiaojiao recalled the phone call Sang Yuchuan had made to her the previous day, and as her thoughts wandered, she was suddenly filled with a thrill akin to uncovering a cherished friend's secret. Uncertain of what elation she felt, she pressed her lips tightly. It could not restrain the urge to laugh. Eventually, unable to contain herself any longer, she leaned toward Jiang Zhixiao, exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao, you and he truly have a delightful chemistry." Jiang Zhixiao, perplexed by her words, wore a face full of questions. Meng Xiaojiao chuckled mischievously, "Fear not. I shall keep your secret." Having mastered the art of guerrilla tactics, she continued. Jiang Zhixiao, however, was disheartened, her thoughts far removed from Meng Xiaojiao's playful riddles. She had just received a message from Lu Fu-rong. "Yesterday, Jiang Hong Tao followed me to Langyu, so I won't be coming to work for you these days." It seemed Lu Fu-rong had been assaulted, and Jiang Zhixiao was uncertain whether she had revealed her own whereabouts. Suddenly, she recalled the previous night when the security guard's walkie-talkie blared, announcing that a madman was at the entrance, clamoring for his daughter. At that moment, Sang Yuchuan had appeared, uncharacteristically guiding her toward the back exit. Panic seized her unexpectedly. She scanned the campus with intent and trepidation, fearing Jiang Hong Tao might spring forth from the shadows. Thus, she dared not venture alone, nor return to the library to work. Before long, the final event of the sports meet concluded, and after the awards ceremony, students began to carry their chairs upstairs. As the homeroom teacher announced the end of the school day, Jiang Zhixiao sluggishly began to gather her belongings. Meng Xiaojiao tentatively inquired, "Xiao Xiao, will you still walk home with me today?" Jiang Zhixiao remained ensnared in the shadow of Jiang Hong Tao's potential emergence, worried about dragging Meng Xiaojiao into her troubles, and thus concocted an excuse to decline. Meng Xiaojiao, undeterred, returned her a knowing smile. Subsequently, as she slung her backpack over her shoulder to leave, Sang Yuchuan stood in the doorway, blocking her exit. "Surely, you can ride home with me today?" The group of girls who had been gossiping on the playground suddenly activated their radar, their gazes fixated on the duo. They scrutinized Jiang Zhixiao from head to toe, drawing comparisons to the girl who had run with Sang Yuchuan in the rain the previous night. With no valid reason to refuse, she acquiesced with a simple "no." As she slipped from Sang Yuchuan's embrace, he chuckled lightly, retracting his hand, only to turn and grasp the top of her backpack. After their departure, the classroom fell silent for a few moments before erupting into a chorus of shrill screams. "Ah, it's Jiang Zhixiao. Weren't they supposed to have fallen out? Oh my, I thought her uniform looked oversized today. Turns out it belongs to Sang Yuchuan. What are you all talking about?" "I saw Sang Yuchuan protecting a girl last night at the dormitory." As Sang Yuchuan led Jiang Zhixiao out through the back door, Jiang Hong Tao remained stationed at the front entrance. He had stormed onto the campus the night before, and before he could locate Jiang Zhixiao, the police had arrived first. Initially intending to detain him once more, they discovered he indeed had a daughter enrolled there, resulting in only a verbal reprimand. He professed intentions to amend his ways, yet upon returning home, he brutally assaulted Lu Fu-rong. Today, he arrived early to the school entrance, lying in wait to collect a debt from Jiang Zhixiao. However, Jiang Zhixiao did not appear. Instead, he spotted He Jiao exiting the school, and he instantly approached her like a lapdog, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Miss He Jiao cast a glance at him, her brows furrowing involuntarily. She then gestured towards the luxury Alford parked by the roadside, instructing him to enter. They boarded the vehicle, one after the other, with Jiang Hong Tao exhibiting an exaggerated eagerness. "Miss He, could you perhaps mention a word to Mr. He? I did not intend to delay the repayment. I have just come out and truly lack funds." He Jiao sipped the bird's nest soup offered by the driver, crossing her legs and swaying gently. "I recall that day you were shouting in the street about how my family's club was cheating you. Is that true?" Jiang Hong Tao shook his head repeatedly, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Absolutely not. You must have misunderstood. He Jiao Jiao wiped her mouth and remarked, I shall grant you 3 more days. Is that sufficient? He exclaimed, setting down the bird's nest. He Jiao Jiao regarded him with an added touch of mockery in her gaze. You ought to consider this carefully. Each day that passes after the 3rd day, the interest will escalate exponentially. Can you bear that burden? Jiang Hong Tao's expression turned awkward, rendering him speechless. Did you not say that your daughter could assist you in repaying the debt? Jiang Hong Tao slammed his fist against his thigh, gritting his teeth. Do not even mention it. That ungrateful wretch has vanished. I have been searching for ages without success. He Jiao Jiao observed him. Do you require my assistance? Jiang Hong Tao's eyes suddenly brightened. Do you know where my daughter is? Without confirming or denying, He Jiao Jiao rummaged through her bag, retrieving a stack of sticky notes. She swiftly scribbled down a license plate number, tearing it off and sticking it onto Jiang Hong Tao. Follow this license plate number. You should be able to find her. Now be gone. Understood. Chapter 58. Can you wait for my return at 6:30 p.m.? Sang Yuchuan was drenched in sweat on the boxing ring. With every punch he threw, his entire body tensed, his movements so swift they created an illusion. At that moment, his phone rang. He delivered 2 more punches before jumping off the ring, biting down on the Velcro strap of his wrist, and removing his boxing gloves with one hand to answer the call. The person on the other end said something that darkened Sang Yuchuan's expression. He hung up the phone, paused for a moment, and then made his way towards Jiang Zhixiao's room. The door was ajar, yet he still knocked lightly. Jiang Zhixiao, come out with me. Jiang Zhixiao, engrossed in her work, did not turn around. Busu. Even if you are busy, you should come. His tone was less than cordial. Taken aback, Jiang Zhixiao glanced back, and the boy's demeanor softened. It's just 2 hours. It won't make a difference. Jiang Zhixiao was puzzled by his intentions, but nonetheless changed her clothes and followed him. Once in the car, they drove for less than 20 minutes before entering the underground parking lot of a shopping center. However, instead of heading into the mall, Sang Yuchuan approached the escalator beside it and pushed an enormous Sam's Club cart. He opened the app to present his membership code and led Jiang Zhixiao into an exclusive boutique supermarket. Jiang Zhixiao was taken aback. After working tirelessly, Sang Yuchuan was asking her to spend 2 hours shopping with him. Frustrated and lacking an outlet for her anger, she noticed that Sang Yuchuan remained oblivious, energetically tossing items into the cart. His voice, neither loud nor soft, muttered continuously, unclear whether he was speaking to himself or to Jiang Zhixiao. The roasted chicken can last for 2 meals. Place on a plate before heating. Don't put the disposable plastic trays in the microwave. For breakfast, we'll have corn and custard buns, and there's still shao-mai in the fridge that needs steaming for 15 minutes. All the milk should be replaced with soy milk. You're lactose intolerant. Salmon, half-cooked purple sweet potatoes, eggs. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, You can cook, right? Jiang Zhixiao's emotions shifted rapidly. She suppressed the urge to scold him and patiently inquired, Is Sister Fu not coming to work anymore? No, he replied after a 2-second silence. I've helped you request a few days off from the homeroom teacher. Don't go out these days. Jiang Zhixiao was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling Jiang Hong Tao's situation, and her understanding deepened. Deliberately avoiding mentioning his name, she retorted, Aren't you quite capable? But I can't always be by your side. He gazed at her steadily, his Adam's apple moving as he added, I need to return to Jinggang for a few days. You promised me not to go out or order takeout. Can I send a package? In a couple of days, her work would be entirely done, and she needed to send her manuscript to Sang Jinyan's company. However, since Sang Yuchuan was returning to Jinggang, he could indeed take it with him. Yet there were still some unfinished pieces. Even if he took some, she would still need to send the rest. It seemed less troublesome to avoid such complications. Sang Yuchuan pondered for a moment. SF Express can pick up from your home. Don't go downstairs. Just leave it at your doorstep. No face-to-face exchange. The unprecedented concern from the young man inexplicably made Jiang Zhixiao's nose tingle. She nodded, pushing the cart forward. All right, I understand. Yet, Sang Yuchuan extended his hand, firmly grasping the handle. Jiang Zhixiao, realizing she could not push him away at that moment, turned her head and suddenly asked, Are you angry? Observing his expression, Jiang Zhixiao retorted, Why should I be angry? This afternoon, I allowed you to get into my car in front of everyone and even called the homeroom teacher to excuse you. It seemed that their relationship could no longer be concealed, regardless of the circumstances. Jiang Zhihao turned her head away, her gaze flickering momentarily. She had contemplated the situation. It was early May, and there were precisely 30 days until the college entrance examination. In between, there were 2 days allocated for physical examinations, and before the actual exams commenced, the school would grant a week-long break to allow students ample time to adjust their mindset for preparation. Thus, her time at school was limited to less than 20 days, and even if others discovered it, it appeared to bear little consequence. Shaking her head, she replied, "I'm not angry." "Then, will you wait for me to return?" he inquired again, faced with Sang Yuchuan's abrupt change in demeanor. Jiang Zhihao found it peculiar, but was not overly surprised. Consequently, she did not delve into the deeper implications of his words. After all, she had no intention of leaving before the examinations concluded. She nodded once more. Only then did Sang Yuchuan exhale in relief and proceed to push the cart towards the checkout counter. The following morning, Jiang Zhihao awoke early. Not solely because Sang Yuchuan was departing, but rather due to the habitual routine of high school students rising with the dawn. After hastily freshening up, she opened her door to find He Jiao sitting on the sofa, flicking through channels with the remote. Upon seeing Jiang Zhihao emerge, she merely smiled faintly and casually inquired, "Awake?" The tone suggested she was already aware of Jiang Zhihao residing in Longyu, and, as the legitimate partner, she seemed to tacitly accept Sang Yuchuan's behavior. Jiang Zhihao felt little emotional upheaval, finding it impossible to respond with hostility. However, she was curious as to why He Jiao was not at school at this hour, just as Sang Yuchuan emerged from his room, pushing a suitcase. "Wait, weren't you supposed to wait for me downstairs? Who allowed you to come up?" He Jiao stood up. "You were taking too long. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I came up to check. Hurry up, it's rush hour now, and it will take an hour and a half to get to the airport." It turned out they were leaving together. Jiang Zhihao was uncertain of their destination, but she was aware that He Jiao knew the code to Sang Yuchuan's home. It confirmed Sang Yuchuan's earlier remark. He Jiao was suited to be a wife, not a secret mistress. Wishing them a safe journey, Jiang Zhihao turned and returned to her room. Closing the door, she opened the balcony window to let the outside breeze in. Spreading out her sketch paper, she commenced her daily work, paying no heed to when Sang Yuchuan departed. She was wholly engrossed in capturing her thoughts on paper, leaving her room only for meals and sleep. 2 days later, Jiang Zhihao set down her pencil. At the moment she completed her drawing, her right hand trembled uncontrollably. The first joint of her middle finger had slightly sunken, and it was likely that calluses would form within days. However, after some time, they could be nurtured back to normalcy. Jiang Zhihao meticulously organized all the drawing papers into boxes, filled to the brim not only with her creations, but also with her aspirations for the future. At this juncture, a vital segment of the gaming project had come to a close, now resting in the hands of post-production. Before long, these flat designs would transform into vibrant game visuals, ready to captivate the nation on the day the college entrance examination results were announced. Sealing the boxes, she dialed a number to reach Sang Jinyan. On the other end, the sound of boarding announcements echoed, and Sang Jinyan, in a hurry, exclaimed, "Young lady, I am about to board a flight to Washington to visit the headquarters of Microsoft and discuss the gaming platform. I want to be able to respond to your messages promptly over the next few days. Please send the package to the company and note that it contains artwork. The special effects team will sign for it upon arrival." His words invigorated Jiang Zhixiao's spirit. She had anticipated his continued efforts in advancing the project. A collaboration with Microsoft will be nothing short of splendid. This signified that the game could not only reach an audience in China, but might even achieve global acclaim, heralding the essence of Chinese culture to every corner of the world. Without further ado, Jiang Zhixiao ended the call and arranged for a courier, as per Sang Yuchuan's instructions, summoning SF Express to her doorstep. Subsequently, she wheeled the hefty box toward the entrance to await the courier's arrival. Just as she was about to step inside, she was suddenly seized by someone gripping her shoulder. Chapter 59. What is your surname? What is he knowing? As Jiang Zhixiao was about to turn around, a figure swiftly locked her throat from behind, their arm constricting around her neck with a force that seemed intent on dragging her to hell. Such a little brat. Aren't you quite the fighter? I will show you. Jiang Zhixiao was taken aback. It was not Jiang Hongtao, but the bald man who had paid for his own freedom. How had he gained entry? Her face flushed crimson, and with her throat constricted, she found herself unable to retaliate. In a moment of panic, she fumbled in her pocket for the scissors she had just used to package a delivery, and without hesitation, she thrust them backward, stabbing the man in the abdomen. In an instant, blood spurted forth. The man groaned in pain, and, as he released her, Jiang Zhixiao pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. His shirt soaked in blood from a knife entry. Though her eyes were red with fury, she felt no fear, only an overwhelming desire to survive. Just as she was about to call for help, she heard faint footsteps approaching from behind. The bald man screamed desperately at someone behind her, "Kill her! Kill her!" Were there others? Before Jiang Zhixiao could react, a heavy blow struck the back of her head. Crack! The sound of shattering porcelain rang in her ears, and her mind buzzed, overwhelmed by a ringing sound and dizziness. In the next moment, she was engulfed in an endless darkness. Time passed, though how long she cannot tell. Jiang Zhixiao gradually opened her eyes. The dim environment offered no glimmer of light. It was damp and shadowy, the world spinning around her. A stranger in a white coat, wearing a mask, forcefully slapped her arm. The youthful, fair skin of the girl revealed the blue veins beneath with each impact. A needle pierced her skin, and an unknown substance was injected into her body. Bang! The iron door slammed shut. At that moment, Jiang Zhixiao felt an intense dizziness, her hearing magnified to an extreme. It seemed as though a song was faintly echoing in the air. In the green city, tiled roofs, the white horse treads on fresh mud, mountain flowers and banana leaves. The dusk stains the red scarf. The lyrics were foreign, and the woman's voice singing the tune was unfamiliar. Jiang Zhixiao strained to rise, searching for the source of the sound, but the sudden weakness left her limbs powerless. With the slightest movement, the shackles on her hands and feet clinked ominously. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the space, causing Jiang Zhixiao to instinctively squint. Yet, the song continued unabated. She struggled to adjust to the brightness, and, as she managed to open her eyes, she noticed a screen hanging on the wall, displaying a scene. A woman adorned in opera makeup, with elongated eyes and dressed in a pink costume, was singing kunku in the courtyard of the villa. Though her makeup was heavy, obscuring her true appearance, her graceful movements and every smile revealed the elegance of a Jiangnan beauty. As the performance concluded, Jiang Zhixiao noticed a small girl, around 1 year old, confined within a walker on the right side of the screen. With her back to the camera, wearing a princess dress and sporting sparse baby hair, she clapped her hands vigorously. The woman, waving her sleeves, rushed towards the child, squatting before her with a tender expression. "Did Mommy sing beautifully?" The little one babbled, still unable to speak. The woman spoke again. "Little Sue, when you grow a bit older, I will teach you to sing, all right?" "Who is called Little Sue?" came an elegant voice from a distance. A man in a tailored suit entered the frame. Unfortunately, the camera angle was set low, and the man was tall, revealing only his waist and abdomen. He was carrying a briefcase, evidently preparing to leave. "Sue is your surname. Our family as Xiao naturally takes my surname." While saying this, he gently patted the little one's head. Xiao. Did you hear? Your surname is He. He Xiao. The scene shifted to a recording studio for a variety show. Next to the stage sponsor, 4 large characters read, "Baby, come home." The woman in the frame, without a trace of makeup, had tears streaming down her cheeks as she cradled an enormous photograph of a child. With a choked voice, she said, "My daughter is named He Xiao. If she is still alive in this world, she would be 10 years old. She went missing at 5. If any audience member has seen her, please contact me. Xiao, Mommy never abandoned you. Mommy has always been waiting for you to come home." She sniffled, took a deep breath, and began to sing. The blue city accompanies the lacquered tiles, the white horse treads on fresh mud. The mountain flowers and banana leaves dye the dusk with red scarves, perhaps overwhelmed with emotion and tears. Her singing was not as melodious as in the first video, yet every member of the audience was deeply moved by her voice. Jiang Zhishao stared blankly at the screen, tears streaming down her face. For that unadorned woman was indeed her mother. She remembered that her mother's surname was Su. It turned out her mother could sing kunku, and that man, whose face had not been shown, was evidently her father. But wait, her mother had already died when she was 8. Why was her mother still searching for her on a reunion program when she was 10? Jiang Zhishao was momentarily stunned. Her mother was still alive. Not only that, but she also had a father. However, what was this wretched bald man dragging her into? Finally, all of Jiang Zhishao's emotions were replaced by excitement. She struggled to her feet and rushed toward the iron gate, only to be restrained by the shackles on her feet, causing her to fall to the ground. She cried out in anguish, pounding the ground repeatedly, "Let me out. Please let me out." Meanwhile, next door, the bald man, Wang Shaw, sat bare-chested as a doctor tended to the wound on his abdomen. He asked, "What is the girl's condition now?" The doctor replied, "Mr. Wang, I administered a sedative. She has no strength to run, so you need not worry." Wang Shaw nodded, and a subordinate entered, offering an iPad with both hands. "Brother Wang, take a look." The disheveled figure of Jiang Zhishao appeared on the monitor. Wang Shaw sneered coldly. "Serve her right. I do not believe we cannot handle her." The subordinate seemed hesitant, wanting to speak but holding back. Wang Shaw glared at him. "Speak if you have something to say." "Brother, we kidnapped the daughter of President He. And so what? Now someone wants her dead." The subordinate's face turned pale. "Who could be more formidable than President He?" Wang Shaw leisurely replied, "Who do you think could obtain these videos?" The man was momentarily taken aback, his pupils quivering violently, and he refrained from voicing the subsequent thoughts. After a brief silence, he queried, "I do not comprehend. What purpose does it serve for a dying individual to show her those images? To torment her, to inflict anguish both physically and emotionally. Consider this. A child who has grown up believing her parents deceased suddenly discovers that they not only exist, but are searching for her. Would you not feel joy? Yet what use is joy when death approaches? Would it not cause you pain?" At that moment, the doctor, having finished tending to the wound, exited the room. Wang Shaw flung the iPad onto the sofa, casting a lingering glance at the screen as he donned his clothing. What a pity, to possess such beauty yet not fully utilize it. She truly embodied the grace of a bygone era. The man, rotating his eyes, ventured cautiously, "If you wish to keep her, I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" Wang Shaw promptly kicked him in the backside, inadvertently aggravating his wound, and grimaced as he clutched his abdomen. "Who taught you to speak so breathlessly? Just say it directly." The man quickly replied, "You have a casino in Myanmar. Why not take her there? Not only could she generate revenue for you, but she could also provide entertainment during leisure hours. With her looks, how many customers could she attract?" Wang Shaw narrowed his eyes, recognizing the potential, yet shifted his tone. "But she is quite obstinate. Relying on her cooperation may prove challenging. If she resists, we can sedate her. Moreover, we possess her photographs. There is now technology available to swap faces. We could simply replace her face with that of her own in the promotional material." Upon hearing this, Wang Shaw nodded in satisfaction repeatedly. "Let us proceed with this plan. Prepare everything. Tomorrow, she shall be taken to Myanmar." Chapter 60. The Infatuated? She is ignoring you. In the bustling streets of Beijing and Hong Kong, a red luxury vehicle glided through the throngs of people, its license plate marked with the auspicious sequence of 9,999, a symbol of imperial wealth and privilege. Every pedestrian at the crosswalk paused in admiration as the car passed. Inside, Mrs. Sang, the mother of Sang Yuchuan, hailed from a politically inclined family. Although she had devoted over 20 years to being a full-time housewife after marriage, her connections commanded respect, and within the circle she frequented, she was reverently addressed as Mrs. So, at this moment, she held 2 ties in her hands, one a solid black, the other a patterned one. After scanning her surroundings, she handed the plain black tie to the drowsy young man beside her. Sang Yuchuan had risen early and was still groggy, without even glancing at it. He tied the tie around his neck with his eyes closed, exuding an air of indifference. It is often said that children become estranged from their parents during their teenage years. despite Sang Yuchuan's decision to attend high school in Jincheng, which had kept him away for a long time. Any lingering dissatisfaction in Mrs. Sang's heart was swiftly replaced by joy. She reached over to adjust his shirt collar and inquired, "Have you found that girl?" Sang Yuchuan expertly finished tying his tie, opened his eyes, and resumed his normal demeanor, nonchalantly tucking the tie into his suit, responding with a mere hum. Mrs. Sang pressed further, "How have you been getting along?" Sang Yuchuan gazed out of the window and replied, "She doesn't remember me." Mrs. Sang chuckled. Who can recall such things for childhood? Besides, how do you know that girl hasn't been left with psychological scars? Even if she remembers you, it may not be a good thing. I worry she might cling to you, and it would be hard for you to shake her off later. Sang Yuchuan turned back with a lazy smile, one that was rather mischievous, and said, "Your worries are unfounded. She doesn't fancy me." Mrs. Sang faltered, her expression faltering. With a playful punch to his arm, she retorted, "Is it that she doesn't fancy you, or that she doesn't fancy our family?" Sang Yuchuan shrugged, remaining silent. Observing his well-tailored attire and the increasing dexterity with which he tied his tie, Mrs. Sang noted that he was indeed maturing. Yet, that youthful visage still rendered him, in her eyes, very much a child. Unable to resist, she cautioned, "Be mindful of certain matters. Don't take things too far. Your grandfather is still in office. If things escalate too much, it might not only affect his position, but also leave him vulnerable to scrutiny." Mrs. Sang spoke in veiled terms, worried that her son might misinterpret her intent. She added, "If you feel pity for her, provide her with a bank card. If nothing else, we could support her college education or even send her abroad. Just don't, Mom." Sang Yuchuan interrupted with a furrowed brow, his tone impatient. Looking down from a position of privilege, aside from showcasing superiority, is quite a foolish behavior. Mrs. Sang was taken aback, bewildered as to which of her words had triggered such a reaction from her son. "How have I looked down on her? You said she is pitiful." Mrs. Sang, confused, replied, "Huh? Whether she is pitiful or not is not for you to decide. As long as she doesn't perceive herself as pitiful, no one has the right to label her as such." Mrs. Sang pursed her lips, feeling a surge of frustration. "Indeed, she is not pitiful. You are pitiful. I am pitiful. Is that all right?" The very thought irked her. The son's 18th birthday ceremony was to be a grand affair. A month in advance, invitations were sent to influential figures, with the intent of utilizing this opportunity to meticulously plan the path he was to embark upon. The prominent individuals, usually elusive and only seen on the evening news, were secured through connections from her family. However, the situation took a turn when Sang Yuchuan declared his disinterest in celebrating his birthday in Beijing or Hong Kong, rendering her efforts futile. It was painfully evident to her, as his mother, why this was the case. To make matters worse, the young lady he admired did not even attend his birthday banquet. How could one not feel sympathy for Sang Yuchuan? Yet, her own plight was even more tragic. The date for the ceremony was changed multiple times, and, after much coordination, the most important dignitaries were finally gathered today. Concerned that her son might encounter unforeseen troubles, Mrs. Sang reminded him, "I have explained that you would be unable to return due to exams during your birthday. Please do not let anything slip." The guests appeared disinterested, responding with a mere hum, while one pulled out their phone. In a fit of anxiety, Mrs. Sang gave him a gentle punch, exclaiming, "Did you hear what I said?" "I did," he replied dismissively, opening a chat with Jiang Zhishao. A series of green message bubbles filled the screen, all sent from him, with no replies from her. He sent another message. "Are you awake? I'll be back in Jincheng tomorrow." Still, there was no response. Soon, the car turned onto Zhang Hanqi Road and finally stopped at Downton Manor beneath Yuchuan Mountain, adjacent to the old summer palace. It lay within the royal 3 mountains and 5 gardens. Before the English-style castle, a floral carpet led directly to the entrance. On either side, long white tables displayed seafood and desserts, with a 10-tiered cake on the left and a champagne tower on the right. As guests gradually arrived, Mrs. Sang greeted them one by one with Sang Yuchuan. Before long, a stretched Bentley pulled up at the entrance. After Shun Tinglan exited the vehicle, he hurriedly advanced, leaving Jiao trailing behind. His expression was one of impatience, his steps brisk as if pursued by a phantom. Upon finding Sang Yuchuan, he launched into a tirade of complaints. He Jiao is unbearable. She clanged around early this morning, waking me up. I had a quarrel with her father last night, and I couldn't even enjoy my game. Just now in the car, she was retouching her makeup, and the powder was everywhere, drifting onto my face. The He family and the Shun family were not originally from Beijing or Hong Kong, and they were supposed to stay in a hotel. However, before Sang Jinyan's business trip to Washington, he had asked Shun Tingbei to host the He family. Thus, He's father and He Jiao stayed in Shun Tingbei's villa. Shin Tinglan, frustrated, had been brooding at home for some time. Sang Yuchuan, distracted, was absorbed in his phone, while Shin Tinglan leaned over to glimpse the string of green messages. He chuckled, laying out a teasing, "Oh, a lovesick puppy? She's ignoring you." Sang Yuchuan locked his screen, casting a warning glance, just as Sang's father arrived with a group of dignitaries. Albeit they were not introduced to the public, but rather arranged in the castle's conference room. Only then did the ceremony commence in earnest. The host took the stage, and Sang Yuchuan walked alone through the entrance, expressing his gratitude to all the guests for their presence. With a cheerful proclamation of "enjoy your meal and drinks," the festivities commenced. He was subsequently summoned into the ancient castle by Mr. and Mrs. Sang. As Shun Tinglan endeavored to seek him out, she was unexpectedly halted by Shun Tingbei. How could one be so oblivious? Uncle Sang had arrived quite late and even made a trip to the conference room. The individuals present were either from this organization or that prominent figure. Surely not someone of our acquaintance? Shin Tinglan raised an eyebrow. Is the coming-of-age ceremony also a covert meeting? Otherwise, do you suppose the Sang family meticulously orchestrated this ceremony solely for what purpose? It is, after all, to pave the way for your good brother. Such a pathway necessitates the protection of influential figures, while the remaining guests may seize the opportunity for social interaction, exchanging resources and benefits amongst themselves. Upon hearing this, Shin Tinglan's enthusiasm waned. Having ventured out with great difficulty, she redirected her focus to organizing post-banquet entertainment. "Brother, do you know how to play mahjong?" Shin Tinglan clinked glasses with a nearby companion and turned back to him. "No, I do not. Did you bring money today?" "Yes. If you have money, come to the table. I'll add you to the group." Shun Tingbei was utterly perplexed. "Are you trying to trick me? I already said I don't know how to play." "Oh, mahjong isn't that difficult. There are formulas for it. If you don't believe me, I can search for them." Shun Tinglan smiled as she took out her phone to look up mahjong formulas, but inadvertently stumbled upon an unexpected website. Upon seeing the content, her expression abruptly froze. Shin Tingbei noticed her unease and glanced down. The dazzling webpage featured a woman in a chong sam, extending her palm towards the camera, seemingly inviting. Behind her, bold letters proclaimed, "Beautiful dealer, online dealing." A closer look revealed the familiar face of Jiang Xiao. Shin Tinglan clenched her phone tightly and dashed towards the ancient castle. Chapter 61. Back to Jinsheng. Seeking Jiang Xiao. Shin Tinglan was oblivious to which conference room Sang Yuchuan was in within the ancient castle. His attempt to call yielded a phone-off message, suggesting it had been confiscated. Thus, he was left to search room by room. Eventually, he found himself in a corridor in the basement, where he encountered a group of bodyguards clad in black suits and ties, standing at attention along the hallway. Noticing Shun Tinglan's unfamiliar face and his intrusive demeanor, the bodyguards immediately reached for their pockets, their glares warning him to retreat. Shin Tinglan abruptly halted, a chill running down his spine. Although nothing was drawn, he instinctively recognized the threat they posed, suit-clad thugs. "My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn." He turned to retreat, initially intending to speak with Sang Yuchuan after the meeting concluded, but the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. The alluring image of Jiang Xiao, a dealer, was not something that could be publicly circulated in their country, especially not on a pirated website. The longer he delayed, the greater the peril became. Thus, just a few steps away, he suddenly pivoted and shouted down the corridor with all his might. "Sang Yuchuan. Sang Yuchuan." The previously relaxed bodyguards immediately shifted into a state of high alert, drawing their weapons in unison. Shin Tinglan felt his resolve waver. This was it. Someone was bound to get hurt. He chuckled nervously. "Forgive me, I'm just playing a game of name tag ripping with my brother. He might be hiding around here. Let me look for him." With a mechanical turn, he slowly began to exit while boldly calling out, "Sang Yuchuan, come out. I can see you." The sound of a lock being turned reached his ears, followed by an imposing voice demanding, "What are you shouting about?" Shun Tinglan turned to face Sang's father, whose presence commanded respect without a word of anger. Unaware that a meeting was in progress, Shun Tinglan peered over the man's shoulder in search of Sang Yuchuan. With a distracted response, he said, "Oh? He didn't mention a meeting to me. He had said we were playing name tag ripping. I thought he was just hiding." Raising his voice, he continued, "Well, never mind. I'll find Jiang Zhixiao myself. I'm determined to track her down and rip off her name tag." At that moment, Sang Yuchuan appeared, and Shun Tinglan felt as if he had spotted a savior, instantly raising his phone screen and exclaiming, "There has been a problem." Sang Yuchuan approached with a furrowed brow, snatching the phone from Shun Tinglan's hand, causing the atmosphere around him to drop to a frosty chill. After returning the device, he succinctly commanded, "Contact the private jet." Turning to Sang's father, he extended his palm, demanding, "Return my phone." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sang's father's gaze was piercing as he glanced back towards the meeting room, subtly warning him, "I never intended to go abroad, nor do I need your philanthropic gestures to thrust me into the global top 10. The path you have laid out is arduous. I shall carve my own way." Sang's father's features contorted in displeasure. "Lower your voice." Sang Yuchuan raised his arm once more, insisting the phone. Sang's father regarded him steadfastly, refusing to comply, prompting Sang Yuchuan to turn and walk away. The elder's voice echoed behind him, "Rebellious son, come back." Within the confines of a private jet, Sang Yuchuan acquired a new mobile phone and replaced his SIM card. At that moment, he was utilizing a satellite phone to dial Jiang Zhixiao's number, but to no avail. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a semblance of composure, before contacting the driver in Jingqing. "Proceed to Longyu and ascertain the situation at home. Capture photographs and send them to me." 10 minutes elapsed. The satellite phone buzzed with images transmitted by the driver. The front door stood wide open, and a massive delivery box lay stained with a pool of blood, now dark and congealed. The blood on the ground had dried, forming drag marks that told a grim tale. Sang Yuchuan lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Though his expression remained inscrutable, his grip on the satellite phone tightened, knuckles paling under pressure. At that moment, the driver's call came through. Sang Yuchuan answered promptly, "Speak." "I reviewed the surveillance around Longyu. There are no suspicious individuals in sight. The intruder must have accessed the premises through the underground parking lot, yet the cameras there have been compromised." The driver, who had been with the Sang family since his teenage years and previously served Sang Yuchuan's father, was efficient and required little elaboration to comprehend the investigation's direction. "What has Jiang Hongtao been up to these past few days?" "He has remained at home without any financial transactions. However, a point of concern arises from his previous substantial gambling debts, which led to his blacklisting by casinos. Yet this morning, he somehow re-entered the gambling scene. It is unclear who settled his debts. Which casino? The He Family Club." Sang Yuchuan paused, instructing, "Come to the airport to pick me up." Just as he was about to end the call, he hesitated for a moment and added, "Before you arrive, have the delivery at the entrance sent to my brother's company." The driver hesitated for half a second. "Young Master Sang, time may be insufficient. Do as I say." His tone grew firmer as he ended the call. Once more, he opened the photo, where the bloody delivery box contained the future she had painstakingly forged over countless days and nights. Others may remain oblivious, but he bore witness to it all. Beside him, Shun Tingtian held his breath, afraid to make a sound. He, too, possessed a satellite phone and had just messaged Shun Tingbai. "Can you reach out to Brother Jinyan? I worry Sang Yuchuan may struggle alone." Shun Tingbai replied, "I've already contacted him. He is on his way back." "That quickly?" "Of course. Remember our wager. In times like these, can I afford to lose to you?" "How is Xiao Chuan faring?" "He's lost it." "What do you mean?" "It's hard to explain. His mental state is so advanced that it feels as if he has gone mad. With Jiang Zhixiao's whereabouts unknown, could he truly afford to send a package?" This compelled Shun Tingtian to question whether Sang Yuchuan's mind had faltered under extreme circumstances. Half an hour later, the private jet landed at Jingqing Airport. The driver had just arrived at the parking lot, ready to pick up Sang Yuchuan and Shun Tingtian, and they headed directly to the He family club with impeccable timing. However, as they exited the parking lot, a black seven-seater business vehicle brushed past them. In the back seat, Jiang Zhixiao felt dizzy, having just received another injection of sedatives. Chapter 62. Bullying those who know Jiang Zhixiao at the He family club. Sang Yuchuan made a beeline for the 5th floor. Each gambling table was abuzz with excitement, as various patrons placed their bets and beautiful dealers dealt the cards. Someone shouted all in, and upon hearing this, Sang Yuchuan's gaze sharpened as he strode directly toward that individual. Without further ado, he seized Jiang Hongtao by the collar and forcefully yanked him down. Jiang Hongtao, having consumed alcohol, was inebriated and unable to stand firm. Before he could react, he was already sprawled on the ground. This was soon followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. In an instant, chaos erupted around them, with screams from both men and women rising in a cacophony. The bodyguards rushed over, the leader shouting, "What is going on? Stop it!" Shun Tinglan extended a hand to intervene. "The young master of the Sang family is handling a personal matter. Let it be." The bodyguards, seeing that Shun Tinglan was merely a youth, responded rudely. "Which Sang family?" "The Sang family of Jinggang," came the resonant reply, causing the bodyguards to momentarily falter. A fleeting look of uncertainty crossed their eyes, revealing their evident trepidation. Subsequently, they gestured to retreat in unison, casting a glance at Jiang Hongtao. Assuming he was merely another gambler in debt, they cautioned, "Don't let it escalate to a fatality," before turning to leave. Yet, Sang Yuchuan's command rang clear. "Clear the premises." The man spun around abruptly. A 1-hour shutdown of the casino would incur losses of at least tens of millions. However, out of respect for the Sang family, he could only grit his teeth and issue the order to clear the area. The disgruntled gamblers exited, cursing under their breath, while the head of the bodyguards summoned his subordinates and whispered, "Inform the higher-ups." Soon enough, aside from the club's security, the scene appeared desolate. Jiang Hongtao writhed on the ground in a daze, cursing, "Who the hell are you? Wang Shuo has already settled my debts. Why send someone to collect? I'm on a winning streak today and own nothing." Sang Yuchuan's toe pressed against his chest as he leaned down, resting his elbow on his knee, surveying him from above. Where is Jiang Zhixiao? In that electrifying moment, Jiang Hongtao's drunken stupor vanished entirely. Jinggang down manner. Amidst the clinking of glasses, someone inquired, "What is going on? What time is it?" "The guest of honor still hasn't shown up. We came to celebrate his birthday, and he hasn't even made an appearance. Where has he gone?" Indeed, while we may not possess the power of the Sang family, we certainly hold our own standing in the capital. How dare the Sang family leave us hanging? I heard there was an incident. What's the situation? Before the event, Old Sang summoned a host of big shots to the conference room, and shortly thereafter, they all exited through the back door. Old Sang personally saw them off, apologizing as he drove them away. "He still hasn't returned?" Another chimed in. "Now that you mention it, I recall. Earlier, I went to the restroom in the castle and saw Sang Yuchuan emerging from the basement with a young man. His face was utterly long. He mentioned something about preparing a private jet. It seems they left at that moment. Goodness, is Old Sang's youngest son in trouble? Those are influential figures he just abandoned. Who knows?" He Jiao withdrew her gaze, holding the champagne absent-mindedly, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within her, as if calamity were imminent. Turning around, she intended to find a secluded spot to make a call when her father, He Zhanting's voice, emerged from behind the greenery. What was he doing there? Was he searching for someone? Who authorized him to clear the premises? No, he had been in Jinggang in the morning. Why was he back in Jincheng now? A chill ran down He Jiao's spine. Her intuition had indeed been correct. At that moment, her phone vibrated. A message from Wang Shuo illuminating the screen. "She has been buried. Rest assured, there will be no trace of her in this world again." Panic lasted barely a minute before a heavy weight lifted from her heart. He Jiao smiled as if basking in spring sunshine. Her head bowed as she typed. "Remember to delete the chat history. Let us keep this clean. We have had no contact, nor any private dealings." "Understood." Stowing her phone away, He Zhanting emerged from the foliage, his face taut with irritation. He Jiao feigned ignorance, asking what's wrong. He briefly recounted the events. The specifics were still murky. All she heard from his subordinates was that Sang Yuchuan had stormed into the He family club, demanding to find someone, and had expelled all patrons, resulting in substantial losses for the day's revenue. However, being the second son of the Sang family, and today being his coming-of-age ceremony, He Jinting was reluctant to confront the Sang family over this matter. He Jiao, however, felt quite resolute, thinking that since Jiang Zhixiao was dead, no investigation would yield anything. It would be better to escalate the situation, allowing the Sang family to exert pressure on him. After all, they ought to rein him in. The father and daughter emerged from the side, the guests having been dismissed. Sang Yinzhou, after escorting the dignitaries back to the estate, was visibly troubled as he conferred with the steward. He Jiao approached directly. Uncle Sang, did you know that Sang Yuchuan caused a disturbance at my family's club? He Jinting, taken aback by her indiscretion and unwilling to sour relations with the Sang family, tugged at her sleeve. This is a minor issue. What are you doing? He Jiao shook off her father's hand defiantly. I want to speak. Why shouldn't I? Just because it's his birthday, everyone must cater to him? Sang Yinzhou paused, instructing the steward to dismiss the servants before asking, please elaborate. He Jiao straightened her posture, stating, Sang Yuchuan has returned to Jincheng, looking for someone at my family's club, and he sent all the customers away. Uncle Sang, you know our profit model. His antics could lead to significant losses. I'm puzzled. Our club is legitimate, and minors are not allowed. Even younger patrons must have their IDs checked. I don't understand who Sang Yuchuan is looking for. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate. What if the person he seeks is not found? How will we account for our losses? He Jinting rubbed his temples and exchanged a glance with Sang Yinzhou. Do not mind her. She's just a child who doesn't understand. It's likely a misunderstanding. If I were to dwell on such losses, the He family wouldn't have come this far. Sang Yinzhou let out a heavy sigh, gesturing dismissively. Brother, he values loyalty. I will remember that. However, this matter concerning my son cannot be overlooked. You all go inside and rest. I will handle it immediately and provide you with an explanation. When the call from Sang Yinzhou demanding accountability came through, Sang Yuchuan hung up. He switched to another number and continued to disconnect the calls. Ultimately, it was directly Sang Jinyan's number that rang in. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Yuchuan pressed the speakerphone. Brother, what is going on? The voice on the other end was chaotic. I just got off the plane. Dad called me and said you caused a scene at the He family's place. Sang Yuchuan sat on a stool, his gaze fixed on a man on the ground, barely clinging to life. He rested his foot firmly on the man's chest, speaking in a light tone. It wasn't a big deal. I merely gave someone a beating. The atmosphere around was thick with tension, and the bodyguards of the He family dared not even breathe too loudly. Sang Jinian understood implicitly. Shun Tingbai has contacted me. I have grasped the general situation, so there is no need to conceal anything from me. Sang Yuchuan merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant showing little reaction. Sang Jinian cautioned, do not act recklessly. After all, this is the He family's clubhouse. All the influential figures in Jin City are present inside. Wait for me to return and handle it. It's too late, Sang Yuchuan replied calmly. When I suggested running away with her as children, she couldn't escape. This time, I refused to repeat that mistake. Brother, if this matter goes unaddressed, Jiangji will be lost to me. A sudden silence fell between them, prompting Sang Jinian to change his tone. I will manage things on Dad's end. You just ensure your own safety. I'll hang up now. Brother, Sang Yuchuan suddenly called out, his eyes reflecting a flicker of urgency. Is there anything else? Speak quickly. The pressure beneath his foot intensified, causing Jiang Hongtao to grimace in pain, his features contorting. The instigator feigned innocence, his eyes wide with bewilderment like a lost child. Jiangji is not at the clubhouse. He refuses to disclose her whereabouts. Who is he? Sang Yuchuan inhaled deeply. He is the one who bullied Jiangji. I will investigate. Chapter 63. The Secret at Jincheng Airport. Wang Shuo had already boarded the private jet with Jiang Zhixiao, accompanied only by the pilot and a subordinate. He had deliberately kept the matter discreet, as Jiang Zhixiao was taken away under his personal directive. having administered a substantial dose of sedatives. He was not concerned about her attempting to resist or escape, and thus did not restrain her. At that moment, Wang Shuo was engrossed in his phone, the captivating music of a game echoing around him, oblivious to the fact that they had yet to take off, even after depleting his game tokens. Wang Shuo cursed under his breath. What is going on? His subordinate hurriedly stood up. Let me check. After passing through the front cabin and entering the cockpit, a brief exchange ensued, after which he reported to Wang Shuo, brother, the control tower 1T allow us to depart. Why not? I filed for the flight path. The subordinate explained, the weather in Myanmar is poor. Flights to Southeast Asia are all delayed. We're not the only aircraft grounded. When can we take off? I don't know. We must await the tower's instructions. Glancing at the weather report from Myanmar, Wang Shuo confirmed it was indeed windy and rainy. His frustration mounted. The longer Jiang Zhixiao remained in Jincheng, the greater the risk. Moreover, their destination was sensitive. Should they face an inspection before takeoff and reveal Jiang Zhixiao in her weakened state, they would undoubtedly be doomed. He shouted, ask the pilot if he can clear us for takeoff immediately. His subordinate, nearly frightened to the point of panic, replied, brother, it's windy. If something goes wrong, we're all finished. Wang Shuo glared at him, prompting the subordinate to swiftly turn away. I'll go now. The cockpit door opened and closed again, and within a minute, the subordinate returned, looking defeated. Brother, the pilot says it's not possible. Damn it. Wang Shuo erupted in expletives, throwing his phone onto the seat and standing up. I'll have a word with him. He strode towards the cockpit, slamming the door behind him. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhixiao lay exhausted on the opposite sofa, her body weak but her mind remarkably clear. Once in Myanmar, returning would be a distant dream. Her parents were still searching for her. She absolutely could not go, but with her drained body, escape? An unrealistic notion. Desperately seeking a solution, she noticed Wang Shuo's abandoned phone on the adjacent sofa. Without a moment's hesitation, she mustered her strength to retrieve it. Exiting the game, she intended to call Sang Yuchuan, but realized she could not recall his current number. Quickly, she logged into WeChat. As the page loaded, she fervently wished for the progress bar to move swiftly. 80. 85. Jiang Zhixiao silently urged it to hurry, glancing back anxiously, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Finally, 100. The page loaded successfully. Messages from Sang Yuchuan from the past few days flooded in. Jiang Zhixiao disregarded them, laboriously typing 2 words, help me, followed by her location. After completing this, she exhaled in relief, yet felt utterly drained. In the next moment, someone snatched the phone from behind her. Wang Shuo grasped her hair tightly, furiously berating her, wretched creature. Even when death is imminent, you remain obstinate. It is I who granted you the gift of life. As he spoke, he clumsily retracted a message on WeChat, but upon glancing at the notes in the dialog box, he burst into laughter, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary jest. Messaging Sang Yuchuan? Oh, I am most curious to see whether he will come to your aid. He released Jiang Zhixiao's hair and activated a video recording, crouching down to present the screen before her eyes. The footage was captured from a fixed angle, clandestinely revealing a study. When Sang Yuchuan entered, unbeknownst to him, he triggered a mechanism that caused a grand bookshelf to slowly part, unveiling a hidden chamber. Directly opposite the concealed room was a vast whiteboard, at the center of which was a photograph of Jiang Zhixiao, with lines extending outward connecting her to all those associated with her. The first line pointed to a photo of Jiang Hongtao, inscribed with the words, foster father? Buyer? The second line directed to a picture of Lu Furong, stepmother? Buyer? The third line led to a depiction of Jiang Zhixiao's mother, biological mother? The fourth line indicated a man in a suit, his face largely obscured by a bold question mark drawn with a marker. Due to the distance of the clandestine recording, Jiang Zhixiao could not discern the features of the man in the photograph. Yet, her intuition suggested that he was most likely the man surnamed He, her father. But why did Sang Yuchuan possess these photographs? In her previous life, she had never mentioned anything about the underground fighting arena to him. How could he possibly know that Jiang Hongtao and Lu Furong were her buyers? Even more perplexing was the fact that he had evidently located her parents. Yet he never spoke of it. Not only did he remain silent, but he also seemed to deliberately obstruct her attempts to find her family. What could be the reason? Jiang Zhixiao's gaze fell, confusion surging from the depths of her heart. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded against her cheek. The stinging pain rendered her dizzy. Abruptly interrupting her train of thought, Wang Shuo seized her hair again, demanding, "Do you see clearly now? The person in the video is Sang Yuchuan. He has known who your parents are all along, watching you fret without uttering a word. Do you truly believe he will come to your rescue?" With her eyes reddened, Jiang Zhixiao looked at him, trembling uncontrollably, yet her small face bore an expression of defiance. "You can replace my face with that of another. Do you think this video holds any real power over me?" Wang Shuo yanked her hair back, forcing her to raise her head. "If it holds no power, then why do you tremble?" Jiang Zhixiao clenched her teeth in silence. Wang Shuo regarded her as if observing a farcical spectacle. "Since you deem the video to be false, allow me to inquire, who possesses the capability to unravel the web of connections behind you, me or Sang Yuchuan?" Jiang Zhixiao's complexion turned pale. He undoubtedly had more ability than she. Wang Shuo nodded in satisfaction. "Good to know. In that case," Jiang Zhixiao let out a cold laugh, enunciating each word with emphasis. "He also has the ability to find me." Slap. Another resounding blow to her face. Jiang Zhixiao was struck, her head turning aside, her mouth suddenly filled with the metallic taste of blood. Such delusions. At this moment, she still harbored the hope that he might come to her rescue. As she uttered these thoughts, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother, the tower has given the signal. We can take off." Wang Shuo scoffed, ultimately revealing a smug grin. His expression was one of arrogance, a visage of triumph. He gently brushed his hand across Jiang Zhixiao's swollen cheek, speaking with a mocking tone. "We are about to head to northern Myanmar. Welcome to my world, little princess." With that, the plane began to taxi, making its way down the lengthy runway, queuing behind a Boeing 747 ahead. The roar of powerful engines reverberated from outside as the plane soared by. Wang Shuo reclined lazily, crossing his legs, casting a glance at the numbed Jiang Zhixiao, who lay on the sofa, her gaze hollow as if her very soul had been lost. No one would ever know that the long-lost heiress of the He family was aboard his aircraft, and soon she would become his woman. The Boeing 747 soared overhead, the captain preparing to advance the throttle. A whistle echoed from outside. The airport SWAT team was sprinting towards them. Chapter 64. The same blood type Wang Shuo naturally witnessed this scene unfold. Uttering a curse, he immediately rushed toward the cockpit, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take off." The captain turned his head, scrutinizing Wang Shuo from head to toe. "What are you babbling about? I said take off. Move swiftly. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the police are coming? Take off. Where exactly do you intend to fly? Should I just soar into your thick skull?" The captain was not one of Wang Shuo's subordinates, nor was this private jet owned by him. Typically, when he applied for a flight route, the rental company would assign a different captain each time. Additionally, as Wang Shuo was not a local of Jincheng, he struggled to comprehend the captain's regional dialect. However, from his tone, it was clear that the captain was a coward, undoubtedly reluctant to press forward at such a critical moment. He promptly turned away from the cockpit, carrying Jiang Zhixiao and intending to escape the plane. Attempting to flee from the opposite side, the captain followed, only to discover a woman in the rear cabin. She appeared disoriented, with injuries on her face. "What on earth? Put her down. Who is she to you?" The captain hurried down the aisle. Seeing this, Wang Shuo's lackey lunged at the captain. The captain, trained in combat, had seen his fair share of situations during his years of flying. With a swift shoulder throw, he brought the lackey crashing to the ground. As the lackey fell, he clung tightly to the captain's legs. "I warn you, don't meddle in my business, or you'll regret it," Wang Shuo shouted, preparing to curse at the lackey behind him. Yet he overlooked the ferocity of Jincheng's violent dragon. Just as he opened his mouth, the captain's masterful string of expletives rained down like a barrage. You truly are a fool. You think you're tough? Once you hit the ground, the police will pin you down. Where are you running from, you dimwit? You're as dumb as a sack of potatoes. By heaven, Wang Shuo understood not a single word, only that the language was laced with profanities and certainly not complimentary. Yet, despite his anger, he discerned what could and could not be done in the current situation. He continued to rush toward the exit, carrying Jiang Xiao. Just as he opened the door, his entire body froze. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the figure before him, retreating in haste. Sang Yuchuan, still clad in the suit he wore for his coming-of-age ceremony that morning, had not yet changed. His hair was meticulously styled with wax, revealing his sharp features, with a grave expression and eyes filled with menace. He lifted his leg and delivered a sidekick to Wang Shuo's face. Unprepared, Wang Shuo stumbled sideways, aggravating his wound, instinctively placing a hand on his abdomen. Jiang Xiao, who had been heavily resting on his shoulder, was securely caught in Sang Yuchuan's arms, cradled horizontally. The police entered from behind, effortlessly handcuffing the fallen lackey, swiftly subduing him. Soon after, the captain ran over, panting, and upon seeing the subdued figure on the ground, he chuckled. "You foolish brat, don't run away. Now look what's happened. You've been caught." Sensing the oppressive gazes surrounding him, he hastily raised his hands. "Officer, I have nothing to do with this. I was merely hired by the rental company to fly the plane. I am not in cahoots with him." Jiang Xiao awoke once more in a hospital room. As she opened her eyes, two large heads loomed before her, staring intently. One was Meng Xiaojiao, and the other Sang Yuchuan. Jiang Xiao gasped in surprise, and before she could catch her breath, Meng Xiaojiao enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Xiao, you're awake." The grip was so firm that Jiang Xiao found it difficult to breathe, her voice raspy as she implored, "Let go. I think I'm a bit dead." Meng Xiaojiao quickly released her. It was Sang, the school heartthrob, who noticed you waking up. "We've been watching you the whole time, not meaning to frighten you." She pouted, "You scare me to death." "I thought." Hey. Jiang Xiao weakly coughed twice. "I'm not dead yet. Could you wish me well instead?" "Ugh, don't say dead. It's bad luck. Do you understand?" "Sweetheart, you just sprayed saliva on my face." Jiang Xiao absent-mindedly wiped her face before turning her gaze to the young man beside her. He looked down, his exquisite features etched with a subtle sorrow. "Hey!" Jiang Xiao called to him. Sang Yuchuan lifted his gaze, leaning in closer. "What is bothering you?" Jiang Xiao stared at him, inside my heart. It wasn't a playful tease. The first moment after waking, the sense of grievance radiating from her was almost suffocating. Sang Yuchuan's investigations into Lu Furong and Jiang Hongtao, as well as the network of relationships surrounding her, were things she could overlook. Yet, the one thing she could not comprehend was why the truth about her biological parents was being concealed from her. Why were they subtly prevented from meeting? It had been the same in her previous life, and now in this one. But the words stuck in her throat, unspoken. She had resolved to find a way to meet her parents in her own manner. Since she had escaped death, no one could stand in her way. A tear traced her cheek, a mix of joy and sorrow at the news of her loved one's whereabouts. Sang Yuchuan reached out to wipe away her tears. "Are you still feeling unwell? Didn't I tell you not to go out? Why didn't you listen?" Jiang Xiao retorted, "But you rescued me. Didn't you?" "Indeed." His fingertip glided down from the corner of her eye, eventually resting on the wound at the corner of her lips. "But you are injured. The marks on your wrists and ankles have yet to fade." Jiang Xiao could not withstand the pain reflected in his eyes, turning her head away to evade his touch. At that moment, Shun Tinglan opened the door, stating that the police were in the adjacent office to take her statement. Sang Yuchuan left, and the doctor returned to check on Jiang Xiao, assuring her there was no significant harm, only advising her to rest well. The ward was soon left with only Shun Tinglan and Meng Xiaojiao tending to her. Shun Tinglan pulled up a stool beside her bed. "Daughter-in-law, I must rally for Xiao Sang this time. You have no idea how brave he is. Not only did he nearly beat your father to death, but upon learning you were at the airport, he rushed over without hesitation. It's your father and that bald man, right? There's no financial connection, so evidence of their human trafficking remains elusive. However, that bald man is likely to spend a few days in prison. As for whether he will be released, and under what charges he will be convicted, no conclusion has been reached yet. I find it perplexing. How much hatred must a father harbor to turn against his own daughter? Jiang Zhihao remained silent, and after a while, a profound hatred welled up in her eyes. Do not even refer to him as my father. I refuse to tarnish the word father. Meng Xiaojiao quickly nudged Shen Tingtian and whispered, "Why are you bringing this up? Is there nothing else to discuss?" She promptly shifted the topic. Xiao, your relationship with the handsome student Sang is probably no longer a secret. Jiang Zhihao corrected her. I have no relationship with him. What? Meng Xiaojiao was bewildered. You say there's no relationship? The handsome student Sang even mobilized the entire class to donate blood for you. Unfortunately, your blood type is so rare that no one matches it. He was frantic because you lost so much blood. Without a donor, you likely wouldn't have survived this long. After speaking, she leaned forward, supporting herself on the edge of the bed, her expression a fascinating mix of emotions. But do you know who ultimately donated blood for you? I never expected that there would be another person in this world with the same blood type as yours. Chapter 65. Kidnapped under the orders of He Jiao Jiao. Jiang Zhishao suddenly recalled a television drama she had watched in her childhood, titled Next Stop, Happiness. In it, the female lead discovered that the male lead was the father of her child through a blood type revelation. She held her breath, hesitatingly inquired, "Who?" Meng Xiaojiao widened her eyes, paused for 10 seconds, and then burst into laughter. Actually, I don't know either. Haha. Jiang Zhizhao's smile instantly faded. If it weren't for her overwhelming fatigue, she would have certainly wanted to give Meng Xiaojiao a good thrashing. Turning her face away, she was reluctant to engage. Realizing her friend's disheartened demeanor, Meng Xiaojiao attempted to regain a semblance of seriousness. You look so gloomy. I just wanted to lighten the mood a bit. Shen Tinglan couldn't help but chuckle. Did you see her smile? Meng Xiaojiao rolled her eyes at him and continued. Honestly, I truly have no idea. But I know someone definitely donated blood, just not anyone from our class. Anyway, Sang Xiaoqiao was busy until the end. Just ask him who gave you the blood. As Meng Xiaojiao spoke, she moved a chair closer. Before long, a nurse entered to change Jiang Zhizhao's bandages. Her left wrist was wrapped in gauze, concealing a scar from a previous injury that had bled profusely. Jiang Zhizhao stared at the scar in a daze, and once the nurse departed, she suddenly asked, "What do you know about the bald man who kidnapped me? Why does he remind me of images from my childhood?" Sen Dinglang, casually playing a game with his legs crossed, replied without looking up, "It's a matter concerning the He family." Jiang Zhishao paused. Which He family? The He Jiao family. What? At this, Shen Tinglan set down his phone, clarifying, strictly speaking, it might not be accurate. The bald man, named Wang Shua, is a lackey at the He family's establishment, primarily tasked with debt collection. Are you kidding me? Before Shen Tinglan could finish, Meng Xiaojiao slammed her hand on the table. So, Xiao Zhao's kidnapping was orchestrated by He Jiao. Shen Tinglan looked puzzled. Though I harbor a strong dislike for He Jiao, such allegations require evidence. You can't just make baseless claims. Meng Xiaojiao, filled with righteous indignation, retorted. How is that baseless? Wang Shua, under He Jiao's orders, kidnapped Xiao. How hard could that be? She is the daughter of the big boss. It's a matter of a single phone call. Shen Tinglan exited the game and powered off his phone. In the entire establishment, only the 5th floor is a casino. And Wang Shua was recruited by the manager. Individuals at their level have no access to the big boss. Meng Xiaojiao argued passionately. Lack of access to the big boss does not mean they cannot reach the boss's daughter. That is impossible, Shen Tinglan asserted confidently on the day of the incident. He Jiao was with her father in Jinggang. The police took statements and never even investigated the two of them. They only questioned the casino manager. Meng Xiaojiao coldly mocked. She doesn't need to be present. With a simple phone call, Wang Shua would handle everything for her. Then tell me, what motive would He Jiao have to kidnap Jiang Zhishao? Meng Xiaojiao replied. He Jiao harbors feelings for Sang Xiaoqiao. But Sang Xiaoqiao is only interested in Xiao. I'm not defending He Jiao, but that reasoning is utterly absurd. Yes, I acknowledge that Chuangu is close to Jiang Zhishao. As a normal girl, He Jiao would naturally feel jealous. However, all she could do was assert her sovereignty, but it would not lead Wang Shuo to sell Jiang Zhishui to Myanmar. Meng Xiaojiao grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming that one could not be so presumptuous. How could Jiao be so infatuated with Sang Xiaochao? Was it not evident to the entire class? Individuals driven to extremes by love are far from rare. Shun Tinglan, too, felt a surge of competitive spirit, determined to engage her in a debate. But that was preposterous. Did you truly believe that Jiao loved Sang Yuchuan to such an extent? A person like her cares most for herself. She may harbor hatred from love, but she would never act foolishly for it. If she were to engage in such vile dealings as human trafficking, selling Jiang Zhishui to Myanmar, it would certainly not be out of love for Sang Yuchuan. I tell you, there is only one plausible explanation. That is, Jiang Zhishui is her long-lost biological sister, the lost little heiress of the He family. Speaking fervently, he felt his face flush and lowered his gaze to the person on the hospital bed. Jiang Zhishui, are you an orphan? Jiang Zhishui's eyes flickered, and she remained silent for a long while. He Jiao shares the surname He, and her biological father also bears the same name. Could it really be so melodramatic? Upon hearing the gossip, Meng Xiaojiao immediately ceased her argument with Shun Tinglan. She scooted her chair closer, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and assumed a stance of eager anticipation. The He family has lost someone? Duelaborachi. Shun Tinglan momentarily froze, not expecting that in her excitement. She would inadvertently divulge the He family's private affairs. However, upon reflection, it seemed not to be a well-kept secret, so she shifted her leg and began to narrate. In my opinion, He Jiao is quite pitiable. When I mentioned that her life is not as blissful as you might think, it was not merely to comfort you. He Jiao's current mother is not her biological mother, but rather a proper stepmother. This stepmother was initially a maid in the He household. Before He Jiao was born, she had an affair with He father. They even had a child together. Later, when He father divorced He Jiao's biological mother, the maid naturally ascended to the position of wife. The trio then constituted the family as it stands today. Jiang Zhishui hurriedly inquired, was the lost child the maid's daughter? Precisely. She fled with her child as soon as she became pregnant, likely fearing that the legitimate wife would find her, and thus remained hidden for many years. By the time she returned, the child had already vanished. In Jiang Zhishui's memory, her father's image is indeed quite vague, leading her to firmly believe she was born into a single-parent family. Yet, the footage she viewed during her kidnapping depicted her father by her side, and he seemed to have a good relationship with her mother. It was not the case that her mother fled while pregnant with her. Perhaps it was merely a shared surname. While munching on sunflower seeds, Meng Xiaojiao asked, so, the child that the maid lost is He Jiao's sister. If they have never met, why does He Jiao harbor such animosity toward her? Ahem. Shun Tinglan cleared her throat. This ties back to He father. He is a self-made man, having risen from humble beginnings, and he only graduated from middle school. He does not belong to the same social echelon as the wealthy elite. Perhaps having endured disdain for too long, he developed an unhealthy obsession with higher education, which led him to have exceedingly high expectations for He Jiao. To what extent is this obsession pathological? When He Jiao was a child, she would often hear her father whispering in her ear, aim for Tsinghua and Peking University. However, as you may know, despite her consistently high rankings and scoring above 600 exams, she fell significantly short of the requirements to enter these prestigious institutions. Her father frequently lamented that if a nanny's child had not gone missing, that child would surely possess a higher IQ than hers. Do not underestimate her stepmother, who, despite being a nanny, is a bona fide university graduate. The value of a university degree in the 1990s was indeed substantial, as Shun Tinglan recounted this. She rose to pour herself a glass of water from the dispenser, draining it in one go. She continued, a few days ago, I visited Beijing and Hong Kong, where they stayed at my brother's house. He was like a demon. At 2:30 in the morning, he was still forcing He Jiao to study. She refused, and he threatened, once I find your sister, if she performs better than you, all of the family fortune will go to her. Not a penny will be left for you. He Jiao said nothing, but her expression suggested she wished to eliminate her sister. Meng Xiaojiao, upon hearing this, contorted her face in disbelief. Isn't he Jiao's father a bit extreme? Just because of one exam result, he could drive her to such desperation? Shen Tinglan replied. Some parents are indeed like this, fixated solely on academic performance. If their child fails to gain admission to a good university, they feel as though they have wasted their efforts. Meng Xiaojiao seemed to ponder this, breaking into a silly grin, reveling in schadenfreude. What if that child not only excels academically, but also secures admission to the very Tsinghua and Peking University that he Jiao's father dreams of? Would he Jiao truly end up with nothing? Who can say? Shun Tinglan shrugged, noting that given he Jiao's father's current demeanor, he could very well act on such a threat. Regardless of the years of care and investment, if he Jiao fails to gain entrance to Tsinghua or Peking University, all that effort would be rendered meaningless. Chapter 66, DNA Database. In the adjacent office, Sang Yuchuan had just finished giving his statement and was in negotiation with the police. Human trafficking typically incurs a prison sentence of no less than 5 years and no more than 10. However, there was no financial transaction between Jiang Hongtao and Wang Sha. Although the casino had settled his debts, there was no evidence to suggest that this settlement was made using Jiang Zhixiao as collateral. Nevertheless, Wang Shua's act of taking Jiang Zhixiao to Myanmar raised suspicions of human trafficking. Yet, since they were apprehended midway, it could only be classified as attempted human trafficking, resulting in a mere prison sentence. His insistence on the death penalty seemed unrealistic. Sang Yuchuan had been engaged in a verbal duel with the police for nearly 2 hours. If Wang Shua were not sentenced to death, Sang Yuchuan would find it impossible to quell the anger festering within him. At that moment, the police's words only heightened his agitation. He rubbed his face in frustration and asked, "Is it true that, even for intentional murder, one cannot face execution?" The police chief produced a photograph depicting the scar on Jiang Zhixiao's wrist. The wound was deep and had been the primary cause of her life-threatening blood loss. The police chief exchanged a significant glance with the doctor beside him, who pointed to the photograph and explained, "The wound is smooth and even. However, based on its trajectory, it can be inferred that it was not inflicted by a third party." Sang Yuchuan furrowed his brow, puzzled. To put it plainly, the scar was self-inflicted by Jiang Zhixiao, with little connection to Wang Shua. Furthermore, the description from the airport SWAT team indicated that there was no blood in the cabin when you breached the private jet. We suspect that Jiang Zhixiao may have attempted to commit suicide by cutting her wrist. Sang Yuchuan was taken aback, desperately recalling the events as they rushed to the hospital. After leaving the airport, the driver had taken him and Jiang Zhixiao to the hospital. While he was on the phone with the emergency department, he turned to find that the white blanket covering Jiang Zhixiao was already soaked with blood. He yanked the blanket aside, revealing the young girl's wrist, obscured with blood. Could she have inflicted the wound on herself in the car? It was inconceivable. At that moment, she had already been rescued. There was no reason for her to commit suicide. Sang Yuchuan exclaimed. The doctor pondered for a moment and suggested, "We recommend involving a psychologist to investigate any potential mental health issues. No one knows what truly transpired during her days of captivity." Sang Yuchuan shook his head. Even in the harsh environment of the underground boxing arena, she had persevered and had never contemplated ending her life. Moreover, he had already submitted her artwork for publication, and the game was set to launch in June. A promising future awaited her. She would never consider suicide at such a juncture. Suddenly struck by a thought, Sang Yuchuan exited the office and sprinted toward the hospital parking lot. He flung open the back seat door and rummaged through Jiang Zhixiao's area with fervor. Finally, beneath the floor mat, he discovered a razor blade. His slender fingers delicately picked it up, and the blade still bore fresh bloodstains. Could it truly be that she had harmed herself? His fingers trembled slightly as he promptly made his way to the psychology department to register Jiang Zhixiao. However, a significant amount of sedative still lingered in her system, and by the time it was fully metabolized, it would already be the following day. As Sang Yuchuan supported her toward the psychology department, Jiang Zhixiao suddenly inquired, "Xiao Jiao told me that you summoned the entire class to donate blood for me, but no one was a match. Then, who was the one who donated blood for me? Sang Yuchuan paused his steps and turned around. Jiang Zhixiao gazed at him anxiously, hoping for an answer. She possessed a rare blood type. The person who successfully donated blood for her must have some profound connection to her. Sang Yuchuan managed a faint smile, his expression betraying no unusual signs. It was simply the reserve blood from the bank. I do not know who it specifically belonged to. Jiang Zhixiao saw through his deception. If there was no urgent need for blood from the bank, why mobilize the entire class? The blood usage process is not as you imagine. Blood sources are precious. Once they are needed, new blood must be replenished in the bank. Those who came from the class are merely to replenish it. Jiang Zhixiao chose not to press further, merely smiling, a smile that was faint and light. She felt truly foolish. In her previous life, he had obstructed her quest to find her family. So in this life, why would he reveal the identity of her blood donor? Gradually, the last vestiges of trust she held for him faded away. Yet he had saved her life. Jiang Zhixiao had no intention of confronting him directly, instead concealing her innermost thoughts, planning to investigate once she was discharged. Nodding, she uttered a soft "all right," and then entered the psychologist's office. The doctor affixed electrodes around her head to measure dopamine secretion levels and assess whether she was suffering from depression. The process took considerable time. Reclining on the chair, Jiang Zhixiao inquired, "Doctor, why haven't too many families of missing children considered finding them through blood type?" The doctor, focused on the fluctuations on the screen, replied, "Because the sample size is far too vast. Not everyone with the same blood type is related by blood. And what if it's a rare blood type?" She pressed. The doctor shook his head. The proportion of people with rare blood types is merely 4. In terms of numbers, that translates to roughly 5 million individuals. Some countries have populations that do not even reach 5 million. Thus, blood type cannot serve as a means to locate relatives. But DNA can. Jiang Zhixiao's eyes brightened instantly. How is that done? By entering DNA into the database. You must report to the authorities. Fill out the necessary forms and information, and a designated team will extract your blood and fingerprints for analysis. Subsequently, the hospital will upload the data to the police system, successfully entering it into the database. However, many missing children might not even be aware they were sold, so naturally, no one would think to submit their DNA for entry, making the search exceedingly difficult. Jiang Zhixiao remained silent, contemplating when to apply for DNA entry so that Sang Yuchuan would not discover her intentions. Soon, after completing her examination, the doctor handed the report to Sang Yuchuan. "Rest assured, the young lady is quite healthy. There are no signs of psychological issues." Sang Yuchuan examined the comprehensive diagnosis report, feeling a tumult of emotions within. After escorting Jiang Zhixiao back to her ward and ensuring she fell asleep, the young man gently grasped her wrist. He tenderly caressed the bandaged wound, as if he understood why Jiang Zhixiao had resorted to self-harm. Chapter 67. The child has been found at 10 o'clock in the evening. The He family villa was ablaze with light. A doctor, carrying a suitcase, stealthily entered through the villa's grand entrance, making his way with familiarity to He Jiaojiao's study. The diligent He Jiaojiao, engrossed in her studies, paused upon hearing the commotion, removed her outer garment, and rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms speckled with needle marks. The doctor unzipped the suitcase and extracted a blood collection kit. Approaching her, the fine needle penetrated He Jiaojiao's pulse, and her crimson blood promptly flowed into a transparent bag. There was no exchange of words between them. Meanwhile, her stepmother, Su Yunxi, stood nearby, concern etched on her face as she asked, "Does it hurt?" He Jiaojiao shook her head, her expression numb. "I'm used to it." As the blood was drawn, her complexion grew increasingly pallid, causing Su Yunxi to feel a pang of discomfort. She raised her hand, intending to tuck a stray lock of hair behind the girl's ear, but He Jiaojiao flinched, leaving Su Yunxi's hand suspended in the air. After a brief pause, she withdrew her hand with a hint of disappointment, saying, "Your father only wishes the best for you, fearing the weight of academic pressure may overwhelm you. Once you complete your college entrance examination, this ozone therapy will no longer be necessary." Ozone therapy involves extracting a portion of the body's blood, infusing it with ozone using specialized equipment, and then rainfusing it back into the body. Commonly referred to as blood washing, this method is believed to enhance cellular immunity, alleviate fatigue, and improve concentration. Many affluent families arrange for doctors to perform this procedure on their children before the critical examinations. However, such therapy is illegal in the country and has not undergone clinical trials. Thus, all practitioners operate surreptitiously. He Jinping, in his relentless pursuit to ensure He Jiaojiao gains admission to a prestigious university, was fully committed to this endeavor. He Jiaojiao scoffed, "It's not that he fears my stress. He fears I might not gain admission to Qingbei and bring him shame." Su Yunqi was momentarily at a loss for words. Just days prior, He Jiaojiao had stayed at Shun Tingluan's residence in Jinggang with her father. A heated argument regarding the college entrance examinations had erupted, culminating in He Jinping slapping her, leaving He Jiaojiao feeling stifled ever since. In this moment, she could only confide in Su Yunqi. Parents lacking in capability place all their hopes upon their children. Don't let your father hear that. Su Yunqi quickly covered He Jiaojiao's mouth, casting a furtive glance at the doctor. He Jiaojiao turned her head away, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she held her head high with pride. Am I wrong? She had never encountered a family of nobility whose parents were so invested in their child's academic achievements. Some individuals are born into a preordained path, meticulously charted for decades to come, much like Sang Yuchuan, who could summon top-tier magnates to celebrate his birthday. Yet, He Jinping was no Sang Yenzhou. He could not assemble a team at the birth of his child to pave the way for He Jiaojiao's future. Lacking both the ability and resources to gather influential figures from various sectors. He was merely a man of the streets who had capitalized on the era's prosperity to become exceedingly wealthy. He was affluent, yet he could not be deemed a family of noble lineage. Consequently, he was in dire need of an opportunity to elevate the He family status. The burden thus shifted onto He Jiaojiao's shoulders. She must excel in her entrance exams and achieve academic distinction. In a broader sense, she must achieve a remarkable career and leave her name etched in history. The mere thought overwhelmed He Jiaojiao, leaving her breathless. Soon, after the blood draw was completed, the doctor infused ozone and subsequently rainfused her blood, akin to administering an intravenous drip. While receiving the blood transfusion, she busied herself with her studies. At that moment, He Jinping entered the room, initially intending to check on He Jiaojiao's academic progress. Su Yunqi immediately noticed the needle mark on his arm. She hurriedly inquired, "What happened to your arm? Are you unwell?" He Jinping shook his head, explaining that he had seen a blood donation vehicle nearby upon exiting the airport that morning and had given a bag of blood. "Since we haven't found our daughter, I thought I'd do a good deed and earn some blessings." Su Yunqi could not suppress her concern and questioned him for quite some time. There was a knock on the study door, 3 firm raps. He Jinping called for entry, and a middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket with a scruffy beard stepped inside. He was the manager of the club's gambling sector. "Mr. He, I just left the police station after giving my statement. What is the current situation?" The manager continued, "The girl that Master Sang is looking for indeed exists. She has been detained by Wang Shuo, and when the police discovered this, they were on their way to Myanmar." He Jiaojiao suddenly lifted her head. Her hand, gripping the pen, trembled slightly. He Jinping clenched his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. If he has not cleaned himself, why drag my club into this mess? Keep him inside. Don't let him out." The manager lowered his head, as if hesitating about something. Finally, he raised his gaze and cautiously suggested, "Mr. He, while Wang Shuo is indeed troublesome, among my men, he is the most ruthless when it comes to debt collection. If you disregard him and let him rot in prison, it may severely disrupt our gambling operations." On the surface, He Jinping's casino appeared legitimate and compliant. Yet beneath the surface, how much of it was truly clean? The casino thrived primarily on deceit, profiting from exorbitant gambling debts. Wang Shuo's business acumen was indeed formidable. As for the young girl, nearly taken to Myanmar, she was merely the beloved of Sang Yuchuan. It was not unusual for young people to become infatuated, given their youth and the divergence that often comes with university life. It was uncertain whether such a relationship would endure. She was not of significant importance. With this in mind, He Jinping pondered, what is Wang Shuo's current situation? The manager recounted in detail, not good. He was stabbed by that young woman, and in the detention center, there are people sent by Master Sang who have been tormenting him terribly. He Jinting nodded, formulating a plan. Perfect. Since he is injured, let us find a lawyer to secure his release on medical grounds. We'll get him out first. Just then his phone rang. The manager, sensing the moment, quietly exited as He Jinting answered the call. Whatever was said on the other end brought an immediate smile to his face, and he uttered words of congratulations. However, once the call ended, a shadow of disappointment flickered across his features. Su Yunxi instinctively asked, "Who was that?" Your emotions seem to be on a roller coaster. He Jinting sighed deeply, explaining a relative from the search team in Guangxi just informed me that they have found his son. He is the inspiration behind the film Lost and Found, and many media outlets want to conduct interviews. Allow me to bring our child's photograph to the station, disseminating it through the media. Perhaps our daughter might be found. Su Yunxi, perplexed, remarked, "Isn't this a good thing? Why the despondency?" For over a decade, each time our team located a child, I would head to the station, filled with hopeful anticipation, only to return deeply disappointed. Su Yunxi offered her comfort. Perhaps this time there will be good news? Cheer up. He Jinting inhaled deeply, casting aside his despondent feelings, and glanced at the young girl at the desk. He Jiao was still diligently writing, her left arm connected to an intravenous drip, crimson droplets falling one by one. Jiao, do you hear me? When your sister returns, our home will be lively again. You must study hard and gain admission to Qingbei, so you can set an example for your sister. He Jiao did not lift her head, her writing speed intensifying, her strokes becoming increasingly forceful. Su Yunxi discerned the immense pressure weighing on He Jiao and chided her husband for saying too much, urging him to leave the study promptly. With a soft thud, the door closed. The subtle sound startled He Jiao, plunging her into an unprecedented panic. It felt as though she feared performing poorly and being replaced, compelling her to lower her head and frantically scribble on the exam paper. Yet as she wrote, she realized the entire sheet was filled with the characters of Qingbei. Chapter 68. The awakening of adolescence. Upon returning to her hospital room, Jiang Zhishao remained in a deep slumber. Sang Yuchuan, hesitant to disturb her, muted her phone and treaded lightly about the room. Eventually, he settled by the bedside table, diligently working on the unfinished mathematics exam. Time passed, and around 10 o'clock, a nurse entered to administer the final 4 drip to Jiang Zhishao, who still did not awaken. Before leaving, the nurse advised that the arm receiving the infusion should hang over the edge of the bed, as lying flat could risk a backflow of blood. As Sang Yuchuan completed a problem, he couldn't resist glancing at Jiang Zhishao, ultimately discarding his pen to focus intently on the 4 drip. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, he stepped out to the door of the ward to answer. "Everything is fine on my end. I told my parents I would handle this matter, and they didn't pry further. How about you? How did that young girl manage to find you?" While Sang Jinyan was investigating Jiang Zhizhao's whereabouts, her phone had been off, making it impossible for him to track her. Consequently, he contacted the traffic division in Jinsheng to request a review of the surveillance footage. Just as they were halfway through, a message from Shun Tinglan arrived, stating that Jiang Zhishao had been located. Sang Yuchuan peered through the small window in the door, gazing at the sleeping figure within. "She sent me her location using Wang Shua's phone." Sang Jinyan chuckled with delight. "That's impressive. She thought of you in a moment of crisis. It seems she truly cares." "It's not quite like that," Sang Yuchuan replied. "What do you mean? She doesn't fully trust me." Jiang Zhizhao's arm, still dangling at the edge of the bed, bore a fresh bandage on her wrist, concealing the scars of self-harm, a sight that troubled Sang Yuchuan deeply. He may have understood the reasons behind her actions, but chose not to disclose his suspicions to Sang Jinyan. When the police examined Wang Shua's phone, they found her WeChat still logged in. I had been messaging her, making me the first contact in her chat list. That is why she reached out to me for help. He did not consider himself particularly special to Jiang Zhishao in such dire circumstances. Anyone could have served as her lifeline. Sang Jinyan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Are you being too stubborn about this?" Sang Yuchuan remained silent, prompting Sang Jinyan to inquire further. "Should you tell her that you're the little boy who fought alongside her all those years ago?" Sang Yuchuan once again fell silent, having no intention of revealing such information. Firstly, the experiences of those years were profoundly traumatic. He had no knowledge of how Jiang Zhishao had endured all this time. To mention it would only serve to rub salt into her wounds. Secondly, during their escape, Jiang Zhishao had been captured by the fighters, and he had been unable to return in time to rescue her, opting instead to call the police. The reason was simple. At the age of 8, he lacked the ability to confront adults. He was paralyzed by fear. The thought of returning only to find he could not save Jiang Zhishao, while also facing an unrelenting darkness, was unbearable. Thus, when the fighters hoisted Jiang Zhishao over their shoulders, her anguished cries for help piercing the air, he resolutely turned away and ran farther and farther away. He could not forgive his 8-year-old self, just as now, 10 years later, when faced with a similar predicament, if he were unable to find Jiang Zhishao, he knew he would never forgive his 18-year-old self either. Contemplating this, he inhaled deeply and spoke ambiguously. "Let's talk later. She may not even wish to know my identity. As long as you are aware, that suffices." Sang Jingyan refrained from further elaboration, but you might convey a piece of good news to her. The headquarters of Microsoft has demonstrated a keen interest in our gaming project, and their intent to collaborate is robust. Therefore, in the upcoming period, I shall be quite occupied. Ensure she focuses on her recovery and does not overly concern herself with matters of the game. All right, understood. Detecting his lack of enthusiasm, Sang Jingyan could not resist a teasing remark. "You ought to exert yourself more. Currently, the young lady's future appears exceptionally bright. I fear that should her ascent be too swift, you may find yourself unworthy of her before you even graduate." After the call ended, the 4-drip ran dry. Sang Yuchuan summoned a nurse to remove the needle, just as Jiang Zhishao awoke, albeit without opening her eyes. Her hand hung limply over the edge of the bed, somewhat numb, as she planned to discreetly retract her arm once Sang Yuchuan departed. However, she heard a faint clatter from the vicinity. Jiang Zhishao cautiously cracked her eyelids open. Sang Yuchuan had turned off the light and, in the darkness, approached her bedside to lie down. Jiang Zhishao thought, "Is this person sleeping on the floor?" While she pondered this, the hand dangling over the bed was gently grasped to the fingertips. Jiang Zhishao instantly held her breath, paralyzed with tension. Fortunately, the other party's actions did not overstep. A warm sensation radiated from the fingertips along with the words, "Thankfully, I found you." In the old residence of the Sang family, the study, Sang Yinzhou's computer screen displayed the report card just received from the school. The grades from freshman to senior year, along with results from recent major examinations. Even a business mogul occasionally encounters incomprehensible test papers, yet each score was remarkably impressive. He couldn't help but recall Sang Yuchuan's words upon leaving the castle. "I never considered studying abroad, nor do I require you to facilitate my entry into a global top 10 through library donations. The path you have laid out is arduous. I intend to live life on my own terms." At that time, he merely thought Sang Yuchuan was youthful and reckless. How many scions of affluent families are there? Each one is often propped up by parents who gloss over shortcomings with financial means. Poor grades lead to overseas studies, followed by spending money to acquire international accolades to embellish their reputation. Sang Yinzhou had consistently adhered to a similar educational philosophy, placing little emphasis on his grades. After all, the team behind Sang Yuchuan had meticulously mapped out his future since he was quite young. In hindsight, this lad truly possesses an audacious talent. Amidst his surprise, he genuinely felt inclined to let him venture into the world. Perhaps he would prove even more capable than his father. However, Mrs. Sang had been pacing anxiously in front of him, appearing as if the sky were about to fall. He was well aware of the reason, but was reluctant to intervene. The stirrings of adolescence are hardly worth noting. We need not interfere, as they might part ways for reasons unforeseen in the future. Is it merely a trivial infatuation? Mrs. Flaunted, Sang Yinzhou replied. Did he not flee from the underground boxing arena back then? It's perfectly normal for him to care. How can you be so certain that his kindness towards that girl isn't rooted in guilt? At his age, distinguishing between guilt and love is a challenge. Once he comes to understand, the separation will naturally follow. Madame Sang was about to express her thoughts when her phone vibrated suddenly. The homeroom teacher, Bo, had sent a message in the parent notification group, stating that the school would hold a coming-of-age ceremony for the students before the college entrance examination, and attendance was mandatory. Madam Sang was reluctant to attend, as Sang Yuchuan's own coming-of-age ceremony had just concluded, and the school's collective activities often prioritized form over substance. Particularly during the first year of high school, the trend of guilt-driven education was prevalent, and the homeroom teacher, whom Sang Yuchuan humorously dubbed the irritable Chihuahua, insisted that she attend. She hastily made her way to Jincheng, and upon her arrival, without a moment to catch her breath, she was whisked away to the sun-drenched playground. The children stood before their parents, heads bowed in unison, while the host on stage spoke with great emotion. "Children, look at your mother's calloused hands and her wrinkled, aging face." Sang Yuchuan lowered his gaze, his hands adorned with exquisite French manicures. Raising his eyes once more, his skin appeared visibly smooth and refined, complemented by a flawless makeup look. The mother and son exchanged bewildered glances, and ultimately, Madame Sang could scarcely bear to watch, nearly uttering her one and only curse in this lifetime. "Damn!" Beside her, Shun Tinglin's mother articulated her thoughts even more swiftly, questioning whether her husband could express himself appropriately. The language was indeed quite crude. From that moment on, Madame Sang refrained from participating in any further school collective activities. However, this time she resolved to visit the school. Some things could not be communicated with Sang Yuchuan. It was better to converse directly with Jiang Xiao. With this thought in mind, she left her study and called Su Yunxi. "Yunxi, for the school's coming-of-age ceremony, will you accompany Jiao Jiao, or will it be your family's oldie?" Su Yunxi replied, "Oldie's going to Guangxi for a family reunion event, so it will definitely be me. Then please accompany me to meet someone later. I fear I won't understand the local dialect of Jincheng." Chapter 69. Like a little puppy, Jiang Xiao was aware that the coming-of-age ceremony was merely 2 days away. At that moment, the class group chat was abuzz with heated discussions regarding the attire for the occasion. There were two choices: Western formal wear and traditional hanfu. Yet the boys predominantly favored suits. After all, the senior students, under immense pressure, often appeared quite disheveled, particularly those from the science classes, who, after a rigorous exam, looked as if they had just emerged from a whirlwind, oily faces and unkempt hair. The strain of intellectual exertion took its toll on their youthful appearances, leaving them looking rather unrefined. Thus, they possessed a keen self-awareness. Boys like Sang Yuchuan, who managed to remain fresh and handsome even in their final year, were exceedingly rare. For these ordinary lads, the thought of donning such traditional garments was unfathomable. Who could discern whether one was a court eunuch or a top scholar? Jiang Xiao recalled her previous life, where she had fervently advocated for hanfu, as the societal significance of the coming-of-age ceremony for women in ancient times emphasized preparations for marriage. Hanfu bore a striking resemblance to wedding attire. On that fateful day, she had penned in her diary, "Today, upon seeing the selection of hanfu, I was so thrilled that I even thought of names for the children I would have with Sang Yuchuan. Let us name them Zhao Zhao." Inspired by the phrase "From Chong Guxing," greenery in the garden awaits the morning dew, the character Zhao symbolizes vitality. I also want to take a photo with him. In the future, I will show the picture to Zhao Zhao and tell her that her parents were married at the age of 18. Yet this time around, there was no Zhao Zhao. In the morning dew from Chong Guxing would vanish once the sun rose, much like the fleeting nature of youth. When one awakens, it has already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Xiao had no intention of engaging in a fierce debate over hanfu with the boys as she had in her past life. After all, the outcome of her previous endeavor had resulted in neither a formal dress nor hanfu. Considering that classes would resume in the afternoon, the school opted for a uniform dress code. The girls would wear white blouses paired with navy blue pleated skirts, while the boys donned white shirts with suit trousers. Upon receiving this announcement, a chorus of dismay erupted in the class. The disparity was too great. Jiang Xiao hadn't even taken a photograph. In light of this, she chose not to partake in the discussions and merely glanced at the notification before exiting the WeChat interface. The following day, while en route back to Langyu after her discharge from the hospital, Jiang Xiao received a message from her homeroom teacher, Bo. Your attire for the coming-of-age ceremony has been arranged for you. If your health permits, please come to school tomorrow morning. We will collectively take a bus to Guozijian for the ceremony. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the sedatives in her system, Jiang Zhixiao felt somewhat dazed. Attire? Guozijian? If they were to visit Guozijian, she would undoubtedly need to wear hanfu. Why was there such a stark contrast from her previous memories? Jiang Zhixiao replied, "Will we not wear the standard school uniform?" Su Bo responded, "The original plan was indeed to wear the standard school uniform for the ceremony in the school auditorium. However, some students suggested that since the coming-of-age ceremony occurs only once in a lifetime, and given its significance in traditional Chinese culture, it should be celebrated grandly." Jiang Zhixiao still found the situation perplexing. The opportunities she had failed to seize in her past life were now falling into her lap in this one. Su Bo inquired further, "Will any other parents from your family be attending your coming-of-age ceremony?" There is a segment dedicated to opening letters, necessitating the writing of a correspondence. If one cannot attend, it is of no consequence. Su Bo is aware of Jiang Zhixiao's familial circumstances and speaks with great delicacy. In the previous life, it was Lu Furong who attended, during which time the homeroom teacher, a rather irritable individual, was relentless in her pursuit of Lu Furong to participate, insisting that her absence would tarnish the class's collective honor. Eventually, Lu Furong, worn down by the incessant calls, relented and attended. When she reached the letter-opening segment, Jiang Zhixiao discovered nothing but a blank sheet of paper within the envelope. At that moment, the sun had rendered Lu Furong quite irritable. "I am not your mother. It is a feat in itself that I am here. So do not expect me to write a letter." Lu Furong was not mistaken. She was neither a relative nor a guardian, merely a purchaser. Yet, witnessing her classmates surrounded by their parents, who were encouraging them with words like, "Now that you are adults, venture forth bravely. Your parents will always support you as you move forward." Jiang Zhixiao could not suppress her feelings of disappointment. She found herself thinking of her own mother. Recollecting her thoughts, Jiang Zhixiao replied, "I can manage alone." Su Bo immediately sent a playful emoji and jested. The custom-made hanfu resembles wedding attire, so little couples, remember to thank the school. Little couples. Did that include her? Was Su Bo mistaken? Jiang Zhixiao glanced at Sang Yuchuan, who was also looking at her. "Let us take a photo for the coming-of-age ceremony," he suddenly suggested. Jiang Zhixiao nodded. "There will be a group photo." Sang Yuchuan smiled and corrected her. "Only a photo of the two of us." At a loss for words, she hesitated, his youthful, refined visage illuminated by the rich evening glow outside, exuding a gentle warmth. Jiang Zhixiao remained silent, sensing an inexplicable awkwardness. Upon arriving at the Longyu residence, the corridor had been tidied by the driver, appearing just as it had before, devoid of any signs of conflict. When Sang Yuchuan opened the door, Jiang Zhixiao remembered that the parcel she had sent to Jinggang had gone missing. Looking around, she blurted out, "Where is it?" Sang Yuchuan entered the code to unlock the door. "What parcel?" "A cardboard box. I intended to send it the day the incident occurred. It has already been sent." Jiang Zhixiao paused, taken aback by his thoughtfulness. As Sang Yuchuan ushered her into the house, he remarked, "The path you carved with your blood. How could I not assist in sending it away?" Jiang Zhixiao. The gaming project had indeed consumed much of her energy, but blood? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Reacting, she recalled the scene of the fight and clarified, "It was not my blood." Sang Yuchuan, halfway through changing his shoes, looked up at her. "It was Wang Shua's blood. I stabbed him. Sang Yuchuan." So, he mistakenly believed that pool of blood belonged to Jiang Zhixiao and nearly lost control. Meanwhile, the person in question squinted her eyes and smiled at him with an air of confidence, as if everything was effortlessly within her grasp and did not require his intervention. Accustomed to the heroic rescue narratives, Sang Yuchuan felt an unexpected sense of frustration and could not help but remind her, "Don't you want to say something to me?" "What?" Sang Yuchuan was suddenly both amused and exasperated. "Is it so difficult for you to express a word of thanks? Where's your conscience?" Oh, he was clearly teasing her. Because he saved her and rallied the entire class to donate blood, expressing gratitude was only fitting. Yet, Jiang Zhixiao was notoriously obstinate. Words of thanks did not come easily to her lips. She turned and took a couple of steps toward Sang Yuchuan, gazing at him with a bemused expression. Sang Yuchuan, you particularly resemble a species at this moment. Describing him as a species, Jiang Zhixiao instinctively sensed that it was not a compliment. Nonetheless, he could not resist the bait. What? He inquired. A little dog that has completed its master's command, eagerly awaiting a reward, with its tongue lolling out. Sang Yuchuan felt a flicker of annoyance, his tongue poking at his cheek, the corners of his lips curving into an ambiguous smile that teetered between exasperation and amusement. Jiang Zhixiao, however, promptly retreated to her bedroom. After a brief tidying up, she discovered some blank sketch paper remaining in her drawer. Perhaps the relentless hustle of daily life had ingrained a habit within her. Suddenly finding herself idle felt somewhat disconcerting. She recalled her homeroom teacher's mention of the letter opening ceremony. With her parents still unaccounted for, it seemed that this rite of passage would be a solitary endeavor. Thus, she resolved to pen a letter to herself. Before reuniting with her parents, she would nurture herself well. Retrieving a craft knife to sharpen her pencil, she settled down and swiftly began to sketch, gradually outlining the figures. She depicted a specialized costume for kunku opera, with flowing sleeves and drooping eyes, a different visage of her mother. The audience in her drawing was a little girl just over a year old, still seated in a walker. As for her father, her memories were indeed vague. The footage had not revealed his face. Therefore, she could only outline the silhouette of a man in a suit, his features remaining blank. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhixiao conjured a scene of a blissful family of three basking in sunlight through the power of her imagination. With her pencil lifted, she searched for an envelope, and it was then that she overheard Sang Yuchuan in the living room, speaking on speakerphone. A woman on the other end said, "I've arrived in Jinsheng. I'm not staying at a hotel. Little Sue is here to pick me up. Tomorrow, we will head straight to Guozijian." Chapter 70. The Infatuated One. Jiang Zhixiao did not take it to heart. After locating the envelope, she neatly folded the artwork into 3 layers and tucked it inside, only to be interrupted by the sound of a knock at the door from Sang Yuchuan. Jiang Zhixiao promptly tossed the envelope in her backpack and turned her chair to face him, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Sang Yuchuan entered, presenting her with a brand new iPhone. It was then that she recalled her previous phone had gone missing, likely discarded by Wang Shuo during his abduction. "I've installed a tracking app, allowing me to monitor your location at all times," he stated, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction, making it hard for anyone to perceive his intentions as intrusive. Jiang Zhixiao, however, did not dwell on that aspect and accepted the phone, examining it with curiosity. It boasted the latest model with top-tier specifications. She then raised the device and teasingly asked, "Do I owe you my gratitude this time?" "Do as you wish," he replied. His jaw clenched, yet he tilted his head in a manner that suggested a mixture of defeat and an attempt to maintain his dignity. The following day, Jiang Zhixiao and Sang Yuchuan entered the classroom in succession, instantly igniting a wave of chatter among their peers. Wow! Initially, Jiang Zhixiao felt somewhat bewildered. There was no hint of sarcasm in their tone, reminiscent of being called upon by a teacher to answer a question, only to falter and be prompted to seek assistance from a classmate. Inadvertently, she called out a boy's name, her cheeks flushing amidst the cacophony of laughter. The uproar was a blatant expression of youthful exuberance. Someone shouted, "The princess consort finally reveals her true self." Another round of cheers erupted. Upon returning to her seat, Jiang Zhixiao pulled Meng Xiaojiao to the restroom to change into Hanfu. As Meng Xiaojiao changed, she remarked, "I told you. You can't hide your relationship with young Master Sang." Previously, many believed Jiang Zhixiao and Sang Yuchuan had fallen out. Whenever they were seen together, it was assumed they were either arguing or debating. However, after the rumor spread following that rainy night, Sang Yuchuan had taken Jiang Zhixiao away by tugging at her backpack, and they had both vanished for an entire week. When they reappeared, it was to announce that Sang Yuchuan had rallied the entire class to donate blood for Jiang Zhixiao, albeit not without compensation. Each donor would receive 5,000 in return. It was at that moment that everyone finally grasped the nature of their relationship. After removing her school uniform jacket, leaving her in a thin t-shirt, Jiang Zhixiao began to don her hanfu, speaking unabashedly, What nonsense is this about being a princess consort? It sounds terrible. Sang Yuchuan, as a descendant of a prominent family in Beijing, was privately referred to as the prince by the boys. If he is the prince, then you must surely be the princess consort, she retorted. A jolt of realization struck her. The Qing dynasty had fallen, and his words made it sound as if he could still reign supreme. Engaging in casual banter, they emerged from the changing room in their hanfu, and Meng Xiaojiao's eyes widened with astonishment. Wow, in hanfu, you look even more like a princess consort. The hanfu worn by their class was custom-made, styled as a curved robe from the spring and autumn or warring states period, predominantly white with blue embroidery along the narrow sleeves. Meng Xiaojiao was unsure if it was a traditional version, but it undeniably looked exquisite, with Jiang Zhixiao's striking features complemented by her elegantly simple hanfu. Her delicate and noble countenance was accentuated. Flustered by the generous compliments of those around her, Jiang Zhixiao felt a wave of embarrassment. Other students from different classes lingered in the restroom, and as Meng Xiaojiao spoke, heads began to pop out of the stalls. Then, with a resounding thud, the stall doors slammed shut as everyone hurriedly donned their hanfu, determined not to be outdone. Meng Xiaojiao playfully turned Jiang Zhixiao around, sensing something was amiss, and then suddenly slapped her forehead. No wonder this outfit feels off. There's a wide blue sash at the waist to cover the triangular panel of the skirt. I left my bag behind. Come on, let us head back to class. Once I tie this sash for you, it will accentuate your waist, Meng Xiaojiao declared, taking Jiang Zhixiao's hand as they returned to their classroom. Upon arrival, they found their seats surrounded by a crowd, leading Jiang Zhixiao to worry something was amiss. However, she was met with the sight of a large orange and yellow LV gift box resting on their desks, containing a limited edition backpack. Wow, LV! Meng Xiaojiao exclaimed in shock. Who sent this? Isn't it obvious? In our class, and even across the entire school, how many can afford LV at our age? Jiang Zhixiao stared at the bag for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the birthday gift He Jiaojiao had asked Sang Yuchuan to buy for her? How did it end up here? She turned to look back, only to see He Jiaojiao's strained expression, clearly indicating she had not received it. With a glare at Jiang Zhixiao, she stormed out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Shun Tinglan and Sang Yuchuan had also changed into hanfu and exited the restroom. While the wine-red robe lacked the intricate craftsmanship of the girl's hanfu, Sang Yuchuan wore it with a unique flair. Dashing, exceedingly handsome, it made Shun Tinglan appear even more like a eunuch. This prompted a barrage of complaints from someone amidst the gazes of passers-by. For heaven's sake, so absorbed in your own charm, utterly oblivious to others. Why should everyone's coming-of-age ceremony be tailored just for you? Sang Yuchuan raised his eyes, replying simply, because it's my money. Shun Tinglan fell silent. The act of purchasing hanfu for all the seniors to match with someone felt oddly reminiscent of. Shun Tinglan shot him a sidelong glance, discerning the truth. You're such a sycophant. Sang Yuchuan frowned, lifting his chin defiantly. I'm not. Shun Tinglan's face was a canvas of intrigue, ready to enumerate the reasons, when Sang Yuchuan abruptly interrupted. Are you sharing your location with Meng Xiaojiao? Shun Tinglan replied. I drop her off home every day. Is location sharing necessary? Sang Yuchuan halted, scrutinizing Shun Tinglan from top to bottom with a languid tone, hinting at a barely perceptible pride. Apologies, but I share mine with Jiang Zhixiao. Shun Tinglan retorted. Aren't you two living together? Is location sharing essential? And that distinguishes me from you. Sang Yuchuan smiled slightly. She's just too clingy. If she doesn't see me for a moment, she'll come looking. Shun Tinglan huffed in frustration, exclaiming, seriously, in that cramped apartment of yours, why not just buy a walkie-talkie? Sang Yuchuan replied, she actively shared her location with me. Shun Tinglan retorted, what? Sang Yuchuan smirked, my friend, who exactly is the one chasing after someone here? Shun Tinglan fell silent, pondering how to retort effectively to salvage her dignity, when He Jiaojiao emerged. Don't you owe me an explanation? She questioned, as she always prided herself on being uncontentious, believing that whatever she desired would eventually find its way back to her. Thus, she had never regarded Sang Yuchuan's infatuation with Jiang Zhixiao with any seriousness. After all, The two were clearly not of the same ilk in terms of status, standing, or achievements. Initially, He Jiaojiu merely intended to prod Sang Yuchuan and use others to dissuade Jiang Zixiao. However, as time passed, Sang Yuchuan became increasingly brazen, leaving her with no semblance of face. Especially after the kidnapping incident, she realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. She detested the anxiety that accompanied losing control, to the point where even a handbag could provoke her meticulous scrutiny. I asked you to buy me a bag, and I thought you had forgotten. May I ask why the bag I adore is now in Jiang Zixiao's possession? Sang Yuchuan's tone was remarkably calm. It doesn't suit you. He did not elaborate on what was unsuitable. He Jiao gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Have you forgotten what you promised me? No sooner had the words left her lips than a slender arm reached out, holding the very bag she had longed for. He Jiao looked up, surprised to find Jiang Zixiao standing beside her. With a steady demeanor, she inquired, "Do you like it?" He Jiao hesitated. Jiang Zixiao continued, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Chapter 71. The Reunion of Mother and Daughter. Jiang Zixiao stood nearly as tall as He Jiao, adorned in traditional Han attire that accentuated her poised demeanor. In their shared gaze, an unspoken superiority seemed to linger. The surrounding atmosphere fell silent, with no one daring to utter a word, tacitly acknowledging this as a contest between rivals. He Jiao's expression soured. "What do you mean?" Quite literally, Jiang Zixiao replied with a shrug. Her fingertips dug into her palm, while He Jiao, biting her cheek, remained silent. She desired the bag. That much was clear, yet her desire hinged on Sang Yuchuan's proactive stance. She had even envisioned that if he could provide her with a reasonable explanation or retrieve the bag from Jiang Zixiao, she would not feel so defeated. At the very least, it would allow her to envision a victorious conclusion in her competition with Jiang Zixiao, rather than being handed a gift that rendered her a mere jester. Frustration simmered within He Jiao as Jiang Zixiao directly thrust the bag in her arms. If you want something, strive for it yourself, rather than hiding behind a myriad of convoluted tactics. With that, she turned and returned to the classroom. Meng Xiaojiao voiced her discontent. Xiao, why did you give the bag to her? Why not? Jiang Zixiao countered. That was a gift from Sang Xianqiao to you. A singular coming-of-age ceremony. A transition from childhood to adulthood, symbolized by a luxury item. Such a profound meaning. Jiang Zixiao felt an echo of familiarity in Meng Xiaojiao's words. A once-in-a-lifetime coming-of-age ceremony. A singular love throughout one's life. The slogan of that particular bag advertisement. Regaining her composure, Jiang Zixiao smiled. In that case, I certainly cannot accept it. Moreover, among luxury items, I detest bags the most. I never liked them before, and I still do not. Meng Xiaojiao seemed ready to protest further, but as she lifted her gaze, she froze. Jiang Zixiao followed her line of sight to see Sang Yuchuan standing at the front door. Visible anger etched across his brow. It was unclear how much he had overheard. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Su Bo, appeared, ushering everyone outside to hurry down the stairs and board the bus to Guozijian. Jiang Zixiao shifted her gaze, noticing Meng Xiaojiao in a flurry, hastily packing her cosmetics, presumably intending to apply makeup on the bus. After waiting for her a moment, Jiang Zixiao stood and left. Sang Yuchuan remained motionless as Shun Tinglan suddenly dashed out from the side, wrapping his arm around Sang Yuchuan's neck. "Did you not just say Yuunti?" Sang Yuchuan stumbled back a couple of steps, and Shun Tinglan continued, "Unknowingly licking your wounds, my friend. Our Xiaojiao would never part with the gift I bestowed upon her." Sang Yuchuan shrugged off his grip and strode directly out of the classroom. Shin Tinglan took a deep breath, finally feeling relieved. The coming-of-age ceremony briefly alleviated the pressure of the impending college entrance examinations, with boys and girls in Han attire weaving through every corner of the campus. A row of buses lined the parking lot as Jiang Zixiao searched for her class's vehicle, while Meng Xiaojiao continued to murmur about the bag. Jiang Zixiao spoke as she searched. "If a gift is essential to commemorate this special day of coming of age, I hope it is a pair of shoes. For I will traverse many paths in the future, and I wish for my first pair of shoes as an adult to ensure my journey ahead is comfortable." Meng Xiaojiao pondered for a moment, realizing that it wouldn't be appropriate for Sang Xiaoqiao to gift her shoes, as it would imply sending her away. Jiang Zhixiao, with a tone of persistent correction, asserted, "Who needs him to give me anything? I intend to purchase them myself, using my first earnings." Once seated in the car, Jiang Zhixiao chose a spot by the window. As Meng Xiaojiao prepared to join her, Sang Yuchuan's arm casually crossed over the back of the seat. Turning his head to assert, "I intend to occupy this space for the long haul." Jiang Zhixiao immediately lifted her gaze. Even the most oblivious Meng Xiaojiao could read the atmosphere at this moment and was about to shift to the back when Jiang Zhixiao hurriedly called out, "I need to help Xiaojiao with her makeup." A fleeting look of confusion crossed Meng Xiaojiao's face, but upon realizing the situation, she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I brought my cosmetics." Sang Yuchuan wore a half-smile, questioning the necessity of makeup. In the back seat, Shun Tinglei found amusement in the situation, remarking that the dress wasn't tailor-made for her. Without makeup, did they expect her to play the role of a maid beside the crown princess? Shun Tinglei's chatter was unrestrained, and concerned that he might divulge more than intended. Sang Yuchuan shot him a glare before leisurely moving to the back seat. Meng Xiaojiao quickly settled beside Jiang Zhixiao, fanning herself and exclaiming, "Oh my, you startled me. Did you see the look in his eyes? He truly has a domineering presence." Jiang Zhixiao focused on rummaging through Meng Xiaojiao's makeup. Since they were acting, it was essential to do so authentically. Meng Xiaojiao hesitated, casting a glance back and lowering her voice. "Xiao, can you really do makeup? It's a once-in-a-lifetime rite of passage. Don't practice on me now." Jiang Zhixiao offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, assuring her, "I know a bit, probably more than you." As she spoke, she squeezed a pea-sized amount of sunscreen into her palm, dabbed her ring finger into it, and raised her hand. Despite her doubts, Meng Xiaojiao complied obediently. In her previous life, Jiang Zhixiao had fervently studied makeup during her university years, even purchasing an online course from Mao Geping, all in hopes of one day dazzling Sang Yuchuan. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that she was already an extraordinary person. Why alter her appearance for a man? Just like now, Meng Xiaojiao couldn't help but stare at Jiang Zhixiao's curled eyelashes and her flawless skin that seemed devoid of pores, exclaiming, "Xiao, how is your skin so perfect?" Jiang Zhixiao, still in motion, replied, "If you stop squeezing your pimples, your skin will be even better than mine." Shun Tinglei, likely bored, stood up to lean over the seat, scrutinizing, "What is that you're applying? It looks like patches, all uneven." Jiang Zhixiao worked swiftly. "It's concealer. The areas where she had pimples are slightly red, and they need to be covered." Shun Tinglei observed further and inquired, "And what is that red stuff for?" "Blush, to enhance her complexion." "And now what are you doing?" "Applying makeup to conceal dark circles before the eye makeup." Shun Tinglei asked questions along the way until he saw Jiang Zhixiao dipping a brush into a dark eyeshadow, at which point he could hardly contain himself. "Aren't you supposed to be covering dark circles? Why must one apply black eyeshadow beneath the eyes? To create the illusion of under-eye bags, dear brother." Even Shun Tinglan is astounded. "Is this not a singular location? You two must be seriously unwell." Jiang Zhixiao is utterly exasperated. "Get away from me. And while you're at it, please close your mouth." The individual begrudgingly complies, taking a seat. "My daughter-in-law has truly transformed into a royal consort. Her temper is quite formidable." Sang Yuchuan pays him no mind, silently placing headphones over his ears. 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhixiao sets down her powder brush and presents the mirror to Meng Xiaojiao. "Take a look." Meng Xiaojiao cannot help but gawk, and before she can utter a word, Shen Tinglan leans in. "Wow, what a miraculous transformation. Not a single blemish is visible." As he reaches to touch Meng Xiaojiao's face, she swiftly pushes his hand away. "If you dare smudge even a fraction of the makeup I painstakingly applied, I will end you." Perhaps due to her extraordinary skill, other girls begin to gather, clamoring for Jiang Zhixiao to work her magic on them. In a good mood, Jiang Zhixiao accommodates nearly every request, though time is of the essence, and she can only make simple adjustments. After each alteration, the recipients express their admiration for Jiang Zhixiao's artistry. with some even believing that the cosmetics she uses surpass their own in quality. Amidst the lively chatter of the girls and the boys who refrain from dampening the atmosphere, the essence of youth radiates vibrantly in this moment. Of course, aside from the individual in the back, who sits with headphones on, his expression unchanging as the scenery outside whizzes by. His face, devoid of any trace of joy, reflects a heavy, oppressive mood. Jiang Zhixiao's peripheral vision catches him, and she suddenly perceives that the aura he exudes bears an uncanny resemblance to her own from a past life. After 9 o'clock, the vehicle arrives at Guozijian. Parents have been waiting for some time. Each student disembarks, promptly escorted away by their families. Knowing Jiang Zhixiao is alone, Meng Xiaojiao instructs her to wait at the Desheng gate where the ceremony will take place. I'll go fetch my parents. Choose whichever one you fancy. After the ceremony, you can return them to me. I have no objections to calling them mom or dad. What is mine is yours. With that, she dashes off. Jiang Zhixiao feels a twinge of emotion, almost moved to tears. All around her are young men and women clutching bouquets, creating a bustling atmosphere at Guozijian. Jiang Zhixiao collects herself and merges into the crowd, arriving at the Desheng gate, where she finds a less crowded spot to wait for Meng Xiaojiao. Just as she is about to send a WeChat message, someone suddenly taps her shoulder from behind. At that instant, she nearly exclaims mother-in-law. Of course, she would never address her that way. Mother-in-law is merely a note she has saved for Lady Sang. She had anticipated Lady Sang's arrival and intended to feign ignorance upon encountering her, but she never expected Lady Sang would seek her out. As her gaze shifts, the middle-aged woman standing beside Lady Sang nearly leaves Jiang Zhixiao in a state of shock, rendering her momentarily disoriented. Chapter 72. It is indeed each other. Su Yunxi, her mother. Why is she here? Jiang Zhixiao's lips quivered, the word mother almost escaping her lips, yet she was met with Su Yunxi's bewildered gaze, as though she were a stranger. After all, she had been lost at the age of 5, and 13 years had since passed. Her appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation, far removed from that of the child she once was. Yet her mother still resembled the figure etched in her memories, youthful, beautiful. Adorned in a chic Chanel suit and cradling a bouquet of flowers, she appeared even more radiant than Jiang Zhixiao remembered. Had she remarried? Had she borne another child? Otherwise, to whom were those flowers intended? A torrent of questions surged forth. Even more perplexing for Jiang Zhixiao was the sight of her mother alongside her past life's mother-in-law. They stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, until Su Yunxi broke the silence with a suggestion. Shall we first greet Yuchuan? I've searched for him everywhere. Jiang Zhixiao paused for 2 seconds, mechanically reminding he is the student representative and is supposed to speak on stage. He should be preparing backstage. It was only then that she regained her composure. You must have something to discuss with me. Mrs. Sang scrutinized her from head to toe, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her gaze. She had anticipated that Jiang Zhixiao would be more astute than she had imagined. Nodding slightly, she said, I am Sang Yuchuan's mother. Jiang Zhixiao thought to herself, of course I know. After all, the enmity from the confinement period was irreconcilable, and she would never forget what Mrs. Sang had done to her when she gave birth to Zhao Zhao. How could she possibly be unaware of who this old witch was? Yet, she refrained from voicing this in front of Mrs. Sang. As more people gathered, Mrs. Sang gestured toward a direction, and the three of them moved to stand behind the Jinsher nameplate. Mrs. Sang got straight to the point. Yuchuan refuses to celebrate his birthday in Jinggang because of you. Jiang Zhixiao's attention had been fixated on Su Yunxi, but Mrs. Sang's words shattered her thoughts. I did not attend his birthday. I know, Mrs. Sang replied, clearly privy to more information. His birthday was on April 29th. Initially, a coming-of-age ceremony was scheduled in Jinggang, but because of you, the ceremony was postponed to May 3rd. Memories of past lives collided instantaneously in Jiang Zhixiao's mind. In her previous life, she had implored Sang Yuchuan to let her attend his birthday banquet, only to be met with his heartless dismissal. You're not suited to attend. At that time, she had believed that he simply did not wish for her presence, never considering that his birthday celebration was originally set in Jinggang. In her past life, he indeed celebrated his birthday in Jincheng, taking a few days off. If that were the case, she truly was unfit to attend. Yet, he had postponed the entire event by 4 days for her sake. Why would he do such a thing? Her participation in his birthday banquet seemed inconsequential. Something stirred within her heart, causing it to flutter. Mrs. Sang, however, scrutinized Jiang Zhixiao closely. You're quite beautiful, but that is all you have. Young lady, are you familiar with Yuchuan's family? Do you know what our family does? Jiang Zhixiao listened quietly, refraining from speaking. The emotions of youth are pure, yet as one progresses, it becomes apparent that mere feelings are often insufficient. Knowledge and lineage bear equal weight. To put it differently, in families such as ours, social standing is valued over mere appearances. It appears this visit is intended to dissuade. Jiang Zhixiao raised her head. Aunt, have you misunderstood? Madame Sang regarded her skeptically, scrutinizing Jiang Zhixiao from head to toe. The Hanfu lent her an air of elegance, yet the worn canvas shoes betrayed her humble origins. Young lady, He Jiao is your classmate, is she not? Jiang Zhixiao nodded. Indeed. Their families have been intertwined for generations. Although no formal betrothal was arranged, the parents are well acquainted, having watched each other as children grow. She nearly stated outright that only a girl of He Jiao's standing would be deemed worthy of becoming her daughter-in-law, despite the He family's lesser means compared to the Sang family. In Madame Sang's perspective, when it comes to marriage and progeny, the bride's family merely needs to be respectable. Furthermore, He Jiao has been groomed by He Zhanting from a young age, so her education is not a concern. While she does not require a fully comparable lineage, it does not imply that those of humble beginnings may seize opportunities. You may not grasp my meaning. Thus, today I have come with Jiao's mother to illustrate the disparity. After casting a glance at Su Yun's attire, she nodded in satisfaction. You might want to reflect on what we wear, how we communicate, and how your mother interacts with others. Initially, Jiang Zhixiao perceived only the condescension and superiority in Madame Sang's tone. But as she grasped the underlying implications, Madame Sang had already summoned He Jiao. Jiao, over here. Not far off, He Jiao spoke briefly with Li Xiang before hastily approaching and standing beside Su Yunxi. Su Yunxi, seizing the moment, presented the bouquet she held to He Jiao, her voice imbued with the tenderness of an elder. For your enjoyment, a specially curated bouquet to celebrate adulthood. I hope you like it. He Jiao accepted the flowers, glanced at them, pouted in disdain. How unattractive they were, she would rather have received nothing. Then, turning to Jiang Zhixiao, as if recalling the previous slight involving the bag, she thrust the bouquet forward and teasingly asked, Would you like them? I can give them to you. Jiang Zhixiao stood rooted to the spot. How ironic. The stepmother that He Jiao found so distasteful was, in fact, the mother she yearned for. Jiang Zhixiao refrained from accepting the flowers, uncertain if it was intentional or accidental, and equally unclear if He Jiao was aware of her connection with Su Yunxi. She likely did not know, as Su Yunxi had yet to recognize her. Noticing Jiang Zhixiao's refusal, He Jiao did not press further, returning the flowers to Su Yunxi before turning to seek Li Xiang for photographs. Su Yunxi felt a pang of disappointment. Despite her efforts to be amiable, she could not elicit a favorable response. Madame Sang and Jiang Zhixiao remained silent, enveloped in an oddly tense quietude, prompting Su Yunxi to break the silence with a casual inquiry. After all this conversation, she still did not know what to call her. Jiang Zhixiao momentarily hesitated, unsure whether to address her as aunt or mother, simply gazing at her and articulating, Zhixiao? Su Yunxi paused, seemingly taken aback that after so many years, she could still hear that familiar name. Which Zhi, which Xiao? The Zhi from to know, and the Xiao from dawn. Her father's surname is He. Aren't you surnamed Jiang? Lady Sang furrowed her brows, then recalled that, like Sang Yuchuan, she had also been sold to an underground boxing ring. It seemed likely that he was her original surname, and upon entering the ring, she adopted the surname Jiang, which no longer seemed surprising. Su Yunxi was left in a state of disbelief. How old are you this year? Jiang Zhixiao's palms were marked with traces she had dug out, a sense of grievance seemingly bubbling up from within. 17. On August 18th of this year, she would turn 18. In a flash, Su Yunxi was utterly stunned. Chapter 73. Tying the belt for her, there was neither surprise nor a sense of regained connection. Only astonishment remained on Su Yunxi's face, as if she could hardly believe that the other party had actually appeared here. After a moment of reflection, a faint smile emerged. Such a fine age. Jiang Zhixiao keenly observed the subtle expressions flitting across Su Yunxi's face, and she too was momentarily taken aback. The recognition was evident. Why, then, did the response seem so peculiar? In the midst of her confusion, Madame Sang continued, "You are a clever child, and I have made my expectations abundantly clear. I hope you will not disappoint me." As her words faded, a crackle from a subpar speaker drew the attention of several individuals towards the podium. The ceremony was about to commence. Originally, there were numerous procedures to follow, such as passing through the rite of passage, reading letters, and paying respects before the statue of Confucius. However, the school had not anticipated such a large turnout of students and parents. The small Guozijian was utterly congested, no one able to move freely. Consequently, the teachers were not allowed to organize a queue. Everyone was instructed to stand in place while the commencement of the ceremony was announced. The principal delivers speech, followed by the head of the grade, and then words from the host of the Guozijian. Finally, Sang Yuchuan, as the student representative, took the stage. Naturally handsome with well-defined features, he donned a striking red robe, exuding the imposing aura of a ruler from the Warring States period. Rather than a king, Jiang Zhixiao perceived him as a valiant general, radiating charisma and standing out remarkably, to the extent that Madame Sang momentarily forgot her intention to speak to Jiang Zhixiao, focusing instead on capturing photographs of her son with her phone. Once he completed his address, the ceremony transitioned to the award segment, honoring the top 18 students in individual subjects, as well as the top 10 overall. Sang Yuchuan and He Jiaojiao consistently ascended the stage, while others came and went. Only they remained steadfast. Someone behind casually remarked, "They could just stand there. Why keep going up? They're bound to be called every time." It was difficult to discern whether the sentiment was envy or admiration, yet Madame Sang was undeniably proud. The camera frame captured solely Sang Yuchuan and He Jiaojiao, and she turned to Su Yunxi, exclaiming, "Look at these two children. They are such a perfect match." Su Yunxi smiled faintly, drawing closer to Jiang Zhixiao. "Will you be receiving an award?" Her tone bore an underlying expectation, tinged with a hint of elderliness. Jiang Zhixiao was at a loss for words that would not lead to disappointment. Madame Sang turned her gaze, scanning Jiang Zhixiao from head to toe. "Her?" she muttered under her breath. "Whether she gets into university is still debatable." The disdain was palpable. She then put away her phone, saying, "I'm heading to the front row. Would you like to join me?" Su Yunxi glanced at Jiang Zhixiao and shook her head. "There are too many people. It's stuffy in the front. I'll wait for you here." Detecting no unusual emotion in her voice, Madame Sang promptly departed towards the front. In an instant, only Su Yunxi and Jiang Zhixiao remained. Yet, with others still present, unspoken words lingered in the air. Su Yunxi took out her phone. "I see you have a good relationship with my Jiao Jiao. Let us add each other on WeChat. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Jiang Zhixiao found it impossible to fathom her intentions. The only plausible explanation was Su Yunxi's current status. She was He Jiao's stepmother, having ascended from the position of a nanny, and it seemed many circumstances were beyond her control. Yet, if that were the case, why had she made such a grand effort to seek her out in previous years? After all, He Jiao's father was also her father. Jiang Zhixiao's fingers trembled as she scanned Su Yunxi's QR code, just as her homeroom teacher, Su Bo, approached with 2 envelopes extracted from a plastic bag. These letters were penned by parents for their children. Typically, there would be a letter opening segment, so 2 days prior to the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony, Su Bo had requested parents to send their letters to her. Unfortunately, due to the large crowd, the original procedure could not be followed, and amidst the chaos, she had to search for individuals. When encountering students, she handed over the letters, and when meeting parents, she directly requested them to pass them on. A thick envelope was placed in Su Yunxi's hands, and Su Bo first apologized. "I'm sorry. The scene is too chaotic. The letter opening segment has been canceled. Please give it directly to Jiao Jiao later. She will surely be touched. Then she added, the letter you wrote to Jiao Jiao is the thickest in the class. It's evident that you put considerable thought into it. Su Yun, she smiled, though her smile was tinged with mixed emotions, as if memories flooded her mind. And she cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Zhixiao. There was a sense of guilt, unease, and an inexplicable array of emotions. Su Bo then handed Jiang Zhixiao the other, thinner envelope. At that moment, as she received it, Jiang Zhixiao felt it was almost burning in her hands. This letter was her own creation, containing a drawing she had envisioned of a blissful family of 3. In that instant, she yearned to open it and show it to Su Yun Shi, yet she could not overlook the fact that the latter had matters of greater significance to attend to. Teacher, how is my Jiao Jiao performing academically? If her grades are poor, how could she possibly take the stage so many times? She is performing quite steadily, so there is no need for concern, Su Bo assured her. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun, she decided to voice her apprehensions. Can she gain admission to Qingbei? This time, it was Su Bo's turn to fall silent, seemingly reluctant to hurt her feelings. He employed all of his emotional intelligence in his choice of words. The situation is that the quotas for Qingbei are typically secured by the top scorers from various provinces and cities, with total scores generally exceeding 680. With Jiao Jiao's capabilities, she could consider Renmin University, Capital Normal University, Tianjin University, or Nankai University, even Fudan University. There is no necessity to pursue a less popular major at Qingbei. The implication was unmistakable. The coveted majors at Qingbei were out of reach. And even if her scores were sufficient, she would likely have to settle for a different major, with no guarantee of success. How could Su Yun she not perceive this? She forced a smile. Her father held lofty expectations for her, envisioning her at Qingbei, bringing pride to their family. Jiang Zhixiao bit her lip, absorbing the weight of his words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Bo moved on to seek out other parents. 10 minutes later, the ceremony concluded. Mrs. Sang called Su Yun Shi, and, after hanging up, just as she was about to leave, Su Yun Shi suddenly turned around. She reached out and gently squeezed Jiang Zhixiao's arm, her brow furrowing in unexpected concern. Why are you so thin? Jiang Zhixiao felt a momentary daze, unable to detach herself from her mother's sudden warmth and care. She pressed down heavily once more, then withdrew her hand, lowering her voice. I will contact you. All right. Jiang Zhixiao gazed into her eyes, watching her depart. Perhaps out of reluctance, Jiang Zhixiao uncontrollably stepped out from behind the Jinshine monument, her gaze trailing the silhouette that gradually receded. At that moment, Meng Xiaojiao spotted Jiang Zhixiao and immediately darted through the crowd. Where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. Our parents have left. Jiang Zhixiao's eyes sparkled brightly. Xiaojiao, I have a mother. Meng Xiaojiao, unable to grasp the implication, replied. Who doesn't have a mother? Everyone has one. It's just that your mother didn't come today. After saying this, she circled around Jiang Zhixiao and loosened the loosely tied blue belt at her waist. Your belt is too loose. Let me help you tie it again. The Hanfu's belt was wide and long, and Meng Xiaojiao wrapped it several times, but the knot remained perpetually slack. As Jiang Zhixiao felt the person behind her attempting multiple times, she was about to say it was fine when the other's breath brushed against her head. Do you not like the adult gift I gave you? The deep voice echoed in her ears, and Jiang Zhixiao realized that the person tying her belt had inexplicably transformed into Sang Yuchuan. She quickly took a step forward, but the belt was abruptly tugged back, causing her to crash into the firm chest of a young man behind her. From a distance, it appeared as though he had embraced her from behind, though it was not a posture of affection. In the midst of questioning, the young man continued his task of tying the knot at her waist. As he leaned down to speak, Jiang Zhixiao caught the scent of fresh grass emanating from him, penetrating her collar with relentless persistence. Can I give you something you like? Jiang Zhixiao froze for a moment. What? What gift? Sang Yuchuan lowered his gaze, fixated on the envelope that had long been swapped by him at her fingertips, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let's take a photo together, and then I will tell you. Chapter 74. The most courageous youth in her previous life. Although Jiang Zhixiao was unable to don the traditional Han attire, she still yearned to capture a photograph with Sang Yuchuan in their school uniforms. Regrettably, after the graduation photos were taken, Sang Yuchuan vanished without a trace. She was left with no choice but to extract their likenesses from the graduation photo and piece them together. That image remained the sole memento of their student days. Eventually, they married and took wedding photographs, yet the image she had painstakingly assembled was forever preserved within the transparent case of her phone. However, in this life, she harbored no intention of repeating the same act. After all, Sang Yuchuan was not part of her envisioned future, rendering a joint photograph utterly devoid of significance for her. As for gifts, she found herself disinterested. Is the belt secured? She feigned ignorance towards questions she wished to evade. Sang Yuchuan withdrew his hand. Well then, classmate Sang Jiangji anticipated his next inquiry and turned around. Isn't the graduation photo also a joint photograph? Can't this small wish be fulfilled? Jiangji tilted her head, mimicking his tone with a playful inflection. The corners of her lips curled into a bright smile under the sun. Yet she chose to dismiss him with her pretense of innocence, lacking any novelty. Sang Yuchuan was momentarily rendered speechless, feeling a flicker of irritation, only to later realize that her playful tone carried a hint of endearment. In that moment, most parents had already departed. The cramped space of the Guozi Academy was now nearly deserted, and the grade leader hastily organized everyone for the graduation photos. They were captured in 3 sequences, ultimately to be combined into one. The tall boys stood on the steps, while the girls gathered in the front rows. Shun Tinglan quickly approached Sang Yuchuan. Didn't he get a chance to get close again? Sang Yuchuan, visibly annoyed, replied, I told you there was no chance. Shun Tinglan merely smiled in silence, giving him a knowing glance to decipher on his own. In the front rows, the girls engaged in light conversation, with Li Xiang asking Huang Shuxiao, Is there anyone you wish to take a photo with? Huang Shuxiao instinctively named Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had not withdrawn from school. After apologizing to Jiangji Xiao on social media, he felt too ashamed to return. Consequently, he opted to study independently at home, planning to sit for the examination directly at the venue on the day of the college entrance exam. Li Xiang expressed confusion. Weren't you two at odds because of Jiangji Xiao? Indeed, we were, Huang Shuxiao replied non-committally, not defending Jiangji Xiao. Yet, she still wished to capture a photograph with him. Despite their estrangement, he was a part of her youth, deserving of remembrance. This sentiment reached Shun Tinglan's ears, who related unchanged to Sang Yuchuan. Did you hear that? The youth we drifted apart from deserves to be commemorated with a photograph. Sang Yuchuan searched for Jiangji Zhao's figure, asserting, we will not drift apart. What? Shun Tinglan's finger darted between him and Sang Yuchuan, ultimately landing a playful punch on Sang Yuchuan's shoulder. Get lost. Who's part of your we? How disgusting, he retorted, as the words left his mouth. The surrounding crowd collectively shouted cheese. Shun Tinglan quickly posed for the camera with a peace sign. Later, when he received the graduation photo, he discovered that the moment had been captured as he swung his fist. His features were contorted in a grimace as he cursed, while another individual averted his gaze, revealing a gentle smile. Shun Tinglan suddenly comprehended that when Sang Yuchuan referred to us, he did not mean herself, but rather someone else entirely. Once the graduation photograph was taken, Sang Yuchuan was swiftly encircled by several girls. Sang, may we take a group photo? I want to join too. The bashful girls fidgeted and, mustering their courage, thrust the camera into Shun Tinglan's hands. Sang Yuchuan scanned the surroundings, his eyes landing on a specific spot. Sorry, it's not very convenient. He then walked directly toward the place he had fixed his gaze upon. Realizing the implication, Shun Tinglan promptly returned the camera, and amidst the girls' disappointed murmurs, she hurried to catch up with Sang Yuchuan. Unfortunately, he made no move to engage and stood at a distance, hesitant to approach the two taking selfies. Shun Tinglan, feeling anxious, elbowed him. Go on. Sang Yuchuan remained steadfast, neither advancing nor retreating, leaving Shun Tinglan exasperated. She removed the Polaroid hanging from her shoulder and declared, Daughter-in-law, Xiao Jiao, let us take a group photo with the 4 of us. Jiang Zhijiao turned around, and seeing it was to be a photo with four, she relented. All right. Shun Tinglan quickly sought out their homeroom teacher, Su Bo, to assist, explaining the use of the Polaroid. By the time she turned back, the other three had already positioned themselves. Jiang Zhijio stood next to Sang Yuchuan, but between them lay an ocean of distance. She silently exclaimed, wondering if anyone would mistake their coyness for an innocent romance in front of their teacher. Shun Tinglan, muttering to herself, positioned herself next to Sang Yuchuan and discreetly prodded Meng Xiaojiao from behind. With a knowing glance and a gesture, she signaled. Su Bo called out loudly, "Are you all ready? I'm counting down. 3, 2, 1. Shun Tinglan and Meng Xiaojiao sprang into position. 3, 2, 1. Just before the shutter clicked, Meng Xiaojiao suddenly pushed Jiang Zhijiao aside, and in unison, she and Shun Tinglan crouched down. Jiang Zhijiao stumbled sideways, and instinctively, the young man beside her reached out with a long arm. Unexpectedly, he caught her. Click! The flash illuminated the scene, and the Polaroid paper began to emerge. In the gentle breeze of early summer, amidst the bustling crowd at Guozijian, the most captivating moment of youth was hastily captured, a boy laughingly pulling an unsuspecting girl into his embrace. To the left and right, mischievous friends crouched on the ground, stifling their laughter. Many years later, when reminiscing, homeroom teacher Su Bo still felt that the brave declaration of love by Sang Yuchuan and the support of Shun Tinglan were the most audacious students of her teaching career. Madame Sang arrived in Jinggang late at night. Just as she disembarked from the plane, a phone call from Su Yunxi took her by surprise. Upon answering, she inquired, "Are you still awake?" Su Yunxi hesitated. "Do you have any way to obtain a letter of recommendation for Columbia University?" Madame Sang, holding her hand, Miss Bai, followed her assistant towards the parking lot. "Columbia University? Is that so? Aren't you attending university domestically?" "Yes." Su Yunxi's tone was weary, burdened by the intense competitive pressure within the country. "I fear she may not gain admission to her desired school. Given your close relationship with Jiao, would you truly be willing to send her abroad? Is old he aware of this matter?" Su Yunxi seemed hesitant, replying, "He hasn't returned from Guangxi yet. Please help me inquire. I need to prepare for multiple contingencies." Mrs. Sang was genuinely perplexed by Su Yunxi's intentions. After a moment's contemplation, she rationalized her thoughts. Indeed, Jiao Jiao's pursuit of admission to Tsinghua or Beida poses significant challenges, and your husband, old he, harbors high expectations for her. Studying abroad could indeed provide her with a competitive edge. Very well, I shall assist you in securing the recommendation letter. Chapter 75. No casualness with the completion of the coming-of-age ceremony. The countdown to the college entrance examination has commenced. The teachers have ceased their focus on introducing new question types and entered a phase of reviewing and filling in knowledge gaps. With precisely 20 days remaining, the school has instituted evening self-study sessions. After regular classes, all third-year high school students gather in the library for 2 hours. Each student is assigned a desk, and to prevent whispered conversations, partitions have been erected between the desks. Those ranked in the top 30 of the overall scores have their own dedicated study rooms located above the library. Naturally, these students have the option to opt out of the evening sessions based on personal choice. On this day after class, Jiang Zhihao packed her bag to head to the library, while Meng Xiaojiao sighed heavily, scrolling through part-time job listings on her phone. Jiang Zhihao glanced over. "Are you considering giving up on the college entrance exam?" "How did you know?" Meng Xiaojiao exclaimed, her eyes wide. "I really don't want to take the exam." This time, it was Jiang Zhihao who was left speechless. "Really? Don't joke around. I'm serious." Meng Xiaojiao sighed. "With less than 3 weeks left until the exam, I don't know what's happening, but the closer it gets, the more anxious I become. I've been thinking, if I could earn a fortune and become wealthy, maybe I wouldn't have to take the exam after all. Ultimately, the purpose of education is to secure a prosperous future, right?" Meng Xiaojiao's reasoning was not without merit. Jiang Zhihao genuinely contemplated a solution for her. Why not invest in gold? Go all in. I'm just a high school student. Where would I get the money to buy gold? Meng Xiaojiao responded. By the way, how much is gold per gram these days? Meng Xiaojiao recalled. I think it's over 200. My mom just bought some last week. Jiang Zhihao snapped her fingers. Now, is the perfect time to buy. It will rise to 1,000 per gram in the future. Meng Xiaojiao looked at her as if she were daft, clearly in disbelief. What you're saying is less convincing than suggesting I invest in real estate. Jiang Zhihao shook her head earnestly. You lack the acumen for real estate. It will crash in a few years. Trust me, invest in gold. Meng Xiaojiao was so amused that she laughed, considering her friend's attempt at lightening the mood amidst the stress. With a mock serious tone, she asked, then Miss Jiang, when will be the best time to sell the gold I buy now? 10 years from now, around April 2025, but don't wait past April. Sell it all. I promise you'll become wealthy. After all, anything beyond April would remain a mystery once she returned to her final year of high school. 10 years. Are you serious? Meng Xiaojiao gasped, leaning heavily on Jiang Zhihao, her strength seemingly drained. She was utterly flabbergasted. But I still have to take the exam this year. Jiang Zhihao chuckled. All right, I won't tease you. You will definitely do well on this year's exam, and I assure you, you will gain admission to a reputable university. Meng Xiaojiao's eyes sparkled with hope, genuinely comforted. All right, if I don't get in, you'd better be ready to pay for it. Amidst their lively banter, they arrived at the library. Each desk bore a designated name tag, and fortuitously, Jiang Zhihao's seat was right next to Meng Xiaojiao's. Since it was still early, some classes were running late, and naturally, not all students had arrived yet. Jiang Zhixiao took out her phone and opened the chat window with Su Yunqi. The most recent message was merely a notification reminding her of a friend request accepted. Ever since the adult ceremony, Su Yunqi had not reached out to her again. Jiang Zhixiao, worried about imposing, hesitated to send a message, and in her leisure time, she would simply glance at her friend's moments. Most of the posts revolve around He Jiao Jiao. Every year, on her birthday, Su Yunqi would share 2 photos of the two of them, each caption distinct from the last. Every report card and certificate that He Jiao Jiao received was lovingly archived by her. Almost every significant milestone was documented in Su Yunqi's posts. Occasionally, as Jiang Zhixiao scrolled through them, a wave of melancholy would wash over her, making her feel like a rat in a gutter, peering enviously at another's fortune. Meng Xiaojiao noticed her scrolling and quickly handed over her own phone. Xiao, I posted a photo of us, and so many people liked it. But do you know what manhua means? Jiang Zhixiao closed her phone. Which man and which hua? The man from Mantu and the hua from chemistry, she replied, pointing to a comment in the moments. Sister, you've become so manhua. Still trying to look pretty? Jiang Zhixiao scratched her nose. Manhua means having had hyaluronic acid injected, making your face puff up like a bun. Meng Xiaojiao jumped up from her seat and dashed upstairs, shouting, Shun Tinglan, get down here, you scoundrel. The librarian, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Hey, no going upstairs. Return to your seats and focus on your studies. Dejected, Meng Xiaojiao returned to her seat, huffing as she opened her textbook. One day I'll twist his head off and use it as a ball. Today, the teacher on duty at the library was the physics instructor stationed at the entrance. It wasn't long before a steady stream of students lined up for assistance. Jiang Zhixiao took out her notebook, skimming through the past exam questions while silently memorizing them, when suddenly her phone vibrated in her pocket. Sang Yuchuan had sent a message. What as for dinner? Jiang Zhixiao replied nonchalantly. Ever since Lu Furong had stopped coming to work after her discharge, Sang Yuchuan had been ordering takeout daily, and Jiang Zhixiao would eat whatever he chose, rarely being picky. Today, finding himself bored, Sang Yuchuan replied with 4 words, not just anything. Irritated, Jiang Zhixiao carelessly suggested spicy chicken. Sang Yuchuan replied, choose something else. Jiang Zhixiao responded, hot pot. Sang Yuchuan countered, do we always have to eat something spicy? Jiang Zhixiao, increasingly frustrated by the interruptions to her memorization, began typing furiously. Sang, if you're truly bored, there's no need to come to study. You rank among the top 30 in your grade. You have more freedom than we do. She tossed her phone aside and ceased to respond, and he too did not disturb her further. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, someone tapped Jiang Zhixiao on the shoulder. Turning around, she saw the physics teacher lowering his voice. Your parent is waiting for you outside. Jiang Zhixiao's brow immediately furrowed in concern. What was Jiang Hongtao up to now? Rising, she left the library. Upon raising my gaze, I found Su Yunxi standing at the threshold. Chapter 76. The intent to end her. Jiang Zhishao was momentarily stunned, and when she regained her composure, tears nearly fell from her eyes. She fumbled with her lips, uncertain whether to address her as aunt or mother. "Have you been waiting for me long?" Su Yunxi approached and, as was her custom, pinched Jiang Zhishao's delicate arm. She had noticed that elders often enjoyed pinching children's arms, perhaps as a means to gauge whether they had gained or lost weight. Jiang Zhishao shook her head, responding, "No, I haven't. Apologeticayi, Su Yunxi explained. I've been preoccupied with some matters recently. Over there, behind the library, I noticed a bench. Shall we converse there?" In truth, benches were plentiful throughout the campus. Yet the one behind the library offered a greater sense of seclusion. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhishao followed her. The two sat on opposite sides, an expanse of space between them, neither daring to bridge the gap. It felt as though that distance spanned 13 long years. Turning her head, Jiang Zhishao feigned calmness, asking, "Do you have something to tell me?" Su Yunxi nodded, but hesitated, unsure of how to begin. After a moment of inner conflict, she stiffly inquired, "After we parted ways all those years ago, where did you go?" Jiang Zhishao lowered her head, murmuring, "Underground fighting, engaging in illegal bouts." The unexpected nature of this revelation left Su Yunxi momentarily speechless, followed by the sound of her suppressed sobs. After a significant pause, Su Yunxi retrieved an envelope from her bag and handed it to Jiang Zhishao. Confused about her intentions, Jiang Zhishao weighed the envelope in her hand. It was light, prompting her to seek answers through her gaze. Yet, Su Yunxi averted her eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Jiao mentioned your grades are lacking, so I arranged for a recommendation letter from Columbia." "Columbia?" Jiang Zhishao could hardly believe it. "In America?" "Yes." As she stared at the envelope, her emotions struggled to catch up, and she managed a faint smile. Seeing this, Su Yunxi hastily added, "Don't misinterpret this. Among people in our circle, if a child struggles to enter a good university, they often opt to send them abroad for enrichment." Jiang Zhishao turned away, her voice trembling. Yet she was unaware of it. "Which circle are you referring to? And which circle do I belong to?" "That is not what I meant." "What did you mean, then?" She had expected that their reunion after 13 years would resemble a scene from a news story, where even in the absence of tears and emotional breakdown, there would at least be an embrace. At the very least, she would hear the words, "Mother has missed you. I've been searching for you." Yet, apart from this recommendation letter for studying in America, there was nothing else. She lifted her gaze, smiling slightly. "Is this because of he, Jiao?" Her eyes were fixed, as if an overwhelming tide of confusion and disbelief was crashing over her, intertwined with a sorrowful acceptance of the answer she sought. Su Yunxi took a deep breath. "The way I care for you is no different from how I care for her." As she spoke, she reached out to touch Jiang Zhishao's face, but the latter recoiled. "Mother?" Jiang Zhishao whispered those two words. "So you finally acknowledge that you are my mother? Under these circumstances?" Su Yunxi remained silent. "Have you remarried?" "One could say that. As you are not the legitimate wife of the He family, your position within the household is one of constraint. Even if a daughter were to be abandoned and taken in by the He family, she would merely serve as a burden to you." Su Yunxi lowered her head, acknowledging her mother's helplessness. Jiang Zhishao smiled. "Having forsaken me, what right do you have to refer to yourself as my mother?" Su Yunxi, feeling a lump in her throat, hesitated for a long while, ultimately remaining silent. "If that is the case, why did you seek me out all those years ago?" Su Yunxi raised her gaze to her, and Jiang Zhishao added, "When I was 10 years old. The circumstances then were different from now." "Aunt," Jiang Zhishao interrupted, refusing to be addressed as mother. She then stood up, resolutely stating, "I thank you for the monthly allowance of 5,000 over the past decade. I shall repay you once I come of age. As for this letter of recommendation, I have no need for it." Gently placing the letter on the bench, Su Yunxi's expression finally revealed some emotion, though it was one of confusion. "When did I ever send you money?" Jiang Zhishao was taken aback. "Wasn't it you?" Su Yunxi shook her head. "No. For years, I have had no idea where you were, let alone how to send you money." 3 hours had passed since leaving the school. He Jiao ranked within the top 30 of her class. Thus she was not required to remain at school for self-study. Given the less than favorable conditions of the dormitory, she had moved back to her family's villa a week prior. When Su Yunxi entered the study, she found her arm connected to an IV drip, blood infused with ozone being transported into her body. With her right hand, she held a pen, working on internal exam questions her father had procured from somewhere. I heard someone saw you at school meeting Jiang Zhixiao. Is that true? She set down her pen and looked up at Su Yunxi with a condescending air, entirely lacking the respectful demeanor a child should exhibit toward an elder. Su Yunxi raised her hand for the doctor to leave, and once the door was closed, she explained, I went to deliver a letter of recommendation. It is required for studying abroad. Jiao raised an eyebrow, surprised, but soon returned her focus to her work. Su Yunxi did not leave. Instead, she took a step forward and hesitantly inquired, did you instruct Wang Shuo to take her to Myanmar? After encountering Jiang Zhixiao at the Guozijian, Su Yunxi had inquired with Madame Sang about the relationship between Jiang Zhixiao and Sang Yuchuan. Upon learning that she was the girl who had caused Sang Yuchuan to create a scene at the casino, it was hard not to connect this matter with He Jiao. However, He Jiao merely dismissed her with 2 words, not me. Su Yunxi understood her well. Even if you deny it, I can still make an educated guess. I once wanted Wang Shuo to eliminate her. Pausing her work, He Jiao smiled at her. Yet, the smile did not reach her eyes, sending a chill down Su Yunxi's spine. Jiao, how could you? Before you accuse me, perhaps you should consider whether you have the right to do so. He Jiao interrupted her, scrutinizing her for a moment before continuing with piercing words. Without me, would you have been able to return to this family? My dear stepmother. The long-buried past resurfaced, leaving Su Yunxi speechless, her brows furrowing in despair. He Jiao had known of her father's affair with the nanny since childhood, always hearing Jiang Zhixiao's name amidst their parents' quarrels. At that time, Jiang Zhixiao was still known as He Zhixiao. Her father proclaimed, she is pregnant and has borne my child. He further asserted, Zhixiao bears the surname He. She shall forever be my child. How could your eyes tolerate even a grain of sand? Thus, the young He Jiao harbored resentment towards the nanny, eventually directing her ire towards the girl named Zhixiao, whom she had never met. It was she who shattered her once complete family. It was she who plunged her life into a maelstrom of gossip and scandal. And it was she who led her parents to a fragmented conclusion, until that day when He Jintian picked up 5-year-old He Jiao from kindergarten. Subtly inquiring along the way if she wished to find a new mother, the car halted at a traffic light, beside which lay the entrance to an alley. There, she beheld Su Yunxi tenderly stroking her daughter's head, while offering her an ice cream cone. The little girl leaned in to take a bite, only for Su Yunxi to withdraw the cone, filling the alley with their joyous laughter. He Jiao then pointed at Su Yunxi and declared to He Jintian, I want her to be my mother. 10 days later, Su Yunxi appeared at their villa, warmly addressing her as Jiao. She leaped into Su Yunxi's embrace. A moment so heartwarming it felt as though she were the daughter born from a woman's 10 months of gestation. It was uncertain where that girl of the same age was at that moment, yet it mattered not. Why should it matter that the girl of her age had come into the world? Why should it matter that she became the catalyst for her parents' marriage? She had stolen her happiness. Thus, she would seize her mother, rendering her alone and desolate. No. It was not theft, it was a necessity. Throughout her life, she had never taken anything by force. She had always desired and immediately received. Chapter 77. Relentless pursuit of the truth. The evening study session concluded at 10 o'clock. 2 hours had elapsed since its end, and Jiang Zhixiao remained seated on the long bench at the back of the library. Her phone vibrated incessantly in her pocket, filled with calls from Sang Yuchuan, messages from Meng Xiaojiao, and relentless inquiries from Shun Tinglan across all her social media platforms, fervently questioning her whereabouts. Jiang Zhixiao was not one to burden others, yet at this moment, she felt no inclination to respond to any of them. A peculiar sentiment enveloped her, akin to an exhaustion radiating from within, as if she longed to escape the very planet itself. Behind her lay the rear of the library, where a few students in the top 30 of her grade still occupied the study room. After a while, someone turned off the lights, and shortly thereafter, a boy passed by Jiang Zhixiao. His gaze fell upon her, a look of surprise evident. likely astonished that there was someone more diligent than he. Still lingering at this hour. Classmate, Jiang Zhixiao called out, prompting him to halt and turn around. Do you have a cigarette? The boy hesitated, glancing around before retrieving a cigarette box from his pocket and handing it over. Are you under a lot of stress? Jiang Zhixiao smiled and replied, indeed. 20 minutes later, when Sang Yuchuan arrived, he was out of breath, his chest heaving. He turned to see Jiang Zhixiao crouched in front of the bench, her arms casually resting on her knees. The bun she had styled that morning had loosened slightly, and the evening breeze played with the stray hairs that had escaped. As he drew nearer, he noticed that one of her uniform sleeves was rolled up, revealing an arm marked with a prominent scar, her fingertips clutching an unlit cigarette. She gazed up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. In that moment, Sang Yuchuan's initial reprimands were swallowed by silence as he watched her for an extended period. It was only when she caught sight of someone in the distance and turned her head that he approached, sitting down on the bench directly where Su Yun she had just been. Glancing at the cigarette between her fingers, he inquired, "Why aren't you smoking?" Jiang Zhixiao managed a faint smile. I borrowed a cigarette from someone, but forgot to borrow a lighter. He remained seated while she crouched, the disparity in their positions leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. He reached out, playfully pinching her underarm to coax her upward. Don't squat, stand up to talk. Jiang Zhixiao felt weak all over, stumbling forward slightly before regaining her balance and squatting back down. I prefer to stay like this. She looked up at him, her pupils shimmering in the moonlight, appearing both playful and innocent, her cheeks puffed like a little creature in need of sympathy. Sang Yuchuan regarded her intently, a sudden wave of surrender washing over him. Yet, he managed to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. Jiang Zhixiao, are you not feeling well? She replied nonchalantly, well, those who are anemic tend to squat anywhere. Sang Yuchuan pressed on, what were you looking at just now? Gazing at the stars, contemplating the earth. In this vast universe, why is there no place for me? As Sang Yuchuan's heart softened, the corners of his lips drooped. I thought I would never find you. Jiang Zhixiao gazed at him, remarking, then your tracking software is inadequate. Sang Yuchuan fell silent, realizing she had subtly criticized him. He had installed the tracking software on her phone, but it only revealed a general area. The map indicated she was at school, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not locate her. It was only after someone informed him of having seen Jiang Zhixiao that he discovered such a secluded spot behind the library. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his trousers. Coming back to his senses, Sang Yuchuan leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between himself and Jiang Zhixiao. What's wrong? Speaking of forever is too distant, she replied, steering the conversation back. Let us go have dinner. I'm hungry. Sang Yuchuan's heart softened again. An overwhelming impulse surged within him that he could not suppress, but he merely reached out to ruffle her hair. Earlier, when I asked what you wanted to eat, you said anything. Now you're hungry? What do you wish to have? Spicy chicken, spicy hot pot. Can you eat? Of course not, she responded. Yet, it was only during her moments of discontent that she would adopt this pleading demeanor. Sang Yuchuan could only nod. Choose one. Hot pot, Jiang Zhixiao exclaimed, rising to her feet. Let us go. Jincheng was a city that never slept. At midnight, Jianzhou bustled with activity just as it did during the day. The two ventured to Wangpo-Kio, Chongqing Hot Pot, to enjoy a 9-grid hot pot. Jiang Zhixiao inexplicably felt her spirits lift and even purchased 2 servings of pig trotters from a nearby shop. As they ate, she clamored for an extra spicy broth. Considering her injured wrist, Sang Yuchuan hastily declined, but Jiang Zhixiao waved him off, insisting, don't listen to him. Listen to me. I want the extra spicy. The proprietress, with a warm smile, remarked, you can tell she is from Chongqing. She can handle the heat. With that, she went to place the order. Soon, the bubbling red broth arrived. The tantalizing aroma made Jiang Zhixiao's nose tingle, and she eagerly began to dip the tripe. Sang Yuchuan, I don't want to go home so soon. Then let us not go back. Can we come again next time? Whenever you wish. Jiang Zhixiao buried her face in the tripe. The overwhelming spiciness instantly brought tears to her eyes. She reached for a tissue, but realized it was too far away. So, she simply wiped her face with her sleeve. Taking a deep breath, She tried to cover up her discomfort by continuously scooping food into her bowl. Yet, the more she tried to conceal it, the faster the tears fell, until a hand reached over, offering her a tissue. Jiang Zhixiao accepted it with a silly smile. I didn't expect it to be this spicy. Had I known, I would have listened to you. Sang Yuchuan looked at her. It's okay to cry. Jiang Zhixiao froze for a moment. Although she had managed to suppress her emotional turmoil, the tears flowed uncontrollably like unruly children. Sang Yuchuan moved closer to her. What troubles you? Jiang Zhixiao gazed at him through her tears. If something that was originally mine was taken away by someone else, can I reclaim it? As Sang Yuchuan's gaze momentarily faltered, he inexplicably grasped the essence of Jiang Zhi's words. After a prolonged pause, he remarked, when the heavens take something from you, it is, in truth, a form of protection. Perhaps what you once possessed was not as splendid as you had envisioned. Jiang Zhi, enveloped in confusion, wept incessantly. How could one simply let go of so much? In this world, aside from chopsticks, everything else can be relinquished. Having witnessed the blooming of flowers is sufficient. It matters not who claims their fall. Yet, having beheld the blossoms, how could she resign herself to their descent into another's domain? She had not nurtured any hope. It was Wang Shuo who had shown her the footage of Su Yunxi seeking her kin, thereby igniting her yearning to return home. Why must it be he Jiao Jiao? By what right does she claim this position? In her past life, she had stolen her husband, a transgression Jiang Zhi loathed vehemently. In this lifetime, she believed she would never suffer betrayal from familial bonds, only to witness them slip away with alarming ease, leaving her in despair. Why must one seek to possess? Sang Yuchuan inquired. Jiang Zhi gazed at him intently, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, why must one seek to possess? After considerable reflection, she pondered that beyond the inevitable ties of blood, perhaps it was the comfort of a mother holding an umbrella on a rainy day, the presence of parents at school meetings, or the solace of being embraced by her parents during moments of sorrow, whispering that it was nothing of great consequence. Just like now, the words of consolation should have come from her parents. Yet beside her stood only her ex-husband, the very person she least desired to entangle with. Sniffling, Jiang Zhi expressed, I wish for someone to guide my life. Yet, most people seem to only add to her burdens. Jiang Zhi fell silent, and Sang Yuchuan tore off a tissue to wipe away her tears. Do you feel an overwhelming urge to curse me right now? Jiang Zhi asked through her sobs. No, he replied, having finished wiping her tears and then tending to the oil on her lips. I understand your tenacity. You possess a nature that does not turn back until you hit a wall. What if I hit the wall and still do not wish to turn back? Sang Yuchuan discarded the used tissue into the trash bin and said, then be brave enough to create a hole in that wall. After all, you still have me. Chapter 78. Is it an exception? Upon returning to Longyu, the hour was already quite late. Jiang Zhixiao's eyes were swollen from tears, yet sleep eluded her. Resolutely, she rolled out of bed and powered on her computer, searching for the name Su Yunxi. The results were few and far between, but through the snippets of gossip, Jiang Zhixiao discovered that Su Yunxi's current husband was named He Jinting. Thus, she began to search for He Jinting, and a plethora of news articles flooded in. Film loss breaks 100 million on opening day. Prototype He Jinting weeps in the audience. Film loss prototype He Jinting never gave up searching for his daughter in 13 years. One of the prototypes from Film Loss found, He Jinting appears on stage to search for his daughter, video. Heartbreaking for He Jinting. Despite exhaustive efforts to rescue, his daughter remains missing. Jiang Zhixiao clicked through the articles, spending the entire night engrossed in every available video of He Jinting. She even watched the film Lost twice. He Jinting, her father. Though he seemed to yearn for her return, why did Su Yunxi insist on sending her abroad? Did He Jinting even know that she had come back? As her thoughts spiraled into chaos, a sudden realization struck her. Regardless of whether she returned to the He family, Jiang Hongtao was in enormous trouble waiting to unfold. According to the timeline of her previous life, he would be imprisoned this summer. However, with her rebirth, many events had shifted from their original course. She feared that the flutter of a butterfly's wings in this life might allow Jiang Hongtao to escape his previous retribution. As dawn approached, The first faint rays of sunlight crept over the horizon. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Jiang Zhixiao opened the screen to find a message from Sang Yuchuan. The weather is splendid today. Accompanying, it was a photograph of the sunrise. Could it be that they witnessed the same sunrise from behind a wall? Had he not slept at all, or was he already awake? Pondering this, Jiang Zhixiao left her room. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, and through the crack, she caught a glimpse of Sang Yuchuan seated at his desk. Leafing through a tattered diary, Jiang Zhixiao focused intently, feeling it resembled her own confession diary from before. However, she quickly dismissed the notion, for all things related to Sang Yuchuan had been burned the moment she returned to her senior year of high school. After a moment's pause, she knocked gently on the master bedroom door. Sang Yuchuan instinctively covered the notebook with a test paper and turned around. Awake so early? Yes. Without mentioning the all-night error, Jiang Zhixiao nodded. Is Sister Fu not coming? I heard there were some issues at home. He acted as if oblivious to his relationship with Lu Furong. Jiang Zhixiao was tempted to award him an Oscar for his performance. Yet she refrained from exposing him, managing a smile instead. I've been craving her braised pork. Could you ask her to come over? To deal with Jiang Hongtao effectively, she required Lu Furong's assistance. Sang Yuchuan said nothing, directly dialing Lu Furong's number. Lu Furong arrived just past noon. With few ingredients in the refrigerator, she prepared a simple meal. Sang Yuchuan had little appetite. After sipping a bowl of soup, he set down his utensils and retreated to the corner of the living room to practice boxing. Seeing this, Jiang Zhihao went to the kitchen, which was entirely open. Sang Yuchuan, positioned at the corner of the living room, could easily catch a glimpse. Jiang Zhihao turned on all three faucets, while Lu Furong, washing the dishes, appeared bewildered and exclaimed, "Just one is enough. You're wasting water." Jiang Zhihao gestured toward the corner. Lu Furong then realized that Jiang Zhihao must have something to discuss that she didn't want Sang Yuchuan to overhear. Silently, she turned on another faucet and asked, "Is it related to Jiang Hongtao?" Jiang Zhihao had only learned about her kidnapping later and had been waiting for Jiang Hongtao to be imprisoned because of it, not expecting the flames of this conflict to spare him. Lu Furong was equally troubled. Jiang Zhihao nodded, keeping an eye on the corner while lowering her voice. Jiang Hongtao is abusive. Haven't you considered getting a forensic evaluation to send him to prison? Lu Furong sighed deeply. Every time I called the police, they never took action. We are married. As long as he doesn't kill me, it's considered a domestic dispute. Jiang Zhihao continued. Underground boxing is illegal. After being with him for so many years, you must have ample evidence. The water flowed noisily. Lu Furong understood that Jiang Zhihao wanted her to report him. Yet, she sighed again. 10 years ago, when the casino was shut down, he evaded legal consequences then. Jiang Zhihao responded, 10 years ago is different from now. The system was not yet established. His escape was purely by chance. Not quite. Lu Furong shook her head and glanced towards Sang Yuchuan to ensure he hadn't caught on to their conversation before speaking again. I will be leaving soon, so let me lay it all out for you. All the children in the boxing arena were not trafficked. They were brought in by their parents voluntarily. Back then, there was a preference for sons over daughters. Many elderly relatives would secretly sell girls to us to fight, resulting in a predominance of girls in the arena. But back then, transactions were all in cash, leaving no trace of financial exchanges. Otherwise, why do you think when the boxing arena was exposed, he only paid a fine and faced no consequences? Amidst the plethora of information, one detail captured Jiang Zhihao's attention. All the children were willingly sent by their parents. Lu Furong instinctively nodded, recalling something and then shaking her head to add, "There's only one child who is an exception." Jiang Zhihao instantly held her breath, her lips trembling, yet articulating each word with clarity. She needed to ensure that every word she uttered, even every pause, was heard distinctly by the other. Was that exceptional child me? Chapter 79. The boy from years ago. Lu Furong denied it with utmost clarity. No, the boy who took you away was not sent by your parents. The others were all sent by their parents. Jiang Zhixiao lowered her gaze, a wave of fatigue washing over her. Who sent me then? Was it my mother or my father? How could I possibly remember something from 13 years ago? You were not involved in this. Jiang Zhixiao's features drooped as she turned off the faucet and retreated to her room. From her backpack, She rummaged for an envelope and discarded the family portrait she had drawn for her coming-of-age ceremony into the trash, acting decisively, without even opening the envelope. Monday, on the bus to school, the homeroom teacher, Su Bo, sent a notification in the class group, stating that the physical examination for the college entrance examination would take place tomorrow morning and students must be on an empty stomach. After reading it, Jiang Zhixiao put her phone away. Beside her, Sang Yuchuan lifted a transparent plastic bag containing a sandwich and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a warm bottle of soy milk from his pocket. Jiang Zhixiao was momentarily astonished. Last night, Lu Furong had stored some buns in the fridge. But since she was not hungry this morning, she had packed 2 to eat later at school. Where did Sang Yuchuan's sandwich come from? They had taken the bus together. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhixiao patted her backpack and said, "I have some." Sang Yuchuan insisted on placing the sandwich and soy milk on her lap, explaining that Furong's buns were too spicy for breakfast. The driver chuckled in agreement. With the college entrance examination approaching, a light diet is advisable during this period. Jiang Zhixiao remained puzzled. Where did the sandwich come from? Sang Yuchuan replied, "I bought it while out for my morning exercise." The driver couldn't help but laugh. The young master of the Sang family had no habit of rising early for exercise. Otherwise, why would they have installed a boxing ring at home? However, he refrained from sharing this thought with Jiang Zhixiao. To be honest, Jiang Zhixiao still felt a bit uneasy about eating. She was torn between giving Sang Yuchuan face and her own appetite when her phone vibrated again. A notification popped up from Weibo, alerting her that He Jinting had posted new content. She clicked to view it, revealing a video of He Jinting at a reunion for finding relatives. Jiang Zhixiao watched the entire process silently, without sound. The view count was remarkably high, nearing 10 million, with every comment offering encouragement. "Go Uncle He! Zhixiao will definitely come back." Why is it so hard to find Zhixiao? Let me explain for the person above. Zhixiao was only 5 when she went missing. Children of that age don't think about such matters or focus on them. However, since she was a 5-year-old child, a precocious one might have some memories. Perhaps she is living well now, surrounded by good people, so the memories deep within her have not been unearthed. There must be memories. I grew up at my aunt's house until I was 3, and I can never forget what my aunt's family did for me when I was little. Uncle He, look at this girl. Doesn't she resemble Zhixiao? She is a student from Xiangjiang No. 1 High School, my daughter's classmate. Image. JP. Dear Dad, I believe it is unnecessary for you to hold such lofty hopes each time, for it is likely to lead to disappointment. After all these years, it is best to maintain a calm perspective. Let things unfold naturally. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Yesterday, I received a package that I initially intended to return. However, a piece of paper fell out containing information about abducted children, and among them was Zhixiao. Consequently, I decided not to return the item. Some assert that 5-year-olds possess memories. Allow me to share a personal experience. When I was 6, I went ice skating with friends by the river and fell into a hole in the ice. At that moment, I was unaware of which adult rescued me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself on my grandmother's bed with no recollection of the incident. It was only this year, at the age of 32, that I began to gradually recall that event. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. In the final moments of an 8-year-old boy's life, his profile is filled with the entirety of his misfortunes. I implore you to take a look. I am a person with disabilities, and my child suffers from leukemia. After years of struggle, we have reached a point of utter despair. We have now been expelled from the hospital, and returning home may lead to his demise. This child is my everything. If possible, I would willingly give every drop of my blood. I am grateful for everyone's generous contributions. Every little bit is a glimmer of hope for my child's survival. Thank you from the depths of my heart. The topic is trending on Weibo, and He Jinting boasts a following of 5 million. Jiang Zhixiao is curious as to why she has never encountered this before. Meanwhile, Su Yunxi updated her moments with a photo of He Jiao sleeping in the car. The caption reads, "After dropping off the only senior at home for school, it's too early and my heart feels heavy. But enduring this next half-month will surely lead to a beautiful conclusion. Jiao, keep pushing forward, flowers." Jiang Zhixiao couldn't help but smirk. While He Jinting is searching for her, Su Yun she bestows all her affection upon a daughter with no blood relation. Whom should she trust? Jiang Zhishao suddenly found herself uncertain. The sand which nestled between her legs still emanated warmth. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and snapped a photo of the sandwich, subsequently posting it to her moments. The caption read, "You admire the scenery at the bridge, while the spectators in the building observe you. Those who love you will surely overcome all obstacles to find you. Breakfast is delightful. Thank you." It is unclear what sentiment compelled Jiang Zhishao to share this somewhat bitter post. Perhaps it was envy, perhaps jealousy, or perhaps a mix of both. Maybe she also wished to convey to Su Yun Shi that she, too, could lead a joyful life without her. However, Su Yun Shi did not like the post. Instead, Madam Sang sent her a message. Without uttering a word, it was simply a transfer of 100,000. Jiang Zhishao was taken aback and replied with a question mark. Madam Sang then responded, "Did you not understand what I said before? Why were you in Yuchuan's car? And you cleverly included a shot of Yuchuan's shoes. Are you trying to provoke me?" Jiang Zhishao was rendered speechless, managing to laugh, which caught Sang Yuchuan's attention as he removed his headphones in confusion. Jiang Zhishao seized the opportunity to speak. "I recall that in idol dramas, the mother of the male lead typically tries to separate the couple by tossing a check, right?" "Indeed." Jiang Zhihao raised her phone and asked, "Then why did your mother give me 100,000? Sang Yuchuan, is your family really capable?" Sang Yuchuan, caught off guard by the question, snatched Jiang Zhihao's phone away, only to realize the specifics of the situation. With an expressionless demeanor, he pressed the recording button on her phone, lifting it to capture the conversation. "Do you have any idea how much I have spent on Jiang Zhihao thus far? It's a 7-figure sum." Just then, a voice call from Mrs. Sang came through, and Sang Yuchuan immediately hung up. He then sent a voice message in a languid tone. "Mom, if you're going to break people apart, at least do it with the right attitude. Is your son only worth 100,000? Who do you look down upon?" He returned the phone to Jiang Zhihao, reminding her, "I doubt she will contact you again." Jiang Zhihao replied, "How do you know?" "Because my phone has been vibrating in my pocket. I suspect it's filled with curses," he said, pulling out his phone, first disconnecting the call, then typing rapidly on the screen with his long fingers. "Should I delete her?" he asked. Just as he began to respond affirmatively, he couldn't help but advise, "Before you delete, make sure to collect the money first." Jiang Zhihao was perplexed. Clearly, he understood his meddlesome mother better than anyone. As he typed, warning Mrs. Sang to refrain from contacting Jiang Zhihao privately, he heard the girl beside him say, "Sang Yuchuan, 100,000 is not enough." Sang Yuchuan was taken aback, turning his head to find that the transfer had not been accepted. The young man swiped his thumb up, exited WeChat, and opened the Industrial and Commercial Bank app. "Give me the account number." He preferred large transfers through online banking, as WeChat's transaction fees were too steep. He felt Jiang Zhihao would be pained by that. However, Jiang Zhihao set her phone down and leaned slightly closer, stating, "From the age of 8 until now, for 10 years, 120 months, you have transferred 5,000 each month, totaling 600,000. 600,000 cannot change my life. What do you think is an appropriate amount?" Sang Yuchuan was suddenly struck dumb. All words faltered on the verge of utterance. "Sang Yuchuan, you are that little boy from years ago, aren't you?" Chapter 80. The prey a decade ago, when she was merely 8 years old, she had already spent 3 years immersed in the world of boxing, possessing an intimate understanding of the ring's layout. While devising an escape route, the young boy inquired of Jiang Zhishao, "What do you wish to do once we get out?" Jiang Zhishao gazed at the boy's face, marred and swollen from her own blows, which had left it resembling that of a battered pig. After applying ice, only the faintest reduction in swelling around his eyes was evident. It was the first time she truly perceived the brightness of his eyes, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the shroud of darkness. She averted her gaze and replied, "I long to savor the sweet cones my mother buys, though she may not grant me that wish. Our family is impoverished, and life is a constant struggle. I must plead for ice cream for quite some time." Then, fixing her gaze on Sang Yuchuan, she teased, "Will you treat me to one?" The boy's heart raced, and he immediately grasped her hand tightly. "Yes, if we manage to escape. I will buy you as many as you desire. You can eat until you are full." 2 days later, the boy successfully fled, and the boxing arena was shut down, only for Jiang Zhishao to be taken away once more by Jiang Hongtao. This was purportedly for atonement, but in truth, he sought to exploit her prowess to restore the arena's former glory. After all, Jiang Zhishao was the most formidable fighter in the entire establishment. Yet, Jiang Hongtao's entrepreneurial venture collapsed before it could take flight, leaving the arena without investors. Jiang Zhishao, however, received a parcel containing a bank card. From that moment forth, she began to receive a monthly transfer of 5,000 with a note for ice cream. The sender remained anonymous, yet the location was unmistakably from Jinggang. If the benefactor was not Su Yunxi, then the identity was rather evident. She had long suspected that the boxing ring in her apartment bore a striking resemblance to the octagonal cage of the underground arena. Thus, it suddenly dawned on her why. In her previous life, when she asked Sang Yuchuan for assistance in tracing the origins of the bank card, he would display both excitement and reluctance. The funds were originally his, and no investigation could yield any conclusive results. Sang Yuchuan's mind momentarily faltered. He had never anticipated that Jiang Zhishao would uncover such information. Yet, even if she did, he would not shy away from acknowledgement. Consequently, he had prepared for two possible outcomes. Until confronted, he had overestimated his ability to maintain composure, asking, "When did you realize that the one transferring the money was me?" Jiang Zhishao did not respond directly, instead smiling at him. "Sang Yuchuan, money cannot alleviate my current pressing concerns." Her soft voice lingered in his ears as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Then what can?" he queried. "Having shared a life in the underground boxing arena and endured dark times together, surely you understand." Jiang Zhishao spoke with an enticing tone, her gentle gaze akin to a warm spring breeze, only to shift suddenly, intensity swirling within her eyes. "I want Jiang Hong Tao imprisoned. I desire his death. If that is unfeasible, then I hope he will never appear before me again." Sang Yuchuan momentarily fell silent. Jiang Zhishao, smiling, asked, "Do you have any clever ideas, Sang Yuchuan?" Noticing his silence, she shrugged. "Actually, I was jesting. As you can see, no one can truly harm Jiang Hong Tao, so let us simply allow events to unfold." Her words flowed with a measured grace, as if she had accumulated enough disappointment to relinquish any hope of altering Jiang Hong Tao's fate. In moments of powerlessness, she often uttered the phrase, "let it be." In truth, it was merely an act of pretense, masking her inability to grasp that lifeline, while feigning a fade of ease. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the school. Jiang Zhihao opened the door and stepped out, entering the campus. When she noticed that Sang Yuchuan had yet to alight, an unexpected sense of relaxation enveloped her, easing every muscle in her body. The sunlight was particularly pleasant, casting a warm glow upon her, illuminating her bright eyes. 8 years prior, Sang Yuchuan had abandoned her and fled. Therefore, dear 18-year-old Sang, do not let her down once more. Inside the car, Sang Yuchuan had sat in silence for quite some time. The driver, sensing his agitation, produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to him, only to be met with a refusal. After a moment of silence, he dialed Shun Tingtian. "I secured a leave for you this morning." Shun Tingtian, taken aback, questioned, "What now?" "The exams are just over 10 days away. I'm neither going to an internet CAF nor a hospital. Can you stop messing with me? Not everyone is like you, indulging in pleasures while maintaining good grades. Do you want to know what's happening?" The interruption irked Shun Tingtian, and the words that nearly escaped his lips were abruptly curbed by Sang Yuchuan's remarks. "Were we eating? With whom? Hurry up, I've already left the classroom." In the monitoring room, Mr. Wang instructed, "Make sure to treat him to something nice today." Sang Yuchuan had spent the entire morning in the school's monitoring room, meticulously reviewing footage centered on the day Jiang Zhihao disappeared, examining a week's worth of recordings frame by frame. Finally, he spotted Jiang Hongtao in the footage, appearing at the school 3 days prior to Jiang Zhihao's abduction, getting into He Jiaojiao's car. What the two discussed remained a mystery to Sang Yuchuan. However, he believed that this footage might assist Jiang Zhihao. Just as he was about to make a call, Shun Tingtian immediately stopped him. "Think carefully. He Jiaojiao is the cherished daughter of the He family. If you harm her, this will escalate significantly. They had already exited the monitoring room and were now heading towards the teaching building. Sang Yuchuan smiled, stating, "My intention is to amplify this incident." Shen Tingtian fell silent. Although he referred to himself as a sidekick, he was unconditionally willing to facilitate a connection between Jiang Zhihao and Sang Yuchuan, hoping for Sang to triumph in his rivalry with Shun Tingbai. Yet, this matter seemed to have spiraled beyond his control, leaving him to watch helplessly as Sang Yuchuan dialed someone else's number. Look for evidence of cheating at the He family's casino and find a way to inform Jiang Hongtao. After hanging up, Shun Tingtian could not help but inquire, "Can't you just turn a blind eye to this? What purpose would that serve?" Sang Yuchuan replied. Shun Tingtian jested, considered a wink. Sang Yuchuan shot him a piercing glance, causing Shun Tingtian to retract his flippant tone. "Some matters do not necessarily require a resolution. Jiang Zhihao never insisted that you assist her. Why do you feel compelled to pursue this?" Indeed, Sang Yuchuan was a loss. He felt as if he had lost his mind. He pondered, would it count that she spoke so melodiously? At that moment, Shin Tinglin's gaze upon him was unmistakably one of incredulity. Yet, Sang Yuchuan did not consider his musings to be nonsensical. From the very first day he met her, he recognized the beauty of her voice. It was delicate and soft, reminiscent of a lark, a symbol of all that is exquisite. Should she utter any more enchanting words, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared. It was akin to that day when, at the tender age of 8, she had sweetly asked him for an ice cream. Upon returning to Beijing, the very first thing he did was implore his father to procure a bank card for her. Just moments ago, with a clear hint of jest, she had inquired of him, "Sang Yuchuan, do you have any clever ideas?" He promptly rushed to the monitoring room to review the footage. If Jiang Ji knew she was the hunter, she would undoubtedly be an exceptional one. Yet, he wondered if she might disguise herself as the prey to ensnare him. Chapter 81. Rumors. During the days of Jiang Zhihao's hospitalization, the entire district conducted the third mock examination. It is often said that the first mock is gold, the second mock is silver, and the third mock is iron. This indicates that the significance of the third mock is rather limited. Prior to the exam, teachers from various subjects repeatedly asserted that the third mock was merely intended to bolster the confidence of the students before the college entrance examination. However, this year's question setters seem to have collectively lost their minds, unleashing a plethora of innovative questions that bewildered all candidates in the district. Not only did confidence elude them, but when the papers were distributed, every student appeared as disheartened as a frostbitten eggplant. Meng Xiaojiao pointed at her math paper, marked with a mere 88 points, and lamented to Jiang Zhihao, "Not a point more, not a point less, just barely passing. What happened to the promise of a top-tier university? How am I supposed to take the exam now?" Jiang Zhihao, who had not participated in this third mock, meticulously scanned Meng Xiaojiao's paper, intending to analyze it with her, but in the end could only muster a playful remark. "Do you think if I copied these questions onto Pinduoduo, I would get a response?" Meng Xiaojiao paused, perplexed. What is Pinduoduo? Jiang Zhihao suddenly remembered that in 2015, Pinduoduo did not even exist. She slapped her mouth and exclaimed, "I was just joking to make you laugh." "What do you mean by that? I don't understand at all. Is there a new meme on Weibo?" Jiang Zhihao casually explained. "It means I can't comprehend the questions and have no idea what this paper is testing." Just then, Shun Tinglan returned, clutching his exam paper with a woeful expression. He, too, was quite idle. Although he had taken leave in the morning, he could have gone straight home after leaving the monitoring room. But Sang Yuchuan insisted on continuing the class. As they chatted and made their way back to the classroom, they were caught by the grade leader, who reprimanded them for being irresponsible and wandering around instead of attending class. Coincidentally, both were among the top 30 in their grade, and upon returning to the office, they pulled out the score sheets for this third mock and began to curse. Sang Yuchuan had also not taken the exam, narrowly escaping disaster. But Shen Tinglan was not so fortunate. He had been berated until now. A boy, witnessing this, hurried over to Shen Tinglan and inquired, "Did all the top 30 in your grade fail this time?" Shen Tinglan chuckled dryly, appearing stable, but actually on the verge of madness. "Each one of us is taking turns to get scolded, wouldn't you say? The grade leader is like a merciless taskmaster. Instead of just scolding me, she flipped through the score sheet and discovered that nearly all of the top 30 had flopped. Guess what? One by one, she called us over to berate us. A few girls with thin skin were even brought to tears. Hearing this, the boy felt a sense of relief. If all the top 30 had performed poorly, then certainly the fault lay with the questions. He then noticed that Sang Yuchuan was still sitting calmly in his seat, naturally assuming he was the only survivor amidst this calamity. He rushed over to ask, "Brother Chuan, could I borrow your exam paper for reference?" Shin Tinglan scoffed. What is there to reference? He didn't even take the exam. Even if he had, he would have fared no better than us. Sang Yuchuan leaned back in his chair, leisurely dribbling a basketball. You're just a classic case of someone wanting to drag others down with you, unable to bear seeing anyone else do well. Shin Tinglan, exasperated by the third mock, found himself at a breaking point, wishing to equally condemn everyone involved. With a forceful slap, he struck the test paper onto the desk, pointing at the largely blank mathematics exam, filled with indignation. How about this? If you solve this final question, I shall call you father. Sang Yuchuan glanced at him, genuinely intrigued. Really? More genuine than pearls. The wager between the two instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers who gathered around to place bets, eager to witness the top student grapple with the challenging problem. At that moment, someone cast aside Shun Tinglin's exam paper and leisurely retrieved several meticulously filled mock exam papers from the drawer. I do not wish to rewrite it. I have already completed this set as homework. Jiang Zhixiao turned back, faintly recalling that during those days in the hospital, Sang Yuchuan had indeed been diligently working on exam papers. Then, a chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd. Are you even human? Your prowess is terrifying. Sang Yuchuan's exam papers were instantly snatched up by several grade-conscious students, creating a cacophony oblivious to Shun Tinglin's potential change of address. At that moment, He Jiao returned to the class with her own exam paper. Some sought to reference her paper, but noticing her somber expression, they retreated sheepishly. Li Xiang hurried over to console her. Did you not perform well? No worries. There will be another opportunity during the college entrance examination. The atmosphere inexplicably shifted to an eerie tension. In the back row, a small group of girls exchanged glances, whispering, "Do you think He Jiao's poor performance is related to that incident?" What incident? Did you not see the news? He Jiao has a sister, and her father is the real-life inspiration behind the film Lost in Love. He even participated in the script writing. As they spoke, one pulled out a phone, and soon they were all gasping in astonishment. Goodness, how come she never mentioned it before? Is it something one can casually discuss? That's a matter of family privacy. What privacy? It's on the news. How can there be privacy? Upon overhearing the conversation, those who had initially stayed out of it began to pull out their phones, previously avoiding He Jiao until someone suddenly leapt from their seat with an exclamation. Goodness, He Jiao's sister is Jiang Zhixiao. As the words fell, an uncanny silence enveloped the room. Pens halted, heads lifted. One group cast glances at He Jiao, while another turned to Jiang Zhixiao. Li Xiang glared furiously at the speaker. What nonsense are you spouting? The person seemed quite innocent. Her father's comment section is flooded with Zhixiao. Zhixiao, we only have one Jiang Zhixiao in our class, right? Is sharing a name not permissible? Perhaps bewildered by Li Xiang's wrath, the individual became agitated. No wonder He Jiao and Jiang Zhixiao are at odds. It turns out they share the same father, competing for affection. Li Xiang retorted, "You better silence yourself. I won tea. I refuse to be quiet. What do you do to me?" Then, turning to Jiang Zhixiao, they provocatively asked, "Is it true that you and He Jiao share the same father?" Jiang Zhixiao found herself at a loss for how to respond, uncertain how the situation had escalated to this point. Just as she contemplated offering a vague reply, He Jiao slammed her pen onto the desk. Enough. From the moment a person is born, their path is predetermined. The affluent remain affluent, while the impoverished remain impoverished. Reality is not a fairy tale. There will be no scenario akin to Snow White reclaiming her lineage. With the impending college entrance examination, I advise you to promptly uninstall the Tomato Novel app and refrain from imposing the deceitful schemes of the rich and the poor upon me. Li Xiang hastily concurred. Indeed, Jiao Jiao's father has invested immeasurable effort for her to gain admission to Qingbei. Given Jiang Zhixiao's dismal grades, even attending university is a challenge. Even if Jiao Jiao's sister were to be recognized, her fate would hardly be any better. Jiao inhaled deeply and corrected. She is not my sister. I know. Li Xiang stammered in a flustered manner. What I meant was if. If it were. There are no ifs. The 4 words were nearly uttered in a state of hysteria. The entire class fell into a profound silence. Even Li Xiang was taken aback. A student from the adjacent class peered in, bewildered and unclear about the unfolding events, until someone called out, Jiao, someone is looking for you. With a face devoid of emotion, Jiao walked out, her nose not quite resembling a nose, and her eyes not quite resembling eyes. This farce finally came to an end. However, half an hour later, Li Xiang stormed back in, his brows furrowed in anger, slamming his palm onto Jiang Zhixiao's desk. Jiang Zhixiao, is your father Jiang Hongtao? Without any regard for decorum, Li Xiang seized Jiang Zhixiao by her collar, yanking her forcefully from her seat. Did your father strike Jiao? Was it you who instigated this? Chapter 82. The blooming period, release it, Jiang Zhixiao urged. Not a chance. Li Xiang, emboldened by her association with Jiao, had long harbored a desire to stand up for her. Seizing the moment, she tightened her grip on Jiang Zhixiao's collar. As the crowd around them grew, Jiang Zhixiao maintained a calm demeanor and softly warned, "This is my final reminder." Yet, Li Xiang remained obstinate, retorting defiantly, "I won, let go. What are you going to do? Your father hits Jiao, and now you want to hit me? If you had the capability, you wouldn't be under Zhang Yu's thumb." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Zhixiao forcefully yanked her hand down. There was a sharp crack, and Li Xiang, caught unawares, let out a pained wail, cradling her seemingly dislocated arm as she crouched on the ground. Shen Tinglan, at the back, was utterly dumbfounded. He had intended to step in, but was halted by Sang Yuchuan. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Jiang Zhixiao's actions rendered his words moot. Li Xiang is just pretending. Jiang Zhixiao hasn't done anything. Someone crossed their arms, leaning back with an inexplicable satisfaction. She dislocated Li Xiang's arm. Shen Tinglan exclaimed, "What the heck? That was quite the move. Could it be anything less?" Jiang Zhixiao observed the seemingly fragile girl, who had just recovered from an illness. In a matter of seconds, her decisive action rendered the entire assembly silent, as if they dared not even breathe. Only Li Xiang remained, groaning in pain on the ground. "What are you all staring at? Hurry and call for an ambulance." "Ah, it hurts." Indeed, someone pulled out their phone. But Jiang Zhixiao raised her hand to interrupt. No need. She then stepped forward, grasped Li Xiang's arm once more, and forcefully pushed it upward. Another unexpected cry of agony escaped Li Xiang, tears streaming down her face. As she instinctively moved her arm, it astonishingly returned to its rightful place. She swung it again, ensuring no lingering effects, but feeling a loss of dignity, she was about to lash out when she glanced at Jiang Zhixiao, her fear palpable. Jiang Zhixiao initiated the conversation. "Since our first year of high school, I don't believe we've had any conflicts. Why do you consistently seek me out? Jiao is my friend. Her affairs are my concerns." "Oh, a friend," Jiang Zhixiao responded earnestly. "So what has your friend done for you? Has she assisted you with your studies? Treated you to meals? Helped with your tuition? Stood up for you when you were bullied?" Li Xiang fell silent under the weight of the inquiry. "Face the truth, Li Xiang. A sidekick is not a confidant. She didn't even invite you to her birthday party, did she? I had extracurricular activities that day. What about